you suddenly discover that you can see the health bars of all things. Even the sun in the sky has a layer of health bar. Moreover, as long as a person or object has a health bar, you can kill them by emptying the health bar. At first, you thought you had awakened a cheat code, until you heard the village elder's advice to be careful of the immortal demons when going out. Although some of these demons are weak, no matter how hard you try to kill them, they will still resurrect after midnight. Fortunately, demons have their own territories and will not easily venture out. Otherwise the village would have been doomed long ago. The more you listen, the stranger it becomes. How could such a supernatural power of immortality appear on the weak? Even if they are powerful and invincible demons, why would they self-imprison? Eventually, combining your ability to see health bars, a bold guess arises in your mind. Those demons may be game monsters. They are not immortal. They just respawn on a timer. But if you were to cross into a game world, those human NPCs would seem too normal. They not only have their own emotions and personalities, but also experience aging and death. For a moment, you are unsure whether the world has become a game, or if you have become a game. Just as you were in a daze, a rough big hand gently patted your shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Are you envious of Ergo getting married? Blaming the village for not helping you secure a future? Your father joined the army early, and your mother passed away the day you were born. Even if the village pays for you to find a wife, who will support you after you join the army? Uncle de Huang, I don't have such thoughts. I was just thinking about the conscription order issued by the county. What's there to think about? You're not thinking of running away, are you? That's not allowed. Our village of 67 households has to send out 23 strong men. If you run away, other families will have to make up for it. Xiao Bai. In the past few years, it was always men from other households who were conscripted or forced into labor. We all considered you a child and didn't let you go. Now that you're 18, you're already an adult man. You can't avoid going anymore, right? Of course not. Uncle de Huang, we also have a conscience and will definitely not run away and harm others. You have thought about running away, but the village is not confident in someone like you who has no attachments. So they sent 3 married men to live and eat with you. You can't possibly fight against 3 village men alone. So you have to first understand the situation in this world and then make a follow-up plan. After the wedding of Ergo, you couldn't sleep when you got home, because knowing the truth of the incident made you seriously lack a sense of security. Of course, the most important thing is that your early plan did not succeed. You originally used the excuse to see blood and seized the right to kill chickens in the village. But after slaughtering 3 live chickens, you did not gain any experience. This made your plan to gain strength by hunting poultry a delusion. Immortal demons? It is possible that they are monsters that refresh on a game timer. Maybe only they can provide experience? It is also possible that the chickens are too weak to generate experience. How about killing a person to try it out? You compared your physique with 3 village men and decided whether to take care of the villagers or go out of the village to find a bad person to experiment with. You, who can't sleep, couldn't help but pull out your own attribute panel and carefully examine it, hoping to find a hidden upgrade path. However, looking at your vitality and spirit, which is only slightly above average, you couldn't help but sigh. Still so average. There has been no change in your training these days. Since hearing about the military service, you have been exercising every day. But after more than 20 days of continuous exercise, the 3 data of vitality and spirit not only did not change at all, but the health value decreased by 2%. It seems that you must find a way to gain experience. The next day at noon, you were practicing chopping wood with a hatchet as usual. Although your attributes did not change at all during these days of training, the feeling of chopping became more and more comfortable. Just as you were immersed in chopping, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in your mind. Congratulations on mastering the skill of splitting manhwa, and mastering a type of swordsmanship. Level 1 of splitting manhwa. Effect, coordinating the concentration of chi throughout the body, striking a blow from top to bottom. When the prompt sound that only you could hear rang out, you suddenly felt an indescribable sense of relief, as if years of pressure had been released at once. Ha ha, Dao Yi, I made it. 3 village men looked at you laughing wildly and shook their heads helplessly. What a disaster. Xiao Bai used to be simple and honest, but now he's scared by a recruitment order. Forget about working. Just not running away is a blessing. The village men whispering to each other did not notice that the broken drywood in front of you was cut very neatly, a level of smoothness that could hardly be achieved with a dull woodcutter. Bang! 1 point added to the experience of splitting manhwa. At this moment, you are exceptionally happy. You quickly chopped today's firewood 1 knife after another, and your skill level in splitting manhwa has also increased to level 2. I probably chopped 30 times, but only gained 12 experience points. It seems that not every chop yields experience, but this is already good. I know how to acquire skills now. The key is to be fully focused, constantly thinking and correcting. The appearance of skills and experience makes you very excited. Until this moment, You feel that you have grasped the trajectory of opportunity and gained the qualification for survival. When he was about to continue chopping wood, striving to level up the force-splitting Huashan skill to full level, he realized that his hands, which were gripping the firewood knife, had unconsciously wobbled. He had a body of flesh and blood after all, and couldn't be as tireless and adamantine as a real game character. So he threw down his wood chipper and prepared to use his previous successes to work on a battlefield stunt. Running. It's a well-known fact that by running faster than your own people, your chances of survival are greatly increased. After all, Zhou Yuan was just a villager now, and his brain would not be worth more than other village Hans. What's the matter, Stone? Not practicing? I've practiced power splitting the mountain and I'm about to figure out other martial arts techniques. Uncle Big Yellow, if you believe me, come to my yard to cut firewood. I dare not say anything else. At least I can teach you how to limit 1 for 1. Bah! You need to be taught 1 for 1. When a man pokes me, I don't step back, just poke him too. That's true, but when it comes to a real fight, it's not like we're facing a bar of guns or a sword. Practicing this method of mine will ensure that you can pull a back. But there's a prerequisite. The opposite side can't be an armored soldier. Come on, then your method is not as good as mine. Nah. It doesn't matter if the other side is armored or not. Let's all work together to poke him and stomp him to death. There's a level. Uncle Big Yellow, you've been to war? No, my father has been there. His old man said before he left. Military service is nothing. Just the big gun is the most affordable. Just practicing the jab back is better than anything. Kind of makes sense. Get me a long wooden stick later and I'll practice my jabs too. Success. You're strong. And it's more affordable to use a gun than a knife. Zhou Yuan originally did not intend to keep a private stash. If he really joined the army, these old folks are still more reliable than outsiders. We are a natural small group, and one less death is a good thing. But he didn't realize that the village Hans had their own ideas and were far more attuned to the world than he was. The good thing is, he's a persuasive nature, and he's willing to try any advice that makes sense. Stone, 2 dogs is looking for you. You didn't see it. That kid's legs are as weak as noodles. He walks like a sieve. Good lord. Just yesterday we tied the knot and today we're like this. That kid's mother-in-law is definitely not an ordinary person. I'll tell you, it's a good thing second dog is going to follow us in the army in a few days, or he'd have to die on his mother-in-law's belly. A village man who was looking after Zhou Yuan walked up to him and pointed in the direction of the doorway and scowled. Enough. I didn't realize that you, a thick-browed Han Yu, is also a dirty goods. Who doesn't when they first start out? They call it food and love. Stone, how come you still know all this? Tell me, did you sneak into someone's quilt? Well, you really are not a good thing. How many days have we served you? And you don't say a word when something good happens. Stop. My force-splitting big mountain has been practiced, and I am lacking a dirty goods to stamp out my martial arts. The village man glanced at the firewood knife on Zhou Yuan's waist and shrunk his neck. Unwillingly, he muttered and walked away. Only that he muttered a little too loudly, as if he was afraid that Zhou Yuan would not hear him. Cowardly boy and unrighteous. Stealing from his wife and no morals. Zhou Yuan was not afraid of a crooked shadow and a sharp knife was not afraid of a smelly mouth. So he was simply too lazy to take care of him. In fact, the 3 village Hans led by Uncle Big Yellow were getting along well with Zhou Yuan these days. They were worried about Zhou Yuan going crazy and hurting people, so they naturally catered to him in every way. If it wasn't for the fact that the village man was getting dirtier and dirtier as he talked, Zhou Yuan wouldn't have scared him. When Zhou Yuan walked out of the courtyard door, he realized that he had more or less misunderstood the village Han, and it was hard not to let people think too much when Dog was like this now. He was seen to be pale and sweaty, his legs were weak, and even when he sat on the wooden pier, his legs couldn't help but tremble. Most critically, Dog's blood bar fell below the 90% mark, down to 89%. Brother Stone, I have something to tell you. 2 dogs, you should stop talking for a moment and slow down your energy. Not brother, said you. So hard to do what? And besides, the other girl is also a human being. You are shaking like this, people will not be hurt to death. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Dog's eyes instantly turned red and tears were about to fall from his eyes. Brother Stone, it's not what you think. Suangyang is a widow from Qiaodong village, and my family's situation is just a little better than yours. A girl from a decent family, who would risk widowhood to enter my family's door. Brother Stone, I don't mind if Suangyang is a widow, but it's been 7 times between last night and this noon, and I really can't take it anymore. In favor of my father and mother, but also I do not go out of the room from the army before they must leave them a rear. The more Zhou Yuan listened, the more he was shocked. He had underestimated Airdog. He didn't think that this small body of his could still squeeze out so much energy. That two dogs, bitter you, or you put up with it. People Yang, this is not want to give you a baby. I have a slight reputation in our village, but I can't really handle this. Don't, Brother Stone, don't you always want to drill the old woods and wreak havoc? Take me with you, let's go now. I don't dare fall into the hands of the errand boys in Yang again. They all want my life. Instead of evoking Zhou Yuan's sympathy, Airdog's lamentation made Zhou Yuan serious. Second dog, let's not talk about whether we're leaving or not. Explain to me first what it means to wreak havoc on a party. Chapter 4, A Little Notorious. That Brother Stone. I know little and can't speak. Don't mind me. I mean to punish the wicked and protect the township. Our own people can't scourge our own people. How can it be better than the pickpocket errand boys? Don't. Second dog, you don't need to fool me. I can understand Uncle Big Yellow calling me a scourge. After all, he is the elder and has to take care of my food and living every day. So it's inevitable that there is a bit of resentment in his heart. But who else have I wreaked havoc on besides Uncle Rhubarb? What makes you say that I'm a scourge? That I can't lift my sword anymore? Or that they have itchy skins? Ever since Zhou Yuan crossed into the other world, in order to reverse his predecessor's situation of being naive, dumb and often bullied, he directly disguised himself as a reckless and brainless madman. The villagers still remember to this day the scene of a crazy man with a wood chipper chopping from the north of the village to the south of the village some 20 days ago. Although the person who was slashed ran thieves fast, was not injured, and was still thinking of waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against Zhou Yuan. But Zhou Yuan was not a generous man. He wandered around that village Han's house day and night, sometimes suddenly bursting out of a haystack, sometimes staring at a street corner with a dull probe, sometimes breaking into a house in the middle of the night. Since then, Zhou Yuan's name resonates through the village of Qiaoxi, and everyone knows that he doesn't joke around. And when he says he'll get someone killed, he'll definitely get someone killed. The village Han who bullied his predecessor was so frightened that he defected to his relatives in other villages in the night, and has not dared to come back until now. Zhou Yuan had also become a bully in the village, and no one dared to mess with him wherever he went. He had thought that he was considered a famous warrior, but he did not expect that someone would dare to say what was in his heart. This person knew too much and had to be educated. Airdog, brother lost a lot of money. Bad reputation brother carried. But bad things have not yet done. How can this be? You tell me who's behind this to badmouth me, and when I've cleaned him up, we'll still be good brothers. Brother Stone, don't give me a hard time. It's not that I don't talk about it, but there's a bit too many people badmouthing you for you to clean up here. Got it. Second dog, let's talk more about drilling the old forest. As the saying goes, people are cheap and expensive away from home, and as the saying goes, fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. If our brothers are so good, why don't we focus on wreaking havoc on Qiaoxi village and try to show everyone what's good and what's bad? Brother Stone, it's not good to wreak havoc on your own people. Why not? It is their own people have experience, familiar with the road familiar, to ensure that a grab are accurate. Zhao Ergu regretted it. He originally only wanted to hide from his mother-in-law at home, and there was a little bit of the idea of escaping military service in his heart. But Zhou Yuan's words pulled him back to reality, and it was true that a person with a conscience like him couldn't join Brother Stone in wreaking havoc on the countryside. Brother Stone, I suddenly remembered that I have a family and cannot escape military service, otherwise my father, my mother, and my mother-in-law will be punished. I have to be conscientious not. I really can't leave. I can't accompany you to drill the old forest. But Brother Stone, if you really set your sights on scourging our Qiaoxi village, remember not to scourge my family. My family is bad enough, and I haven't bullied you, so I can't afford to end up with another broken person. Can't be, with the relationship between our brothers. I really scourge the outsiders. I still have to send something to your family nah. That's a good feeling. I knew Brother Stone was the most righteous. Amidst Airdog's compliments, Zhou Yuan patted the firewood knife on his waist, signaling that there was nothing to do and that he was going to go practice with the knife. Zhao Erdog clenched his teeth and spelled out his other intention for coming. Brother Stone, I've discussed it with Yang. I'll work during the day and you work at night. It doesn't matter which one of us owns it, as long as we can leave a descendant for our old Zhao family. But first things first, if I make it back, the mother-in-law and the dolls will have to be mine. If I can't come back, you'll raise Yang and the dolls. Let's not be so careful as brothers, and just see who has the best luck. Pop. Zhou Yuan slapped his hand heavily on Airdog's shoulder and bent down to stare tightly into Airdog's eyes. The serious look was creepy, as if it were a precursor to anger or a silent question. Brother Stone. You. Good you two dogs? You're trying to get me to block the knife for you. Get up. For this heart of yours, my brother will have to take a walk on the path of servitude, and make sure that when your boy dies, you have someone to collect your body. That would be great. If you can carry my corpse back, my father and my mother will treat you like their own son. No need to be snarky, just don't be scared less when the time comes. Zhou Yuan was not a native of this world, and he could not understand the spirit of Airdog sharing everything, but he knew that he was flesh and blood, as were the people here. Let's go, Brother Stone. Remember to sneak over to my house tonight. Asterisk 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 off. Do your own thing. You kid don't always think of being lazy. It's better to do this kind of thing yourself. Brother Stone. You're not right. Do you dislike me and Suingyang? Nope. Do not mind. Why not go? Do not leave. The seed can also be a man for once. Better than dying. Nothing is strong. Well, I'm just disgusted. Brother, I have a mind to wreak havoc on demonesses and devil women. I can't see decent people yet. Nah. Zhao Airdog and Zhou Yuan were wide-eyed. He suddenly felt that he had lost out. What heartfelt words had been said, and in the end he was still disliked. However, he felt that what Zhou Yuan said was somewhat reasonable. The demoness devil woman sounded powerful at first glance. Perhaps Brother Stone did not dislike him, but rather had high aspirations. Then I'll really go, and not leave the door open for you for the night, lest I cheapen it for outsiders. Wait, what's the matter? Brother Stone, you're backtracking? Backtrack your head. Lao Tzu's Taoist heart is firm and primordial. No one can make me look sideways except for the great evil. Ergu, you've taken a daughter-in-law. You're an adult now. Brother has nothing to give you, so I'll give you a name. In case you die halfway through, you'll be able to put up a proper sign. Yeah, well, let's call it Xiao Yang, the sun's yang, and hopefully it will complement the yin and yang phase of your family. Zhao Yang. This name is much better than Airdog. If I leave my seed, I'll use it for my doll. If I have bad luck and don't get to keep the seed, I'll use it myself. As you wish. Hurry home and deliver the goods. I'm still busy honing my martial arts here. Sensei, whether it's military service or wreaking havoc on a party, it's always better to practice martial arts first, isn't it? The second dog was driven back home by Zhou Yuan to build dolls, and Zhou Yuan pondered over his skills in peace. At this moment, Airdog, the winner, became the loser instead. At least he was not as comfortable as Zhou Yuan, and could only charge with tears and exhaustion. Power splitting can be skillized, and running should work. But what about eating and sleeping? Two things you experience every day? You can try it by eating less and more often from today, aiming for only 3 bites of the bun at a time, and eating him 20 or 30 times a day. Sleep can't be left behind either. Every hour of exercise and half an hour of naps. Do your best to skill up your life skills. Go, run first. Running fast is the only way to settle down. Chapter 5. I'm enlightened again. Ever since Zhou Yuan started to study the two things of eating and sleeping, his crazy reputation became even louder. The villagers could not be blamed for making a fuss. It was really because Zhou Yuan's actions were too strange. Originally, although he talked like a jerk and hit like a thief, he was at least able to communicate normally and live a decent life. Now he treats the bun as a treasure. Obviously a few mouthfuls can be eaten. Have to chew slowly, as if eating some kind of delicacies. If that was all, the villagers would have said that the boy was simple and honest. But instead of eating one meal slowly, he eats several bites at a time, 20 or 30 times a day. This frequency frightened the village man who watched over him, thinking that his madness had increased and that he did not know hunger or food. Stone, don't think about it. If you brace yourself to death, you'll be laughed at by the ghosts in hell. If you want to eat something good, you just say so. No need to scare me in a different way. Uncle Rhubarb, you've lived enough to not understand a heart that hasn't lived enough. I'm taking this as a precautionary measure, trying to eat as much as I can before I get out of the army, lest I can't even eat a bun afterward. But you've got a point. Make me a whole lot of good food in a hurry. Maybe a few good meals and I won't miss the bun. Bah! What are you talking about, you melon child? What do you mean I've lived long enough? You're the one who's lived long enough. It's not like that. It's so not like that. If you don't give a bite of bread from the army, who the hell is going to fight for those lords? Yama is still not bad for hungry ghosts. Nah. The huge military camp can't do without a bite of food from you. That's not necessarily true. If I were a general, I'd send a few cavalry specifically to burn grain and grass, and keep the opposite side starving. Where did you hear all this crooked reasoning? We're doing military service, not going to war. Military service, you know, is replacing old pawns, carrying food and digging ditches. felling trees and repairing walls. There's a lot of work, and if you want to be a soldier of war you have to be chosen, don't you? That's tragic. I said, how come you old man is not worried at all? It turns out that there are a lot of young and strong people in the village, so you don't have to be at the forefront. Hey, that's the advantage of being older. You brats learn from it. Zhao Dehuang could not help but let out a huge sigh of relief when he saw that Zhou Yuan was still able to communicate normally and did not have insanity entering his brain. This evil boy. The brain is very crooked. It is better to send to the barracks earlier. Otherwise it must cause something big. The three village men who were watching over Zhou Yuan had thought that Zhao Dehuang had persuaded Zhou Yuan. But I didn't realize that this kid said one thing and did another. As if his brain couldn't control his body at all. Early the next morning, Zhou Yuan not only repeated the same trick, but also became more abstract. Brothers, I pondered all night last night and realized the true meaning of martial arts. This way of practicing martial arts is based on 1-in-1. 1 static. 1-in-1. This dynamic work we all brush on too. Mainly this static work. Think ye, both to be still and to rest, and the two together are not sleep. From today onwards, I will practice my sword and gun, sleep at all times, and make sure that I can develop a good body. The three village men looked at me and I looked at you, and for a while they didn't know how to answer. Bad Uncle Rhubarb. I can't believe I thought Stone was making some sense. Am I crazy too? Bang! Zhao Dehuang punched the village man's chest heavily, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Nonsense! What kind of bull is that? That's called being resourceful, understand? You've become resourceful too. If you don't want to be the famous wit of our 10 miles and 8 villages, keep your mouth shut. Oh, I know. I'm the most honest. Not witty at all. Uncle Dehuang. Maybe we should change someone to look after the stone. If this goes on we will be scourged by him sooner or later. Look again. Stone is just a bit witty. His heart shouldn't be bad. Looking at the three village men who deliberately alienated themselves, Zhou Yuan knew that he had overdosed a bit. His habits changed so quickly and without logic that the villagers would have avoided him if not for the quota for military service weighing on them. Ugh, this is only it to it. Hold on, brothers. After Zhou Yuan laid out his excuses, he officially started not being a human being. The rhythm of his day became running, eating, sleeping, practicing with his sword, eating, sleeping, practicing with his gun, eating, sleeping. If he had only practiced during the day, the three village men would have been able to hold out. The key was that he practiced at night as well. The village Hans really couldn't figure out. Didn't the witches need to sleep at night? They didn't dare to sleep either. They didn't know that Zhou Yuan, who had initially tried segmented sleep, was equally unaccustomed to it, and his brain was even groggy as if it was paste. But the presence of an attribute panel enables him to keep track of his health. The pursuit of skilling keeps him motivated. With no distractions, he quickly changed his routine, and gradually entered a peculiar state that was not some kind of enlightenment, but rather a concentration that did not focus on external objects and pursued the goal with great vigor. His focus soon paid off, and the first results to come back were meals. You've realized the food supplement and mastered a life skill. Food supplement. LV1, 1/10. Effects. Fine swallowing to get more nutrition from food, when ingredients are full of nutrition. A small amount of life is restored. Getting nutrients more efficiently and restoring life in small amounts is just great. The path of skilling up life skills really works. The appearance of the skill food supplement gave Zhou Yuan a certain amount of blood recovery and a new guarantee for his exercise program. He looked at his blood bar, which was only at 91%, and decided to look for some tonic to repair the physical damage caused by this period of frantic workout. Stone, what are you doing out in the middle of the night? Zhou Yuan's irregular behavior of rest and relaxation tormented the three village Hans with pain. In the end, they decided that the two younger village Hans would accompany Zhou Yuan in his running and fooling around during the day, while the older Zhao Dehuang would rest during the day and watch over him at night. Uncle Dehuang, I have realized again that this martial arts practice not only requires one to be quiet and one to be calm, but it also requires medicine and food to be from the same source. If you don't eat something good to replenish your body, you are squeezing your own chi and blood. You promised to make me something nice, and all you've gotten in a couple days is a chicken egg. I know you did the best you could, so I decided to take matters into my own hands, and in the meantime, I'll give you a whole mouthful of good coaxing for your bowels as well. Wah-wah-zee. Why are you enlightened all day long? But you can't mess around. Folks aren't rich, so don't wreak havoc on them. I know, folks are not surplus, but some people are not. Come with me, I'll take you for a ride today. Let's rob from the rich and give to the poor, and borrow some oil and water to relieve our stomachs. Zhao Dahuang stretched out his tongue and licked his dry cracked lips. This night duty is good for everything. It is easy to be hungry with green eyes. He was having a mental struggle, but his body couldn't help but follow Zhou Yuan and go out to forage for food. It was only when they approached a courtyard of tile houses and earthen walls that Zhao Dahuang came back to his senses. Stone. This is the Risho's house. Don't dare mess around. It's fine. Old Li is rich. I'll just borrow a chicken and wait 100 or 80 years to be sure to pay him back. 180 years? Then you're not just stealing. How can you call practicing martial arts stealing? It's called borrowing. Old Li too has borrowed as much as he can with his identity as Rizheng, and if he can borrow it, so can we. Chapter 6 Night Run with Bloodshed. Although Rizheng was also a villager of Qiaoxi village, he had a semi-official status after all. As a result, the villagers generally tolerate him and accept his management. But Zhou Yuan was different. He wasn't from this world and naturally wouldn't be bound by the rules of the vernacular. Besides, he had been selected for military service and wouldn't be able to live in Qiaoxi village for long, so why would he care about Rizheng's likes and dislikes? Cluck cluck cluck. After a few chicken cries, Zhou Yuan carried a chicken with a broken neck and tumbled out of the yard. Uncle Big Yellow, we're in for a treat tonight. You help me to take care of this chicken. Don't worry to eat it boldly. I'll take the bad name. You can't lose. This, Stone, this is something you did alone. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Dahuang's hands were busy catching the chicken Zhou Yuan threw at him, and in his heart, he wanted to slap himself. How can you be so greedy? If you don't pay attention, you'll be dragged into the car by this asshole. Look at you chickening out. If you do that again, I'm going to eat it myself and not leave you a bite of soup. Don't. I've come all this way, so how can I be missing a bite? Come on, let's go to the east end of the slope. I have bad teeth. Let's get a clay pot and stew it. Okay, you fix some more salt, find a big piece of ginger, and I'll go ahead and dig a wood hole. Two sneaky figures in the darkness of the night ran from the north to the east of the village, and with the help of rudimentary tools, stewed chicken. At this moment, Zhao Dahuang suddenly felt that Zhou Yuan was not crazy. This kid was probably using his madness to get benefits. Nah. Stone, I figured out that you're not stupid at all, even though you're an evil kid. It's just the two of us now. When we've eaten the meat, you find a stick and give it to me, and I'll fall down and you'll run away in one smooth motion. This way we can do right by you. You call me uncle. I can't treat you like a rascal. It's not going to happen, Uncle Big Yellow. I was really planning on going to the barracks. What? You want to go also all day to make a demon? Bad reputation also fell, but also really want to go to the service. You this in the end figure what? You're not right. Why are you suddenly so conscientious? Look at you. I've always had a conscience, alright. As the saying goes, the child that cries gets sugar. Can the village take care of me so well if I don't make a scene? Zhou Yuan's mouth was consistently mixed with truth and falsehood. He did want to run at first. Not wanting to run now. Not because of a swollen conscience, but because of the continuous generation of skills. He didn't want to hide in this barren village, where it would be nice to have bread to eat, not to mention meat. He needs more resources, more space. Therefore, he planned to go on a military service to see if he could get a position in the barracks, learning about this world while using the resources of the barracks to strengthen himself. The stone is really something. They still say you are stupid. I think you are the most resourceful. It's only you who caught up with the good times. If I was a kid, families couldn't afford to eat, and military service slots were up for grabs. Where would I have let you toss and turn? That said, I'm only teasing you guys if you have to ask me to go. If you guys grab it, maybe I'll let you have it. I look like a cutie to you. Who believes your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Although Zhao Dahuang is not young, but his hands and feet are exceptionally nimble, adding firewood and fanning without Zhou Yuan moving half a finger. It is really like a loving elder. Uncle Dahuang, let me discuss something with you. You don't need to go for this military service. Let your family boy go. You can't really come back if you fall down on the road with your old arms and legs. I promised to carry Airdog back, so I can't carry you anymore. People are cheap from their homes and so are ghosts. It's better not to die in a foreign land. Zhao Dahuang, who was fanning the fire, heard Zhou Yuan's words and fell silent in a rare manner. He rubbed his large, rough hands together and tried to say something, but it only melted into one sentence when he reached his mouth. Stone, the meat is cooked. You have good teeth, hurry up and eat it. Otherwise it will be firewood in a while. Just leave me a mouthful of soup. I'm out of practice, and my belly can't kibble these greasy things. Success. Save you 2 chicken claws to nibble on. Really? You can't even understand the scene. I think you're really naive. Zhao Yuan didn't want to talk about his family, so Zhou Yuan didn't ask too many questions, picked up a thin branch and folded it into chopsticks, and merrily ate the meat. Zhao Yuan saw that this kid was not polite at all, and was afraid that if he started late, he would not be able to eat a piece of proper meat, so he also broke a branch and probed into the jar, and he was lucky enough to get a good piece of skinned meat in one go, the oily chicken skin stinging his eyes. Eat Uncle Big Yellow, don't be polite to me? In the next day when you learn to steal chickens, then treat me again. Then you kind of can't eat it. We can't learn your evil ways. Chopsticks shake chicken meat refall into the jar, and then a rake to fish out a chicken head. Withered old man holding the head of the chicken nibbled up beautifully. Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhao Yuan who was sipping the chicken head and thoughtfully helped him pick out another chicken claw. Uncle Rhubarb, have another chicken hand to make up for it, and let go if you can't bite it. I've got good teeth. And not a human word out of your boy's mouth. After eating the chicken and drinking the chicken soup, Zhou Yuan reclined on the grass and observed his attribute panel until his blood bar started to rise before revealing a satisfied smile. After about an hour, his blood bar recovered from 91% to 97%. Most of a chicken fell into Zhou Yuan's mouth, but the recovered blood bar wasn't much and the recovery speed was slow. Ultimately, the chicken was too skinny and his food supplement skill level was too low. Zhou Yuan looked at the direction of the river in the east and sat up violently. What's the matter, Stone? You're not full, are you? 2 more pieces? Uncle Big Yellow, you clean up this crime scene later. I'm going to take a bath in the river. How to run again? Did not say a piece of military service? You hurry to give me a stick, or I cannot explain. I'll be back in a little while. I can't afford to lie to you. Zhao Yuan looked at Zhou Yuan, who was quickly blending into the night, and sighed heavily before gnawing on a bone again without slowing down. Zhou Yuan wasn't lying, he had just unintentionally glimpsed 2 stumps of bloodstains, and they were moving in the direction of the stone arch bridge. The shape of that bloodstain was human at first glance, not a thin, short bloodstain of the poultry variety. What are 2 bloodless people doing at the river in the middle of the night? Are they going to duel or jump into the river? Zhou Yuan hesitated for a while, but still decided to follow up and take a look. Not that he wanted to be nosy, but he was the only one in the entire Qiaoshi village who had put chopping on his lips and had paid for it in practical actions. He was worried that someone would use his name to kill people in secret and end up leaving him holding the bag. As he approached the stone arch bridge, he realized that one section of the bloodstain had entered the river and disappeared, while the other was quiet and unmoving. Instead of rushing out to check out who the bloodstain represented, he waited silently, ready to see just who this bloodstain went back to. But what he didn't expect was that it didn't take long for the person who jumped into the river to surface again, and after meeting the people on the bank, he walked towards Qiaoshi village without slowing down. Zhou Yuan didn't track people, only moving bloodstains, so they were spaced relatively far apart and weren't discovered by the 2. Well, surprisingly, it's the second dog's house. Didn't this guy, second dog, just marry his wife and is busy with his legs? How come you're free to run down to the river in the middle of the night? Are you bored in the house and wild to raise your spirits? Chapter 7 Cold-Tide Shrimp Soldiers. The second dog's family was so poor that the yards were not even earthen walls, but fence circles made of a mixture of tree branches and sticks. Zhou Yuan grubbed twice to find a catch, lifted his foot and tumbled in. The entire yard was pitch black, unadorned by any lights, and he approached the only decent main house in the yard and carefully leaned over to the window. Mother, I'm cold. Quickly soak in a bucket of warm water. Child's father. Don't go to the Dragon Palace to steal the treasure again. A few more times the second dog's life is gone. I don't dare to go there again. The second dog almost couldn't come back today, and I'll never go there again. What? The second dog didn't take it according to the method I gave? I don't dare to offend the Dragon Palace guards. I'm in charge of the houses, so no. The second dog can't be a jerk again. A young woman's voice came, and Zhou Yuan guessed that she was Air Dog's new daughter-in-law. Suing Yang. Chuan Yang, you told my family about the entrance to the Dragon Palace. My family has been blessed by you. How dare I disobey you? It's just that people's steps are different sizes. You say you can only take 36 steps, and the second dog took 32 steps to attract the attention of the Dragon Palace guards. It's a good thing he ran fast and wasn't greedy, or he would have had to be poked a hole in his head. Hey, it's also the kid Stone's fault for not being enlightened. If he had entered our family, he would have been able to go down for Air Dog. We can trust the Stone in this village, and as long as he stays a single family, our 2 families will become one. Dad, what's the point of talking about that? It's embarrassing. But you're right, I believe in our family. If I were in someone else's family, I wouldn't dare talk about the Dragon Palace. I'm afraid they'll bury me alive for those beads. Suan Yang, give me a hand. And refill the hot water for Erdog. And scald him through. Here it comes. Zhou Yuan was listening outside the house. The two dogs' family did not have a fever. The Qingsha River under the Stone Arch Bridge even has a dragon palace. And Ergo can still steal from it? Hoo. Finally alive. That dragon palace really isn't a place for people to stay. It's bone-chillingly cold in there. And going there once can kill a person halfway through their life. Father, mother, daughter-in-law, we've taken 24 beads, so we're considered rich, and we can't see the light of day. If I come back from military service, we'll say it's my trophy. If I don't make it back, and Brother Stone comes back, you guys will say it's my legacy. Bah! What nonsense! I'll be back in a heartbeat. When you come back, we'll move to the city and have a good time. It can't be done, Dad. If we all leave, who's going to do the marking on a regular basis? If a rainstorm changes the river's course, descendants can't even find the entrance to the Dragon Palace if they want to. That's the reasoning. We have to leave a path for our descendants. When you come back and take Suan Yang into the city, I'll stay with your mother. After waiting for a while longer, with his ears full of the family's yearning for a better life, Zhou Yuan tiptoed out of the yard of the second dog's house. I underestimated the second dog. I didn't realize this family was a bit calculating. I thought 2 dogs was genuinely sharing everything with me. But it turns out I'm looking at my unsupported, well-pulled family history. This Suan Yang is also a smart person. And it's only the Erdog family that doesn't have a choice. But whenever she falls into a family with many brothers, for the sake of that so-called Dragon Palace, it's really possible for them to get her killed. Zhou Yuan didn't know whether the so-called Dragon Palace was real or not. But there must be some place in the clear sand river that produced beads and had a manageable amount of danger in order for the Erdog family to be benefited. He welcomed the moonlight and soon came under the Stone Arch Bridge. I only saw a thick layer of algae floating on that river. The water was a bit turbid and the flow was fairly smooth. Zhou Yuan stripped off his clothes, firmly biting the firewood knife with his mouth, and flung himself into the river. He had thought that the entrance to the so-called Dragon Palace would be very secretive, or else the 2 dogs' family wouldn't have said anything about marking and counting steps. But what he didn't expect was that the entrance, which was very hidden to the second dog's family, was unusually conspicuous to him. He saw a black whirlpool above the muddy, watery grass-covered riverbed. It was marked with 2 lines of blood. Copy, General Kiyoshi's lair. Recommended challenge level 15. Recommended challenge number 510. It's great that the challenge levels and number of challenges are clearly labeled. Another feather in the gamification cap of the vision. However, there was also a small problem. Zhou Yuan's attribute panel did not have a character level labeled on it. Out of bugs? What the hell is a challenge level? My gamification can't be a different system than this copy. How can it still be incompatible? Zhou Yuan was not puzzled by the fact that he could see the copy information. He was used to the bloodstains all over the streets, and it was not strange to see another copy portal. But he couldn't figure out why he didn't have this attribute himself when the copy portal was labeled with a challenge level. 2 dogs said 36 paces is a safe area, and since he has short legs I won't compete with him. I'll take 20. Zhou Yuan did not intend to back out. At least the Erdog family had experimented. Such a good opportunity. It would be too bad not to go and take a look. He lurched downward and made contact with the pitch-black portal. The next moment, he entered a spacious passageway that was limited in length, but able to compare in width to a 4-lane road in Blue Star. The most crucial thing was that the ground was paved by dark red coral, and pearls of different grades were inlaid in the gaps of the coral, like an avenue of stars. On either side of the passage stood 6 shrimp-headed monsters holding 3-stranded pitchforks motionless as if they were hardened stone statues. Not only do they have blood bars on their heads, but they are also labeled with identifying information. Level 15 Cold Tide Shrimp Soldier. The piercingly low temperature spread throughout the entire passageway, and the water droplets on Zhou Yuan's body actually showed some signs of freezing. There are plenty of pearls underfoot, so why did 2 dog have to run to the edge of the safe zone? Zhou Yuan picked up the wood chipper in pride, and realized White Suing Yang's ex-husband and Erdog were close to the shrimp head monster. The reason is that these pearls are set very firmly. It is difficult to pry down. Zhou Yuan pried for a while, prying a lot of broken, really good quality on 2. Miraculously, the closer you get to the cold tide shrimpers, the more brittle the coral floor becomes and the chances of prying out an intact pearl become quite a bit higher. It was a good thing that Zhou Yuan's purpose of coming was not to collect pearls, but to check out the Dragon Palace in Erdog's mouth, the copy in his own eyes. Therefore, after harvesting 6 pearls and taking about 20 steps, he gave up the urge to continue. These shrimp soldiers are named and ranked, and while they may seem like gatekeeper gremlins, they can cause small temperature changes. Even if Zhou Yuan had an iron head, he knew that he couldn't do anything to the other party, so there was no need to attract the other party's hatred and personally experience the other party's attack power. The last one was so headstrong that his daughter-in-law remarried, and the Erdog family still has to thank that big brother. However, not touching or trying did not mean that Zhou Yuan was unable to estimate the strength of these cold-tide shrimp soldiers. Assume a game tempo with an initial character attribute of 1 and a minimum of 1 attribute value gained per level. Then there is a minimum difference of 15 attribute values between my strength and that of the cold-tide shrimp soldier. While skill-wise it is impossible to estimate. Of course such assumptions are ideal, and the real gap is likely to be more exaggerated. With this kind of strength, coupled with the refreshing nature of the replica, they are indeed called immortal demons. Chapter 8. The level 15 copy, Clear Sand General's Nest, was not something Zhou Yuan could raid right now, but this copy is still full of value for him. He swung his woodchipper to roughly pry apart many of the pearls and tossed the cloth scarf that had tied his head to the ground as he returned and walked into the duplicate portal. When he got out of the cold and returned to the clear sand river once more, the cold river water was as comforting as a soft hot spring. He dressed and returned home to fetch a large clay pot with a lid along with a set of thick clothes. Zhao De Huang had not returned yet, and the two village men were sleeping heavily and did not notice Zhou Yuan's movements. After returning to the stone arch bridge again, he stuffed the two sets of clothes into the clay pot and re-entered the copy with the woodchipper in his arm. Just moments after entering the copy, he opened the clay pot and put both outfits on his body before observing the changes in the copy's environment. The intact coral floor, the unshattered pearls, and the disappearing head tie scarf are all evidence that a refreshing ability exists in this replica. Moreover, this refreshing ability will not only refresh the things within the copy, but the leftover foreign objects will be refreshed as well. It doesn't refresh when people are there, it automatically refreshes when people leave. If one person is left to man the replica for an extended period of time, could the replica become a secret base for hoarding supplies? Far away from the normal world, in an unknown space, and with an internal environment that is self-contained. How is it a bit like the legendary Cave of Heaven? To put it another way, if I were a native of this world, I would definitely treat this kind of arcane space as a forged secret realm between heaven and earth. No wonder the second dog family will be here called the Dragon Palace. Hidden in the river bottom, shrimp soldiers guards, the space is self-contained, is not the legendary Dragon Palace. Zhou Yuan stroked the coral ground that was incomparably real to the touch and thought of an ancient text he had learned as a child. The story of Peach Blossom Garden. After taking out the dangerous monsters in the replica is indeed called a Peach Blossom Garden for ordinary people and a heavenly paradise for seekers. The Clear Sand River is just one of the many tributaries of the Drainage River, and a small one with little reputation. With copies existing in places like this, the number of copies in this world must not be small. Zhou Yuan had played a lot of video games when he was in Blue Star. He knew that something like a duplicate would be difficult to tap into if all hints were removed and dropped into the middle of the vast game world. But as soon as the numbers go up, someone will always find out by accident. As it is now, Suingyang's ex-husband found General Qingsha's nest. He related to Suingyang, and Suingyang related to Ergu's family. This means that there are people or forces that could potentially pass down the secrets of the copy from generation to generation and consider it their own blessed secret realm. The Great Wei State, the family with the copy of the inheritance. The village old mouth does not leave the territory, and does not die and does not extinguish the demons. It's a situation that's kind of like a normal human society that's integrated into the game world. Zhou Yuan shook his head to shake out the narrow guess. He knew too little about this world. It is neither reasonable nor reliable to analyze the state of society on the basis of a single copy. However, plausible guesses were not useless. At least Zhou Yuan could rely on his guesses to extend a certain amount of environmental cognition. According to normal game logic, the IQ logic of field monsters and copy monsters should be similar. These 6 cold-tide shrimp soldiers acted very much like game monsters with hate ranges indeed. So if you don't enter their attack range and just provoke them with your voice, will it inspire their attack judgment? Zhou Yuan leaned his back against the portal and called out loudly while tapping the coral ground with his firewood cutter. Hey, here. The 6 cold-tide shrimp soldiers didn't even look at him, like 6 realistic statues. This phenomenon is so disorienting that the locals are likely to let their guard down and get poked with a fork by the cold-tide shrimpers as they move into attack range. Facing the rigid cold-tide shrimp soldiers, Zhou Yuan instantly thought of digging pits, burning and poisoning. However, the coral ground is surprisingly hard. And fire and poisoning are also needed to verify the judgment, logic and defense strength of the cold-tide shrimp soldiers. That is, Zhou Yuan lit firewood and used the smoke to affect the cold-tide shrimp soldiers to see if they would attack the fire source and the fire setter, and if the flames could lower their blood bars. General Changsha's nest was a good testing ground, and Zhou Yuan would not leave without obtaining some intelligence. Therefore, he first returned to the riverbank and returned to the replica with a large clay pot full of twigs and leaves. Advancing 20 paces, he pulled out a flint to ignite the grass wadding and build a fire, into which he threw a couple of damp, thick twigs while the fire burned. Both hands tugged at the front of his shirt and kept agitating it, trying to keep the smoke billowing in the direction of the chilly shrimp soldiers. After watching the smoke float towards a cold-tide shrimp soldier, Zhou Yuan immediately retreated back near the portal. Without waiting a moment, the cold-tide shrimp soldier smelled the smoke, decided it was under attack, and simply lifted off standby, ran towards the fire with his feet up, and poked it apart with a fork. It stepped over the burning branches and continued to walk towards Zhou Yuan. The burning branches were crushed by it, and the other 5 cold-tide shrimp soldiers also went into attack. As soon as Zhou Yuan stepped back, he touched the portal and left the copy. After he returned to the riverbank again, he had to admit that the cold-tide shrimpers weren't really rigid and stiff, they were competent killing machines. As soon as they determine that they are under attack, even if the attack is unusually weak and unable to do any damage to them, they will switch to an offensive state. Poisoning plus fire is relatively feasible, provided someone holds off the cold-tide shrimp soldiers and lets the fire poison take effect gradually. A living person can block a copy from refreshing. Can a living animal? Zhou Yuan dug into the water and in no time at all, he turned out a palm-sized freshwater turtle, and smoothly tied its shell with a grass rope to ensure that its limbs could not be stretched out. He then carried the turtle and entered the copy again, and the burning branches were indeed refreshed. The polished coral floors and motionless cold-tide shrimp soldiers make the place look unusually neat. Turtle, it was a great experiment. I'll remember you. After Zhou Yuan placed the turtle on the ground, he skillfully exited and re-entered. Then something magical happened. The turtle was gone. As if the replica didn't recognize the turtle as belonging to a player-like creature and refreshed it right out of the box. Turtles can't block copy refreshes, and odds are that chickens, ducks, fish and dogs can't either. Not to mention insects. Looks like my cockroach poisoning method won't work. The gamified vision, coupled with the copy hints, caused Zhou Yuan to enter a state of overstepping the level of rating the copy. But it turns out that a completely speculative approach cannot threaten the replica monsters. It is equally difficult for the natives of this world to rely on schemes and tackle powerful copy monsters. A level 15 copy is too much for me right now. I need low-level copies or low-level wilds. The lower the level of the copy, though, the easier it is to breach and the more valuable it is to the locals. I'm afraid it will be difficult to inquire or explore such a low-level copy. The muddy river water and turquoise algae will be able to block my vision, causing me to fail to notice the abnormality of the clear sand river in the first place. Not to mention the various mountains and buildings. No, buildings, unreasonable buildings, manors in the mountains, boat fortresses on the water, even temples and Taoist temples, docking forts that don't choose advantageous terrain, and so on. Any building that doesn't make sense could have been built for a hidden copy. Chapter 9, Skills, Rest and Recuperation. The Clear Sand General's Nest copy provided Zhou Yuan with a way of thinking. The testament of the village elder and the encounter of Cuanyang's ex-husband proved that the game monsters and copies were not something that appeared only with Zhou Yuan's traversal, but rather a phenomenon that was integrated into history. It made him first think of cities, dockyards, temples, Taoist temples, and other buildings. If it were a normal world, the odds are that the city would be built in a place with easy access to transportation or difficult terrain. Temples and Taoist temples will also prefer famous mountains and scenic locations. But this world has game monsters and game duplicates, and there's an extra layer of consideration for where the buildings are located. If I were a native, I would have no more than 2 choices after discovering the copy, either to keep it secret or to guard it. However, the option of secrecy is unreliable, and if left unchecked, there will always be someone else who gets in by accident. Choosing to guard is time-consuming and labor-intensive, but as long as one has a certain amount of strength, no one will be able to force their way into the manor's shrine, bunker, library, or any other private place like that. When Zhou Yuan thought about the game copy into the historical dimension, he came to a conclusion that was both good and bad. The good thing was that he didn't need to be like a headless fly exploring the world for copies. The copies of the game that have been conveniently found over a long history have likely had a corresponding owner or guardian. The bad thing is that the power that inherited the copy of the game is likely to treat the copy as its own most important asset. Not only will they try to hide it, they will fight to protect it. The Great Wei State, and the dynasties before it, these constantly changing dynasties, succeeding the legacy of the previous dynasty from generation to generation. The accumulation of game copies is bound to be no less. Zhou Yuan found another purpose for his military service. Originally, he was only thinking of obtaining the resources of the military camp, but now he had an additional reason: to blend into the court to explore the game copy. For him, the game copy was not only about the source of experience value, but also about strengthening himself quickly, and even having a chance to come into contact with the legendary immortality. He came into this world with a severe lack of security and social status, and given the choice, he would not let himself fall into a state of distress. I really wonder how the people of this world will utilize the game copies and what kind of strange society will develop. Zhou Yuan had asked the old man in the village about imperial examinations type questions, but the old man said that he had never heard of reading a book and passing an examination to become an official. The Great Wei practiced a recommendation system, similar to the raising of filial piety and honesty of the Blue Star's 2 Han periods. Here the kings and queens do have balls, and the family can't have a chance to be an official without some power. Zhou Yuan had thought that such a system was practiced because of low productivity and limited access to knowledge dissemination. The phenomenon of game copies now told him that it was likely that there were copies as a legacy of the great and powerful clans that could not be killed. With dynastic changes not being able to break their roots, it would be too hard to get them off the stage of history. After wringing out his wet clothes, lifting the clay pot, and wrapping the 6 pearls into his belt, Zhou Yuan got up and returned to his house. After seeing a dark shadow push open the courtyard door, Zhou Huang on duty was busy sticking out his head to yell, "Rock! A little more practice? No more practicing. My body is sluggish. I'll catch up on my sleep tonight." "That's a good feeling. I'm relieved that you're sleeping. I'll go and coax your tummy with a whole chicken egg when morning comes." "Yes, I want it. I'm not hungry for just pie." Zhou Yuan knew that Zhou Dahuan was thinking about a piece of meat and felt that he had taken advantage of his juniors, so he planned to get something affordable in return. He didn't reject Zhou Dahuang's kindness, and after casually responding, he fell headfirst onto the bed. Perhaps understanding the way forward, he slept deeply and steadily this sleep. In the dream he went from a level 1 copy, brushing up to a level 100 copy, and not only became the strongest human, but also broke through the boundary between immortal and mortal. But just as he was traveling through the stars of the universe, an azure planet suddenly appeared and erupted with a powerful gravitational force that yanked him down into the sky. "No, that's not very nice of you." Zhou Yuan managed to fall off the wooden bed with a carp. Sunlight shone through the window into the damp interior, and on the wooden pier, which was used as a stool, stood a large coarse earthenware bowl, in which a small chicken egg lay. "It's still Uncle Big Yellow who's so polite that he says whole chicken eggs." Zhou Yuan got up and washed his face, bit open a willow branch to clean his mouth, then sat on a wooden pier while plucking eggs and checking the attribute panel. The 3 attributes of essence remain unchanged and are still very harmonized at 1. The life value changed again. Originally after eating the meat last night, his blood bar recovered to 97%. However, after being ravaged a few times by the icy environment inside the copy, his blood bar dropped back down to 92%. Rounding up, last night's chicken was kind of a waste. Well, if the chicken is eaten for nothing, it's the same as not eating the chicken. And the chicken that the Risho family lost is no longer relevant to him. Other than that, the biggest change to the attribute panel was the addition of a new skill. You've realized recuperation and mastered a life skill. Recuperation. LV1, 1/10. Effects: recover fatigue, nourish the spirit, alleviate negative states, the essence of stillness and the beginning of movement. The bright and shiny skill introduction allowed Zhou Yuan to understand the power of the new skill. "No wonder I woke up physically comfortable and refreshed, with half the symptoms of a cold and flu." So it was sleep skilling. Sleeping and eating were the 2 life abilities that Zhou Yuan valued the most. These 2 abilities were his most promising restorative skills to tap into at the moment, and fortunately they both worked well enough to give him some trial and error capital. There was no stopping him from exercising his skills now that his muscles were sore and his blood bar was lowered. "I rely on my food and recuperation skills to restore my physical state. The second dog has nothing. How is he supposed to recover his bloodstain when he's bloodied?" Zhou Yuan looked at his attribute panel and suddenly remembered Airdog. That kid must have gone to the Clear Sand General's nest the night he tied the knot. Otherwise his blood bar wouldn't have suddenly plummeted to 89%. Now that I think about it, that kid came to me with weak legs and a pale face. He probably had a wind chill and cold. and it wasn't any 7 times a night at all. Zhou Yuan was in the yard of the second dog's house last night and heard him talking, so he was not worried that he would die of illness. He was more interested in knowing how an ordinary person's bloodstain would be restored, and whether it would lower the upper limit of the bloodstain after excessive depletion. He couldn't sit still when he thought about this. A self-experimenting warrior like Erdog had to have observers to collect data. Rock, going for a run. Ha, well, you two hurry up and keep up, or you'll be waiting to be scolded by Uncle Big Yellow Stone to discuss a matter. Today you get up late. Let's not run. The village loafers have been laughing at us all these days, calling us melongoons who don't practice our strength or guns, but just know how to practice running away. Then what are we waiting for? Get the sticks. They'll know the benefits of running fast when we're chasing them down. Come on. Just waiting for your words. We can't do it unless you take the lead. Chapter 10, Voiding Blood Strips. Strange. Why aren't those melongoons practicing their escape today? Who knows? Maybe the guts are broken and the legs are weak. If you ask me, Stone and the others are just cowards. If we were to serve in the military, we'd have no fear and no pain. That's right. I've long wanted to break into the enemy line and kill them. It's just bad luck that I didn't get the chance. 5 lazy loafers, living off their mothers-in-law, reclined under the elm tree at the head of the village, eating dates and bragging. At first glance, I thought they were true warriors who had not been recognized for their talents. A few loafers are talking about the rise. Suddenly found from the south came 3 men. At first they did not take it seriously, and then a closer look, scared half to death. Brothers, it's time for the noon meal. I have to go home. So what, I've got a stomachache. I'm going to take a leak first. Coincidentally not. My dog forgot to feed it. Brothers get together later. Seeing Zhou Yuan's figure holding a wooden stick and hanging a wood knife on his waist, a few valiant and brave men with unparalleled mouths gave a couple of words of spectacle and then ran away without a trace. Hurry up you two. You won't get a single stick if you're slow. Under the friendly condolences of Zhou Yuan and the 2 village men, the 5 idlers who had been roaming the countryside were sent back to their respective homes with sticks. The 2 village men who followed Zhou Yuan were exceptionally excited after they crushed their opponents without suffering any damage in a 3-5 clash. Stone, it's still you who's quick. When dealing with such a rascal, you should just get on with it. The village Han, who had the honor of being there, lifted up his chest with a high spirit, no longer holding back his feelings from before. Let's go. And stop by the second dog's house. The boy came to visit me on the 2nd day of his wedding, and I can't forget him. When Zhou Yuan entered the yard of Erdog's house openly and honestly, he realized that Erdog had been planted this time. Yesterday night the second dog was able to talk and move, but this noon the fever is high. Zhou Yuan glanced inward through the window and realized that Erdog's blood bar had dropped to 77%. Ergo's father and mother were sighing and quietly wiping their tears in the yard, while Suingyan was inside the house from time to time panning cloth towels to physically cool Ergo down. Honestly speaking, seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan was not surprised. He had personally experienced the coldness within the General Clear Sands nest copy, plus the fact that diving would inevitably wet his body and hair. It's a normal condition for a normal person to get cold and fever when exposed to this level of temperature change. Not to mention the fact that Erdog has been in and out of copies many times. Erdog was not Zhou Yuan who had recovery skills, and this was not the Blue Star where medical treatment was well developed. Heavy colds aren't a big deal on Blue Star. Not so much here. Uncle Zhao, has Old Man Luo from Xiaodong village been here yet? Looked. Old Man Luo said 2 dogs, this is the evil wind into the body. External wind cold. He went back to get medicine. I don't know if Old Man Luo's prescription will work, but if it doesn't get better in a couple of days, we'll take Erdog to the county to seek medical help. Okay, if we go to the county, you guys give us a word and a few of us will help send Erdog there. If you don't say it's the stone that's reliable, I can't work on my legs, and I don't have a brother at home to help me out. Thanks to our stone that's reliable. Although the 2 dogs family was a bit calculating towards Zhou Yuan, the purpose was to draw relationships and form an interest group for the next generation. Therefore, Zhou Yuan did not have any ill feelings towards this family. While comforting Erdog's parents and observing Erdog's status, it didn't take him long to realize that Erdog's blood bar had dropped another 1% to 76%. Cough cough. Coughing sounds came out of the house from time to time, and the breathless second dog proved with his own state the consequences of the lowering of a normal person's blood bar. In most games, not to mention the character blood dropped to 70% or more. Even if it fell to 30% or less, still alive and well. Silk blood back to kill the situation is not uncommon. But in this real world, the consequences of a rapidly decreasing bloodstain are too serious. A minor loss of combat power, or continued deterioration and loss of life. This means that a normal person's blood bar is a vanilla statistic that doesn't have to be completely emptied. Eliminating about 40% of it would make their combat status difficult to maintain. Well, like two dogs, his blood bar looks like it still has 76%. Not much of a problem on the surface. But in fact, it is only a matter of 10 days. 10 days and a half a month. Either the disease is under control and gradually improved, or the whole village set the table for everyone to eat. My son's father. There are only a few prescriptions in old man Luo's hand, and he prescribes the same medicine for every disease. So I'm afraid he can't cure Erdog's fever. Why don't you take it to the county for medical attention while the stone is there? Look again. The family doesn't have that much cash money. Tomorrow when Erdog's fever doesn't go down, we'll sell the land and go to the county. The two-dog family is now rich, but the copy of the pearl out of the light. Really want to take it out in a hurry. It is likely to be the county of the strong man to harm the life. Therefore, Ergu's father pinned his hopes on old man Luo of Qiaodong village, hoping that Ergu and their family would survive the disaster. Hey, still greedy. Papa Erdog let out a low sigh, his lips trembling as he chanted wordlessly, as if praying for his son's safety. Squeak! The wooden door to the courtyard was roughly pushed open, and an old man without a few patches on his clothes barged in with a naive young man. The water's boiling, isn't it? So hurry up and cook the medicine. We'll stay at your house tonight. Father and son, if we don't see any results, I'll take you into the city in the morning to find the old proprietor. A group of people are busy. Finally let the second dog to eat the medicine. The next depends on the second dog's destiny. Seeing that the matter was over, Zhou Yuan planned to leave Erdog's house, but Ergu's parents were worried that they would be rejected if they asked for his help again. And they pushed and 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 pushed, and they had to give him 2 chicken eggs. In order to put their minds at ease and show that he was willing to send Erdog into the city, Zhou Yuan had to accept the deposit with a favor. Although they only got 2 chicken eggs, the 2 village men accompanying them were not annoyed. They split one and left the remaining one for Zhou Yuan. To them, it was reasonable to send folks to be cured, and since the Erdog family was so poor, no one could take the family for what they were not. Zhou Yuan was not polite when he got the chicken eggs, peeling the shells and coming over to old man Luo, asking about the topic of qi and blood tonic. Uncle Luo, do you have any qi and blood replenishing formulas there? Pack 2 pairs for me, both to accompany the clinic, but also responsible for contacting the county Chinese medicine hall of old man Luo. Treatment naturally will not be bad. He and his son in the hands of the same chicken eggs. When he heard Zhou Yuan's words, his shelling hand suddenly stopped and he carefully sized up Zhou Yuan again. Stone, with your flushed face and full of essence, it doesn't look like you've lost qi and blood. Is there any hidden disease? Don't be ashamed to say. You are still young. Early cure, early good. If delayed time to become stubborn disease, your life will be miserable. Uncle Luo, seriously, I'm not going to serve in the army. Stepping up my workouts these days has made my back sore and my body unhappy. It's like this. I do have a prescription in my hand to invigorate blood circulation and nourish qi and blood. However, tonic medicine is expensive. You can't afford it and I don't have any. So I can only prescribe you some cheap and common herbs. Success. I'll try the efficacy. If it works, I'll order a few more pairs. Chapter 11, Guns Out of Line. In the end, the second dog was a strong boy of 16 years old, and his body capital was sufficient. The guy's fever was actually gone after 2 bowls of medicine and a big sweat. Erdog's family rejoiced, and old man Luo, the pharmacist, also got free and neatly helped Zhou Yuan to prepare the medicine. Stone. Although this medicine is a nourishing and nourishing medicine, but you can't eat more. You take it easy. You need to know that medicine is 3 times poisonous. Uncle Luo, don't worry. I should be emergency. Really want to eat off and also have to find some expensive tonic medicine is not. Look at what you can do. Expensive tonic medicine is worth more than you. That ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Hishawa was not something you can afford to eat. After old man Luo plucked out 12 copper coins from Zhou Yuan's hands, he explained how to boil the herbs. Zhou Yuan, relying on the fact that he had an attribute panel, boldly experimented with the effects of the medicine. Old man Luo, who was from the countryside, was not so deceitful, and as a bowl of bitter pungent pill soup was poured down, Zhou Yuan's blood bar did change. But at first it wasn't the blood bar that went up, it was the blood bar that went down. After dropping 2% of lifesteal and then going up 4% of lifesteal, the actual conversion was that a bowl of medicine only restored 2% of lifesteal. Zhou Yuan watched his blood bar drop from 92% to 90% and then rise to 94%, and suddenly understood the meaning of a deficiency not being replenished. He is now sufficient blood and chi. Hard body, but where a weak body so tossed a few times, the poisonous medicine is likely to damage more. Less recovery, rather than not make up for it. Zhou Yuan believed that there existed formulas in this world with mild medicinal effects and significant results. It's just that old man Luo didn't have any famous tonic medicine in his hands, nor did he have a good prescription. My honey, another man's arsenic. I have dietary and recuperative skills to draw out more of the nourishing medicinal effects and to mitigate the negative effects of tonics. This dose is a tonic for me. A little rejuvenating soup, not so much for others. Soups that could return blood, even if they injured first and then replenished, and could only produce a positive feedback of 2%, were acceptable to Zhou Yuan. A packet of medicine could be stewed twice and could restore 4% of the life value in a day, which gave Zhou Yuan a new way to recover besides stealing chickens and dogs. With the help of the tonic, Zhou Yuan further strengthened his skill exercises and also quickly gained new rewards. You have realized the stabbing gun and mastered a spear technique. Stabbing gun, LV 1/10. Effect, the forehand is like a ring, the backhand is like a lock, the chi is cohesive, and the gun comes out in a line. The core of a technique like stabbing a gun is two things. One is power and the other is precision. After skilling up his stabbing spear, Zhou Yuan's stabbing spear finally crossed over the stage where his hands were not up to the task, and his accuracy was greatly improved. Dang! The bamboo pole without the tip of the gun accurately stabbed the copper coins hanging from the grass rope. The sound of metal clashing caught the attention of the three village men, and just when they thought that Zhou Yuan was just lucky, clang 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 clangs appeared one after another. Bamboo sticks stabbing copper coins are far too intuitive and far less stealthy than chopping wood with a woodchopper. Until this time, the three village Han was surprised to find that the stone this kid really refined something. Amazingly, Uncle Big Yellow, the stone has really realized this time. I haven't played a lot of sticks in the past few days. Aiming at the eyes and stabbing the neck would be considered good. And it's amazing that the stone could stab such a small copper coin. Don't compare yourself to the stone. How many times has the stone been enlightened? How can you practice something real? However, this boy is getting more and more evil. He is at least 5 paces away from the copper. How can he stab the hanging copper plate? Grabbing and tying a line doesn't sound difficult, but it's not simple in practice. Zhou Yuan's spear thrust was not a slow outburst after aiming, but a burst of chi and a fierce sudden thrust. To be able to ensure accuracy in such an explosive burst of stabbing was already not inferior to a proper practitioner. Good. There's something about this kid. If he becomes a war soldier, he can stab a few heads with that accuracy. This big gun is fierce and venomous and hard to take, so you two serve tea and say something nice so that stone can teach you. Uncle Big Yellow, why don't you go? I'm old and decrepit. How can I have a chance to become a war soldier? You guys practice well. The big gun is faster and more accurate than anything else. The two village Hans were very obedient to advice. They were mostly resentful in their hearts when they were first chosen to watch over Zhou Yuan, but now it's different. Zhou Yuan's bravado, daring to lead them to drive away the idlers, and the big gun in his hand pointing and stabbing wherever he wants, really convinced them. Therefore, they held tea and served towels and stood quietly beside Zhou Yuan, hoping to learn a trick and have more money for military service. Phew! Only after waiting until the stabbing gun skill had risen to level 2 did Zhou Yuan put down the bamboo pole in his hands and stretched his aching arms. The benefits of ability skilling are so great that the skills appear like a pass line, firmly stabilizing the lower limits of skill. The growth in skill proficiency was also increasing the lower limit of the skill, so much so that Zhou Yuan had a feeling of being able to move the gun at will and have it under his control. Rock, done practicing? Say something. What do you mean? I'm enlightened again and again and again? That's the one. Stone, you've realized it all. So you must have understood the trick. Why don't you teach us? That the two of us won't let you work for nothing. Chicken eggs, beans, squash, and other tasty treats will be arranged for you. Okay, you guys practice a couple of times. I'll take a look first. It's difficult to work on martial arts skills quickly without an attribute panel similar to the one permit. Pay what you can panel. Zhou Yuan had instructed them for half an hour one after another, and the two village men's jabs had not improved significantly. Luckily, his words were straightforward and his techniques were very thorough, and the two village men felt that they had benefited a lot even if they hadn't practiced. An action-based skill like jabbing a gun brings tactile feedback that is more pronounced than a life skill. After acquiring a new skill again, Zhou Yuan's pursuit of running became even higher. He compressed his downtime and focused on practicing running whenever he wasn't working on his skills. Brother Stone, running again? When I'm better I'll run with you. Son, is the second dog better? I can get out of bed and my body doesn't hurt anymore. But I'm just weak and always coughing. Zhou Yuan passed by Ergu's house and glanced at Ergu in passing. The kid was sitting on a wooden pier sunbathing. His mother-in-law was worried that he would get tired, so she wouldn't let him do anything and let him rest. The blood bar on his head had recovered from 76% to 80%. In the end, the young man had a thick base, and as soon as his condition got better, his vitality surged up. If you are weak, rest more. I have old man Luo's bag of tonic medicine there. When you get well, I'll get you a pair to replenish your body. The second dog saw that Zhou Yuan was about to leave with a wave of his hand, so he busily stood up from the wooden pier and got down on the fence wall to yell, "Come over here, Brother Stone. I'll talk to you about something." "What's the matter, two dogs? Do you boys have any more secrets?" "Brother Stone, I almost died this time and figured out quite a few things. This bead is Tsuing Yang's dowry. You keep it. If you join the army, you can also take it out to bribe the superior officer to get a better job." The round pearl was very beautiful under the sunlight, and Zhou Yuan could tell at a glance that it originated from a copy of General Changsha's Nest. "I can't accept it if it's too expensive. Besides, we're brothers in the army together, and it's up to you to find a good job." "Stone brother, you put away on it. My father sold the field," begged Nourishing to report the epidemic. The county agreed to change people from the army. "That's fine. You kids find a camp as early as possible and get on with your life." Chapter 12: The Nobility of the Villagers. It is not impossible to change the quotas of the ding servitude that are registered in the household. The officers will screen the disabled and clear out the epidemic patients. Where there is room for tolerance of disability, epidemics that is not tolerated at all. The officers of each county office will never let the infected people mix into the strong soldiers, which in way is a capital offense of spreading the plague to the army. As a result, the sons of rich families who did not dare to break their arms and legs would mostly report epidemics and thus escape military service. Of course, this comes at a cost, and the families of those replacing military service personnel who need to report epidemics take care of it themselves, which involves spending a large sum of money. Zhou Yuan how did not expect. Two dogs' father even took out the heirloom family property, looking for someone to top the two dogs' military service quota. In this way, the Erga family has no way back except to go to the city to make a living. Their family at the moment cannot even be counted as farmers. At best, just stragglers. The social status is plummeting. From such as the bottom, fell to the bottom of the rail. Perhaps the serious illness has changed the thinking of the Erdog family, and now they would rather take some risks to keep the only male member of the family's offspring. I just don't know if it's good or bad to go to the city with no one to turn to for peace and quiet. The second dog's wealth is not exposed, no matter where you go. When you are unfamiliar with life, it is better to live in poverty. I know, Brother Stone. My father said I should go to the city as an apprentice. And old Uncle Luo in the East Village introduced me to a master carpenter. I can suffer, and as long as my master doesn't whip me to death and teach me the ways of camping, I'll give him my old age. Success. If I make a name for myself, you can call me by my name if you get bullied. Zhou Yuan was still somewhat touched in his heart when the second dog dared to come up with a pearl gift in perfect condition. After all, the second dog is taking a risk by giving a gift. But if he is a vicious man, the lives of the second dog's family will not be easy to say. Brother Stone, can you get your family's fields back? Why don't you also take the path of using farmland to offset your labor? And we'll both go to the city together to make a living, so we can take care of each other. I can't walk away from this law. It's not like you don't know that it's written in black and white on the land deed that I can't get the fields back until I get a wife. The father of the former body from the army before the fear of not being able to return. The village to take advantage of the opportunity to screw Zhou Yuan to eat the extinct family. It will be hung on the private land in the Nourishing family. With this hanging, the predecessor grew up safely and was able to get a share of the rations from the Nourishing every year, but it's a little harder to get it back. After all, in his previous life, he had a reputation for being a simpleton, and both serious and unscrupulous people couldn't see him as a solitary simpleton. It's also true that it's harder for a man like you to get a daughter-in-law than it is for me, and most of your fields have already been taken as private property by the Risho. He will not agree to anything. And you take his field against the service. Ahem. By the way, Brother Stone, the other day's matter you just pretend that I have not said anything. The matter of the birth of a doll, I want to make my own efforts. After a brief farewell, the Erdog family left in a hurry, rushing into town 2 days before the county errand boys entered the village. The man who replaced the 2 dogs in the service, called Li Dazhuang. The family has a full 5 men, typical of the small land and many people. Zhou Yuan saw clearly that when the errand boy called out to the other strong men, he drew a circle, but only when he called out to him, He drew a crosswalk. This means that their family is extinct, as long as he does not come back. In the future, Xiaoxi village service and grain will be counted as 66 households. Although Ergu and his family lost their fields and went to the city to make a living, their family's household registration was still in Xiaoxi village, and their future service would still be counted among the candidate households. Quiet, young and old. I'll say a few words. This military service is a decree of the imperial court. It's not that our brothers are deliberately harsh on you. Look at the men in this service, both young and old, and our brothers will pretend that there are no strong men in your family, and we will muddle through for you. We brothers speak of love and justice. I hope that you will speak of morality and justice. Out of this village do not escape and do not mess, otherwise the county office to pursue the matter is going to be involved in the family. I won't say anything else, but you elect a stewardly hombre to lead the group. Let's pass through a dozen stage stations, but not enter the county, and go straight to Jing'an City, the county office. The servicemen do not enter the county is very reasonable. They are all countrymen, and just passing through the county. Once the rise of mischief, it is inevitable to wreak havoc on the people in the county. Interestingly, the errand boys also recognize the old man as a substitute for the strong man. It is thought that there is not much fighting in Wei, and that the recruitment of soldiers as usual is to maintain the system, not to replenish them urgently. Why don't you choose? Or I'll just order whatever. If it were a labor service, the village men would definitely rush to be the leader. But this is a military service, and the leader will most likely be selected as a war soldier. So the village men don't want to suffer from this hard work. I'll do it. Under the watchful eyes of the village Han and the errand boy, Zhou Yuan, who was wearing a firewood knife on his waist and holding a whistling stick, stood out. Good man. Or young people have impulse. Successful. You will be the team leader of the Bridge West Ding service. Zhou Yuan's demands are different from the villagers. Most of the villagers want to go back to their hometowns to farm as soon as possible, while Zhou Yuan wants to get off his feet to practice martial arts and strengthen himself. For this reason, the status of team leader, which is shunned by village Hans, is a worthwhile starting point for him to strive for. But what Zhou Yuan did not expect was that he still needed to prepare his own dry food on the way from the army. Li Zhen Laolihead took Zhou Yuan's hand, told him to keep an eye on the village's several wheelbarrows. Lost nothing cannot lose food. In this way, led by the errand boys, the village men set out pushing their unicycles containing firewood knives, clay pots, straw mats, and other sundries. Zhou Yuan, as the team leader, did not have to rotate the carts, but was instead placed in the middle of the queue by the errand boy to manage the 23 village Hans. A group of people walked and stopped. First went to Qiaodong village to join another team of strong men, and then went to Shashi village and Dalanzhuang to make up a team of 100 people, before heading towards Jing'an City, with a familiar errand boy leading the way. The stalwarts arrived at the post in time for nightfall. There was shelter here, big bunks and no blankets, but at least they were sheltered from the wind and rain, and they didn't charge the stalwarts. But if you want to eat here you have to charge for it. Even a few of the leading errand boys had to eat as long as they had hot soup and soaked up the biscuits from their cloth bags. The old men who had had experience in the service were important at this moment, and at their yells a couple of half-grown boys ran out to gather wood and hay and boil water outside the post. When Zhou Yuan first looked at all this, he had the feeling of a group exploring a picnic. It was only when Zhao Dehuang handed him the cold biscuits that he broke away from his romanticized imaginings and returned to the reality of sleeping and eating. Sweet. Yes, Uncle Rhubarb. You can still get sugar. What are you talking about? This is date paste cake, dried food steamed with red dates and rhubarb rice. In years past, we didn't get this kind of treatment when we served in the labor force. We just arrived at the place half dead. But this military service won't work. If we're in such bad shape that we're sent back from the barracks, we'll still have to replenish our stout men. You kid is blessed. Eat this date paste cake. I guarantee you'll arrive at the barracks alive and well. After a noisy dinner, the village Hans didn't even need to be directed by Zhou Yuan. They took the initiative to give up the big through bed to the old and weak, and laid straw mats on the ground and slept. It was only at this moment that Zhou Yuan truly felt the pain of service and the costliness of the township party. Stone. Pick a few Hans to watch the grain wagon. Don't dare make a mistake. Can't go wrong. Don't worry. Chapter 13, Beasts of Rank. The windy journey was very hard, but Zhou Yuan was able to profit from it. After 3 days of traveling, his ability to run was finally skilling up, allowing him to generate revenue even as he ran. You've comprehended fitness to walk and mastered a life skill. Walking. LV1, 1/10. Effect. Strength is generated in the waist. Force is applied to the feet. Endurance is nourished by walking. and speed is enhanced by running. The most intuitive impact of the appearance of the skillkin steps was that Zhou Yuan's movement speed became faster, and the higher value was the possession of the function of harboring endurance. At this time, Zhou Yuan already possessed 3 life skills, food supplement, recuperation and fitness to walk, and 2 attack skills, 4 splitting and gun stabbing, but he still wasn't satisfied, and on the way with him he collected quite a few tiny dead branches, folded them into finger lengths and practiced throwing them. Stone, don't always throw branches at me, if you have nothing else to do. Gather more firewood and save yourself the trouble of searching for it when you get to the next post. Uncle Rhubarb, bear with me, it doesn't hurt when the twigs hit your body, just think I'm messing with you. Team Hashizum, are you practicing your eyesight and trying to learn how to shoot? I can tell you, you can't go back to the countryside if you learn bow and arrow. Those who can draw a bow and shoot arrows are elite soldiers, and the barracks won't say anything to release them before they get old and weak. The leading errand boys were surprisingly well spoken while in the field, and did not act in a casual manner in scolding the servicemen. Usually when something goes wrong, they pass it on to the village team leaders so that they can go down and fix it. Zhou Yuan could see that they were worried about the township party making trouble, and intentionally threw the management conflicts to the township party's internal self-digestion. As a result, these errand boys usually got along very well with Zhou Yuan, and often got together to chat after becoming familiar with each other. I'm young and strong, and I've been a strong leader, so I'm more than likely not going to be able to avoid the regular pawn establishment. It would be better to learn something and be a well-treated good shot. I see. The army emphasizes courage and reveres shooting. If you can open a hard bow and shoot accurate arrows, you will surely be promoted by your superior officer. But my brothers advise you that there are many people who want to use good shooting and bravery as a qualification for advancement. Humor is based on a passion. Good shooting depends on talent, and it's hard to surpass the robes around you just by practicing hard. Thanks for telling me. I'm not forced, and I'm trying. Martial arts can strengthen the courage, bold and strong temperament. Bright. The police officers look at the handsome young man in front of them, suddenly feel that this teenager should really not come back. Those who aspire to be lowly in the clan may die in the battlefield, or they may waste away their years and advance in their lives with great difficulty. Go quickly. Dusk is falling, and it is not easy to sleep peacefully in the deeper dew of the wilderness, so it is better to arrive at the post as soon as possible. The group joked and laughed about the bittersweetness of the situation, most exchanging information about their family's acres, and a few confiding in their military aspirations. The only people who know is that without a little bit of courage and blood, military service is better than corvée service. After all, that army tent are all killing men. In the end, to use the fist to speak, the weaker the more miserable, the stronger the more prevalent. Zhou Yuan walked on the side of the group and looked at the bustling village Hans, knowing that these people were the ones he was most likely to fight for in his squad. Auxiliary soldiers serve for 3 years and regular pawns serve for 10 years. Even if all of these village Han were auxiliary soldiers and not regular pawns, they would still have to serve in the army for 3 long years. These men were his countrymen, and as soon as he became the strongest of them all, they would spontaneously rally around him, to do his bidding and serve him. Bang, bang, bang. In time for nightfall, Zhou Yuan and his group finally arrived at the next post. But the door of the stagecoach station was closed and there were no lights, so the officers had to go up and knock on the door. Why are you so late? Go in. There's no more food, but there's hot water, so you can make do with what you've got. An elderly stagehand opened the gate and ushered the errand boys into the courtyard. Why are you alone? And where are the other stagehands? The other stagehands have long since run away. I can't run away with my old arms and legs, so I'll just eat this official food until I die. The elderly stagehand put the crowd into the courtyard and then returned to close the gate, moving the thick wooden stake against it. We don't leave the lights on at night or close the doors at dusk at the post, so don't go out once you're in the yard. This territory is infested with blind bears, although it is not as bad as the big brown bears in the north, but it is also very fierce. Let your stout men keep watch for the night, for if a few of the old and young are taken, there will be great trouble. With so many of us, the bear blind, as long as he is not really blind, will not dare to come to feed. Hey, you're wrong then. It's the crowds that make for good foraging. Those blind bears are very cunning, often 5 or 6 groups of infestation, pouncing on a gripping on the go. Dare to chase past, they dare to halfway ambush. The words of the old postman sent chills down the spine of the officer. This post was built in the middle of nowhere for transit purposes. If there was a raid by wild beasts, there would be no place to hide. Wild beasts injuring people and disturbing the stagecoach. Does the county office to which you belong not care about such a big matter? How to manage. When the armor soldiers come, they run away, and when the armor soldiers leave, they come back. So it's better to block the door and close the house than to block the mountain and seal the road. Success. We'll try to stay out at night and block that door and window. Stagecoach station room is limited. 110 people crowded. Sleeping straw mat floor can barely live. But more than 20 unicycles can only be placed in the courtyard. The village Hans were not naive and listened very well to the advice to move the unicycle load of sundries and dry food into the room. I've said all I can say. So be careful in the night and don't blame me if you damage anyone. The old stagecoach man wandered back to his room, leaving behind a crowd of overwhelmed village men. Stone, what should we do? If we don't see to be afraid of those during the day. But this night is not good. The Han men of Xiaoxi village subconsciously handed over the decision-making power to Zhou Yuan, allowing Zhou Yuan, the nominal leader, to take an idea for everyone. Zhou Yuan waved his hand to signal them to be quiet and greeted the errand boys with questions. Dacha, can you lend me the use of your iron rifle? The beasts are not picky in their foraging. We can't all go to sleep. We must always leave a few bold ones to keep watch. Success. Take it if you want. If it really hurts the beast, I'll give it to you. In the wild beast-infested territory, the guts of the errand boys on night duty were not there, but the guts of lending 2 swords and guns were still there. With their help, Zhou Yuan not only obtained iron guns, but also organized a night watch squad armed with whistling sticks and wood knives. The other stalwarts were ready, but at the word of command, they would take up the weapons at their sides to drive away the beasts. The cool moon and the brilliant stars give off a slight glow, making the night less chaotic and dark. Zhou Yuan and the man on night duty, hiding in a large room, stared dead on through the window at the inside and outside of the courtyard. About midnight, the sleepiness of the men on duty came on, and from time to time they yawned and wept. Here we go. There's 6 bears. Where is it? Why don't we see it? Ring the gong and wake everyone up. If we can't scare them off, we'll have to fight for our lives tonight. Zhou Yuan's vision was different from that of the stalwarts, and he saw 6 bloodstains, rapidly approaching the stagecoach's courtyard wall. 2 of the blood bars had the word blood on top of them. Level 3 Mountain Forest Moon Bear. I can't believe there are levels. They should provide experience. Chapter 14 Experience Explosion. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of the crisp gong, the Hans on night duty in the other rooms were instantly galvanized, and also struck up their firewood knives and wooden sticks. Due to the possibility of the beasts hurting people, the servicemen, who were already light sleepers, immediately scrambled to get up when they were stimulated by the noise. Only the old stagecoach man, with an unhurried glance outward, rolled over and peeled off his bed and burrowed into a hole in the ground. A few officers also wanted to follow in, but the hole in the ground was not big, and the old stagehandler refused to open the lid, causing a burst of curses. Brothers, take a plunge and gather at the doors and windows, and if that man dares to break in, we'll poke him back. Under Zhou Yuan's command, the servants restored order, holding a whistling stick against the doors and windows of the house. Hey! Who? Hey! The servitors shouted horns under their breath and struck sticks in an effort to make noise, hoping to scare off the beasts in the darkness of the night. It was reasonable to say that the noise made by hundreds of people was enough to scare off ordinary beasts, but the beasts outside the post seemed to be able to distinguish between armored soldiers and folk, and despite everyone's cries, the beasts outside the courtyard had no intention of leaving. The darkness of the night cast a protective color over the blind bears, and the servicemen were unable to see their movements. However, in Zhou Yuan's eyes, the blind bear's movements were seen clearly. He saw the blood bars of the 2, level 3 Mountain Forest Moon Bear, and first gathered at the courtyard gate to keep knocking. Then it gradually rose again along the earthen wall, and it was only after the 2 large bears had gone over the courtyard wall that Zhou Yuan could vaguely see their features. The 2 black bears stood taller than a man, had a V-shaped white spot on their chests, and were very majestic with round heads and large ears. The other 4 black bears were one size smaller than them, with only blood bars on their heads and no level attributes. It's coming. Light up. Big guy, don't be afraid. That can't be stronger than the 20 or so of US. The warm yellow light illuminated the room, and the nervous village men gasped and sweated involuntarily. At this moment, the stage house was both a protection and a cage, and just 6 black bears forced the servants to defend themselves, not daring to leave the house. In this way, the numerical superiority of the servitors was largely eroded. In a situation where you can only rely on the companions around you and can't count on others to rescue you, the 6 black bears had to face not really 100 or so Hans, but more than 20 people in a room. A couple of men will remove the bedpan and push it against the door and window as a shield. The rammed earth hammered into the walls was strong and reliable, and the bears had a hard time digging through the walls. The easiest places to break through remained the wooden doors and windows. Thump, thump, the black bear began to bang on the door, and the village men inside the house couldn't help shivering as they gripped their whistling sticks. Zhou Yuan stood in the first row by the window and set up his iron gun, ready to attack. Roar! A hideous bear's head suddenly smashed through the wooden window and roared loudly at the village Hans in the room, causing them to wail in fear. Steady! Steady! Knock it on the head! Poke it in the neck! Bear paws and bear bile are worth a lot of money. After this, we can all turn around. Spurred on by Zhou Yuan's shouts and fear, the village Hans finally erupted and beat up on the black bear that attempted to climb into the room. Such an attack can only stimulate the black bear's ferocity. It can't kill it. The best way is to press against its head so that it can't get in. But where could the village Hans keep their wits about them? And the Hans holding up bedpans by the windows were so frightened that they threw down their boards and retreated. Zhou Yuan was similarly a bit nervous, but the power of the skill began to manifest at this moment. It doesn't matter what his mental state is, as long as the skill is inspired, it will produce a steady stream of damage. He stabbed a shot at each of the bear's mouth and snout, stabbing the black bear with a bleeding mouth and a scream of rage. The injured black bear was ferocious. A pounce is about to be rooted into the house. Zhou Yuan saw the opportunity. The end of the gun against the ground against the black bear's mouth stabbed. Oh, oh, the cold spearhead pierced into the throat cavity, and the weight of the black bear coupled with Zhou Yuan's stationary spear caused the spearhead to pierce through the black bear's neck. Zhou Yuan watched as the black bear's blood bar exploded down by half, so he busily drew out his firewood knife and aimed 2 power splits at the bear's head. 2 bangs and a knife into flesh and blood. Due to the skill boost, Zhou Yuan slashed extremely accurately, turning the blind bear into a true blind man. That black bear suffered fatal injuries and still wanted to escape, but was stuck in the neck by the iron gun, tearing between the blood bars straight down. Not a moment to wail and roar immobile. However, this method of pretending to be dead could not fool Zhou Yuan as he looked at the beast whose blood level was only 26% and still dropping. Zhou Yuan grabbed a whistling stick and greeted the village Hans as they poked its head and together they pushed it out. This time the black bear couldn't pretend to be dead any longer, and the poke of the club made the iron lance at the neck, causing secondary damage to it. While it was being poked over, Zhou Yuan also grabbed the end of the iron spear and yanked it hard, and just this one time completely killed it. Ding! Kill level 3 mountain forest moon bear. Experience plus 30. Boom! The heavy bear carcass slammed to the ground, invigorating the village man inside the house and frightening the other black bears. Unlike the village man who only had bear corpses in his eyes, Zhou Yuan also saw an item that emitted a faint green light. Popped something? Zhou Yuan glanced at the bear carcasses outside the window suspiciously, but did not immediately go out to pick them up. Those black bears had not yet left. It was too dangerous to go out now. Ow! Ow! Roar! After a few beastly roars, the 4 unranked black bears prepared to run away, and the remaining level 3 mountain forest moon bear pounced on them and tore them apart. A good opportunity. Zhou Yuan took the chance to probe his hand and grabbed the iron gun on the bear corpse and pulled it out with the help of the 2 village Hans. The whetstone. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's shout, Zhao Dehuang immediately rummaged through the clutter and handed over a barred stone. At this moment, the head of the gun in Zhou Yuan's hand was damaged and bent, and the tip of the gun had even chipped off a piece. But he still did not give up on the gun. After instructing the 2 men to sharpen their guns, he found a hammerhead for a backup weapon. After a short wait, the level 3 mountain forest moon bear bites 2 unranked bears, while the other 2 climb the wall and escape. The dead black bear appeared to be very important to him, and he ignored the 2 fleeing bears and pounced on the crumbling window again. Guys, this guy holds a grudge. We can't let it in. Don't fight it. Use the whistling stick to tip it out and wear it down. If we can do one, we can do the second. After killing a big bear, the village Hans' confidence soared, and although they were still nervous, they weren't so scared that they were knocking around. With the efforts of a dozen or so burly men, Bear was pushed off each time he went through the window, turning the battle for life and death into a jousting match. Zhou Yuan held his lance at the end of it, and with a few jabs, he poked its eyes, mouth and nose. By this time it had lost most of its threat, and in this mutual attrition Zhou Yuan stabbed it in the ear hole from the side and called the village Hans to come together to nail it to death. Try harder. Poke it in the head. Ding! Kill level 3 mountain forest moon bear. Experience plus 30. After all the 2 large bears were dead, the village Hans were just about to slow down their energy when they saw Zhou Yuan tumbling out of the window. I'm going to check on the other brethren and see if they need rescuing. Amidst the cries of be careful, be righteous, and don't be a fool, Zhou Yuan leaned down and picked up a green ball of light and a white ball of light. Ding! Obtained Moonlight Bear Bile. Big Bear Steak. Chapter 15 Martial Power Increases. Herbs, Moonlight Bear Bile. Pharmacology, clearing heat and removing toxins. Calming the liver and improving eyesight. Consolidating the root of the body and cultivating the vital energy. Can be combined with other drugs to be refined as a dan, increasing the efficacy of the medicine. Effective use, if the genus of essence is less than 5, the essence attribute will be +1. When Zhou Yuan came into contact with a white and a green ball of light, the two items that the Great Bear had exploded disappeared in an instant. Opening the attribute panel to take a look, an item option had been added to it, and two items, the Moonlight Bear Guts and the Great Bear Pile, had been automatically stowed away. This Moonlight Bear Guts can actually directly increase attributes, even if there is an upper limit restriction. It's still considered a precious curiosity. I didn't realize that picking up exploded items would activate the item bar. Can a normal woodchipper and a bear carcass be included in it? Zhou Yuan found out after some attempts that the firewood knife and the bear carcass were not able to be collected out of the item bar, but the picked up explosions could be freely taken out and recycled. Interestingly, Moonlight Bear Bile and Great Bear Steak can only be used by clicking on them from the item bar. Otherwise one can only function as a pharmacology and the other can only be used as a book. He saw the difference in energy utilization from this. Attribute panels were valuable for their efficiency and stability, and it was difficult for a person to pursue such extreme efficiency. Also, Great Bear Pile is slower to work than Moonlight Bear Bile, but it's also more comprehensive. Skill, Bear Pile. Effects, leads the chi with the mind, transports the body with the chi, strengthens the body internally, and harmonizes the mind with the spirit. Effective use, Level 3 increases Essence Attribute by 1, Level 6 increases Chi Attribute by 1, Level 10 increases Divine Attribute by 1. Although the Dishong Pile is an external static and internal dynamic physical art, the core is to strengthen the body and nourish the Chi, and use the Chi to contain the God. In order to seek for the most obscure and difficult to understand Chi full of the God sufficient, it was only after Zhou Yuan used this volume of martial arts that seemed to have a not so low intention that he realized that it was a very ordinary workout. Without the attribute panel enhancement, the difference between the Great Bear Pile and Blue Star's normal punching technique wasn't that big, and it was far from being as divine as it was described on the surface. Stone, why aren't you moving? Did you sprain your foot? It's okay, I just got a leg cramp. Slowing down the energy. Zhou Yuan's effort in using his skills had attracted the attention of the village Hans, and amidst their condolences, Zhou Yuan got up and headed to the other rooms. Brothers, come out. The blind bear was killed by us. There is no danger. Zhou Yuan knocked on the door from room to room, and was rewarded with an exclamation of good man. A few errand boys sniffed and looked out the window for a moment before following the village man out to count the casualties. When the errand boys and the servicemen saw the two black bears that had fallen in the courtyard, and the two large bears that were prostrate under the broken windowsill, they collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Junior Lang Jun, you guys are actually capable of fighting for bears. That's really good. With the bloodied and hideous bear head as a backdrop, the errand boys didn't even call out names like Xiaoxi squad leader and instantly became much more humble. The servitors didn't see the danger in it, but the errand boys knew that if they could wrestle the four bears they could naturally wrestle them. Now that the bear carcasses are there, a few more wounded would not be surprising, so respect must be maintained for the fierce Bridgesiders. Big differences. You're wrong about that. We were all scared silly when the first big bear pounced on us, and it was Stone who found a chance to poke it in the neck of the throat. The second one we did put in quite a bit of effort, but in the end it was Stone who pierced its brain with his iron lance. Ah, I didn't expect Junior Langjun to be so courageous. Before we were much slower. Please take it easy on Langjun. A group of people killing a bear is not the same as one person killing a bear. A group of people to kill can still be said to be Chaoshi Hanzi unity and dare to fight. A person to kill that is really brave and good man. The big difference is true. This time to kill the bear brothers under the dead force. Not a backward, or a top of a good man. If it weren't for the brothers selling their lives, I wouldn't have been able to find a chance to stab the bear, and the brothers all share in this credit. Good. Stone is righteous. From now on, all of us Chaoshi men obey you. Brother Stone is righteous. We'll all listen to you from now on. The errand boys stared at each other, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts that this little Langjun didn't look like a reckless man. His means of bribing the townsfolk were not clever, but the men who had just fought together ate it up. Success. We hear you. And the credit is counted as one big bear for the little lounge boy and one big bear for the bridge man. Let's be cheeky. Can we have one of the two black bears in that yard? What are you talking about? Dacha. We went out to the countryside together. We are all countrymen and brothers. We didn't kill the bears in the yard. So what's the harm in giving them all to our brothers? If you want it, go and get one. And the brothers from the other 3 villages will share one. Good. When it really is a young hero. Strong and powerful. Let's not talk about anything else. Big Bear exchanged the money. And on the way back we brothers went into the city to run errands. And exchanged some good food for our brothers. A few officers jokingly draw a knife and a gun to change the wounds on the body of the black bear. Do real credit to themselves. But he didn't expect an old man to stumble over, yelling under his breath. Leave the bear under the knife. Don't spoil the bear's gallbladder. Don't hurt the bear's paw. You old stagecoach man have come out of the cellar. What have you to do with the goods that my brothers have struck? Don't be rash when you're on duty. Load the bear and follow me into the city. We'll go straight to the magistrate and get both credit and a reward. The point is that only the magistrate can eat 4 bear corpses in one sitting. He's not going to overpressurize us even if he can't give us an affordable price. Come on. The fresher and more valuable this good stuff is. Led by the old postman. 110 men traveled in a flurry of activity to Leiji County, to which the post belonged. When the group arrived at the county seat, it was just dawn and the gates were not yet open. The old stagecoach man went up and knocked on the gates, awakening the soldier on duty, and after an exchange of words between the two, the old stagecoach man returned to the party. Just wait. With so many of us watching, the soldiers guarding the gate won't dare to go dark. I told them that the soldiers of Jing'an City had hunted 4 bears to offer to the magistrate, and that if the bear bile was no longer fresh, there would be consequences. Zhou Yuan and his party were indeed considered soldiers of Jing'an City. It was just that everyone had not yet entered the camp and had not thought of putting up this big flag. With this banner in place, the magistrate of Leg will also be mindful of what he eats. Prevent the brainless village man cannot get the benefit. Went to the military camp to complain about the crooked complaint. Said they wanted to offer the bear to the army, but halfway by that Leiji magistrate was robbed. This bad reputation will not be carried by the magistrate of Leiji. And even more so, he cannot be at war with the county lieutenant for this. Zhou Yuan took advantage of the waiting time to use the Moonlight Bear Bile, and added the 60 experience points provided by the 2, level 3 Mountain Forest Lunar Bears, to the martial skill, Great Bear Pile. Big Bear Steak, level 1 requires 10 points of experience. Level 2 requires 20 points. And so on. Level 3 requires 30 points of experience. The 60 points of experience was just enough to raise the Great Bear Pile to the full value of level 3, adding 1 point of essence attribute to Zhou Yuan, coupled with the +1 effect of the essence attribute of Moonlight Bear Bile. His attribute value immediately launched a 2-pronged jump, changing from a triple balanced 1, 2, essence, 3, chi, 1, god, 1. The sudden surge of attributes was unexpectedly soft. Zhou Yuan did not feel any pain or comfort. He only felt that his strength was growing and his body had become much sturdier. He quietly lifted his shirt to take a look. The original soft flesh and skin became unusually tight, streamlined muscles in natural harmony, as if he was born with a picture of cross-trained muscles and bones. Great Bear detecting poem, tendon and bone self-forming. This pile gong even comes with a hand of bear detecting poem. Chapter 16, The Laughing Prefectural Honors. The bear detective palm was not a set of killing moves, but a power generation technique that accompanied the Great Bear Pile. With the addition of this technique, other martial arts techniques would become potent. Here we go. Watch yourselves. Don't let those soldiers with black hands rob our goods. Zhou Yuan was practicing the coordination between the Great Bear Pile and the martial arts techniques when the old postman suddenly greeted him and a few of the errand boys to go over. After instructing a few teams of village men to watch over the bear's corpse, he walked towards the front of the crowd. The gates of the county town had indeed opened, and a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes, accompanied by 6 attendants and more than 30 soldiers, greeted him. He approached the line of servitors and instead of prioritizing checking out the bear carcass, he inquired with a smile on his face, what good man led the fight against the bear? And this official must thank him heavily. This level of speech is very subtle. Heavy thanks and heavy reward is only one word difference, in which the attitude is completely different. The old postman didn't dare to talk nonsense at this time, and instead looked at Zhou Yuan along with a couple of errand boys. Zhou Yuan did not shy away from the stage and walked out of the queue, clasped his fists and saluted. Zhou Yuan of Xiaoxi meets your lordship. It is all thanks to the trust of my brothers that I have the honor of leading the fight against the bear. Good young man. I am Zhang Ji, the magistrate of Leiji County, and I will definitely not covet your wealth. Let these medicine men and knife relievers of mine deal with those 4 big bears. Come with me. I happen to be having breakfast, and you and I will have a nice drink later. Thank you, Prefect, for your appreciation. County Magistrate Zhang was still a bit polite to Zhou Yuan, but he was majestic to the errand boy, and in the face of the errand boy's compliments, he just nodded coldly. Interestingly, he was again very friendly to the village Hans, and after a short while of watching the bear, he had promised out a lot of food. The village people thought that this county official was a rare and good official, and regretted that they did not live under the rule of Zheng Xinzuan. When examining the bear carcass, Zheng Xinzuan did not pay any attention to the torn fur, but instead repeatedly looked at the abdomen of the bear carcass. I've got the count. You guys can help relieve the bear later. I'll go back first and send the magistrate to bring you some food. Take your time. We'll see you off. Prefect. When Zheng Xinzuan left, the scribe accompanying him was worried that Zhou Yuan didn't know what he was doing and even tugged on him, signaling him to follow. Honestly speaking, Zhou Yuan did not want to be alone with Zheng Xinzuan. The difference in status between them was too great, and just a few bear corpses were not enough to reach the point of a banquet. But Leiji County is after all someone else's territory, and Zhou Yuan can't brush off the face of the order of a county for no reason, so he can only follow each other for the time being. When he entered the city, Zheng Xinzuan brought Zhou Yuan into the public office, and in no time there were maids coming to serve food in cloth dishes. I have to thank you for solving a puzzle for me. Young Lang, you are not aware of how hateful those black bears are, and the thought of the passing people being injured by those is bitter in my heart. I don't think it's right for Prefecture Honor to say thank you. We also had to fight desperately to save ourselves. Don't excuse yourself. How can't be? All things on the traces regardless of heart. Since you for the people to get rid of the harm, should be the thanks of the county. Zheng Magistrate seems to be very kind, from time to time asking some of Zhou Yuan's origin and past, sighing a couple of sentences of heroes. The more Zhou Yuan listened, the more alert he became, wondering what kind of calculations this prefect Zheng had. Junior Lang Jun, if you are so heroic and strong enough to fight bears, you must have had some strange encounters of your own. This county, in addition to the heart of the people, the most like strange stories. If you know the little Lang Jun, then say to hear. Just for the wine. It was not until this moment that Zhou Yuan understood why Magistrate Zheng had invited him to a banquet and even uttered some words of praise from time to time. It turned out to be an attempt to use the noble status and compliments to stimulate the teenager's heart to be proud and lead to the topic of strange and unusual things. It also made him realize that the ruling class of Wei really knew where the copies were and valued the information associated with them. Even the killing of a black bear by a group of servitors can cause them to try. Strange news. I did hear the elders in the countryside mention it, saying something about there being immortal demons in the world and immortals who live forever. I myself have never seen a miraculous thing. Wrestling the bear was just a matter of taking advantage of the terrain. The brothers wrestled with it, and I took advantage of the opportunity to stab it in the mouth and nose. Live forever? Ha ha ha. After seeing that he couldn't ask anything, the originally kindly Zheng Magistrate also lost his interest in talking freely. After casually taking a few bites, he said he had political business to attend to and took the lead in leaving the office. When Zhou Yuan returned to the caravan under the guidance of the magistrate, he realized that the county's constable had just inquired about the bear wrestling in detail and was now running in the direction of the stagecoach. The errand boy's attempts to get credit were punctured on the spot, and even the old stagehand was asked when he hid in the gutter. Stone. Magistrate Zheng really enforces the law strictly. Whoever contributes is the one who gets the credit. Not at all like the muddle-headed person in the storybook. Yes, but a smiling man with a heart of gold. Prefect Zheng's actions made Zhou Yuan realize the danger of this world. He needed a more powerful stage to become stronger in the sunlight brightly. Otherwise he would inevitably be suspected. Fortunately, the bear wrestling incident stood up to scrutiny, and the testimony of the village men was enough to offset his specialness. Toward the afternoon, when the bear carcass had long since been disposed of, the magistrate Zheng belatedly delivered the two instruments. One copy was given to Zhou Yuan to prove that he had wrestled a bear for Lake County. One copy was given to the Hans of Qiaoxi village to prove that they had made a concerted effort. The magistrates in the county sent the rewards, and after dividing them, Zhou Yuan got $500, and each of the Qiaoxi Hans got $50. The heavy head is the acquisition fee for the bear carcasses. This time Zheng magistrate did not divide it so thinly. The finance was divided into 4 portions given to Zhou Yuan, Qiaoxi Hanzi, the errand boys, and the other village Hans. As the number of people differed, so did everyone's share of the money. In Zhou Yuan's hand is a small gold cake, and the errand boys have $200 each. The Qiaoxi Hans have $60 each, and the other village Hans have only $20 each. Although this mode of distribution allowed Zhou Yuan to gain the most benefits, it also made him a rich man with a crane. In order to break this extreme gap in wealth, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to speak. Your Honor, I'm about to return to camp, and there's no place to use these belongings. I would like to seek to purchase some nourishing medicines for a strong body, and I would like to ask Prefecture Honor to fulfill my request. Oh, you know how to get ahead. You and I are destined to meet, so I'll fulfill you. This is my Linjiang spiritual ginseng pill, the best at nourishing and nourishing the body. You have 1 gold cake and $500, I could only have given you 5, but since you have done this county harm, I will add 1 more to fund your martial arts training. Many thanks, Prefectural Honor. Today's favor of Qiaoshi Zhou Yuan will never be forgotten. Zhang Xianzuan will say beautiful words. Zhou Yuan is not bad, so they all pick good words, appearing to be unknowingly. The crowd of village Hans saw this scene and thought that County Magistrate Zhang appreciated Zhou Yuan more, and wondered very much why such a good county honoree didn't recruit such a good scion. Until the time of their departure, the men of Qiaoshi village regretted it. Stone, Zhang Xianzuan is so optimistic about you. Why don't you follow the trend and stay? If you want to be an errand boy in the county, the townspeople will be able to shine. I can't stay, and I can't stay. On the other side, Zhang Magistrate's attendant asked a similar question. Not many men dare to wrestle bears. Why don't you stay as an errand boy? That young man has a few points of courage and bravery, and should be able to fight for my way. If I keep him, job small student resentment, job big student between. What job can match the youthful spirit? Chapter 17 Jing'an Armored Soldiers. The spiritual ginseng pill given by Magistrate Zhang was an ordinary item, not a special item with game hints. Zhou Yuan was unable to judge the specific effects of these spiritual ginseng pills, but he thought that a county magistrate would not be able to deceive him, a countryside boy. At any rate he spent the money, and did so in front of the servicemen. This not only reduces a lot of trivia, but also balances the gap between rich and poor within the small group of Yatting. Stone, why did you spend all the money? Not that I'm talking about you. It's good to save. When you have more money, you can ask for a wife, so you can leave a descendant for your old Zhou family. If you don't say this I really forgot. Didn't you just get $110? Lend me some first. I can't borrow it. Except for this, I still have to save money for my child to get married. Thanks to the fact that Zhou Yuan had no more money in his hands, or else there would always be a few who would hit on the idea and annoy the hell out of him. Now well, it's his turn to annoy others, and with some effort on his part, the money, though not borrowed much, fell into some favor. A few officers, recognizing his bravery and the fact that he had received $200 for nothing, would bring him some good food to satisfy his hunger every time he passed through the town. In this way, even if the road behind is still hard, it is much better than when I first left home. By the time the group arrived at the military fortress on the outskirts of Ding'an City after a great deal of effort, the 110 servicemen had rarely lost too much weight, and at least seemed to be in good spirits. Folks, there's always a goodbye when you're sent away for 1,000 miles, so we'll go back after we've delivered today. You will live well in this camp, and bear with everything. The 3 years of auxiliary service will pass quickly, and then we will come again to fetch you and others back to your homes. Junior Lang Jun, you're not like them. You're 80% going to be in the war soldiers' proper pawns. Don't tolerate anything if you can. Make a name for yourself while you're young and bloodthirsty, so you can stay in this camp for a long time. Maybe it's the fact that we're in a different country, or maybe it's the fact that we've spent the last few days together through thick and thin that's created some emotion. A few of the messengers had a sudden attack of rustic feeling, and they gave sincere advice that their countrymen should not be lost in another country. Dacha, don't worry, we are all honest croppers, and we have mothers-in-law and children waiting at home, so we will definitely not cause trouble. While the village Hans took a positive stance and told their own part, Zhou Yuan gripped the broken iron spear in his hand and nodded in the direction of the military camp with his eyes. A group of unambitious people can endure, a group of ambitious people must be ruthless. Since ancient times, the two paths of civil and military affairs have been the channels of ascension in human society, and since the civil affairs are not feasible, then they can only use the military to establish themselves. Go folks, let us and others give you one last ride. The spacious military fortress resembled a small city, except that there were no people inside, only war soldiers and auxiliary soldiers, led by the errand boy. The servicemen lined up in front of the gate of the military fort and waited for the inspection of the Jing'an senator. After walking around the crowd, the burly military man had a frown on his face, as if he wasn't satisfied with the quality of the soldiers this time. The two leading officers were busy going forward to explain in a low voice, and from time to time, they even pointed in Zhou Yuan's direction. If what is said is true, I will take these men. How could we villains dare to deceive the general? The general will know once he examines it. Surrounded by a dozen or so of his own soldiers, Senator Jing'an came before Zhou Yuan under the guidance of the errand boy. I have heard that you are a man of valor who dares to stab a bear and fight for his life, and the certified paperwork from the county is brought to me. No. The errand boys had previously instructed that all orders in the army were taken with no, and that if the general asked for a word, he should take the order before acting. Senator Jing'an took the paperwork from Zhou Yuan, and after glancing at the official seal of Leiji County, he finally nodded with satisfaction. May I dare to enter the Wuwei battalion and join the regular pawn military households? Only the general's orders. Good. Really good, young man. You are innocent, and young and strong, expensive in courage and boldness. I raise you into the armor camp. Practice strong bow and sword and spear. A soldier. Only training, only war. Do not do miscellaneous things. Under the leadership of 2 soldiers, holding armor and weapons. Take care of life. Choose 2 reliable ones from your townspeople. The Zui is more important than the auxiliary, and they are rationed with food, clothing, and money, so that they can benefit their friends and relatives. Thank you, Grand Seneschal, for the mention. Wrong. The battalion senators have their own belongings. There is no difference in size. I am in charge of selecting soldiers for battalion training. It is for selecting the front senators. I come from the Qingxi Ma clan. You may also call me Senator Ma. Remember that the military is serious and you must not refer to your military position indiscriminately. Zhou Yuan understands. Thank you for Senator Ma's teachings. After getting a daring warrior, Senator Ma was in a good mood, and took out the seal of the senator of the chosen front from his own soldiers, and gave the seal of approval to the military service document of the errand. I'll take these soldiers, so go back early and resume your duties. A few officers bowed their hands and watched the officers enter the city before turning to leave. The Jing'an army's management was very strict. Zhou Yuan was led to the east of the city by the soldiers just after he entered the city, while the servicemen were divided into 2 teams and led to the north of the city. He chose 2 of his countrymen, Li Dajiang and Zhao Taihiu, to be the Zhou soldiers. The reason why Uncle Rhubarb was not chosen was that he was too old and it was difficult for him to complete the work of holding the armor and holding the weapon. Good man. This is our Jing'an army's Wuwei battalion. We have 3 training days off, and we can change into our regular uniforms and go to Jing'an City to have fun in our spare time. But you're a new recruit, and the instructors are keeping a close eye on you, so it's best not to go out without business. The soldier leading the way said a few words and then walked towards the armored soldiers of the Wuwei battalion. And after the 2 completed the handover, Zhou Yuan formally entered the city's urn. Just after entering the urn city, Zhou Yuan felt one word: rich. There was a group of generals in the battalion who were conducting armor training, all clad in fine iron armor, holding weapons and steadily advancing forward. The surrounding forest of Zaobings, some holding water bags and towels, others holding weapons, entered in formation to hydrate and wipe the sweat of the armorers and change their weapons when they stopped. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan could not help but wonder. This treatment, this configuration, this training degree, is the county barracks should look like. Wei's wudu is not a little too abundant. Incredible, isn't it? You'll get used to it if you can stay. Don't look at it. Come with me to the dormitory. When the meal starts, you will go to the West Hall to eat on your own, and your soldiers will go to the East Hall to be fed. Soldiers in armor are dressed in red, and soldiers in zoot suits are dressed in black. They are not to be confused or replaced, or the military law will not be forgiven. Why do we eat separately, all in the same camp, eating in different places? Won't that breed resentment? What complaints? Want to eat well themselves also go to become a soldier? Our battalion is not forbidden to Zhou soldiers to a soldier. A soldier training hard, no meat and herbs to make up for the body, is going to urinate blood. If the fall of 5 labor 7 injuries, how to go on the battlefield to kill the enemy. You're not too old for this, kid. It's the right time to nourish your body. You must eat more and practice more so you don't get sent back again. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Zhou Yuan realized that the treatment of the armor soldiers was really good. The spacious room had 4 queen-sized beds, 4 bunk beds, wooden cabinets, wooden racks for armor, case goods, and seats alike. Quickly unpack your bags and report with me to the quartermaster's office. Armor will not be issued to you at first, but you will be able to receive a pair of bows and arrows, a steel sword, and a lance. This brother, I have one thing to ask. Is our Jing'an army very rich? What's that saying? Nah. The son of a worldly family sees ugly and the son of a good family sees expensive. Chapter 18, Shooting Sound Recruitment. The son of a worldly family sees ugliness, The son of a good family sees nobility. Although this sentence was an adjective, it also represented that there were sons of the world's families in the Jing'an Army's Wuwei battalion. After Zhou Yuan changed into his red uniform, he went to the quartermaster's office to report for duty. The quartermaster recorded his place of origin, age, and name, gave him a wooden soldier's medal, and told him to come back in a couple of days to pick up his official brass soldier's medal. For weapons, he got a yellow birch step bow, 30 cone-headed arrows, and one each of a refined steel sword and a green oka wood iron spear. With this configuration, just one yellow birch step bow ordinary family can't afford it, let alone having the subsequent fine iron armor. Young man, 3 months for training, 100 days for armor. If you are still in this camp after 3 months, take the paperwork and come get your armor. But these days should not be delayed. You send one of the Zojiru soldiers, so that he may learn how to cloak and maintain the armor of a war soldier. Li Daqiang you stay. After returning the equipment to the dormitory and placing it in the martial arts rack, Zhou Yuan headed to the West Hall in the battalion. A number of armored soldiers had already been fed by the time he arrived. The cutlery here was sloppy, with most having large bowls of coarse pottery, and a few having more elaborate cutlery. Those who dined delicately sat in piles on one side of the hall, and the passing soldiers avoided them at a distance, creating a clear separation. Zhou Yuan guessed that those people were either military officers or the so-called sons of the family. However, it seems that the two could have overlapped. The son of the family into the military camp is bound to come to be an officer. Cannot be the same as ordinary people as a soldier. Bring me up a meal. New here? You can only take one bowl of meat, and take as much of the rest as you can eat, or you'll be punished for your salary. The meals at West Hall weren't very varied, but the key was the meat. Until he sat down with his meal with a bowl of brownish-black medicinal soup, Zhou Yuan still felt a bit unreal. The Jing'an army is simply too rich, or rather their logistical system is rich in a way that doesn't make much sense. Although Zhou Yuan was a modern man, he knew that relying on the productivity of ancient times, it was difficult to provide sufficient meat for a local army. Nice guy. Still solid. He took his chopsticks and turned it over. He thought that the meat bowl would be like modern times with meat on top and vegetables underneath. But he didn't realize that people were fat on top and thin underneath. Except for the soup, which was all meat. In this comparison, the life of the villagers in Xiaoxi is really unlike. What they can't even eat in the new year is sparse in this Wuwei camp. With sufficient meat, Zhou Yuan's food supplement skill could finally come in handy. This was something that others ate for oil and water, and he ate it to regain blood. Gobble, gobble. The bowl of brownish-black medicinal soup had a pungent, spicy sweet mix of medicinal flavors, even though it tasted bland. I think it is not a good nourishing medicine. Many soldiers do not even look at the medicinal soup, directly take the food to eat. Sure enough, I asked the cook to know that the tonic medicine 10 days a dose of repeated boiling, morning, noon and night a bowl. Today's medicinal soup is to prevent summer heat and clear the fire Shuanqi-san. Before leaving, Zhou Yuan still wanted to find a sink to brush the dishes, but he was collected by the nimble auxiliary soldiers, and was truly served like a young master. The key to enjoying these treatments is not only no money, but also a monthly salary to get. If you don't have to go to war, it's considered a welfare unit. When the recruits assembled in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan realized that this benefit was not good. After the battalion's instructor introduced the regulations of the barracks with his name, he asked the recruits to line up and draw their bows. If it's just drawing a bow and shooting arrows, there's absolutely no problem with a Han who can enter the martial guard battalion. However, Instructor Han asked them to practice their strength by pulling in the air, and those who dared to release the bow in the air would have to compensate for the loss of the bow body and the bowstring. The yellow birch step bow in Zhou Yuan's hand was a one-stone bow. He had 3 points of essence attribute, and with the addition of the martial skill, Great Bear Pile, drawing the bow was like playing. The other recruits were miserable, and after practicing for a while, one by one, their arms were sore and shaking, and some of them couldn't even bend their fingers. Instructor Hong ignored the recruits who were painfully holding on and instead walked over to Zhou Yuan. This bow is too light for you, isn't it? I'll get you a 3-stone hard bow. No. 1 stone of weight is equivalent to 60 kilograms, and 3 stones is 180 kilograms, 360 pounds of pull. Instructor Hong Huan had wanted to kill Zhou Yuan's sharpness and let him know that a little bit of bravery was nothing in the army, but he did not expect Zhou Yuan to really draw a 3-stone hard bow. Well, like that. Practice. Your bow is heavy. I'll give you the right to improvise. If you can't hold out, then slow down and go back to the string. Don't cut your fingers trying to be strong. A dignified instructor Hong finished with a stern face and left, and when he met the other instructors, he immediately broke in a second. Brothers, how are your recruits doing? I've got hard to discipline ones coming in there. How's that going to work out? That kid is so demonic that he can draw a 3-stone hard bow to practice his strength on his first day in camp. Although Instructor Hong's mouth said that something had happened, the smile on his face could not be concealed. How long had it been since there had been such a teenage boy among the good families of the peasant townspeople? That was a 3-stone hard bow. And the arrows shot out couldn't even be called feathered arrows, but javelins in the shape of feathered arrows. In front of the 3-stone hard bow. No matter if you are an armored soldier or not. With the armor-breaking arrows as usual, one arrow at a time. Old Hong, what is the situation? How did such a good seedling fall into your hands? You wait. I'll report to the Lord Captain and ask him to transfer that boy to the shooting camp for careful training. Don't. I haven't gotten over it yet. At least give me 2 days of training to see if this kid has any talent for archery. What if he's just strong and has no accuracy at all? Old Hong, you're wrong. Accuracy is all practiced. As long as he's strong and patient and his eyes aren't blind, sooner or later he'll practice good accuracy. Success. Go report then. I'll train him first. There's only one standout in this group of recruits, and I wouldn't be talking to you if it weren't for the Lord Captain. We must practice this boy, so that those worldly men can see that there are good sons and daughters among the good sons and daughters. The captain of the Shooting Sound Battalion was not the same person as the captain of the Wu-Wei Battalion, and both had different requirements for their soldiers. The Wu-Wei Battalion requires soldiers to be bold and courageous in battle, and the Archery Battalion requires soldiers to have superior arm strength and endurance, and preferably a talent for archery. Zhou Yuan could not have imagined that he had just arrived at the Wu-Wei Battalion and was targeted by the instructor of the Shooting Sound Battalion. At this point he was still holding his bow up and practicing his strength, not realizing that he was about to get the spotlight. As dusk approached, the recruits in the schoolyard dispersed one by one, except for Zhou Yuan, who was left behind by Instructor Hong. Young man, do you want to be a common armorer, or do you want to be a general in the battalion? Naturally a general officer. Who would stay a pawn if he could be promoted? That's the reasoning. You can fire a hard bow and have enough stamina. I recommended you to Captain Lee of the Shooting Sound Battalion. Roughly in the next 2 days your transfer orders will come down. Just based on your ability to open 3-stone hard work, to the Shooting Sound Battalion at least is a sure chief. If you have some more talent in archery, promotion to Dubo is not impossible. This Dubo is the most basic general officer of our way. With 50 soldiers under his command, those below Dubo are pawns, those above Dubo are officers, with an official body and an official registration. You, a young man, will have reached heaven in one step. How can you dare to fight? Thanks to Instructor Hong for the recommendation. Yuan begged for it. So what fear is there? Chapter 19, The Secret Realm in the Camp. The Wei military system is very finely divided, and not all military leaders are generals. The 8 positions in the army were the framework for the rule of the army, namely, the chief of the army, the chief of the shur, the chief of the army, the chief of the team, the dub, the curved governor, the military secretary, the lieutenant, and the school lieutenant. Pawns below the rank of dubois were organized into military households, officers above the rank of dubois into the official registry, and generals above the rank of lieutenant into the imperial court. It can be said that only when you become a lieutenant, you are considered to be integrated into the ruling class of Wei. Otherwise you are just a ministry that moves under orders. But that doesn't mean that the rank of captain isn't an expensive position. At least in the military, captains hold the power of life and death over a battalion. Zhou Yuan did not expect that Captain Lee of the Shooting Sound Battalion would personally meet him. So much so that the soldiers in the Wu-Wei Battalion thought that he was a hidden son of a family. And try this bow. Shoot the arrows at will and let me see your endurance. No. Although Zhou Yuan's archery skills were not up to par, they were not so messy that he could at least ensure that the arrows landed in the same area. When the 30 arrows had been fired, he was a little labored for the strength of his frame, and a sore, burning pain appeared in his arms. Good. Truly a natural divine arm hand. You today open the bow green and violent. To cultivate it will not be so laborious. I cherish your talent, and would like to transfer you to the Shooting Sound Battalion and serve as a sergeant. And if you can perform martial arts and show your strength in the future, I will seek an official position for you. Thanks for the love and care. Captain Yuan is grateful. Don't panic and thank me. The Archery Battalion is different from the Wu-Wei Battalion. Wu-Wei is expensive and archery is flat. The Wu-Wei Battalion is the best part of the entire Ding'an army. Its soldiers dare to fight and can shoot, and most of them are led by the sons of the family. The treatment of the Shooting Voice Battalion is somewhat different from that of the Martial Guard Battalion. but it is easier to be promoted, and the gains and losses of that need to be considered by you. Why think so? Since the captain has granted me a military position and official status, I would like to serve in the Shooting Voice Battalion. It was indeed good for Zhou Yuan to stay in the Martial Guard Battalion, but to be able to speak to the Unified Battalion captain after joining the Shooting Sound Battalion was undoubtedly a huge upgrade in status. With leadership appreciation and the skill enhancement of the attribute panel, he would be given a steady path to promotion. Good. Come with me and I'll get you a new instructor. The Wuwei Battalion was in the east of the city and the Shooting Sound Battalion was in the west of the city. And although Lieutenant Li had said that there was a gap between the Shooting Sound Battalion and the Wuwei Battalion, that clearly referred to the treatment of the soldiers, not the treatment of the officers. In the new military camp, Zhou Yuan not only obtained a bigger room and more nutritious food, but also skipped the selection stage and directly obtained the official soldier's license and armor. The armor of the Shooting Voice Battalion was the relatively flexible ring-armed armor, rather than the iron zag armor commonly used by the Wuwei Battalion. Defensively, Tazar armor is more versatile and heavier, while ring-arm armor is heavy on arm extension and a bit lighter. After receiving his armor, Zhou Yuan began to receive systematic training, and under the tutelage of a good archer, he quickly acquired new skills. You have realized string control and mastered an archery skill. String control, LV1, 1/10, effects, unification of chi and power, concentration and locking of the enemy, increase of body coordination, strengthening of mental focus. The string control skill that was transformed by systematic teachings was more comprehensive than the stabbing lance and power slash that Zhou Yuan had figured out on his own. Not only did it have an attacking effect, but it also came with a strengthening effect. With professional guidance and adequate diet, Zhou Yuan started practicing martial arts like crazy. The food replenishment skill helps him regain blood, and the recuperation skill relieves him of negative statuses. With these two restorative skills secured, the Shooting Sound camp has emerged as a hard-working genius that makes people's heads spin. Every day he started practicing his bow at the slightest dawn, and when it was dark he was still practicing, as if he had a picture of an iron arm that would not produce fatigue. This grueling mode of exercise seemed downright self-inflicted to the camp instructor. He stopped him many times, but he failed to change Zhou Yuan's rhythm of practicing martial arts. Later, after realizing that this kid had enough essence and energy every day without any weakness, he also acquiesced to Zhou Yuan's almost self-inflicted exercise. This victimized the ordinary soldiers of the Shooting Battalion, causing them to collectively fall under the illusion that they were neither talented nor hardworking. When they revitalized their spirits with the intention of studying Zhou Yuan, they couldn't lift their arms from exhaustion in just one day. In the end, it's hard to maintain a normal training session the next day, let alone increase the effectiveness of your training. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that there was a threshold for this thing called effort, and it even depended on physical talent. For this reason, several soldiers who were full of fighting spirit were suddenly frustrated and demoralized. The birth is not compared to the son of the family, even if how to work hard but also to fight talent. Since fate determines everything, they still try to practice martial arts to do what? When the first soldiers lying flat appeared, the battalion instructor quickly realized what the problem was. Captain, that boy Zhou Yuan is not fit to practice his bow in the schoolyard. Having him there will damage the fighting spirit of the other soldiers. Oh, what's the matter? Has his archery skills risen so much that he's surpassed the older soldiers in the camp? More than surpassed. The guy was shooting left and right and everywhere he pointed. The key is that he's still using a 3-stone hard bow, and that force, but any closer to the target, can shoot through the arrow target. What a talent to be made. Beyond is beyond. It's not like we haven't had talented shooters in our battalion. Soldiers with impaired fighting spirit should, however, strive to pursue it instead of feeling sorry for themselves. Li Fu, the captain of the Shooting Sound Battalion, has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. The prerequisite for chasing hard was the existence of space for effort, but Zhou Yuan had compressed the rest time to the extreme, and ordinary soldiers did not even have the qualification to make effort in front of him. Captain, there's no way to work on it. Zhou Yuan has an iron arm and can practice for 6 hours a day. The other soldiers couldn't keep up with his training even if they pulled their hands off. 6 hours? Is his endurance so strong? Well, not only is the endurance strong, but the recovery ability is also terrifyingly strong. The camp herbalist looked at him and said that the boy was strong as a bear and had a natural horizontal sinew. The words of the instructor made the Captain Li Fu very satisfied. He really didn't misread his eyes. That teenager was indeed a natural divine arm hand, rather picking up a treasure. Zhou Yuan's command hasn't been allotted any soldiers yet, right? Captain, think twice. If you give him soldiers, You are afraid that they will not be cultivated, but consumed. If he demands of his soldiers in their own state, we will lose a number of elite bowmen in a few days. No, I mean to stop assigning him pawns and promote him to the god's arms. Is this appropriate? He's still a rookie. Would it be too fast to transfer him into the god's arm team and into the secret realm to kill now? It is not quick, and if he thinks that the camp is full of mediocre people who are above him, he will inevitably have a gap in his heart, and transfer him into the team. Even the best sword needs to kill the enemy and see blood in order to open up its edge. Otherwise it's just a flashy decoration. Nah, I'll go back and talk to him in detail. Zhou Yuan was only a teenager on the surface and did not have the rebelliousness and pride of a teenager. But Lieutenant Li didn't know this. In his opinion, Zhou Yuan was a diamond in the rough, which needed to be finely polished as well as not pressurized too much. Therefore, he decided to transfer Zhou Yuan into the team that was raiding the secret realm, so that he could meet the vastness and divinity of the world, and realize how small and ordinary he was. 100 shots and a 3-stone hard bow. Let's see if we can kill the enemy. Don't let me down. Chapter 20, The Saying of Reiki. The Divine Arms were a special guard in the archery battalion, consisting of more than 30 divine archers. Zhou Yuan had heard the soldiers in the camp talk about the divine arm team, but he only thought of the divine arm team as elite soldiers and did not know what they were responsible for. When the battalion's head instructor approached him, he realized the special nature of the god's arm team. Zhou Yuan, do you know that there are immortal demons in the world? And there are also martial artists who come and go with great heights and power to break armies. I've heard of some of them, but I've never seen them, and I just thought the claims were myths and legends. But I didn't realize that they were true. Instructor Zhong suddenly said this. But what did he teach me? Instructor Zhong looked at Zhou Yuan, who had a sincere face, and suddenly remembered his origin. The heart cannot help but sigh. The sadness of the peasant family is no better than this. Muddled life. It is difficult to know what the world looks like, but it is forgetting your origin. Remote countryside information is scarce. How can you know the vastness of heaven and earth? I know that you were born with outstanding sinews and qualifications, and sooner or later you could not look at the mediocre people in the camp, and gave birth to the grandeur of trying the world with arrows. But I'll tell you, the world is a big place, and this talent of yours is nothing in the face of true power. The instructor has misjudged me. I am not yet arrogant, nor do I dare to underestimate the great men of the world. Instructor Zhong's words made Zhou Yuan understand that his performance in recent times had been somewhat outstanding, and the battalion was either admonishing and hammering, or preparing to draw in and promote him. You're a kid who knows what you're doing at this point. Otherwise I wouldn't have given you so much to talk about. Since you've heard demon stories, I'll tell you about why this martial artist came to be. You have to understand that our human bodies have limits, and natural sinews like yours are very rare, not to mention martial artists who are strong enough to withstand demons. The fundamental thing that makes a martial artist powerful is qi, which the Taoists also call aura. These auras do not exist in the mountains, rivers, and earth, but in the cavernous paradise, the secret realm of heaven and earth, or to be precise, in the secret realm demons or items. Those secret demons are immortal, and dynastic armies, lineage families, and Taoist temples attack them from time to time, extracting from them items that have aura. In this way, the world is filled with powerful men such as the Broken Army martial artist, the Tongshan Daoist, and the Vajra Luo Han. The more Instructor Zhong spoke in an upbeat manner, the clearer Zhou Yuan listened. The powerful demonic beasts, magical plants, arcane weapons and other things in the duplicates could indeed serve as transcendent cornerstones that would open up the path to greatness. Due to the refreshing nature of the duplicates, even if they can't gain experience, the constant output of special items creates a certain number of transcendent groups. So that's how it is. According to what the instructor said, when a person swallows a demon to gain aura and become transcendent, that demon can gain something from killing. Really resourceful. People eat demons to gain spirit. Demons eat people to enlighten them. The former dynasty has done related experiments. After the demon kills a certain number of people, it will give birth to a spirit, as if the puppet empty shell, regeneration of the soul. However, the more powerful the demon, the more difficult to birth spirit. Weak kill a few people can be spiritually self-generated. Powerful slaughter thousands of people still like a puppet. Zhou Yuan did not expect that monsters could still gain spiritual intelligence through killing, but it was very much like the legendary demon cannibalism that opened up intelligence and transformed into a form. However, game monster enlightenment shouldn't be a big problem, or else the Great Wei County city wouldn't be so prosperous. Still, he was puzzled, so he went along with a question to explore the human situation. Demons don't die and don't perish. How can there be a way for us to live when they gain spiritual intelligence? It is that, but it is their bodies that are immortal, not their souls. Even if they are enlightened, being killed once still reduces them to puppets, which is why our humanity thrives. Many thanks for the instructor's enlightenment. Yuan today realized the greatness of the world, the mysteries of heaven and earth, and in the future, I will definitely practice martial arts diligently, without arrogance. Zhou Yuan sincerely thanked him. Without instructor Zhong's explanation, he did not know how long it would take for him to understand the situation in this world. Now that I think about it, game copies and game monsters have brought the world far more than just disaster and all sorts of amazing opportunities. It's good that you have it in your mind that Lord Capital is ready to transfer you into the Divine Arms. This Divine Arm team and the Xuanjia team of the Wuwei battalion are the teams that specialize in the secret realm killings. The vast majority of the meat in our battalion comes from the secret realm of heaven and earth. And without the Divine Arm and Xuanjia teams attacking, Gingan City wouldn't have been able to raise so many elite soldiers. What do you think? May you dare to meet the gods of heaven and earth. I beg to differ, and ask the instructor to lead the way. Good. You're still young and have a lot of time to accumulate merit. If in the future, when you are highly meritorious, you may not be unable to be rewarded with spiritual objects to explore the world of martial artists. Although instructor Zhong spoke well, he knew that Zhou Yuan, who was from a good family, could hardly have that kind of opportunity. Why do those sons of the world's families seek employment in the military and do not wait for their families to distribute their spiritual goods? It's not that the production of spirits is limited. Even if the production is continuous, it can only be enjoyed by a few people, not to mention that the stronger the strength, the more spirits are needed. Some clans had difficulty raising the strength of their clans to feed 2 martial artists, and were constantly worried about insufficient production of spiritual goods, starving alive the martial artists who needed to be replenished with spiritual chi. Think he Zhong-su is also from a family, but then how? Is not half of the spirit to enjoy, only into the army to sell their lives? He still remembered the words of the family head, that the clan's spirits were more than enough for 1 person and not enough for 2, so they could only provide for 1 person and store the remaining spirits. Otherwise, in case the martial artist in the family breaks through and needs more spiritual substances, he will have to sell his life to other clans to pray for spiritual food. This world the most difficult piece is just to watch others rock up, but they fall less than a chicken. What's wrong with Instructor Zhong? Why are you lamenting and sad? Ha ha ha. You are still young and have seen little, so it is good that you had better not see it for eternity, or else you will inevitably be haunted by wild dreams of turning the world upside down. In the end, they fall back to being mortal or immortal, and they are not at ease wherever they go, and their souls are haunted everywhere they go. Zhou Yuan glanced at Instructor Zhong and did not say anything to comfort him. Everyone has everyone's story. Perhaps Instructor Zhong's life is full of regrets, but he was only an outsider after all. And he was most wary of empathy and shallow friendship. Led by the sad-faced Instructor Zhong, Zhou Yuan walked out of the sound shooting camp, and it was only at this point that he realized that the Divine Arm team's quarters were not in the camp at all. The 2 of them were speechless all the way, each thinking about their own matters, and it didn't take long before they arrived at the school captain's mansion in the center of the city. The armored soldier guarding the gate waved his hand and let the 2 in after reading the transfer paperwork. Walking through the long corridors, the front was suddenly spacious, and a strange schoolyard came into view. There was a physician's apothecary, an auditor's literature hall, taverns and eateries, and playful flower buildings, as if it were a well-organized town. Other than that, Zhou Yuan saw a familiar black vortex in a room with the word treasury written on it. Copy, Bull's Head Walled City. Recommended challenge level 3. Recommended number of challengers 10-15. How about some fun at the Flower House, where the girls are all the dancing girls in Jing'an City? Before and after the 2 teams of elites of the Divine Arm Xuanjia enter the secret realm, they can all enter to seek music and listen to music to relieve their hearts of murderous hostility. Chapter 21, Soldiers Entering the Secret Realm. At the heart of Teacher Zhong's talk of Reiki is just one word: supply and demand. The stronger the martial artist, the more aura they needed. And without a sufficient supply of aura, ordinary supplies simply couldn't feed a strong martial artist. Zhou Yuan saw centralizationism in this, with a large amount of resources tilted towards the martial artists, forming a transcendent class combining wealth and power upwards, and extending downwards to the gateway families that held the localities. It's a special pattern of transcendentalists ruling over ordinary people. On the surface, it looks similar to the ancient period of the Blue Star, but the essence is that ordinary people have no ability to resist, and the change of dynasties is decided by transcendent martial artists. Zhou Yuan did not think that these problems were far away from him. He had already entered the Great Wei military camp, and sooner or later, he had to face the limitations of his origins. He was right in thinking that when instructor Zhang sent him to the inner sanctum of the Divine Arm Team, the members of the Divine Arm Team, while welcoming the arrival of the newcomer, also asked about the question of origin. Brother, how many stones to fire the bow? Mishi, is the arrow accurate? A static shot can hit all 100 shots. A moving shot hits 89 out of 10. What is the origin of the great good? The good groom? The good farmer? Rather low. This skill cannot enter the good family. Try to kill the enemy. If you can kill more than 100 enemies, since you can get an official body compliment. Members of the God's Arms are at the lowest rank of team leader, and at the higher rank of dubber. It could be said that most of the people here were officers, not pawns, and the good thing was that most of them had risen to the top through fighting, and while they valued their origins, they also valued their skills. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan really couldn't fit in with a team that had more officers than soldiers. He talked with the seniors beside him while observing the members of the God's Arm Team in the inner hall. All of these people had crippled blood bars, with the highest at 93% and the lowest at 86%. Most of the weapons were equipped with 2 bows, one of which was a 2-stone rifle bow and one a 3-stone hard bow in terms of bow structure. For secondary weapons, they were long and short-handled swords, and the armor and gauntlets were mainly half armor, surprisingly lower than the load of the shooting voice battalion. Brother Wu, is there something to be said about our cloak of armor? How come the armor defense is not increasing but decreasing? This is something you don't learn from us. We are all veterans, often going in and out of the secret realm to kill, and have our own fighting style. You've just joined to play it safe, but I can give you one piece of advice. You'd be better off bringing another bow capable of rapid fire. The demons in this secret realm have strengths and weaknesses just like people. The 3-stone bow is laborious to hold for a long time, and the 2-stone bow is just enough to be useful. Thanks to Wu's teaching, I don't need to practice any formation. No need. You'll know when we enter the secret realm. It's the turtles of the Xuanjia team that need to be in formation. We'll shoot accurately and learn to hide on the line. Zhou Yuan chose a 2-stone bow to bring along with him and followed the veteran's example of putting armor-breaking arrows and cone-head arrows in the arrow pot. Wind it up. What are you waiting for? You're the new guy, you go first. Meet the blood so everyone can see what you've become. As the bow was often taut and prone to losing strength, the battalion stipulated that warbows must be unstrung for maintenance when not in use. So Zhou Yuan's 3-stone hard bow was not strung. He had thought that since he had just arrived, he should have been treated like a spectator or something, even if he didn't receive the relevant training. I did not expect the veterans to welcome the newcomers in such a special way, without practicing or watching, directly throwing the secret world to kill. Are we all so direct here? I thought we had to be trained before we could assess whether we could stay or not. Training? What are you doing here without training? Only the sons of the world have the chance to train, and the good sons have to do it when they have the chance. Otherwise, when you're done training, where's the bargain to be had? In the spacious inner hall, the archers were busy stringing their bows, checking the quality of their arrows, and adjusting the tightness of their armor. At the moment, it was less like an indoor resting place and more like a campsite ready to fight. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of a drum, the shooters went out one after another, and when they passed by Zhou Yuan, they did not forget to say out of the army, "Hurry up and follow." The 36 archers walked to the front of the storehouse in a line of 5, next to the hundreds of basilisk-armored warriors. A man with a dignified face and wearing a bright light general's armor quickly inspected the queue, only to slightly pause his head when he saw Zhou Yuan. The newcomer steps forward. "I am Kai Chang, the battalion's military commander, and from now on I will be your immediate superior officer." Zhou Yuan was pushed by the veteran behind him, and 2 iron-armored strong men holding large shields came out from the Xuanjia team's side. "Very well. The rule of our school captain's house is to bring in the old to bring in the new. This time for the secret realm attack, Divine Arm and Xuanjia will each bring in a newcomer. Although you are newcomers, you are also veteran pawns in the battalions, so I won't talk to you about military law. Remember that when you enter the secret realm, you will not retreat without a life. You will not enter without a life, and those who disobey the order will be chopped off immediately. No, the 3rd team of God's Arm is out of the line, and the 3rd team of Xuanjia is out of the line." Zhou Yuan was originally standing before the queue and did not even need to move as the 4 God Arm archers automatically stood on either side of him. 8 shield-wielding armorers came out of the Xuanjia side, and one of the 2 newcomers was picked at random to make up the 9 Xuanjia, 5 Divine Arms, plus military secretary Kai Chang, This number was just about the same as the copy's prompted recommended number of challengers 10-15. It seems that the game copy is not just to enter. The number of challenges is the limit of the copy's capacity. Now that a new pawn has enlisted to serve, I will say one more thing. If you kill all the demons, you will pay for the supplies immediately. The precious medicine will be supplied to the injured, and all the spiritual medicine will be surrendered. Another divine arm of the mysterious armor. The secret realm to kill the enemy are counted as meritorious service. 10 promoted to its position. 100 awarded the official body. The promotion mechanism of the divine arm Xuanjia 2 teams. More harsh than Zhou Yuan imagined. 10 G in its position would have been very harsh. 100 authorized official bodies simply did not take the soldiers as a person. In the history of the Blue Star can battle beheading 100 people of merit. Not a general or sorry for that kind of bravery, but here it is just a little too much to be awarded the official. Now that the law has been made clear, all the brothers follow me into battle. Under the leadership of Military Secretary Kai Chang, Zhou Yuan followed the team and walked into the copy portal. In the next moment, heaven and earth changed suddenly, from a fortress military camp to a deserted wilderness. Looking forward, there are 2 small hills on the not-so-high slopes, which, together with the lower flat and upper steep barren hills, resemble the horns of 2 yellow oxen. The Xuanjia form up and advance. The god's arm advances with the formation. After Kai Chang gave the order, he led the advance with his round shield and lance in hand. It was obvious that he was familiar with the area, and from time to time he poked a few trapped holes with his lance, prompting the armorer to avoid the danger. The party had not traveled long before they came upon a fortress built on a hill at the corner of a hill. That fortress, earth and stone for the bottom, logs for the wall. Looking at just more than 3 meters high, the fortress door is up 2 wooden archery tower. On the not-so-high fortress stood about 20 or 30 men, some with swords and shields, some with lances, and 6 archers. The identity information on their bloodstains reads, Level 3 Walled Bandit Swordsman, Level 3 Walled Bandit Gunner, Level 3 Walled Bandit Bowman. Raise your shield. At this moment, there was no need for Kai Chang to give an order, and the armorers who were familiar with the process raised the large massed shields in their hands. Bang, bang, bang. The accuracy of the Level 3 Walled Bandit Bowman was sufficient, and several arrows landed on top of the massed shield. Open the gap. God's arms point out those archers. Zhou Yuan switched to his 3-stone hard bow and shot an arrow at the body of a Level 3 Walled Bandit archer, directly knocking out 70% of his blood bar. One more arrow was added before the Level 3 Walled Bandit archer, in leather armor, was completely sent away. Ding! Kill a Level 3 Bandit archer. Experience plus 30. Chapter 22, Teamwork. The God's Arm team's archers were really elite, and it didn't take them a moment to clear the Level 3 Walled Bandit Bowman on the wall of the fortress. In the process, Zhou Yuan gained 2 experience tips, and the second assisted kill scored 20 experience points. 10 paces to the right. Clear the archery tower of Bowman. Military Commander Kai Chang pointed his spear, and the Xian armor team immediately wrapped around the Divine Arm team and moved. There were 2 Level 3 Walled Bandit Bowmen on each of the 2 wooden archery towers, and they stood tall and aimed a burst of output at the shield formation, the terrifying force causing the arrows to nearly pierce through the large massed shield. If they were just shooting against each other, the divisional arms wouldn't have been overwhelmed even if they shot high with low shots. The key is that the archery tower is left with firing ports, and everywhere else is hard round wood. As a result, the God's Arm team couldn't finish off their opponent in a short period of time and could only hold their breath and look for opportunities. However, this situation was not a problem for Zhou Yuan. The skilling up made him shoot extremely accurately and would not be affected by the tight shield formation. He found an opportunity to fire 2 arrows through the arms of 2 bowmen in a row, greatly easing the pressure on the output of the divine arms. Good shot. The rest of you surround the left archery tower and the newcomers tackle the bowman with the wounded arm. Instead of ducking, the archer with the injured arm drew his short sword and prepared to climb down the archery tower to continue the fight. Zhou Yuan stared in the direction of the wooden ladder and guarded the area to kill the 2 injured bowmen. Ding! Kill Level 3 Bandit Archer *2. Experience plus 60. On the other side, the bowmen of the left arrow tower also died one after another under the siege of the 4 divine arm handlers. The Xuanjia team adjusts its formation and prepares to meet the enemy in close combat, and the God's Arm team goes up the hillside to shoot at high altitude. No one explained. No one raised questions. The veterans were skilled at turning the field, and the new recruits of the Xuanjia team didn't even have to turn. They just cooperated with their comrades around them. Only Zhou Yuan followed the veterans' movements and climbed up the steep hillside to the side. Squeak! It wasn't long before the gate to the fortress wall was opened from the inside with a scuffling sound of stakes. More than 20 melee walled bandits let out a roar and quickly rushed out from the walled village. Zhou Yuan realized that all the veterans around him had changed their bows to shoot faster, so he also followed suit and switched to a two-stone bow with a faster rate of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A continuous stream of arrows poured into the walled bandits, and the defending Xuanjia team relied on their large shields and lances to resist the enemy, protected by an armorer in front and assisted by teammates in the back. This squad of soldiers was like a professional substitute trainer, allowing Zhou Yuan to have a good experience of rapid upgrading. As one of the walled bandits fell, Zhou Yuan saw several white balls of light fall to the ground. The satisfaction of harvesting experience and the anticipation of bursting down items made him unusually energized, and the bow and arrow in his hand subconsciously went 2 points faster. Cease fire! Basilisks advanced to take the door. After purging the melee walled bandits, military commander Kai Chang did not order arrest, but instead ordered a quick takeover of the gate despite his injured team members. Compared to the Xuanjia team that was blocking the first line, the safety of the god's arm hand was undoubtedly much higher. As he passed by the previous battlegrounds, Zhou Yuan deliberately looked down to observe, as if he was looking at the difference between the secret realm demons and humans. Instead, he stepped over a ball of light with his foot to make a burst of drop pickups. Ding! Get long knife *3, long lance *2, rice ball *8. Gold sore medicine *2. The number of explosive drop items within each light cluster varies, from one to many, with rice balls being the most numerous and gold sores being the best. Onigiri is an ingredient that consistently returns a small amount of blood after use, and gold sore is a fast-returning drug. Zhou Yuan did not look closely at the information on the other explosive drop, and after taking a few steps beside the walled bandit's corpse, he quickly caught up with his teammates. It's strange, isn't it, that the demons in the secret realm of heaven and earth are actually human? Well, it's a bit unbelievable. I just even thought I was attacking regular bandits. Hey, just get used to it, and when you come back and see them resurrected as usual, you won't think they're human. The veteran wanted to show off in front of Zhou Yuan, a newcomer, and Zhou Yuan cooperated by pretending to be confused for once. By the time a few people walked to the gate, the soldiers of the Xuanjia team had already set up a defensive shield formation, and it seemed that they were planning to rely on the fortress gate passage to pull down the contact area. 2 paces forward, hold the gateway to the fortress, and the god's arms scatter freely. The Xuanjia advanced 2 steps, just enough to give the god's arm a firing angle. At this time the fortress bandits have swarmed to the fortress. The next is still the Xuanjia team desperately laying down defenses. God's arm team standing still shooting targets. The two-stone rifle bow also had plenty of force in the channel due to its close proximity, coupled with the fact that Zhou Yuan shot steadily and accurately. All of them were aimed at the face and neck, making it possible to shoot 1 arrow at a time. However, his output space was exchanged by the Xian armor team, and those Han who held up at the front were less likely to bleed and get injured even if they were protected by large shields and iron armor. Only after the cleanup was completed again did Military Secretary Kai Chung order a break, allowing the injured to be medicated to stop the bleeding, exit the copies, and replace them with another group of Xuanjia teams to come in. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to pick up the new explosions and got 6 swords and spears, 12 rice balls, and 3 gold sore pills. All change your bows. We're going to face the powerful demons next. While waiting for his new teammates to arrive, Zhou Yuan silently counted his previous kills and realized that after 2 battles, they had killed about 60 walled bandits. He glanced at his attribute panel and realized that the experience value was already as high as 320 points. Given the current situation, he prioritized dividing his experience between the skill string control. The distribution of so much experience caused his string control skill to instantly reach level 8, just 2 levels short of full level. String control skill, 10 experience at level 1, 20 experience at level 2, 100 experience at level 10. It's true that if you want to gain experience, it's still of swiping copies. I've been practicing hard for so many days, and my string control skill has only risen to level 4, and a wave of fighting monsters has surprisingly risen to level 8. Looking at the skills whose levels were soaring, Zhou Yuan could not help but feel some excitement in his heart. He didn't have a lot of skills on him, and there were martial arts skills such as swordsmanship, marksmanship, and horsemanship that he could learn in the camp. If he could level up all the skills on his body to full level, there would definitely be an off-the-charts change. Military Commander. The 4 teams of Xuanjia have arrived. The Xuanjia team's change of defense was very efficient, and it didn't take long for the second batch of Xuanjia teams to arrive at the walled gate passage. This time, the weapons in their hands were replaced with hook and sickle spears, and the large massed shields in their hands were replaced with iron skin tower shields, utilizing the copycap. Withdrawing some of the injured and replacing them with new raw power midway through the process seems very professional to Zhou Yuan. In this way it also kind of mimics the quick recovery of a normal player in another direction. The demon-walled city lord is violent and ferocious, and this battle remains a controlled battle. The Divine Arm team must shoot hard and swiftly with their bows and kill the demon-walled city lord as soon as possible. How are you doing, newbie? Are you holding up? Don't worry, military secretary. I'm naturally strong, and I didn't use up too much strength with my step bow before. Good. After entering the fortress, each choose a favorable terrain to shoot at, and the Xuanjia team will line up to meet the enemy. Chapter 23, The Demon-Walled City. The monsters of Bullhead Walled City are more martial in nature, or their inherent judgmental logic limits strength play. If they had all rushed out of the fortress gate in a brainwave to fight in the field, rather than in batches of incremental advances, the Xuanjia team would have long since been blown away, and there wouldn't have been any room for a change of personnel to recuperate. Soldiers are not normal players after all, and their seemingly stable combat state is in fact affected by a variety of factors such as physical strength, emotions, and injuries, hooks and scythes at the ready, false stabs and hooks, heavy control and light wounds. As the Divine Arm Xian armored soldiers crossed over the gateway of the fortress, Zhou Yuan finally saw the internal scene of the Oxhead Fortress. This is a fortress that makes full use of the mountain structure, and the internal buildings are built on the mountain and distributed in a stepped manner. The terrain of high and low drop-offs, while affecting the movement of the basilisk soldiers, was very friendly to the free-scattering god armas. There is a wooden platform in the center of the fortress, on which a flag is hung from a long pole, with black cloth as the background and white material for drawing, forming a very evocative bull's head pattern. The four-walled bandits stood at the four corners, and on a wooden chair next to the flagpole sat a large, majestic man in half-iron armor with a red scarf on his head. Not only was there a blood bar and identity information on his head, the words, Level 5 Walled Bandit Leader, were even followed by a bloody skull icon. This situation was not unfamiliar to Zhou Yuan, and special markings did exist for alpha-level monsters in some games. Would it be too hasty to start a boss right here? God's Armsman shoots fast and kills the four guards first. With a command from Military Commander Kai Chang, the boss battle officially started. The level 8 string control skill had enabled Zhou Yuan to master a unique bow manipulation rhythm, and not only was the bow speed swift, the consumption of opening the bow had also become less. As such, before the other four God's Armsmen could kill their targets, he opened his bow in successive headshots, killing two of the walled bandit guards. However, his violent output also triggered the boss's hatred, and the walled bandit leader manipulated his thick-backed greatsword and leapt down from the platform, heading straight for Zhou Yuan. The Xuanjia team breaks through to meet the enemy, and the Divine Armsmen spread out to snipe the enemy. Military Secretary Kai Chang was very reliable. The walled bandit leader's target was clearly Zhou Yuan, but he took the initiative to block the attack with his Xuanjia team. Bang! The heavy greatsword struck the tin tower shield like a hammer, splitting a deep crack in the thick shield. At this time, Zhou Yuan could no longer care about the other Divine Arm handlers. He took a few steps to mount a high ground and fired his arrows continuously with all his firepower and playfulness. The armor-breaking arrow strikes from the three-stone hard bow were sharp and steady, and the arrows went straight to the head of the walled bandit leader. Miraculously, that guy's skull was so hard that the armor-breaking arrows couldn't penetrate his skull, only tearing off a piece of flesh or setting into the bone. Faced with such a heavy blow, the walled bandit leader was so furious that he didn't even care about the Xian armor team that was close by and turned around to pounce on Zhou Yuan. Hook and sickle lock. No. The 10 hook and sickle spears began to show their power, and the Xian armor soldiers exerted all their strength to pull the walled bandit leader back hard. That pull changed the battle once again. The walled bandit leader's hate target turned back to the Xian armor team behind him, and returned with a vigorous heavy slash. Two Xuanjia soldiers were pumped back and forth. The tower shield in their hands were almost unable to hold. Beside their comrades saw this and immediately stepped forward to fill the gap, once again stabilizing the defensive line. At this moment, although the leader of the walled bandits was still powerful, he had already been defeated, because the battle rhythm of the Xian armor divine arm had become. The space left for his output was very narrow. As expected, the leader of the walled bandits charged towards Zhou Yuan again in the next moment, and the Xian armor team once again hooked and dragged. This time, the leader of the walled bandits was just about to raise the heavy sword in his hand to counterattack, and the Xian armor team had set up their tower shields waiting to prepare for defense. Ding! Kill level 5 bandit leader. Experience plus 200. The intimidatingly mammoth force did not fall, but instead resounded with the sound of a heavy weight falling to the ground. Bang! The leader of the walled bandits, whose head had been shot into a hedgehog, fell to the ground, leaving the fighting Xuanjia team at a loss for a moment. Not right. Usually how to pull 5 or 6 times. Injured a few Xuanjia soldiers. Today how can be so smooth? Is the demon walled lord learned to play dead? Among the puzzled crowd, only Zhou Yuan and military secretary Kai Cheng knew what the problem was. Zhou Yuan, because he could see the blood bar, naturally understood roughly when the boss would die and how many arrows he could receive from himself. Kai Cheng, the military commander, was the first to attribute the battlefield variables to the newcomers because of his experience. Newcomer, what is your name and how many arrows did you shoot the demon-walled city lord? Wow. Zhou Yuan slid down from the high ground and walked towards the Xian armor team while responding to the shouts of military secretary Kai Cheng. Back to the military commander. My subordinate Zhou Yuan shot 18 arrows and hit 18. A good marksman. A good groom. If you are a Xuanjia warrior, with your bravery you can be the leader of the secret realm. Military secretary Kai Cheng is not belittling the shooter, but the secret leader does not emphasize killing in fearlessness. The Xuanjia team that rushed to the front and took all the damage needed a fearless general to command them and inspire their fighting spirit. Only when they saw the general sacrificing his life to fight, could they not hesitate to pull back the demon-walled city lord with their hook and sickle spears, ignoring the danger to create output space for the divine arm team. Thank you for the compliments of the military secretary. It's not that I'm brave, it's that the Xuanjia soldiers are brave and fearless. Rarely do you have the courage and strength to not be arrogant, and know the righteousness of the robe. Indeed a good seedling. Zhou Yuan walked over to the body of the walled bandit leader and bowed his hand as if he was thanking his comrades for their efforts. Instead, the actual Smoothfoot stepped on a blue ball of light to the side and finished picking up the explosive drop. Ding! Obtained Broken Blade 8 Styles *1. Golden Silk Heavy Sword *1. Jade Truthfulness *3. Martial Art, Broken Front 8 Styles. Introduction. There are 8 colors of knives: chopping, hacking, teasing, chopping, sweeping, patting, blocking, hanging, and 8 colors of opening 8 blades to get 8 laws. Curbs, Yujin San. Effects, calms wind, suppresses spasms, relieves pain, nourishes qi, and can be swallowed to freshen up the veins and nourish the internal qi. Use, quickly recovers a small amount of true qi and removes a pain negative status. The 8 styles of Broken Blade and the Jade True Scatter were both good. The Golden Silk Heavy Blade was ordinary. Just a thick steel blade painted with golden lines. In the time it took Zhou Yuan to read the information on the explosive drop, military secretary Kai Cheng sorted out the credit for killing the demon-walled city lord. The other 4 divine arm handlers, who had shot 21 arrows, an average of 5 arrows each, were almost surpassed by Zhou Yuan alone. This shamed the 4 God's Arm veterans and pleased the Xuanjia team. Zhou Yuan, do you dare to reside in the secret realm? With your swift and hard bow, you can help the Xian armor team's robes reduce the damage. Since it helps the robe, how can I refuse? A copy quest had been so rewarding for Zhou Yuan that he was just about to find an excuse to brush up a few more times when military secretary Kai Cheng gave a perfect reason. Good. Don't leave the school captain's house in recent days. We'll take advantage of your bow profit and enter the demon mystery realm a few more times. When you are tired of your heart and mind, then I will give you a long vacation to recuperate. Yuan, it is incumbent upon him to do his best to attack the secret realm. Chapter 24 Causes of Affluence. Attacking the secret realm was not the purpose of the Xian armored divine arm soldiers. Collecting secret realm materials was their goal. After a brief tally of the battle achievements, the soldiers of the Xian armor and divine arm quickly withdrew from the secret realm, leaving behind only Zhou Yuan and military secretary Kai Cheng. Looking at Zhou Yuan's puzzled demeanor, military secretary Kai Cheng opened his mouth to explain. In order to prevent the sudden and violent death of a war soldier, the battalion has stipulated that a minimum of 2 war soldiers be left to guard the secret realm and wait for the transport soldiers to transfer their supplies. Usually we leave behind a God's arm hand and a secret leader. The reason why I'm keeping you today is because you're going to be based in the secret team and should familiarize yourself with the grass and trees here as soon as possible. Military Secretary Kai Cheng was like a copy NPC, tirelessly introducing the situation within the copy to Zhou Yuan. Apart from focusing on the standing position and attacking rhythm of each walled bandit, he also took Zhou Yuan into the room of the demon-walled lord. Zhou Yuan, all people have greed, and even though you are in the prime of your youth, I'm afraid you are not exempt from it. I brought you here to tell you that there are spirit medicines in the demon-walled city's master's room, but they are all counted and have never changed over the years. Not only that, but all the supplies within the secret area are accounted for, and a penny less is visible. You open the large chest next to the reclining bed and see if there are 10 white porcelain pill bottles, 5 blue porcelain pill bottles, and 1 copy of a martial arts book recipe inside. Zhou Yuan could hear that the new leader was teaching him to restrain his desires and not to secretly take things that he shouldn't. In case something went wrong, an investigation was in order. Faced with this kind reminder, he took it anyway, and opened the box beside the reclining bed as he was told. Sure enough, there were 10 bottles of golden sour pill, 5 bottles of jade truth powder, and a martial arts chart called Sankai Pile. Indeed, it is as the military secretary has said, in every way, my subordinate has been taught, and I will definitely restrain my greed and not take any secret realm items in the future. It's good that you understand, and what you can give you will be divided among the battalion if you don't say so. For example, the powder in the white porcelain medicine bottle was the best at stopping bleeding and curing injuries, and the Xuanjiao warriors in God's arm hand who had been injured due to the mystical attack were able to receive a bottle. Some of the hogs, live chickens, and provisions in the fortress will go into your stomachs, and some will be folded into money and sent to you. Don't you look at the secret realm of the soldiers of the Xian arm or divine arm fighting for their lives. It's exceptionally dangerous. The truth is that they are all rich, one by one, and most of them have bought fields and married concubines in Jing'an City. In this secret realm, there are only those 5 blue porcelain pill bottles you can't get. That's a Qi nourishing spirit, a martial artist's spirit food, looking incomparably precious, but in reality, it has no value to you. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you are lucky enough to obtain a spirit in the future, don't use it yourself. You can't stop using that stuff. Otherwise there's no spirit to nourish the Qi. The Qi disperses and returns to the mortal world, and in the end it's still a waste. This thing, Jade Truth Scatter, was a blue pill to Zhou Yuan, and he was able to pop a few bottles by brushing his copies, so it wasn't considered to be that precious. But not for the locals. The items in the game copy that return blue are the source of their transcendence and the spirit that sustains it. When the two functions of opening and maintaining are centralized in one type of item, the replica spirit item becomes fundamental to the transcendental group. Thank you for the admonition of the military secretary. My subordinate will certainly bear it in mind. While Zhou Yuan was talking with Kai Chang, a group of soldiers dressed in red civilian clothes quickly ran into the fortress. They split into multiple groups to skillfully rummage through the boxes, and the demon-walled city lord's room was the same, and the Jade Truth Scatter, which was treated as a spirit of the secret realm, was even transported by one of the generals himself. After they left, another group of soldiers seamlessly entered the secret area and headed straight for the pigsty in the fortress. Bang! Iron bones cracked the pig's head, and the two of them carried it on their backs and ran. And in a flash 9 pigs of different sizes were transported out of the secret realm. The next transportation of food, the catching of chickens, the collection of bows and arrows and weapons, wave after wave, ran like ants moving home. Zhou Yuan was a little confused for a moment as to whether they were a regular army or professional bandits. What's the point of staring at them? Take a good look at the terrain here. Our Xuanjia team usually positions themselves against the enemy in these 3 places. So try to see which firing position suits you best and how quickly you can get there. Military secretary, don't we have to go help? No, they're familiar with it. And it's a good job with no surprises and a good salary. So it's not exactly hard work. If we help, they won't need so many people at the shipping center. So don't send out your good intentions and cut off other people's rice bowls. The war soldiers and auxiliary soldiers are not a system, with the war soldiers being the main combatants and supervisors, and the auxiliary soldiers being the main transportation. Kai Chang, the military secretary, told Zhou Yuan that they were not standing around with nothing to do, but were supervising deliveries. If there is no supervision or management, there may be people in the middle with private stashes and people pushing and crowding and disturbing the order. After handing over the heavy responsibility of supervision to Kai Chang, Zhou Yuan began to explore the fortress carefully. He found that the Jing'an army was worthy of the accumulated years of old thieves, and that the rooms that had been visited by the auxiliary soldiers of the transportation office were cleaner than a dog's chewing. The bedding and cloth they took, the treasure chests and boxes were moved. Even the kitchen knives and iron pots were rolled away. He looked at the wooden bed in the room feeling very familiar, and upon further inspection, well, it was exactly the same as the wooden bed he had slept in at Camp Soundshot. No wonder the Jing'an army is rich beyond common sense. With the ox-headed walled city as a constantly refreshing big blood bag, they can't be poor even if they want to be poor. Taking advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do at the moment, Zhou Yuan added the 200 experience gained from fighting the boss to the string control skill. The moment the string control skill reached its full level, he felt things around him go quiet. It was an extreme concentration, and in this state, the auxiliary soldiers carrying supplies back and forth seemed to have slowed down quite a bit. He can lift his bow and know where to shoot in order to get the parried arrows to hit the head, torso, legs, etc. of the auxiliary soldiers. The hard 3-stone bow became as pliable as a 2-stone step bow, and when the fingertips brushed the bowstring, they naturally condensed and guided the force. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! 3 sharp arrows flew one after another towards the round wooden wall of the fortress. The first one just landed on its feet, the second one tore its body, and the third one came in a flash, nailing it hard on the same point. 3 stars in a row, many arrows in a row. Now if the walled bandit leader stands still, these 3 arrows of mine will definitely penetrate his skull and clear his blood bar. The full level of the string control skill had pushed the limits of mortals. Now, apart from the mysterious martial artist in the entire Gingan army, it was impossible for anyone to shoot more accurately and faster than Zhou Yuan. Maybe some extremely talented shooter can do the same thing at some point, but he couldn't fix a moment's stunning appearance, which was Zhou Yuan's permanent state. When Zhou Yuan and military secretary Kai Chun left the secret realm, the auditing clerk from the school captain's office sent money at the first opportunity. Zhou Yuan got 4 taels of gold and 500 copper coins, and Kai Chang, the military commander, got 6 taels of gold, with no additional copper coins to make up the difference. Military secretary, this treatment of ours is not too good. So many more times into the secret realm. Want to not get rich is difficult. You put in more effort and take more, and the other god-armed hands are each less than 30% of you at most. The Genestealers will take more, but they'll be desperate for defense and have more body damage. I'm a bit more particular, usually 6 taels of gold, but mistakes are penalized, and I'll lose money for the loss of a single Genghis. Zhou Yuan turned the 4 taels of gold in his hand upside down and suddenly understood why there were so many rewards in the camp. The divine armed Xuanjia soldiers were normal people in the end. They couldn't fight hard battles for a few years, maybe a year of high-intensity fighting on the body failure and heart fatigue, not without heavy money to feed the blood fighting spirit. Chapter 25, Captain Jing'an. Zhou Yuan was promoted from shot sound shifter to divine armed squad leader. A secret quest had brought him to the top of the rank of soldier, and the next step would be to bestow his official status and promote him to the military position of Dubo. Kai Chang, the military commander, was a competent leader, not only rushing to the forefront as a meat tank, but also rationally distributing military honors when resting. However, he also had his own tendency to assess the situation, clearly favoring the Xuanjia team a bit more. However, the members of the Divine Arm team, including Zhou Yuan, could not say that Kai Chun used his power for personal gain and took care of his direct subordinates, for the 7 Xuanjia soldiers with varying injuries were being treated by military doctors in the pharmacy. Some of them had cracked arm bones, some had flesh and knife wounds, and one of the warriors who raised his shield to resist the heavy blows of the demon-walled city lord even had a swollen wrist and a fractured lower arm. Fortunately, the golden sore pill produced by the secret realm had a miraculous effect, or else it would be difficult for these Xian armor injuries to quickly recover their fighting strength. Military Secretary Kai Chang, as the direct leader of the Xuanjia team, did not come forward to offer his condolences at the first opportunity, but instead stood on the side of the storehouse as if he was waiting for someone. Zhou Yuan looked far away and indeed saw a majestic general wearing general armor and a black cloak at the long corridor of the mansion. As if that general had sensed Zhou Yuan's gaze, he squeezed out a smile on his icy face and nodded his head slightly in greeting. Zhou Yuan, don't be disrespectful to Lord School Captain. He is a martial artist with chi penetrating his body, and his perception ability far exceeds that of mere mortals like you and me. You shooters have too much venom in your eyes to cause the Lord Lieutenant to misunderstand. I've been taught. Does the military secretary want to wait for the Lord Lieutenant to finish his condolences before he goes to pacify the Xuanjia soldiers? You are resourceful, but it should be so. The school lieutenant lord is a martial artist. The divine arm basilisk armor blood battle for spiritual food. In the sense of reason, the school lieutenant lord should personally sympathize. It doesn't matter how early or late I go, the most I can do is appease them, while the Lord Lieutenant can give them real benefits. Military Commander Kai Chang was right when he said that the wounded Xuanjia soldiers were jubilant and uplifted after the appearance of the highest officer in the battalion. Captain Jing'an was also very sympathetic to his subordinates, and with a wave of his hand took a vacation of 15 days for the lightly wounded, and 2 months with pay for the seriously wounded. The man with the broken arm immediately bowed down and asked to return to the city to be with his wife and children. The result, needless to say, was naturally that permission was granted, and after stabilizing his injuries he was able to return to the city to recuperate in the quartermaster's carriage. After his condolences, Captain Jingon nodded again in the direction of the treasury before leaving, accompanied by his own soldiers. Only after that tall and majestic lieutenant left did Zhou Yuan ask a question in doubt. Military Secretary, since Lord School Captain is a powerful martial artist, why didn't he personally attack the secret realm? Zhou Yuan, a martial artist's chi penetrates his or her body, and every move he or she makes is fueled by aura. It's naturally easy for Lord School Captain to attack the secret realm, but the loss of aura will also need to be replenished by secret realm spirits. We, the Jing'an army, are not a scholarly clan, and the spirit goods produced by the secret realm are to be regularly rationed and submitted to the court. The remaining spirits still need to be supplied to Lord School Captain for cultivation and wartime reserves, so how can they be used for attacking and replenishing chi? Kai Cheng's explanation made Zhou Yuan understand that transcendent martial artists were not capable of generating their own aura, and they needed to replenish their chi after every battle. It's just as well for the forces with sufficient spirit production, but the regions with limited spirit production can't really afford to use these gold-swallowing giants. For example, the Jing'an army clearly had a martial arts lieutenant sitting at the helm, but it was unable to easily utilize this powerful battle force. Come with me, I'll pacify the soldiers and you follow and show your face. When the brothers know that you have the intention of robing them, they will find the paperwork to apply for a new residence. Led by Military Secretary Kai Chang, Zhou Yuan visited the injured Xuanjia soldiers. During that time, they received many compliments and all said that they would like to fight side by side again when they recovered. You can see that the Genghis have a high demand for good shooters. With their own defense unable to be improved, these Meetans hated the fact that the shooter had grown another pair of arms to quickly kill the secret demon. In that case, I'm afraid that the members of the Divine Arm team would be disliked. Before, when Zhou Yuan wasn't around, people didn't know that the archer could still shoot sharply with a 3-stone hardbow. Now it was good. Zhou Yuan had pulled up the expectations of the Xian armored men, and the originally protected Divine Arm hand was going to have to face the inward roll pressure. Don't worry, brothers, I'll be based in the secret realm in the near future. You have the shield of valor, and I have the bow of swiftness, so it is fitting that we brothers should support each other. Men who had been in battle together had a natural basis of affection, and the crowd chatted so happily that they made a date for a banquet before letting him go. It was only when Zhou Yuan stepped into the audit and culture hall that he realized that not only did he have a new residence, he was also given the power to customize his weapons and modify his armor. Considering that the Genghis armor team has a very competent meat tank, it needs to lose weight itself to increase flexibility. He chose half-body armor with a round helmet to protect his head, and did away with all of his leg skirt armor and arm ring armor, leaving only a pair of attached tin wrist guards. Captain Zhou, do you have any requirements for weapons? We'll try our best to match you with a good bow. The metallurgical supervisor had read the records of the military achievements of the secret attack and knew that the one in front of him was unusual and needed a better weapon so that he could utilize his divine archery strengths. Metallurgist, I wonder if there are any 4-stone strong bows in the camp. That demon-walled city lord's body is cast like iron, and it's difficult to kill him quickly with a 3-stone hard bow, so I'd like to try a 4-stone bow. Captain Zhou is joking. This one really isn't. The metallurgical supervisor almost choked on Zhou Yuan's words. What is the concept of a 4-stone strong bow? 1 stone 120 pounds, 4 stones 480 pounds, nearly 500 pounds of weight, on top of 2 strong men in armor. Can single-handedly pull up this kind of weight of the guy, or human. The battalion was even more demanding, and the men of the arm of God were given 3-stone hardbows. Further up was the configuration of the martial artists, which the metallurgical service couldn't control, and they couldn't possibly have secret treasures in their hands. As a result, Zhou Yuan was ultimately unable to get his hands on a big killing weapon like the 4-stone strong bow. However, the metallurgical service indicated that they didn't have 4-stone strong bows, but they did have 5-stone bed crossbows. If Zhou Yuan did not mind it being too heavy and long, they were willing to remove the crossbow arm for him to use, considering that although his string control skill was at full level, he only had 3 points in his essence attribute, and for the time being, he had no connection with firing a bed crossbow with one hand. So he rejected the metallurgical supervisor's suggestion. If you really want a 4-stone bow, team leader Zhou, we can also find a master craftsman to make it now, but strong bows are hard to cure, so you may have to wait a few years. Don't bother, a couple years is too long. I'll just use a 3-stone bow. When Zhou Yuan arrived at his new residence under the guidance of the government's clerical staff, More than 30 divine armsmen were already waiting for him. Junior Lang Jun. The brothers don't even go to the flower house in order to look up to you. Let's go. We've chartered a table at a wine shop to celebrate your promotion to your position and to hear the teachings of your good marksman. The brothers are making fun of me. My means are all due to my natural strength, and I can't compare to the skillful shooting of the brothers. Don't be modest. In our God's arm team, yes means yes. No means no. We are not as brave as Xuanjia, and the art of the evening is the word shoot. You are better than us. We serve you, and we ask you to teach us more in the future, and to open the front of our blast bow. The Divine Arm team was ultimately a coterie of tussling men who valued archery and worshipped divine archery above all else. Zhou Yuan easily integrated into the small group with his divine shooting ability, turning from a newcomer of unknown strength to a recognized robed comrade in arms. Great goodness! We brothers should indeed drink and talk together, exchange skills, and gather the wisdom of all in the name of the whole divine arm. Chapter 26 Blood Battle Envy. After a banquet, Zhou Yuan got acquainted with the Han of the Divine Arm team. The true nature of each person was not yet known, but at least they were no longer strangers and had informed each other of their names. Interestingly enough, among the Divine Arm team, which looked like a group of tussling Hans, there were even sons of the worldly families. What these people wanted was different from what the good families wanted. The good families wanted official status and salary, and the sons of the world's families wanted to be promoted in the military and to fight for a place in the imperial court to open the spirit. It was only at this time that Zhou Yuan realized that a heavenly avenue for achieving transcendence existed in the court of the Great Way. Even if this path was very narrow, there was only one spirit opening examination once every 4 years, and each time, the people chosen ranged from a few to a dozen. But this path to transcendence did exist, and this alone made the sons of the lineage, who had not been chosen by their families, willingly sell their lives for the court. In addition, a God's arm hand from the Qingxima clan, who is of the same family as the battalion's chosen frontier senator, reveals, in addition to taking the imperial examination, some well-known Taoist temples and monasteries also open their doors to accept disciples. They would select the disciple with the best heart and character from among their many disciples, incorporate them into the true tradition, and open the spirit for them. Although the Taoist temples each had their own secret realm, they were far from being able to compare with the great power of Wei, which occupied a large number of secret realms to build cities and castles. As a result, only the Wei court could hold the spirit opening examination steadily for a period of 4 years. Whether it is a Taoist temple or a scholarly clan, there are a number of open spirit quotas, and only one can be filled if one dies. Thanks to Brother Ma's straight talk, I have been able to see the vastness of heaven and earth. What can I thank you for? You'll know sooner or later if I don't tell you. If you have the heart, just pass on some bow manipulation skills to me later. The Hans of the Divine Arm team had their eyes on Zhou Yuan's bow skills, and they hated to let Zhou Yuan turn into the battalion's instructor. Fortunately, Military Secretary Kai Chang was also onto him and informed him early the next morning to prepare for the attack on the secret realm. How's that for arm fatigue recovery? Settling down as it is. Opening the bow and shooting sharply is not a problem. Good. Go with me to beat the drums and gather the troops. We'll finish our share of this month early and get a few days of rest. Soldiers were precious, and the same was true for the Divine Arm Xuanjia soldiers. Military Commander Kai Chang didn't want these soldiers to have time to think about gains and losses. What he wanted was to continuously fight soundly and gather the number of spirit objects in one go. Zhou Yuan certainly had no objection to this. He still had quite a few skills waiting to be upgraded and was at a stage where he was in dire need of experience. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of drums resounded through the schoolyard, and the Divine Arm Xuanjia soldiers quickly headed to the door of the storehouse to line up and stand by. Zhou Yuan was one of them yesterday, but today he stood next to Military Secretary Kai Chang. Many of the Xuanjia soldiers had not yet heard of his reputation as a divine archer and only thought that he was a son of a family who had come to seek military honors. Divine Arm Team 4 and Xian Armor Team 5 step forward. All brothers follow me into battle. After a day, entering the Bull's Head Fortress copy again, Zhou Yuan's feelings were completely different. Yesterday he was more or less apprehensive, but today he was confident and calm. A full level of the string control skill, coupled with yesterday's detailed knowledge of the Bull's Head Fortress, gave him the ability to parry from long distances. Now that he had taken a few glances and judged the position of the throw, he was able to use the projectile to nail the bandits on the wall to death. Raise your shields and kill the bowman first. Military Commander Kai Chang had just given the order when Zhou Yuan fired 3 arrows in a row and took away the 3 walled bandits' archers. He didn't eat alone, leaving the other 3 walled bandit archers to the 4 God's armsmen in the same team. When he waited for the wooden archery tower, Without the command of Military Secretary Kai Chang, he shot 4 arrows through the arms of 4 walled bandits' archers, completely removing the threat of long-range arrows. Due to the many bandits outside the walled city in the walled city gate, Zhou Yuan didn't keep his hands off, and a burst of rapid fire directly harvested 20 heads. Military Commander. Today's fight was so smooth that most of the brothers were not injured. Why don't we go out and change our gear and leave it at that? At the moment, a feeling of smoothness lingered in the hearts of the soldiers. They had never imagined that the secret realm killing, which was full of dangers and could injure them if they weren't careful, would one day become so smooth. The soldiers of the Xuanjia team only thought that the god's arm hand was more powerful today. Military Secretary Kai Chang and a few divine armsmen, however, knew that a true divine archer had come to the team and was still the kind of swift archer who was gifted with extraordinary talent. Change. The rules must not be abolished, or the subsequent waiting Xuanjia warriors will be lax. If you use them again when they are fighting soundly, it is inevitable that you will not realize the lack of awareness and fear. No. The Xian armor team received the order and without further ado, quickly exited the copy, allowing another team of Xian armor soldiers armed with hook and sickle spears and iron skin tower shields to enter. Zhou Yuan, your divine shooting is nearly inhuman. In the future, we should be more restrained, so as not to let the soldiers develop the habit of dependence, or else when there is really a bloody battle, it is easy to break down the fighting spirit, and the heart is timid and cold. Furthermore, there are degrees of the number of times the battalion attacks the secret realm each month. If we pull high efficiency and increase output, it will make the court think we have room for improvement. At that time, I'm afraid that the soldiers won't even have time to rest and recuperate, and they will certainly be heavily injured in a series of bloody battles. Military Secretary Kai Chang's meaning is obvious. The sail of life cannot be pushed to the limit. Otherwise, once the transition to the peak state, it is inevitable to eat the consequences. There is also the most important point that Kai Chang didn't say, and that's the issue of ennui. Every time he went out of the secret realm, if he didn't injure a few of his soldiers, how would the Jing'an school captain, who was a martial artist, know that his soldiers were feeding him with bloody battles? At that time, will he still treat his soldiers generously for a long time? I am afraid that may not be the case. How can we get on the grace without blood righteousness? Thanks for the teaching of the military secretary. I will pay attention to the frequency of opening the bow to avoid breaking the original rhythm of the attack. It's good that you understand that since I'm your immediate superior officer, I'm going to make a good deal for you. Selling one's life to kill is following orders, and stable treatment is what soldiers need to survive. After the second team of Xian armor soldiers arrived, Zhou Yuan tightened up the rhythm of opening his bow and did not look for an opportunity to shoot a series of arrows to clear the boss's blood bar. As a result, the group of Xuanjia soldiers were still injured a few times, and when the boss walled bandit leader fell, the soldiers who won the bloody battle erupted into violent cheers. They are cheering their victory and worthiness. They are the brave men and women of the bloody attack. That's right. If you don't bring a little blood back, how can the name Blood Battle Xuanjia come about? In this secret realm attack, although Zhou Yuan did not go all out with firepower, he maintained the value of the grace on which the divine armed Xian armor soldiers relied. Kai Chang, the military commander, thought he was a young man who knew what he was doing, and he took the opportunity to see some of the rules of the camp. But even so, his gains from this copy still surpassed the last time. Last time, he had gotten a total of 520 experience points, 5 golden sword pills, 3 Yuzhen San, and several other items. This time, however, he got 780 experience points, 9 golden sword pills, 3 jade truth pills, and more other miscellaneous items than last time. With this experience, he would be able to level up the level 3, bear pile, to full level, and you also get 1 point of chi attribute added at level 6 of great bear pile, and 1 point of divine attribute added at level 10. The chi attribute is critical. Whether it breaks through a certain value and automatically generates a blue bar, or whether you need to learn a related skill. Chapter 27, Awakening God and Seeing the Spirit. The increase in essence attributes has an immediate effect. You can visualize your own enhancement in terms of strength, agility, and physical fitness. The enhancement of the chi attribute would be peculiar, even somewhat divine. When the Great Bear Pile rose to level 6 and gained 1 point of chi attribute, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt that his body was permeable, as if the countless pores had opened up as much as they could, and there was no more inner congestion as before. In addition to this, the coordination of the body rises, and physical strength grows without the stifling feeling of not being able to catch your breath when you are exhausted. However, no blue bar appeared on the attribute panel as a result. So there should still be some kind of primer missing to turn the magical chi from internal to external. Big Bear Pile is about strengthening the body, nourishing the chi, and awakening the spirit. I didn't get the 3 talent pile of the duplicate treasure chest, but just by the name alone, it should also follow the path of heaven, earth, man, and essence. Ordinary people rely mostly on energy for their actions, and the essence of a transcendent martial artist is chi. What about the God attribute? What changes will the increase of this attribute bring about? And are there any transcendentalists in this world who have the God attribute as their core? Along with the Great Bear Pile rising to level 10, the God attribute rose a little, and some doubts naturally opened up. The moment the divine attribute increased, Zhou Yuan suddenly sensed a binding, as if his body was wearing a heavy iron coat. That iron coat was both armor to protect him and a sort of prison to suppress freedom. His eyes erupted with a brilliance never seen before, and a more subtle colorless world unfolded before him. There he could even see the shape of the wind, the trajectory of the light. At this moment he was like a cicada. As long as the hard shell is removed, he can spread the wings of the cicada to fly freely. It's the soul's perspective, I guess. Although Zhou Yuan was asking a rhetorical question, he already had an answer in his mind. The consummation of the Great Bear Pile seeks not a generalized concept such as martial divine intent, but rather a very pure awakening of the divine. At this moment his soul, which was tightly attached to his flesh and blood body, suddenly awakened and detached itself from the chaotic bonding of his essence. Though a mere little increase in divine attributes couldn't possibly allow his life form to evolve. However, it stimulated the divine sense root, giving him another vision of the world. Is this some kind of spirit opening and chi refining, awakening and foundation building? Zhou Yuan did not expect that the difference between the 3 attributes of essence and spirit would be so great. The strengthening of the essence attribute fed back in real time. The strengthening of the chi attribute could still be perceived, but the divine attribute was a mystery beyond common sense. He looked at the values on his attribute panel. Essence, 3, chi, 2, God, 2. Hers was some realization that the attribute values might not be ordinary additions, but rather qualitative changes that produced quantitative changes to break the limits. Normal people have all attributes of 1, not because normal people are clumsy, but because that's the normal state of people. Every point added further up is a sublimation that approaches the limit and breaks it. The attribute panel is too powerful, and the Great Bear Pile's nourishing chi and awakening spirit are just theoretical states, but with the catalyst of experience, even theoretical states can be realized. Zhou Yuan had meticulously looked at the Great Bear Pile, and he did not think that a normal person could rely on a martial art like the Great Bear Pile to accomplish strengthening the body, nourishing the chi, and awakening the spirit. It is good enough for normal people to be able to strengthen their bodies, and trying to capture the obscure and hard-to-perceive chi and the god of the underworld is no less difficult than making fantasies come true. However, it was an absolute, and he took out a bottle of blue returning jade truth sand from the item bar of his attribute panel. If you have chi first, then you can think about raising and practicing chi. I guess it will be much easier. In order to verify his suspicions, he used a bottle of jade truth sand. As expected, the recovery of this thing was more like a supplement, and after using it, a blue bar appeared on his attribute panel. However, that blue bar wasn't fixed and kept decreasing, so I think it was the chi dispersing back to the mortal world that Military Secretary Kai Chang was talking about. Zhou Yuan did not realize how wasteful this behavior of his was. Without a chi refining method, he dared to directly obey the chi and let the chi disperse by itself. And when the Jing'an school captain who was a martial artist came, he had to say luxury. After about an hour, the blue bar that had been forcefully activated by the blue pill disappeared. However, Zhou Yuan, whose chi attribute had been elevated, could feel that this disappearance was not a dissipation out of thin air, but a soft nourishment that dispersed into his body. No wonder the world calls the blue pill a spirit. It's really good. Like an easily absorbed higher energy. After exploring the effects of the increase in chi and divine attributes, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes and slept, waiting for a new round of the secret realm attack. This behavior of his appeared to the soldiers of the divine arms to be doing his best to recuperate and maintain his physical strength for the bloody battle and attack. For this reason, a number of God's arm players who stayed at the flower house also followed suit and cancelled their playdates to recuperate their strength. Early the next morning, Zhou Yuan hurriedly ate his breakfast and headed to the storehouse to wait. In the days to come, he became a model of labor among the divine armed Xuanjia soldiers, attacking the copies on time every day and never complaining of any pain or fatigue. Moreover, he had used his ability to shoot accurately and sharply to help a number of Xuanjia warriors who would otherwise have been subjected to swords and spears. earning him the respect of a number of his robes. Without realizing it, he had become the vice leader of the secret realm with a real name, and had also become the new team core after military secretary Kai Chang. The benefits of this increased influence were not small, and now the divine armed Xuanjia soldiers all greeted him with smiles and great respect. Of course, his biggest gain was the increase in experience value and skill upgrades. After consecutive days of attacking the duplicates, his life skills, food and nourishment, recuperation, and fitness had risen to full level. In terms of martial arts, pure slashes like force-splitting Huashan were incorporated into the 8 blades of Broken Blade. The experience piled up, and the martial skills Broken Blade 8 blades and Gunstab also rose to full level. In doing so, his movement speed, dietary regeneration, and status recovery all increased significantly. It also smoothly transformed from a long-range attacking archer to a blade and bow warrior that can be used both near and far. On this day he was about to apply for a leave of absence so that he could go and make connections to learn some riding, javelin, or other skill. Military Commander Kai Chang, however, mysteriously pulled him towards the Hall of Government Orders where the Jing'an school captains handled official business. Military Secretary, what are we doing in the Hall of Government? Is the Lord Lieutenant going to commend us for our accomplishments? It's not a compliment to us, it's a compliment to you. You're probably the fastest promoter we've had here. The auditor of the Temple of Letters had wanted to press the matter for some time, but the Lord Lieutenant decided to act impartially. Zhou Yuan, this Bing Gong is not really Gong Ah. There is a meaning of love and care and promotion in it. You can thank the school lieutenant in a while. Military Secretary Kai Cheng's words made Zhou Yuan guess what to do at the school captain's political hall. As soon as he entered the government hall, the cold-faced mighty lieutenant squeezed out a smile and personally stepped down to hand Zhou Yuan a document with a bronze plaque. A fine young man, indeed handsome and imposing. This is your official document. Your household registration has been transferred from the countryside to the Jing'an County office, and from this day on you are no longer a peasant in good family, but a Wei official. Many thanks for the promotion of the school captain. My subordinate will do my best to repay the school captain for his promotion. Zhou Yuan thanked him while receiving the bronze plate of the paperwork, which was inscribed with the 3 big words Jing'an capital. Bronze plate below the internal seal script. But the Wei system of military officials' gold seal, there are 2 rows of small characters. Jing'an Divine Arm, Du Bo Zhou Yuan. In the future, if anyone asks you about your origins, you can reply with the word Jing'andu, although not compared to the big families and valves, generals and dignitaries, but the cold family will honor you, the people will let you, the government will protect you, but also have a status based on, how is it, spirited or not? Chapter 28 Painted Skin Ghost Town. Captain Jing'an asked Zhou Yuan if he had any sense of spiritedness, and more than likely he did a little. This place, Wei, places too much importance on birth. If you don't have a status that is up to scratch, you have to be thankful for the reward for even talking to people. And without an official status, people such as farmers and townspeople cannot move at will. They were so firmly bound to a piece of land that they couldn't even get a road guide except to serve in business. In such a society, having an official status meant that one was out of the scope of management of the grassroots officials, and one had the space to accumulate wealth and make progress on one's own. Of course it was not illegal for the people to save money, but the poor officials exploited them severely and did not give them the opportunity to pass on their family's wealth. Indeed, as the lieutenant said, once the identity is changed, I feel that the world is wide open. Ha ha, a bloody battle to make a mark and a lintel to forge itself. A good man should be like that. The common people pass on a field and a house, the scholarly family passes on a book and a realm, and the military family passes on a position and a title. Junior Lang, take advantage of the sharpness of the front and spell out a title, so that your lineage can be passed on from generation to generation in official rank. After receiving the official seal of the paperwork, Zhou Yuan and Military Secretary Kai Chan left the government hall. That Gingan lieutenant's identity is noble. Force is powerful. Treat subordinates but not arrogant. Pulling together the method used purely familiar, is indeed a powerful character. Military Commander, when do we enter the secret realm to attack today? Not going. The Xuanjia soldiers are tired and injured by 20%. The divine armed soldiers are tired and exhausted. It's time to let the brethren rest for a few days. Zhou Yuan, you've saved up quite a lot of money, haven't you? These days you can go to Jing'an City to buy a yard, not into the crooked door of the unification of exhaustion, to fight when no home to settle down. Military Secretary Kai Chang had gotten along well with Zhou Yuan during this period of time and was willing to mention this excessively young teenager. Thanks to the military secretary for mentioning it. I haven't been out since I joined the camp. It's a good time to take the opportunity to wander around Jing'an City and see if I can pull out some favorite objects. When Zhou Yuan got free, he remembered that he had not yet seen the cities of this world. So he got up the idea of going to the martial arts halls and bookstores in the city to have a look. It's good to have something you like. Otherwise the hostility bred by killing has nowhere to be released. And it's something that can go terribly wrong. By the way, there is one thing that needs to be explained to you. You turn around and find a brocade bag to contain your copper seal official license plate. Don't hang it around your waist. What? Does the identity of the battalion general need to be kept secret? What's the point of keeping it a secret? It's not like the general officers promoted by the Blood War are secret agents who can't see the light of day. It's just that there's something special about the soldiers of our two teams of God's Arm Xuanjia. The people of the city treat us as martial artists who cut down demons and remove devils. And the rich and powerful are also clamoring for our help. Most will say that they admire the prestige and want to invite us to a banquet. But in reality, they are all playing the idea of marrying their daughters and getting married, hoping that when there is a demon incident, there will be strong soldiers to take care of their own families. Once Zhou Yuan heard this, he felt that it was not impossible to light up this official seal. It doesn't matter if he marries a daughter or not. What matters is to be invited to a banquet by the city's great families. He just loves to eat some good food and make friends. Don't mess around. If there are no demons in the city, I won't say anything about you if you take the official seal and mingle every day. The key is that there really are demons hidden in the city. And there will be endless consequences if we show off our strength indiscriminately. There are even demons in the city. And our Jing'an army doesn't care? How refreshing. Where there aren't a few mouse holes, they are so intent on hiding when they gain spirituality. Who could find them? I see. But when I was in Xiaoxi village, I never offered to say anything about demons entering the village. Demons that had gained spiritual intelligence cherished their lives and did not dare to enter the Jing'an military camp. But there was no reason to let go of a village with low force. Zhou Yuan, don't think of demons as beasts. Many of them are humanoid and also like to enjoy beautiful things after gaining spiritual intelligence. The village is poor, no food and beauty, and the villagers are afraid of the wind, cold and fever, and do not dare to wash their bodies all the time. All of these reasons add up to the fact that most of the sapient demons prefer large cities and dislike villages. Zhou Yuan did not expect, in any case, that the demon thing still engaged in discrimination between the rich and the poor, and that hedonism still existed. It's really no spirituality without desire, and spirituality with a lifetime of desire. Listening to the military secretary, a demon with a spirit and a human form is more or less like a human. Who says it's not? Nah. It's not like you haven't seen the demons in the secret realm before. If there is a spirit, who can tell if they are human or demon? There was something wrong with military secretary Kai Cheng's words, and Zhou Yuan, a person who could see bloodstains and monster identity information, could really tell the difference. However, he would not divulge his specialness to avoid some people thinking that his eyes were divine and beating him up all day long. Come on, I'll give you a ride and show you the flowery world outside the camp. Since military secretary Kai Cheng also had to return to the city to be with his wife and children, he took Zhou Yuan with him. To Zhou Yuan's surprise, Kai Cheng even had his own soldiers, and they were the elite war soldiers of the Wu Wei battalion. Under the escort of 10 of their own soldiers, it didn't take them long to arrive at Jing'an City without any problems. This city is much larger than the Jing'an army's military fortress, and the open gates are filled with pedestrians, horses and carriages from time to time, and a steady stream of traders. As soon as he entered the city, Kai Cheng returned to his house with his own soldiers and only left an address for Zhou Yuan, telling him not to stay in a store and to go to his house at night to borrow a room. In this way, without the constraints of the military law in the camp, and with the official seal to protect him, Zhou Yuan was also free for the time being. However, he couldn't be happy because he had discovered a very serious problem. Kai Cheng hadn't lied to him. Demons really did like to enjoy themselves. As he wandered through the busy streets, he saw that several of the generous dames who were waving and selling their wares from the railings had not only bloodstains on their heads, but identifying information as well. Level 6 painted skin green slave. Level 5 painted skin delicate lady. Level 8 painted skin dancer. This is not a flower house. I'm afraid it's not a ghost's nest or a devil's cave. It would be fine if it was just this. The divine arm Xian armor soldiers plus the martial lieutenants were enough to swat down these painted skins that were entrenched in the city. But some of the women who drive around and the noble women who go to and from big mansions have the same problem. Level 10 misses. Painted skin. Level 9 and painted skin. Level 7 miss painted skin. In addition to this, there are also varieties such as 6 level painted skin beggar's head, 6-level painted skin errand boy, 5-level painted skin runners, and so on. The more Zhou Yuan wanders around, the more he feels that Gingan City is not ordinary, and it is hard to tell whether it is the human race that is powerful and the demons that are hiding, or whether it is the painted skins that are secretly parasitizing the city. In fact, he had thought of a question before. That is, since a demon could eat people to enlighten them, after it enlightened itself, would it help its subordinates or its kind to enlighten themselves? The situation in Gingan City confirms the existence of this problem. It was thought that the court also knew of this possibility, and only then did they throw the important secret realm with the army into the military fortress for closed management. When Zhou Yuan once again saw the level 8 painted skin physician sitting in the medical center and the level 7 painted skin scoundrel infesting the streets and alleys, it was only then that he realized that the professions in Gingan City that were capable of creating accidental deaths basically had painted skins. Although he hadn't been to the prison in Gingan City, he thought that there would be painted skins present among the jailers there. This is really a painted ghost city, and there is a high probability that there are undiscovered copies of ghost nests nearby. Wait, Kai Cheng's wife wouldn't be too. I'll have to check. Chapter 29, Receiving a Martial Skill. Spiritual intelligence was something really remarkable. The painted skin that had opened up spiritual intelligence actually knew how to maintain the surface order and make Gingan City look peaceful and happy. The city, though menacing, showed no signs of swarms of demons or extinction of the city's people. The painted skins were smart enough to take on all sorts of human forms and blend into the city as people. Hidden from the people, it is difficult to know the true face. Zhou Yuan found a random gift store on the street and asked the hall attendant to help him pick out some gifts. After paying some extra money, the gift store guy agreed to give it to be delivered to Yao Feng, the Kai mansion of the military secretary. In this regard, Zhou Yuan was given a living map of the city, and the gift store fellow introduced him to a number of situations within the city while he was rushing along. For example, the beggarhead most evil, scoundrel coward, flower house guests, greenhouse dance good, the most wonderful or house in the pavilion, drinking tea and listening to music with free. Residence Pavilion Courtyard is the real elegant place in the city. If you want to go to play, remember to find me. I help you to do the intermediary. Absolutely cheaper than those intermediaries want. The guest, the military secretary's mansion, has arrived, so I won't send you in, lest the concierge of the mansion think you are not sincere enough. The gift store fellow was used to looking at people by looking at their clothes and then their demeanor. He saw that Zhou Yuan looked like a martial artist and thought that Zhou Yuan was here to ask for a favor. Success! And a few more dollars for you to buy tea on the way. The guest is magnificent. They say that martial artists emphasize righteousness, and I have had my eyes open today. After the gift store guy left, Zhou Yuan held the gifts in both hands and walked towards the military secretary Kai mansion, which was not far away. The military secretary was a 5th-grade military official of the Great Way. Plus Kai Cheng was responsible for attacking the secret realm and making offerings of spiritual objects, making him an absolute close confidant of the Jing'an school captain. As such, Kai Cheng was an unabashedly rich man, and his mansion was not only large, but also had guards, concierges, and butlers. The 2 guards did not recognize Zhou Yuan and originally wanted to ask the butler for instructions, but after seeing the copper seal in Zhou Yuan's hand, they immediately opened the door and let him through. The concierge ran over to help him with his gifts and took a quick step to lead the way to the concierge. Junior Lang Jun has finally come. As soon as the Grand Master returned to his residence today, he said that he was going to host a banquet for Jinggandu. Right now the whole house is busy setting up now. I'll take Lang Jun to the main hall for tea first. It's not busy. I've been wandering around the city for half a day and I'm just in time for a break. Kai Cheng's mansion was clean, and the servants and maids that walked back and forth were normal people, and there were no traces of painted skins. The reason why Zhou Yuan came to visit Kai Cheng's house was not because Kai Cheng was his superior officer. Rather, it was the fact that Kai Cheng treated him well and taught him things from time to time, coupled with the experience of the 2 fighting side by side. That made them rogue buddies. Zhou Yuan didn't want to see his friend assassinated, so he had to come to Kai Cheng's mansion for a banquet and wine. It was clear that not only did he consider Kai Cheng a friend, but Kai Cheng likewise considered him a friend. Zhou Yuan had not finished a cup of tea in the main hall when Kai Cheng appeared with his wife and children. Although Wei's culture was open to martial arts, it still meant a lot to see each other's wives and children. Normal people represent the 2 families to pass well and value the visitors, and martial people have another meaning. That is to say, to know each other, to know who are the relatives of the robes and friends, so that when one side dies in battle, in order to fulfill the duty of entrusting, No wonder my husband said as soon as he returned that Jing and Du was a good groom. In the past, when those guards came to the mansion, it would be good if they didn't take away some things. How would they bring any gifts? Uncle is out of line. You and my husband are blood warrior robes. Treat this place as your own home. Why send gifts and break the bank? Zhou Yuan greets you, ma'am, and meets the military secretary. Kai Cheng's wife was a tall, thin person, and her 2 children were quite cute, neither of them being painted ghostly creatures. Brother, I've brought my wife and children to meet you, and you still call me military? If you don't mind calling me Brother Kai, I'll be sure to have Madam speak to you about a good girl with status as soon as I'm happy. Bah, don't call him that. I'll keep an eye out for good girls for you just the same. The 2 dolls didn't know what their parents were doing, and were very formal, pulling on their sleeves and curiously sizing up Zhou Yuan. After the 3 adults became acquainted, they settled on more intimate terms of address, and Zhou Yuan addressed the 2 of them as Brother Kai and sister-in-law respectively. You've brought quite a few gifts for this first visit, so I, as a sister-in-law, must also gift you something. You are a divine archer in the army, and this green jade thumb ring, the trigger finger used for archery, is a complimentary gift to you, so don't mind it. Thanks for the gift, sister-in-law. I was missing a wrench. Kai Cheng and his wife had planned this, and even the gifts they gave were so appropriate. Do not blame them for deliberately making friends. It is really Zhou Yuan's great potential. At a young age, he became a military dub, just awarded the official body. Although there is no family history, but the noble is clean. Such a sharpshooting teenager. As long as he doesn't die halfway, he will sooner or later rise to prominence. Now is the best time to make friends, not only with the righteousness of the robe, but also the love and care of the grace of lifting up. After the 3 of them chatted for a while, Mrs. Kai left with her 2 children, leaving Zhou Yuan to talk freely with Kai Cheng. Yuan D, what your sister-in-law just said is true. It's not good for you to plan your family affairs in the military. Your sister-in-law is going to find you a good girl, and in addition find you a nice mansion, so that you won't be cheated by the toothman. You don't have to worry if you don't have enough money. I'll lend it to you first, and you can pay me back slowly in the future. Just based on Kai Cheng, this sentence Zhou Yuan came to be worth. Although he has valued Zhou Yuan's potential, but realistically there is a brother's righteousness. After the 2 of them chatted for a couple of sentences, Zhou Yuan politely declined the matchmaking matter, saying that he was an aspiring martial artist and wanted to participate in the court spirit opening examination. Good. You have the talent of practicing martial arts, and you are young and vigorous. You should indeed accumulate merit and try that spirit opening examination, or else you will inevitably regret it for the rest of your life. I have a martial skill here called 3 talent pile. It's the martial skill chart that comes out of the secret realm treasure chest. Take it and try it out. See if you can practice it. Kai Cheng said and got up to leave, bringing a martial arts chart in no time. Yuan D, don't look at the name of this 3 talents pile as insignificant, but it's a good way to strengthen the body. Our Jing'an Army's war soldiers practice the strong body chapter of the 3 talents pile. You are in a special situation. You haven't received the strong body training yet, and you're in the divine arm team. It's just as well. I'll take this opportunity to lend you the original version to make up for the fact that you don't have any body strengthening techniques. I have to say one more thing though. This stuff is real in the front and hollow in the back. It's good for you to practice the strong body technique, so don't be misled by those pretentious things behind you. Many thanks to Brother Kai for the book. Yuan is grateful. The San Kai pile, given by Kai Cheng, was a proper original, the kind with data introduction. Zhou Yuan could not use the 3 talents pile to learn directly by including it in the attribute panel in front of him. Therefore, he patiently went through the 3 talents pile carefully. Sure enough, the final outputs of level 3 copies and level 5 bosses were much more reliable than Bear pile. This martial art is divided into 3 character stakes: heaven, earth and man, which point to invoking the spirit, sensing the chi and strengthening the body respectively. Far more tangible than the vaguely conceptualized Dexiong pile, and without the overnight success of nourishing chi and awakening the mind. It belongs to the guided sensing category of physical arts. The purpose of the entire martial art was not to practice, but to lead, using essence as the basis, chi as the source, and God as the guide, and eventually the 3 talents were united to form the 3 talents seal. The data introduction also showed that the seal of 3 talents was a special attack launched by mobilizing the 3 attributes of essence and spirit at the same time. Brother Kai, have you practiced the 3 talents seal? Told you that was a pretense. Who could practice that? Chapter 30, there's a difference in the government. Just because Military Secretary Kai Cheng couldn't practice something, It didn't mean that Zhou Yuan couldn't practice it. 3 talents pile, this kind of martial arts chart. A normal person can practice 3 to 5 accomplishments is good. A talented person may be able to practice 7 to 8 accomplishments. However, if one wanted to reach 10%, condense their essence and form the 3 talents seal, it would not be something that could be achieved by talent in years and years. This is something that needs to be realized. And if you can realize the sense of chi and attract the spirit, you will naturally become one. If you can't realize it, you won't be able to become one even if you practice until you are old. However, these were all requirements for normal cultivation, but there was not the slightest restriction on Zhou Yuan. When the evening banquet started, Zhou Yuan had a good fight with Kai Cheng over the alcohol, and those of Kai Cheng's soldiers naturally helped him out by pouring Zhou Yuan strong alcohol. However, Zhou Yuan had a full-level food supplement skill, and it was simply too difficult to get him drunk. The feast ended with a shout of good drinkers and good men who will drink together next time. Mrs. Kai had already arranged for her servants to carry one of the drunken Hans into the room to rest. Only Zhou Yuan stayed awake and walked back to his guest room under the guidance of the servant. When he arrived at the guest room, he didn't need to hide it, and he directly included the 3 talents pile in the attribute panel and clicked on Use to Learn. The 3 talents pile required 5 times the experience of the Great Bear pile, and the first level required 50 points of experience. But all of this was nothing. Zhou Yuan had saved a lot of experience value in his hands from attacking the copies during this period of time, and upgrading the 3 talents pile was still enough. With the constant investment of experience value, the 3 talents pile quickly rose to full level. However, since the core of Sankai pile is to strengthen the body, sense the chi, and draw in the spirit, rather than Dexiang piles, nourishing the chi and awakening the spirit. Thus, it did not provide Zhou Yuan with new chi attributes and divine attributes, and merely added a little bit of essence attribute to him. However, this did not mean that the 3 talents pile was weaker than the Great Bear pile, and the reason for the difference was nothing more than the different goals of cultivation. The fully leveled Sankai pile gave Zhou Yuan a passive skill of sensing chi to attract God and an active skill of Sankai seal. After the skill was fully leveled, he took another look at his attribute panel. Bloodstain 100%, Essence 4, Air 2, Spirit 2. Very good. Complete condition. Let me try the power of the 3 talents seal. Considering it was someone else's house, it wasn't good to make too much noise. On his way to the outhouse, Zhou Yuan looked for a flower garden where flowers and plants were planted to test. He stooped down and sought out a larger piece of level ground. Then with his palms stretched out and upward and his palms facing sideways, his big fingers pressed down on his little fingers, he formed the Sankai seal. In the next moment, the 3 treasures of essence, chi, and spirit converged, and his palms filled with blood and turned red, as if a large amount of chi and blood had instantly coalesced. In the soul's vision, the colorless world suddenly flashed with light, and a palm entwined with red, blue, and yellow light stood in a seal. The effect of the 3 talents seal was even stronger than Zhou Yuan had imagined. This was not a martial art that was easy to control, but rather an explosive means of gathering chi and condensing power. In this state, the 3 talents seal cannot stand for a long time, and the quicker it is struck the better the effect, and the quicker it is struck the less damage it will do to oneself. Moreover, this skill does not have the possibility of closing the power of light strikes, and the moment it is struck, it is an all-out explosion. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan merely felt the state of the nodding before he came at the land of the Yin tide. Boom! With a dull sound, a small crater was punched out of the shadowy damp land, and the surrounding soil exploded and crumbled from below, the spread of the vibration scattering in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dirt and smoke. The dirt around that mound was turned out, and the center was so tight that it was obvious that a heavy blast had compacted the structure. Zhou Yuan looked at the baseball-sized dirt pit in front of him, as well as the bruised, red and swollen palm, and truly felt how violent the eruption of the 3 talents seal was. This violence is not only output on the target, but also damages the body of the sealer. However, this seal was exceptionally soothing to strike, just as described in the 3 talents pile, knotting the 3 treasures and exiting the 3 talents, a technique of body protection and a method of enlightenment. Once this 3 talents seal was struck, it was indeed possible to feel more intuitively. The obscure and difficult to perceive chi and the god of the underworld counts as a skill to riot and try to manipulate chi and god. Zhou Yuan glanced at his blood bar that had dropped to 95%, picked up the hoe in the flower garden and took care of the marks he had caused. Then he returned to the guest room, and after using a blood-restoring rice ball through the item bar, he closed his eyes and slept. When he woke up the next day, not only was his blood bar back to full, But the negative status of his arm was also completely restored without a trace of damage. Just as he was about to take his leave after breakfast, he saw an old man pruning flowers and plants at the flower garden where he had tested his skills yesterday. Although that old man's demeanor was exactly the same as a normal person, the identity information above the bloodstains still revealed everything. 8 Painted old woman. I wonder who that old woman is, and if Brother Kai still has such an aged servant in his house? Lang Jun mustn't be rude. That's the old lady of the house, a believer in Buddhism, frugal in her life, and never wears brocade clothes if it's not a major holiday. The old lady likes to plant something, and the master was worried about her getting tired. So he replaced it with a batch of well-cared-for flowers and plants for the old lady's amusement. So it's the old lady of the house. I'm really rude. On the contrary, I, a martial artist, am indeed guilty of judging a man by his appearance and jumping to conclusions without seeing the brocade garment and the servant. Don't disturb the old madam's pleasure. I'll go and apologize to Brother Kai first. The servants of the mansion did not think much about it and led Zhou Yuan straight to the main hall to take his seat. Here, eat it while it's hot. And don't wait for the lazy ones, they ate too much wine yesterday, and they'll probably slow down for half a day before they can get up. Kai Chang looks very happy, and Zhou Yuan also knows that there is a difference between close and distant, and once the old lady in the mansion has a question once she opens her mouth, not only will she not be thanked, but instead she will be ennobled. Therefore, he was in no hurry to say what he had discovered. Since this painted ghost is hidden in the military secretary's residence, it is bound to not mess around. Otherwise Kai Chang's wife and children would have died long ago. Brother Kai, I saw the old lady of the house when I came here just now, so we can wait for the old lady to take her seat before we can eat. No need. Mother has always eaten fasting in Buddha, not touching meat. She can't eat our food. So that's how it is. Just now I saw that the old lady was plainly dressed with no attendants accompanying her, and thought that she was a subordinate of the mansion. So please forgive me, Brother Kai. I don't blame you. No one who is not an old man in the house can tell that mother is the master of the house. Since her father's death, her temperament had changed drastically, sometimes not opening her mouth to say a word for more than 10 days, which had gotten better over the years after planting flowers and herbs, but still insisted on keeping no floating money, chanting and burning incense, praying for my father and me to atone for our sins, saying that we had killed too much and that it was hard to get good results. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yuan, while he was talking to Kai Chang, that old woman with the painted skin also called out to the servant who was leading the way. Was that man just now a close friend of Makoto's? What did he say to you? Old lady, that one is Jing'an-du Zhou Yuan, a robed friend of the Grand Master. He saw your plain clothes and thought you were a subordinate of the house, and has now gone to the Grand Master to make amends. Reparations should also look for the old body to make reparations. What are you looking for Changer for? I'm afraid it's a lord who only recognizes official robes. And this kind of hypocritical person who is full of killing sins is not to be handed over. Chapter 31, The Fierce Fury. The painted old woman is well disguised and has given herself a new persona. Its long hours of fasting and meditation and its aversion to killing made all in the house believe that it was a devout Buddhist monk. But no one knows, such a superficially peaceful monk, but is actually the military secretary of the House of Hidden Spies lurking. Some of the painted skins that have been opened to the spirit are smart and some are clumsy. But they knew who the one person in Jing'an City who could really threaten them was, or who could rid the people of the city of demons. It didn't take much thought for such questions to pinpoint that martial arts lieutenant, and the notorious got armed basilisks under his command. Therefore, it was crucial to grasp the movements of the martial lieutenants and the divine armed Xian armor soldiers. In this case, the painted skins found a near-perfect target in military secretary Kai Chang. Kai Chang was the close confidant of the Jing'an school captain, and was also the absolute close confidant in charge of supplying the spirits, in addition to being the immediate superior of the divine armed Xuanjia soldiers. With no way to replace the lieutenant's family, replacing Kai Chang's family became the best option. As for why the old lady was replaced instead of Kai Chang's wife, it was because the old lady had the seniority advantage. By virtue of her mother's identity, the old woman with the painted skin was not only able to roam around openly and honestly, but also eavesdrop on information without making any disguise. Last night, during the banquet, the old woman with the painted skin once again came to the concierge hall, loosening the soil of the delphiniums in the pots and the corners of the walls, while listening to the conversations in the hall. After a group of bold martial artists eat and drink and get excited, they can say anything, and they also let it know that the Jing'an army has an extra marksman, which is very valued by Kai Chang. Originally, these were nothing, as long as it was not a major event like a martial arts lieutenant entering the city. The painted skins in the city would not need to lurk and be vigilant. But the secret agent who could be chosen by Painted Skin to be sent into the house of the military secretary was a very patient being. Its patience is complemented by its disguised identity as an old man, which has stolen much valuable information for it. This time was no exception. Zhou Yuan and Kai Chang and the others had clearly dispersed, each going to their rooms to sober up and rest, but it had not yet given up. It unhurriedly tidied up the potted plants around it and picked up another small flower hoe, ready to enter the courtyard where the guest room was located to tidy up the flowers and plants and listen to the drunken words. Now that's a good, patient secret agent. Seeing strange guests, the darkness could not obscure the vision of the Painted Skin, and it saw a young guest crouching on the ground, standing with one hand on his seal. The palm, which looked pliable and tight, suddenly became a crimson red, and in the eyes of the Painted Skin there was even a blood-red aura rising. Boom! A dull, thick rumble nearly shook away the bile of the painted old woman. It withdrew its peeping eyes and its body went limp as if it were a puddle of mud. It huddled tightly at the foot of the wall, surrounded by deep fear. The Wei Court summed up the demons correctly. After they open their spirits they are good for enjoyment, love beautiful things, and are equally afraid of death. Painted Skin is not afraid of ordinary swords, guns, swords and axes. That thing can only poke through its skin, cannot destroy its spirit, cannot kill it. However, the three talents seal was completely different. This skill was the cohesion of the three treasures of essence, spirit, and spirit, with the three talents of heaven, earth, and humans leading to a special attack. This attack could not only poke through the skin of the Painted Skin, but it could also kill it, and even more so, slap away its own spirit. Therefore, it is afraid. It was afraid that Zhou Yuan was a martial artist sent by the Jing'an school captain to clear out the Jun Sima mansion, and it was also afraid that Zhou Yuan would find out its abnormality and give her a seal without a second thought. Originally, its disguised identity came with an amulet, and military secretary Kai Chang would definitely protect it, but it was useless now. It couldn't even stand that one seal strike down, let alone a mere Kai Chang. His official position is not as big as Kai Chang's. I can have Kai Chang drive him away, and in the future, the military secretary's mansion should never allow him to enter. The old woman with the painted skin slowed down, stretched the dirt on her body, and walked quickly to her bedroom. The night is too dangerous. There are evil spirits out there, and it waits for dawn before going out. Sentient demons have desires and fears, and naturally get angry. After the old woman with the painted skin returned to her room, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. It was angry that she had lost her temper with fear, and angry that the safe mansion had suddenly appeared to be fierce. Hence, it went to the guest house early the next morning to repair the flowers and plants, ready to find an excuse and drive Zhou Yuan away. It had achieved its goal, and the moment it had contact with Zhou Yuan, the persona of Chonghua aversion to killing would be able to work. Now that she had an excuse, the old woman with the painted skin naturally couldn't wait a moment. Why don't you go and summon Chang'er here? I have something to tell him. The old lady's orders and the mansion servants dare not disobey. Kai Chang is also a person with filial piety, and even more will not ignore his own mother. In no time at all, Kai Chang was led by his servant to the flower garden of the guest courtyard. What is the matter that you have summoned me for, mother? But the flowers and plants in the house are not to your liking and need to be replaced with a new batch. Flowers and trees also have lives. How can they be exchanged? Makoto, I don't fast for myself, but for you and your father. You have killed too much and are full of sins. If you are not acquitted by the scriptures, you will be haunted by your wrongful souls. Thanks to my mother's prayers, my child is grateful. Kai Chang didn't know why his mother suddenly said these words today, but in order to make the old lady happy, he still cooperated very much to acknowledge his gratitude. Chang'er, the Buddha statue in our house is enlightened and has a resident Buddha spirit. You killing talent can't see that mother doesn't blame you, but you can't attract the bloodbath gas to spoil this Angel Buddha's light. In justice, the child has a bloodbath as a result of duty. The child has never killed indiscriminately, and has taken much care of his robes, and does not bear evil grudges, for fear of spoiling his mother's prayers for the blessing of the Buddha. Due to the death of his father and his own busy military service, Kai Chang has a sense of guilt towards his mother, wife and children, so he is willing to try to take care of the feelings of his relatives. You are my son. How could I blame you? I am talking about that Gingan Du Zhou Yuan. He had killed so much that his hands were nearly red with blood fury, and he was still a ferocious man. When the two are added together, that ferocious aura nearly washed away our family's Anshai Buddha's light, which is more of a curse than a blessing for our family. Mother knows that Zhou Yuan is your robe brother, and it is really hard for you to cross paths with him. I won't force him to leave, just let him go. If you want to be close again, you can find a restaurant to drink on your own. As long as you don't bring it to the house, it's fine, or else you'll spoil the praying Buddhist ceremony, and mother won't really be able to live. Good Lord. This speech, though baseless and full of blessings and curses that I don't know whether they are true or not, is really useful. Painted skin old woman set up a good identity and special Kai Chang. But where there is filial piety, you have to go along with the mother's wishes. Will be a friend of the courtesy of the department of the house. After all, in the camp friends can always get together. It's not easy to go home. How to take care of the home mother's likes and dislikes. Mother, don't say any more words about living or not living. My son will send Zhou Yuan away. If we ever meet again, I will find a different house to house him, and I will never bring him back to the house. Good boy. With your words, mother is relieved. After Kai Chang returned to the main hall, he sat awkwardly for a while until Zhou Yuan asked, and only then did he abridge the situation at home. I see. Brother Kai, do not need to be difficult. We are brothers in arms. How can we be divided by trivial matters at home? I happen to want to go to various parts of the city to stroll around and see the prosperity of Jing'an City, so don't send me off, and spend some time with your wife and children at home. Good brother. If you encounter evil, mention my name, and Kai Chang will be at your beck and call. Chapter 32, Stamping Out Evil Ghosts. After Zhou Yuan left the military secretary mansion, he found a tea house to rest. As he sipped his tea, he thought back to his experience of the military secretary's house, and quickly sorted out the cause of the matter. Kai Chang didn't have to lie to me, much less make up his own mother. There are quite a few painted skins in the city, and there is no aversion to driving me away. It should have been sensed by that painted old woman when I was experimenting with my skills last night. The seal of 3 talents collects essence and comes out, and is not small in power. That painted skin may have sensed a threat, so it made up the story of blessing and evil and insisted on driving me away. If the old lady in the mansion was a normal person, Zhou Yuan would definitely not think much about it, but it is a painted ghostly creature. Hidden in the military secretary's house is also definitely not like to give Kai Chang as a mother. Zhou Yuan cannot even think about it without thinking about it more. Kai Chang does have value, both in the military camp and in this Jing'an city. Even the painted skins have their eyes on him, going out of their way to disguise themselves as his kin and spy on him. Zhou Yuan was thinking about how to deal with this matter, whether to pretend not to know or to secretly provide some clues. While turning his head to pour the tea, he saw 4 level 7 painted scoundrels walking up the tea house. Dude, you sat in our seats. Shouldn't you give a? The painted old woman was, after all, an important undercover agent for the painted skins, and there were several painted skins of all colors and professions on the streets waiting for it to connect and pass on the news. Zhou Yuan had just left the military secretary's mansion on the front foot, and the painted skin old woman passed on the information she had discovered to a painted skin vendor on the back foot. That was why the 4 painted scoundrels trailed to the tea house, ready to try Zhou Yuan's strength. If Zhou Yuan's strength is limited, naturally kill the account. If Zhou Yuan's strength is strong, they are also good to make adjustments to include Zhou Yuan in the scope of surveillance. But what the 4 painted scoundrels did not expect was that Zhou Yuan directly went downstairs and left before they could finish their provocative words. Don't run away. You have to give our brothers an explanation today, no matter what you say. Crowded places may seem to be the home of humans and better for hiding from danger, but they are not. Zhou Yuan didn't need to think about it to know that the painted skin scoundrel definitely dared to kill someone. The big deal was that he was arrested by the painted skin dispatcher who had heard about it. When they arrive at the prison, there may or may not be a painted jailer to receive them. They can't die, and the government office in this Jing'an city can't cure them. It would be a great mistake to take a chance and think that they would not dare to do anything if there are many people on the streets. Whenever the scoundrels show their fists and feet, there will not be fewer people watching. If they show their blades, the crowd will scatter and run away. So Zhou Yuan ignored them, rolled down the stairs, merged into the crowd and left. There he is. Don't let him get away. The Black Tiger gang is on business. Idlers, get out of the way. The 4 painted scoundrels were in close pursuit, and the painted dainty girl, who was clinging to the railings and selling her smile, was still bright enough to show them the way. Pedestrians on the street have to hide. The flower house greenhouse girl even went to pull the painting skin delicate lady. Let them do not meddle in the business. At the moment, the city seemed to be divided into 2 parts. One for the humans who did not know the truth and were at peace with themselves, and one for the painted skins who had a clear door in their hearts and were unsuspecting. Zhou Yuan glanced at his item bar. 112 golden sour pills, 35 Yuzhen san, and 237 rice balls. In terms of weapons, There are more than 60 swords, guns and shields, 20 pairs of leather armor, and 13 sets of bows and arrows, all of which are the equipment that fell from the copies. Are you guys mistaking yourselves? I'm the boss. Plenty of restorative medicines, plus several fully leveled skills, and the highly explosive triple talent seal. Zhou Yuan actually had a higher output and thicker blood bar than the copy boss, level 5 walled bandit leader, and his skills were even more directly crushed. Just 4 level 7 monsters can't really open him as a boss. It's hard to say about level 10 and above, but with the medication's blood renewal, you should be able to take a shot at it as well. Run. You're not quite capable of running. Why don't you run? After the 4 level 7 painted skin scoundrels chased them to a dead-end street, they realized that Zhou Yuan had an extra knife in his hand, as if he was planning to get the 4 of them killed in this secluded street. Dare to move the knife. Too impolite. Careful grandfather's clothes. If broken certainly peeled your skin sewing. Do you know who I am? Ha ha. He asked if we knew who he was. Boy, this is not your army fort. A small jing and do just. Still really think we do not dare to take you. Come to die. Let me see whether this layer of skin is strong. Zhou Yuan wanted to get some words out, but the painted skin scoundrels didn't give a chance, pulling out daggers and skinning knives from their arms and surrounded them. It looks like there's no talk. So, I'll try to keep a live one for questioning. Zhou Yuan's words made the 4 painted scoundrels feel very funny. This guy won't stay stupid in the barracks, right? He is a person with no shield, no armor, and no robes around him, and he will have to die after taking 2 knives. Where did he get the confidence to deal with the 4 of them? Apparently the painted skin that sent them to attack Zhou Yuan did not tell them that Zhou Yuan might be a martial artist, and merely told them who to kill. Blow smoke up your ass and die. The moment the 4 painted scoundrels surrounded him, Zhou Yuan used a bottle of blue restoring jade truthfulness. Then he swung his sword with his right hand with a sweeping strike from the 8 styles of broken blade, and with his left hand, he formed the 3 talents seal and slapped at the head of a painted skin scoundrel. Zhou Yuan, who had 4 points of essence attribute, had a swift, strong and heavy blade, and the sharp blow shook the 2 painted scoundrels straight down. These guys weren't as tough as level 7 monsters, and their attacks were similar to the walled bandit bladesmen in the replica. It was thought that the layer of skin was not only their camouflage, but also limited their strength. No, the battle opens in a flash, and the enemy is cowed in a flash. Using the blue restoration pill to temporarily activate the blue bar attack, the cohesive core of the 3 talent seal, which was based on force and chi, was thoroughly utilized. The moment the 3 talent seal was activated, Zhou Yuan's left palm that was standing on the seal first turned crimson, and then flamed with flames of blood chi that were visible to the naked eye. Bang! The 3 talent seal with the blood flame special effect slapped heavily onto a level 7 painted scoundrel. In the next moment, the level 7 painted skin scoundrel exploded as if it were a balloon, and crumbs of skin splattered in all directions. A black shadowy spirit broke out of the skin. Its bloodstain was directly knocked out of most of it, and after wailing, it quickly pounced on the shadows in the corner. The skill supported by the blue bar was really powerful, and the blood flames triggered by the 3 talent seal were like a gangrene that possessed the bone, constantly searing its body that was like smoke and shadows. Ah, that hurts. Give me a skin. Give me a skin. All of this happened in the moment when the 2 sides exchanged hands. The 4 confident painted scoundrels, in any case, did not expect just one exchange of hands on their side seriously injured a person, and may even be seriously injured and die. You're a martial artist. I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. You guys know too much. Zhou Yuan snatched the words of the painted skin scoundrel. It was clearly him who broke the painted skin and discovered the hidden ghosts. How did it become that they knew too much? Bang! Another painted scoundrel was blown up, and the wailing of the shadowy spirits and the soul-devouring blood flames frightened the 2 remaining painted scoundrels. Don't you come any closer. Help! Murder! Chapter 33, Inhuman like a human being. The painted scoundrel is fierce on the surface and weak-willed. Although they weren't low-level, their fighting spirit was far inferior to the Jing'an army's Xian armor soldiers. This was not because of their low combat power, but because from the moment they were born spiritually, they were in the position of predators. They have seen people wailing and begging for mercy, and unleashed their own ferocity and cruelty, but only they have never experienced a bloody battle to the death. Spiritual intelligence only gives them the ability to think. It does not give them fearless faith. In the absence of spirituality they were able to fight without fear. After gaining spirituality they changed instead, becoming conscious and timid. Therefore, the moment they saw their companions being blown up, they couldn't help but be scared and chilled, subconsciously calling for help like a human being. Run! Run quickly! Go to the officials to catch this murderer. The painted-skinned scoundrels had been disguised as humans for too long. Or rather, they had lived like humans since the birth of their spiritual intelligence, and it was only natural that their behavior would be influenced by humans. At the moment, they only wanted to escape from the deserted alley as soon as possible and go to the street to call for help, so that Zhou Yuan would not dare to commit murder in plain sight. But they are wrong. People will scatter when they see the viciousness. How can they help for the unknown scoundrels and rascals? Moreover, Zhou Yuan had a full-leveled fit-step skill, and his movement speed was much faster than them. The painted scoundrels. Bang! The ball exploded. The shadowy spirits wailed, and the blood flames that devoured souls once again attached themselves to an object, squeaking and burning as if they had touched grease. Help! Murder! The only remaining, level 7 painted scoundrel, had just run out of the alley when it was yanked back by a large, strong hand. It was snotty and tearful, tugging at the brick corners of the wall with all its strength, wailing for help to the passing traders. But the murderer in the alley had no intention of letting it go, and violently lashed out to shatter the skin of its fingers, and a black mist that looked like blood flowed out of the severed wound. The thieves and the murderer. The government officials will be here. Bang! With a loud thud, a well-built young man poked his head out of the alley. As expected, there were no such things as coincidences in the world, and the bluff old man was nothing more than a level 6 painted skin vendor. Old man. Selling dates? Bring one over and taste it. I'll buy some if it's sweet. You, I don't do your business. If you want to eat as much as you can take, don't jeopardize my life. What are you talking nonsense? You old bastard. I am a righteous man. How would I harm your life? Could it be that the old eyes are blinded and hysterical, treating me as the outlaw who committed the murder? Here, come and see if there's anyone in this alley. I'll just come here for convenience. I can't have my reputation tarnished by you. Zhou Yuan grabbed the painted skin vendor and walked towards the alley, frightening the painted skin vendor to the point that he was sifting and begging for mercy. Lang Jun, spare your life. The old man did not see anything. The old man still has children and grandchildren to support at home, but cannot lose his life for nothing. Any more nonsense and I'll get really angry. Look, this alley is so clean. Where are the outlaws haunting it? The foreign spirits hiding in the shadows of the corners wailed and wailed, and the soul-devouring blood flames continued to scorch their chi. Help me. Old brother, help me. Give me a skin, old man. I'm in pain. Under Zhou Yuan's oppression, the painted skin vendor did not even dare to look at those spirits and only casually surveyed the alleyway, but hurriedly nodded his head repeatedly. Good Lang. It is I who am hysterical. There is nothing in this alley. Lang is categorically not evil. See? Look carefully. It's broad daylight. The old man will never be wrong. That's good. Go away. Don't run into the alley from now on. If you meet a real outlaw, it's hard to say. That's right. That's right. Thanks for teaching, Lang. The painted skin vendor stood on tiptoe on his trembling legs and stumbled out of the alleyway one step at a time. The wailing of the shadowy spirits suddenly lessened, and 2 more steps were even more silent. God damn it. What are you guys doing messing with this ferocious demon? In a real fight, the singers, sellers, and smilers, how can you beat the blood warrior martial artists? Luckily that martial artist couldn't see through this skin of ours, or else old me would have to give an account today. The painted leather vendor didn't dare to stay. Gritting his teeth and controlling his legs, he quickly ran out of the alley, not daring to sneak a peek until he was at the corner of the alley. That one glance, at the sight of the murderous grinning face in the alley, nearly scared its soul away. What are you afraid of? I'm not an evil spirit. The reason why Zhou Yuan did not kill the painted skin vendors was because he did not want to force the painted skins to surround him with all their might. Being able to kill a painted skin and being able to see through a painted skin's disguise are 2 entirely different things. Being able to kill only proves that he is strong, and the painted skins have a big problem avoiding him. Being able to see through the painted skin's disguise, there is no room for maneuver between the 2 sides. The painted skins would have to kill the being who saw through their disguise no matter what, or they would not be able to continue to survive in the city. Therefore, the moment Zhou Yuan saw the painted skin vendors, he did enough to explain his attitude so that the painted skins would continue to retain the security of being camouflaged and worry-free. It's like the roles are going to be reversed between us. 4 painted scoundrels and a painted vendor showed Zhou Yuan how anthropomorphic they were. This is good news. The more anthropomorphic they are, the more fear they have in their hearts and the looser the group fights. If they were low in spirit and rushed up with a brain, Zhou Yuan would really run back to the army fort to hide. But not anymore. The painted skins have learned everything about people, including that each has a mind and is a bully. It's been so long, and I'm surprised no support has arrived yet. It seems that the Painted Skins are not a war group like the Yasukuni, but a broad organization of a gang nature. Zhou Yuan went out of the dark alley, climbed up to the roof of the nearby yard, and lay down on it and waited for about half an hour. But he did not see any Painted Skins grouping together to enter the dark alley. If this were to be a soldier of the Jing'an army being killed, the nearby patrols and military battalions would inevitably catch wind of it and put the entire army on alert. The Painted Skins had obviously only learned the lifestyle of the residents of Ding'an City, and had failed to learn the army's preparation for war, which was a major killer. It's also true that it's so nice to be secluded in the city and enjoy life. So why would you ask for a fortress and high-pressure training? Zhou Yuan waited for a while, and after realizing that he could not probe the group reaction power of the Painted Skin, he flipped open the attribute panel to check the harvest this time. The 4 painted scoundrels provided him with 280 experience points, an average of 70 points each. On top of that, there is 1 copy of the Painted Scoundrel special prop, 2 copies of accumulation fluid, and 4 handles of skinning knife. Props: Painted Rascal. Usage: it's hard to paint a picture, but you can't change your height and weight. Remarks: when encountering heavy blows or cutting damage, the painted skin will be damaged and can be repaired with cumulus. Article: hydrocolloid. Introduction: spirit enters the skin. Chi condenses and turns into liquid, like blood and flesh, filling the skin. Use: quickly restores a small amount of true chi, superimposes cold status, and alleviates unconsciousness and temptation-type negative statuses while sustaining blood loss. The painted props are a bit special and the cunnilingus is not bad. It was only that the accumulation liquid thing was only an item, not a medicine, and if you wanted to use it, you had to be prepared for the cold to enter your body. Ordinary people who come on a portion of it are estimated to be too late to feel the chi. They will have to be very sick first, and it is possible to die from 2 more portions. This thing is a poison that exchanges blood for blue, and it's nowhere near as good as the Yuzhan San produced by the barracks copy. Just because it doesn't work well doesn't mean it can't be used, and these painted skins have value. As long as there is value, the martial artists, the clans, and the imperial court will most likely take the initiative to subdue the demons. Chapter 34, Transforming Puppets with Love. In the evening, Zhou Yuan headed to an inn near the Yawu Square. This place is very close to the military secretary mansion, so if he encounters a sudden attack, he can escape into the military secretary mansion to take refuge. Kai Chang is still a very good card, connecting the Divine Arm Xuanjia pawns on the bottom and the Jing'an school captains on the top. With this kind of status, not to mention being killed, the mere fact that a demon broke into his mansion would cause the Jing'an army to pay attention. With the added weight of blood and battle offerings and the love of robes, a high-ranking officer such as the captain of Jing'an had to step in to protect his own cronies. I've been wandering around the city for half a day and the painted skins are unmoved. Is this a complete abandonment? While Zhou Yuan was considering Painted Skin's attitude, Painted Skin in Jing'an City was also talking about him. At this moment, in Chunrongfang in the east of Ding'an City, in the residence of Luoying, the county minister and bureaucrat, a literary meeting is taking place. Only the few Confucians present were not discussing the beauty of the article's words, but a newly promoted Jinggandu, Luo Jun. Can you find out the identity of that Zhou Yuan? Whether he is one of the Jing'an school captains or one of the imperial court. It has been established that Zhou Yuan's ancestry Shangdal County Qiaoxi village, for the Hongya 13 years in June to serve in the army. County official records. This person service road bear wrestling, into the camp shooting, has experienced the Wu Wei, shooting sound 2 camps, into the divine arm to show the art of killing. In just 1 month, he went from being the head of the shooting voice, moved to the head of the divine arm team, and was promoted to the divine arm du Bo, and the captain of the Jing'an school admired his name, added to his official body, and awarded him the golden seal. The several painted scribes present at the county office have been hanging out for a long time, and have long since learned to analyze decrees and interpret information. But even so, Zhou Yuan's promotion experience made them wonder. This guy is not visible in the countryside. How to get on the way to the service will have the ability to subdue the demons, and its official position is also too fast. If they are not moderated, it will be hard to say who will be supervising the army in the camp in a few years. But not only does not suppress, but also take the initiative to promote. This operation is really make the skin some can't understand. Luo Jun. Ding'andu Zhou Yuan's ability is by no means that of a countryside villager, and I'm afraid that not one of the imperial spies who has taken over the innocent identity. Indeed, and judging by his line of advancement, it also fits the secret agent status very well. In addition, Martial artists can't do without spiritual substances to replenish their chi, so he'll be able to get a steady supply of spiritual food when he enters the barracks. I don't know why the imperial court sent the martial arts spies, but it's a good thing that we had the honor of verifying his identity. In the future, if we step up our surveillance of him, our plans won't be accidentally sabotaged. A few painted scribes gave an analysis and attributed all the irrationalities to the Wei court. It was not that they were wrong in their thinking, it was really that Zhou Yuan's background was too clean. His promotion from peasant to official body was like a blank sheet of paper bursting into Jing'an City. Of course, there must exist such a peasant's son in this world, but he will not be promoted so quickly. Not to mention that he will not be able to pinch the seal of the law in his hand and kill the ghosts. Luo Jun, do you think it's possible that father wrote secret letters to pass on to the court, causing the court to deploy secret agents into Jing'an City to investigate? Never. Father was surrounded by our men and accompanied by his mother. He had no chance to send a message outward. Furthermore, if the court did receive the secret message, it should not have been Zhou Yuan who entered the city, but rather Captain Jing'an with his elite soldiers. And yes, it's me who thought poorly. With the authority of Wei's decree, ordering the Jing'an school captains and the county martial artists to send out troops to get rid of the demons is simply easy, and there's no need to play any secret spy games with us. Painted skin scribes, although not high official position, but the victory is the county department of the implementation of political affairs of the officials. They know very well that the country of Wei how much the martial arts. Thump, thump, thump. Luo Ying, the county minister's Zaibatsu, frowned tightly and tapped the table a few times before making some sort of determination. I intend to send Manning to reach out to Zhou Yuan, and it would be best to bring about a male-female affair, bound by love. In this way, we can firmly control that ferocious young man, so that he cannot add to the chaos. How can this be? Manning mended the beautiful work for her mother, clear and soft, just like heaven. Such a skin should be married to a great family in the city and a county minister's heir. How can it be cheap for a secret agent? There are priorities. That Zhou Yuan's knife is sharp and can break our clothes. We should stabilize him first and then plan for future development. Luo Ying opened his mouth to make a final decision. The other scribes also no longer talk around but the marriage, as long as it is favorable and whoever is available. Since the matter has been finalized, the painted skin scribe will no longer be serious about secret talks, and immediately called a group of young girls to dance in the hall, tasting color and enjoyment. Luo Ying, the county minister's adjutant, left in the middle of the day and headed to a small, quiet courtyard in the mansion. Mother, I want to use Manning to bind a thing and turn that mooching boy into a puppet. May, a beautiful woman, served the young man in the hospital bed with all her heart, as if she were a gentle woman looking after her lover. But the youth did not appreciate it at all, whimpering and laughing at the same time. Ha ha ha, status and position of 4 or 2 skins. Ghostly nature transformed into the greed of the heart. The evil spirits will strip me, and when I have become a ghost and eaten you, then I will swallow all the evil. Daoling is talking nonsense again. Luo Ying, go and ask the dining hall to send a bowl of tranquilizing soup. Don't make your father feel bad. As you wish. Luo Ying led the way and closed the door to leave, with occasional bursts of growls and madness coming from behind him. The sound annoyed it greatly, like seeing a barking dog and not being able to kick it to death. AI. What qualification does such a waste have to be a father to us? If it weren't for that skin, I would have flayed you long ago so that you would know that even though there are ghosts in this world, you can't just do what you want. Zhou Yuan did not know that the painted skins were preparing to put on a show for him, so as to make him, a bloodthirsty young man, fall into the net of love, and then weave a rope with the net of love to make him become a dog in the ring and a puppet in love. It was a good thing he could see the blood bars and monster identities. No amount of perfect skin could mesmerize him. Bang, bang, Jinggandu, I bought all the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures you wanted for you, at a total cost of $320. Do you see that you settle the bill with us? Or do we go to the military governor's house to reconcile the accounts? Don't be in a hurry. Who would carry hundreds of dollars with them when they go out? I'll stamp a voucher for you, and you'll find someone to go to the military fort to get it. I won't let you make a trip for nothing, and I'll count you an extra $100 for the carriage. The official body official seal is good to use. Zhou Yuan body money spent. Take an official seal, can be used as a note. During the daytime, he commissioned the innkeeper to help him buy books on Buddhism and Taoism, and it was only a few hours before they delivered them. Jing'an Du Daki, take your time to look around. I'll tend to the other guests. After the shopkeeper left, Zhou Yuan flipped through a book on Buddhism and Taoism, hoping to find some skills that he could use. As it turns out, These Buddhist and Taoist books are not made up, and in addition to the various ideas, there are some dry facts in the books. Zhou Yuan found out a set of vomiting techniques from a Pine and Crane Eternal Life Sutra and a set of voodoo incantations from a Great Golden Yuming King Sutra. Although there are spells recorded in other scriptures, they are mostly used and not practiced, and the probability is that the skills cannot be generated. Therefore, Zhou Yuan excluded them for the time being and chose 2 relatively complete scriptures for the skill transformation experiment. Pine Crane Spitting, Ming King Voodoo. Let me try to see if the scripture Ishan mantra can come true. Chapter 35, The Play of the Painted Skin. The bustling city of Jing'an is different from the closed military fortress. There were all sorts of professions and all sorts of crafts here, and Zhou Yuan might not be unable to skill up a few if he was willing to spend more time. But he valued the widely circulated Buddhist and Taoist classics more than the self-contained medical texts. The Buddhist and Taoist classics, which have a missionary purpose, are more easily accessible than the medical theories, which require assiduous teaching. Zhou Yuan had spent a mere $320 to obtain the power to view the scripture divine mantra. He didn't know how many true embodiments the Buddhist and Taoist sects had left in these books that were called fundamental laws, but he didn't mind giving it a try. Interestingly, apart from the Pine and Crane Longevity Sutra and the Great Golden Yuming King Sutra, Zhou Yuan also found a mountain and sea record that interpreted heaven and earth. The first hiatus at the beginning of the first opening of the heavens and the earth is clear. The 4 seas and the 8 wildernesses are hidden. Exotic herbs and medicines are everywhere. Demons and ghosts are hidden from human traces. This poem may seem to be pretending to be mysterious, but it really introduces some of the phenomena of heaven and earth, and those who know the world will know it at a glance, while those who do not know the truth will be able to discern some hidden secrets from it. The fact that this book could be printed meant that the Court of Wei was open to the existence of the secret realm of heaven and earth, or at least to the literate community. How is this not a sign of confidence? Explicitly stating that it does not hide to show boldness? The first time to get the mountain and the CG this kind of introduction to the geography of the books, Zhou Yuan cannot help but stay up all night to study. What woke him up the next day was not an innkeeper or an unsuspecting ghostly creature, but the military secretary Kai Chang. Why did Brother Kai come here? But do you want to invite me for a drink? Good you Zhou Yuan. A visit is a guest. And you even want me to invite. The 2 men bantered for a couple of moments and then walked towards the tea table to sit down in a proper position. Zhou Yuan knew that Kai Chang would not purposely seek out the inn without any reason, this time to come, and even have the meaning of investigation and tracking. If there is no big deal, Kai Chang will not be so reckless. Brother, there is trouble in my wife's house, and I am going to bring my own soldiers over to see what is going on, and I hope you will help me with your divine shooting. You and I are brothers in arms. No need for words, only what happened. I still ask Brother Kai to explain, so that we can also determine the state of the enemy. Indeed I should. My wife is the daughter of the Zhang clan, a large clan in the city, and she has a sister named Manning, a woman of great poise and gentleness. That child has a beautiful lining and is very sensible, and is very much loved by his friends and relatives. Last night, Manning suddenly fell into a convulsive stupor and awoke at dawning. Later, she told her family that in her dream she saw a ghost eating her flesh and skinning her, and pleaded with her parents to save her life as the pain was unbearable. The Zhang family originally thought it was just a nightmare, but they didn't expect Manning to fall back into a coma, constantly wailing and moaning, mouthing Amma's pain and Abba's help. What parents could have seen such a tragedy? With the in-laws close to breaking their livers, so I had to go and take a look. Kai Cheng begs his brother to accompany him. If it is a tangible demon, we will try swords and arrows, and if it is an intangible demon, I will return to the camp and respectfully invite the Lord Lieutenant. Kai Cheng's words gave Zhou Yuan a feeling of coincidence. Too much coincidence. Yesterday he had just slapped 4 painted scoundrels to death, and today he encountered a ghost in his best friend's house, and Kai Cheng's wife and sister happened to be as beautiful as a flower, and need his help as a young military man to rescue them. I don't know if this medicine is a hero's rescue or a first sight, preferably a man's rescue from a man's misfortune rather than a ghost's enchanted eyes. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment in his mind and got up to leave with Kai Cheng. Now he wasn't afraid of the painted skins besieging him. It wasn't just a painted skin. It was the same as anyone who didn't have one. If he was pissed off, he would directly use the prop, painted skin scoundrel, and dive into them to see what they were counting on. Military Secretary Kai Cheng, Jing and Du Zhou Yuan, Wuwei Sharp Pawns 10. After taking the swords, spears, shields, leather armor, bows and arrows from the military secretary's mansion, the group went straight to the Zhang mansion in Chunrongfang in the east of the city. Before leaving, Kai Cheng's wife also wanted to go over to visit her sister, but was Kai Cheng strictly refused. In addition, the old lady who said she was a fasting Buddhist appeared, urging Kai Cheng to be careful and not to show off. The scene of a painted ghostly creature bugging an officer who has to deal with a ghost infestation is a little weird. Don't worry, mother, I and my brothers will try this with our strength, and if it doesn't work, we will report it to our superiors. Zhou Yuan saw that when the old woman with the painted skin heard the words report to the superior, her withered palms suddenly trembled a few times. This is the heart of fear. Then why still lured Kai Cheng into the game? The Zhang mansion in Chunrongfang in the east of Jing'an City was even larger than Kai Cheng's military secretary's mansion, and the servants who came and went were even far beyond Kai Cheng's mansion. But these are not important. What is important is the information about the identity of the monster that appears from time to time. Level 5 painted skin maid. Level 6 painted skin butler. Level 8 painted skin young master. The Grand Master is here. Quickly lead the way so that the Grand Master can see if there are any demons haunting the mansion. The people couldn't tell the difference between a divine-armed Xuanjia soldier and a martial artist, and the head of the Zhang residence was expected to be able to tell the difference, but still pinned his hopes on Kai Cheng. Changer, come and see Manning. You must save her. As long as I can save my son, I'm willing to take out gold, silver, and goods to offer to the army. Kai Cheng's father-in-law had obviously been in a hurry, promising a generous reward before he had even begun to do anything. Crossing over a door, Zhou Yuan and the 10 personal soldiers' eyes went straight, but they were surprised for different reasons. The 10 soldiers were seeing Zhang Manning's beauty, and that ICU, beautiful, mournful body. Zhou Yuan was surprised to see the elite monster with a name, level 15 painted skin Manning. Makoto, do you see something? Before Master Zhang could finish his sentence, 3 black shadows drilled out from underneath painted skin Manning's bed. Level 5 in spirit. They waved their palms and pulled at the painted Manning, causing it to let out a guttural, breathless moan. This skin is good. Don't you guys grab it from me. It's mine. Nonsense. I'm obviously the one who found this. Off. Don't tear my skin or I'll get you both killed. The 3 shadowy spirits fought greatly to restrain each other, creating the illusion that they were temporarily unable to peel off the human skin. Kai Cheng and his 10 personal soldiers naturally couldn't see the in spirit, nor could they hear the in spirit's words that resembled soul fluctuations. At this moment, all the hidden painted skins in the Zhang mansion, including the painted skin Manning who was pretending to be unconscious, were waiting for Zhou Yuan to make a move. Quickly make a move. Can't you see the in spirits that broke the skin yesterday? Quickly make a move to clean up those in spirits. The beauty was persecuted by an evil spirit, and the evil spirit wanted to skin her. It's something I can't stand, and he can do nothing about it. Is he even human? It's a court spy with a heart as hard as iron. Plan B for B. After a few painted skins exchanged a few words, the level 8 painted skin young master appeared to have suddenly remembered something and rushed to pounce on Kai Cheng. Brother-in-law, don't you have the manifestation liquid given by the school captain? Take it out and try it. Maybe you can see something. Kai Cheng didn't think much of it and casually yanked a pendant off his neck. It was a small copper jug as slight as a finger joint, and he unscrewed the copper spout and held 2 drops of green liquid to his eyes. There really is a ghost haunting the place. Zhou Yuan receives the medicine. Chapter 36. Kai Cheng, the military commander, was so steady that the moment he discovered the ghosts, he didn't even charge in hot blood, but gathered his comrades. Zhou Yuan took the spirit manifesting liquid and after placing a drop into his eyes, he manipulated his step bow to instantly fire 3 arrows in a row. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Brother Kai can't do it. The bow and arrow can't nail them. The painted steward on the side saw that Plan B had been put into place and rushed to open his mouth to prompt it. Grand Master, I've heard that the blood of the fierce fury is capable of exterminating evil spirits. Kai Cheng sniffed and slashed his palm, covering the blade with blood and swinging it. Several lean spirits dodged as if they had encountered something terrifying. But even so, they were unwilling to give up that perfect skin and kept circling around Zhang Manning's bed, severely limiting Kai Cheng's play. There's more of that. I'll give it a try. Zhou Yuan slashed his arm and rubbed his palm with blood to make it red, then secretly pinched the 3 talents seal and walked up. Since he wasn't high on blue pills, his palms didn't show the blood flame special effect, and the standing seal blood clotting was covered up by the blood on his hands. Seeing Zhou Yuan approaching, the 3 level 5 spirits still pretended to be secretly provoking. The level 15 painted skin Manning, lying on the bed, however, started to panic. It was not an unknown spirit. It knew Zhou Yuan's battle record. It was very worried about this martial arts teenager, who couldn't help but give it a seal of approval. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Gingan Zhou Yuan doesn't know my background. He should protect me and won't hurt me. This skin of mine is superbly tinkered with, and he won't fail to like the churlish, delicate body as long as he is still a human being. Brother, help me. Kai Chang's sentence of stormy hut interrupted Painted Skin Manning's self-congratulation, and also caused the 3 level 5 spirits to encounter a real threat. The bloodstained crimson palm appeared to be holding a sword in sweeping, but in reality, it was forming a seal to counterattack. Ah, there's no blue bar boosted seal of 3 talents, and no soul devouring blood flame, but otherwise it's still powerful. The Yin spirit that was hit by Zhou Yuan's 3 talent seal instantly emptied 1/3 of its blood bar and screamed miserably. Run! This guy has real skills. The 3 shadowy spirits didn't dare to act around the bed and couch anymore, nor did they dare to provoke the big ghost on the bed and couch, so they cried out and fled. The play to this point has actually ended. The next should be Painted Manning suddenly awakened, was attracted to the young man Yingwu, followed by the birth of a love affair. However, Zhou Yuan was on the contrary a person who did not understand the situation and did not follow the rules. Go, eat my sword again. At this moment, while all the ordinary people in the Zhang mansion greatly admired Zhou Yuan's courage, the Painted Skins secretly screamed that it was not good. As expected, Zhou Yuan's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed out of Painted Skin Manning's boudoir. When the Painted Skin Manning opened his eyes as promised, where there are still any teenage martial artists, are a group of burly soldier men, including Kai Chang. My child thanks both parents for the ride. Good boy. Lie down quickly. Have the ghosts and monsters left already? It's our family's greatest blessing that you're okay. Father, although the ghosts and monsters have left, lest they come back again, the child has suffered this calamity with a broken heart and chills, and wishes to have a brave man to guard him closely. Although Zhou Yuan man is gone, the play of drawing Manning is still going on. When these words came out, even Kai Chang was a bit distracted, not to mention the other personal guards. But what a character Master Zhang was! Not only did he hear his daughter's words, he also instantly ruled out Kai Chang and his personal soldiers. My son, father has figured out that no good family is as important as peace. That Gingan Zhou Yuan dared to fight with the grudge ghosts. He is a first-rate man of valor. Father will talk to him later and let him stay to protect him for some time. Ping 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 ping, a group of big man's heart is broken. On this soft little pussy to the hands of Zhou Yuan's bloodthirsty boy. How to burn a bit of dry fire. Kai Chang's heart also trembled. Bad. Cheap that kid. Really a good luck guy. The Painted Skin in the courtyard to see the first step of the love play. Although a little accident, but the general direction of the problem is not a problem after. Very pleased. But the other 3, level 5 spirits, couldn't rejoice. Or rather they couldn't gather. After Zhou Yuan chased out of the courtyard, he used a bottle of jade truthfulness to activate the blue bar, staggered a few servants, and slapped 3 spirits to death. This ferocious style was very alarming to the Painted Skins hidden among the servants. Uncle Zhou Du, my master invites you to the main hall. The Painted Skin butler endured the fear in his heart and went forward to ask this fierce man to move to the other courtyard. In fact, he didn't approve of today's play. Using the theory of grudge ghosts, although it was easy to accomplish things, it would also bring certain misfortune. However, the plan had already been formulated from above, so it could not afford not to follow it, and could only try to sew it up as much as possible to avoid Zhou Yuan finding out that something was wrong. Butler, why is your house haunted? But is there any reason for it? If the root cause is not removed, I'm afraid that the resentful souls will not be dispersed. In the face of Zhou Yuan's inquiry, the Painted Skin butler merely smiled stiffly, stating that subordinates do not discuss the affairs of the master's household. Uncle Zhou Du, this way please. When Zhou Yuan returned to the main hall, the first thing he saw was the level 15 Painted Skin Manning that was pretending to be weak. Zhou Xianyan, my daughter was nearly killed by a grudge ghost. Fortunately my son-in-law Kai Chang and Xianyan shared a helping hand. I should have offered a heavy gift to thank you, but my son Manning was so frightened by the ghosts that he could no longer sleep peacefully. Could you please ask Zhou Xianyan to stay and look after her for a few days to ensure my daughter's life and well-being? Me? Why not the military secretary? He has the manifestation fluid and is a relative of the house. Far more suitable than an outsider like me. The picture was poor. The Painted Skins didn't know what they were planning to do. They even wanted Zhou Yuan and level 15 Painted Skin Manning to live together. Was this to raise parasites? Xian nephew, when you know, the female begged to prevent relatives. Although the sincere child is a relative of my family, but it is not good an unmarried wife and sister companion. If Kai Chang is to be defended, I'm even more unsuitable. So please ask Master Zhang to find another way. You this teenager could not know things. You have official status. My family big, counted as a door-to-door. After this disaster, I don't want anything else but the well-being of my children. You are not married. My son is not married. You have extraordinary bravery. My son is very beautiful. If we can support each other, it will be a good story. Father, say no more. Painted skin Manning's pale cheeks suddenly appeared a touch of unnatural flushing. Really is shy and timid. Infatuation love charming. It turned its head to look at Zhou Yuan and somehow suddenly shed tears. Manning wants to live. Lang save me. This miserable and sad lament, coupled with the tearful and expectant look, simply broke the hearts of everyone present. Only Zhou Yuan was as unperturbed as a stone, even frowning as if he had encountered something difficult. Why is the nephew so cruel? The daughter is now 15 years old. Such a beautiful age, how can be killed for no reason? You can tell me what your difficulties are, and if you really don't want to, I, Zhang, will definitely not force myself on anyone. Yuan, thank you for your love, Master Zhang, but I have some aspirations with the army, and I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to reside in the city to look after your love. Zhou Yuan's reply caused Kai Chang, who was on the side, to be a bit dumbfounded and muttered in his heart, Zhou Yuan will not be stupid, Manning such a good-looking woman. The entire Jinggan County does not have a few. Why refuse? Could it be that his ambition to participate in the spirit opening examination was so firm? Sure enough, his toughness wasn't without reason. This conviction was worthy of his talent. Lang is so cruel. Can Manning wait for you? Chapter 37. Painted skin Manning drama play very well, but there is a pair of one the gentleman to save, willing to accompany the life of the warm feelings. If it were a normal teenage martial artist, seeing such an infatuation with beauty, he would be more or less touched, and would even think that it was fate or love. But Zhou Yuan was different. He didn't even know if he could beat this level 15 elite monster, so how could he have the heart to play along with it? As a result, Painted Skin Manning's obsessive courtship did not end up keeping Zhou Yuan. My son, there are many handsome young men in the county, and since that boy is a dull thing, let's find a better one. Father, I don't want anyone else. I want him. Daughter at first sight fall in love, and then it is difficult to tolerate those who talk about empty talk. Willing to wait for Yuan Lang to return to his heart. Must not marry him. Sinful fate. If it were not for my son's devotion, how could a small Jing'andu enter my family's front door? He is still not satisfied. Repeated excuses. Such naive goods do not want it. My son and wait. After a few days to forget it is good. I can't forget. How dare I? Under the respectful escort of the people of the Zhang mansion, Zhou Yuan and his group gradually traveled farther and farther away. Only a daughter seems to be sad like grudges leaning on the vermilion doorframe to look out. The demeanor is like a sad send-off the love of the affectionate girl. Zhou Yuan glanced backward and saw ulterior motives and charming with love, while the military men saw full of love and pure love for young girls. Brother's good hard heart. Now turn back is not too late. If you leave here and then regret, Zhang Fu door will not be good to enter. Brother Kai, do you really believe that a one-sided relationship can lead to mutual affection? I don't believe it, but my wife and sister, Jasper, are good and kind, so what can you want? And what do you have to want? That's hard to say. In case the figure of my skin nonsense, although you look like this is heroic, but there are many good-looking sons of the world. Manning, if you judge by appearance, you would have had a family long ago. Kai Chang didn't know that the flowery, curvaceous Zhang Manning was a painted ghostly creature. As he himself said, his wife's sister Manning was loved by her family and friends for her beauty, a beauty that could really confuse people and cover up deficiencies. The accompanying military men all thought that Zhang Manning was looking at last week's Yuan, and that it was a matter of love from above and not ulterior motives, not to mention the fact that Kai Chang had a share of kinship filters. Zhou Yuan, I used to only think that you had aspirations, but I didn't know that you were so determined in your aspirations. I am your officer and Manning's elder brother, and as the elder of the two of you, I should not have stirred up the feelings between your juniors belonging to each other, but I still have to say the last word. You can resist temptation is right. Your position is not high, and long stay in the military camp. If you leave as beautiful as flowers alone, it is a disaster, not a blessing. Brother Kai knows me, beauty is beauty, but what beauty is not beneficial to me? After arriving at Yaowu Square, Zhou Yuan parted ways with Kai Chang and the others. They went back to the military secretary mansion, and Zhou Yuan went back to the inn. The promised wealth from the Zhang mansion will be sent directly to the military secretary's mansion. and Kai Chang said he would send Zhou Yuan's share to the barracks to avoid having to pay interest to the money changers. With this, the matter was ostensibly over. But Zhou Yuan did not think that the painted skins would let it go. As long as he was still in this city, the painted skins would definitely create something to guide and manipulate his behavior. Therefore, after he returned to the guest room, he didn't hesitate to use the special prop, painted scoundrel. He wanted to see if the painted skins would still recognize him after donning this skin, and what those painted skins would do when they lost their target. The instant the special props took effect, Zhou Yuan felt like he was covered with an all-encompassing set of leather armor. He pulled on the skin of the outer cover a few times, and through testing, he found that the prop was not simply a way to change his appearance, but also had a certain defense function. Most of the painted skin ghost's ability is in this skin. Without it, it's just some invisible shadowy spirits. Boom! Zhou Yuan pushed open the window of the guest room and jumped down from the second floor. After he walked out of the back alley, he headed straight for the nearest red house greenhouse. The painted skins there were the best test subjects, and if they thought that Zhou Yuan was of the same race, the painted skin scoundrel prop would be considered to really have a strange effect. Moncler, come play. Ah, good brother, look at me. Yikes, I dropped my fan. So Gongzi will help my slave send it up. Zhou Yuan had just arrived at the entrance of the embroidered Xiaolu when he saw a group fan descending from the sky. The runner in the building picked up the group fan and shoved it into his hand, then pushed him straight to the second floor. Zhou Yuan followed the good advice and stepped onto the wooden staircase, turning a terrace to ascend to the second floor flower platform. A beautiful and touching, level 5 painted skin delicate lady trotted towards him, just like a young girl in spring finally seeing her lover. What are you doing here, you shrew? But your mother at home has something to tell you. Good sister, mother is fine, I just miss you. The reaction of the painted skin Jianyang made Zhou Yuan certain that they had a means of determining their kind amongst themselves and treated him as one of their kind as well. With that in mind, he reached out and squeezed the stiff softness, which was rewarded with a pout and the certainty that the painted petite girl had a decent touch. Dead beat, if you want it, come to my room at night and feed you a few bites while the guests are resting. Good sister, we are a family. Why do we still need to find a chance to feed? Why don't you hang out for me for a day? Bah, you rascals have no money and no energy. So what good is it for me to have fun with you? Get out of here. Don't get in the way of my business. Although Zhou Yuan had been kicked out, he had gathered enough intelligence. Whether it was the feel of her hands, or the strength of her push, or the flavor between her eyebrows, that painted skin dainty girl was just like any other person. How can you tell the difference between the real and the fake when it's so real? No wonder they can live hidden in the city. After walking out of the embroidery Xiaolu, he had planned to make a trip to Chunrongfang to see if those painted skins had made any next moves. I didn't want to, but before he could walk out of the market, he saw several worldly gentlemen with 20 to 30 servants, swooping down to the inn where he had lived before. Where is Zhou Yuan of Ging'an? I am Wang Li, son of the county minister. You military men are so uninformed that you don't know how to pay your respects to your superior officer when you first enter the city, and you need us to come and invite you in person. This is the first time that Zhou Yuan has seen the arrogance and dominance of the magistrate. Kai Chang does not count. He is a military official who was killed in a bloody battle, not counted as a Mengyin magistrate. The son of the county minister, Wang Li, was obviously looking for trouble, and his father most likely didn't know about it, or else he wouldn't have allowed his own foolish son to provoke the officers in the battalion. Probably because Wei is still martial arts into the marrow. The county of the prime minister, although the name of the phase, but it is a 5-person civil official just. This rank is the same as Kai Chang's military secretary, which has the bottom to mess with the military fortress to kill the talented military officials. In addition, Ging'an is a serious 7th grade military officer. Due to the different affiliations, the county minister cannot be arrogant to send, not to mention his son, Zhou Yuan Mo Cower, come out and meet me. The innkeeper appeared to be begging bitterly, but in reality, he didn't dare to take a step forward at all. When the guest room door was roughly pushed open, the shopkeeper was even more stunned. Bitter also, this small store even triggered the civil and military disputes. This county minister's son Wanli how to be a rash. I am afraid that it is not being used as a gun. A few accompanying sons of the world's families also felt over. We are all people of status. Should first sit down and discuss a few things. How can we recklessly cross swords? Brother Wang, it's too much. I'm afraid the military officers in the battalion will be disgruntled if it continues. After all, people have swords and armor, and you're afraid you won't be able to take advantage of this brocade suit. I don't care. I'll do anything for Manning. Why did Manning look at that loveless martial artist? How can I not be angry when my heart is like a knife? What's even more outrageous is that he turned down Manning. Manning doesn't deserve him there anymore. How dare he reject Manning? Chapter 38, The Skin of the God of the Workshop. The behavior of Wanli, the son of the county minister, was very contradictory. He both wanted to obtain Jiang Manning and could not accept that others rejected Jiang Manning. In most people's eyes this is a smitten male, trapped by love and broken-hearted, so reckless and unprovoked. But in Zhou Yuan's eyes, this county minister's son, Wanli, was simply a source of intelligence, proving the viciousness of the painted skin in his own state. Because not only was there a blood bar above Wanli's head, there was also special identity information, level 2 love puppet Wanli. This was the weakest little monster Zhou Yuan had ever seen since his debut. He even suspected that if he went up and slapped his face, Wanli would have to offer his experience and instantly fall into a long sleep. However, it was such an arrogant, domineering and pathetically weak fellow that brought Zhou Yuan a piece of information. Love puppet. That's a good name. Love before puppet. Is the cause, puppet after love, is the effect, lured by love, infatuation out of proportion, and ultimately transformed into a puppet? Zhou Yuan didn't know if his guess was right, but Wanli's state had confirmed a lot of things. The word puppet means that he has lost the ability to choose for himself. The key was that he was still at such a low level. Not to mention, level 15 painted skin Manning. The level 5 painted skin Jianyang from the flower house would be able to kick him down. It turns out that the painted skins have the skill of manipulating others in addition to making holsters. Zhou Yuan thought back carefully and realized that he had not seen any other love puppets in the city in the past 2 days. And the people who went in and out of the red mansions and greenhouses did not have this kind of labeling either. It was thought that ordinary painted skins did not have the ability to create love puppets, and only a few powerful painted skins possessed this ability to confuse and manipulate. Zhou Yuan, where are you and why are you afraid to see me? Don't pull me. I'll wait for him to give me an explanation for Manning. Zhou Yuan really wasn't good at dealing with this kind of person, and was even better at digging a hole to keep him or her comb forever. However, although Wanli was quite diabolical, his crime was not to death. Hence, Zhou Yuan did not pay any attention to this smitten fellow and turned around to walk towards the spring Rongfeng. On the way, he entered 2 more greenhouses and looked for a level 8 painted skin dancer to seek confirmation of his disguise. Sure enough, that painted dancer didn't see the difference in him either, but instead said he had a nice physique and invited him to come into the room for a night of fun. The pleasure grounds are wanton and indulgent. These painted skins are more cozy than the people of the city have ever been, and it has become a realm of ghostly joy and human decline. Along the way, it was getting closer and closer to Chunrongfang in the east of the city, and the density of painted skins in the neighborhood had increased quite a bit. This phenomenon was very abnormal. When Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng came to manage the ghost infestation before, the density of painted skins here was not higher than other places. Is it that this place was already full of them, and they were hidden before? Or did they gather here on purpose, with something to plot? Zhou Yuan followed the direction of the flow of the painted skins and realized that those skins did not stop when they passed by the level 15 painted skin Manning residence, but continued to travel forward, going further inside the marketplace. The surrounding buildings were also getting bigger and more grandiose. Pedestrians of all colors were gradually decreasing, and the servants and maids of the various mansions were gradually increasing. It wasn't until they reached a small bridge and waterfall that the painted skins entered a quiet courtyard. Zhou Yuan could see clearly that the other courtyard was a small temple, facing the direction of Chunrongfang and backing up to the market. What's that shrew froze for? Get in there and offer the liquid. Don't want the monthly salary. It's coming. A painted old man even pulled Zhou Yuan twice as he passed by, telling him to hurry up and enter the temple. After Zhou Yuan entered it, he discovered that this place was a square god temple, equivalent to a land temple in a countryside village or town. Although the god is small and the temple is not big, the statue of the god of the workshop is very exquisite, just like a lifelike and amiable old man. There were quite a number of people who came in from the direction of the market to offer incense, and some of them even stuffed a few coins into the incense box. Zhou Yuan raised his head to take a closer look, and there was even identity information on top of that idol, skin of the place god. The incense burners burned incense and made offerings, and the painted skins offered liquid offerings. The dark cumulus fluid drips from the painted skin's eye socket, and level 10 painted skin temple warden reaches out to catch it, smearing it on the back of the idol. Painted skins that offer up cumulus fluids will receive 5 strings of copper coins, which should be about 500 coins in length depending on the size. The situation looked like Zhou Yuan's scalp was numb. It wasn't strange for the painted skins to cover the function. What was strange was that the name Fengshen was really on that skin. What the hell are these painted skins up to? Are they made of that square god skin? Or is it something that lives up to its name? The scheming of the painted skins was beyond Zhou Yuan's imagination. He didn't think that the painted skins would offer up a skin for no reason. There must be something divine about this skin. It's not hard to verify the truth. It's similar to a pop-up item with a name description, and the odds are that it can be included in the item bar. As long as one entered Zhou Yuan's item bar and viewed some item introductions, they would naturally be able to understand the hidden secrets. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. Anyway, he was cloaked in the painted skin scoundrel prop, and the painted skins couldn't recognize him. So where would he be afraid of them chasing him? He followed the example of an incense burner, lit a few sandalwood joss sticks, bowed respectfully in pilgrimage, and took advantage of the fact that when he approached to offer incense, he surreptitiously touched the statue of the square god for a moment. Ding! I've got the skin of the god. After getting the item, Zhou Yuan did not bother to watch the information about the item and turned around. The people who offered incense didn't find anything. They just felt that the square god master had stiffened up a bit and lost the illusion of being lifelike. The level 10 painted skin temple wizard, that was applying the cumulus liquid behind the statue of the square god, however, sensed an abnormality, and it was very puzzled as it looked at the square god that had suddenly changed. Where did my big skin of the square god go? Why did it disappear in the middle of the day? Thief! Thief! Someone has stolen Master Fengshen's gold belt. Although, level 10 painted skin temple wizard, was panicked. He didn't lose his mind and merely uttered the pronouns without shouting out such a horrifying name as square god skin. What kind of person even steals the gold belt of the place god? The world is going downhill, and he's not afraid of the place god's old man's blame. Where are the thieves that dare to steal from under our noses? If we catch him, we must break his arms and legs and bring him before the place god elder to atone for his sins. Isn't the golden belt still on Master Fengshen? Could the temple priest have misread it? Although the perfumers were angry that someone had blasphemed against the place god lords, they didn't take it too seriously. These days, many of the city's rascals, beggars and pickpockets, who is very poor, it is not possible to come to the temple of the square god to play a bit of autumn wind. I just didn't expect that the thieves this time would be so bold as to steal even the objects on Master Fengshen's body. Unlike the incense burners who were furious, the level 10 painted skin temple wizard, and the painted skins in the temple were very panicked. Something big has happened. Losing the skin of the place god. Mother is afraid that they will be skinned. What's more crucial is that they haven't found a single clue, let alone locked the person who stole it. Sinful. To be able to take things in an instant without a sound. What's wrong with stealing something? Why did you focus on that skin? Mother is cutting off her destiny with love. And without the artifact of the skin of the place god, there is nothing that can hold father's destiny. Chapter 39 The Doctrine of Fate. Props, the skin of the square god. Introduction. West City has a god said square, small and good, for the blessing of the death of the spiritualization of the deceased, the life of a close friend to see it trapped in the shrine. It is difficult to meet with friends and relatives. He then opened his coffin, took his skin and made it into mortal garments, and the workshop was overjoyed to get the clothes and re-enter the folklore. One day cruising, see the good faith fell into the water and died. Lonely souls scorching in the sun, busy shouting, into my shirt to cover the sun. After many years, the spirit of the workshop is scattered and the clothes are left in vain. Effects, divine clothing without leakage, sheltering the spirit to accommodate the blood, can be nourished with cumulus fluid, and can be repaired by the chi of incense and fire to repair the damage. After using it, it can continuously restore blood and blue in trace amounts. The effect of the skin of the square god is very powerful. Even if normal people don't have the attribute panel to enjoy continuous blood and blue return, just based on the described sheltering spirit-tolerant blood effect, it was also a precious special spirit item, not to mention that divine clothes without leakage attribute. This thing is probably somewhat related to the provenance of the painted skins, and I'm afraid I'm not digging up their roots. The introduction to the skin of the place god is not a conspiracy though, but a calm and warm little story. But there's no shortage of information in it at all, especially the line, take their skins, make them into garments, and then into folklore. The description is exactly the same as that of the painted skins, except that the clothes are different, and the spirits wearing them are different. Zhou Yuan was right in thinking that he had indeed unearthed the roots of the painted skins. At this moment, the temperature in Chunrongfang and County Minister Zhuo Jialuo's residence had lowered a few degrees. All the servants, including the painted maids, trembled with fear, hoping that the master of the house would not vent his anger on them. Luo Jun, now that it's come to this, It's better to tell mother what's going on as soon as possible. Otherwise we'll all get dragged into it when mother catches up with us. I do not know that this matter requires mother's choice, but mother has not been successful in the matter of intercepting lives in recent times, and her heart has long been on fire. If we report the disappearance of the square god's clothes for no reason at this time, I'm afraid we'll be de-skinned and destroyed by mother. What then? At this time report that we still have a chance of survival. If we say we lost it again when mother uses up the clothes of the place god, I'm afraid we'll die 10 deaths. AI. Ultimately cannot be avoided robbery. I and other secret realm demons secretly hidden on earth. Enjoy a life of wealth and prosperity. Has been a heavenly fortune. Why did mother believe in the words of that human square warrior and insisted on taking that Luo Xing's destiny? Heaven and earth grant that there must be a reason for it. And how could we not be punished for going against the heavens? Luo Ying, the county minister and bureaucrat, has been living in the city for more than 20 years, and has long since learned the Confucian doctrine of celestial and human sensibility, and his way of thinking has been influenced to some extent. He believes that heaven and earth are in order, and that only by complying with the will of heaven can one survive in this heaven and earth, or else sooner or later one's spirit will be extinguished and driven back to the secret realm. But after all, he was not that painted ghost mother, and most of the time he still had to follow orders. What's the use of Luo Jun saying this at this time, when the whole city searches for the clothes of the square god while it's not long after it's lost? If the thieves take it out of the city, even with mother's ability, it will be difficult to recover the divine clothes again. The secret demons are immortal and unwise. The beings of heaven and earth are wise and thinly lived, and there is nothing like a yin and a yang. Well, we have done our sins and enjoyed our blessings, and if the calamity comes, we will go back to being that witless demon again. Luo Ying waved his sleeves and led the crowd of painted scribes towards the small remote courtyard. It was not only their mother who lived there, but also the king who held their lives in his hands. Calling her mother just for extra affection doesn't give you the luxury of truly inclusive mothering. Clang, clang. Mother as well. Luo Ying seeks an audience. The closed door of the room opened automatically, and the clear woman was rubbing the feet and pounding the legs of the youth on the bed. And hold your tongue. Your father has just gone to bed. Let's go outside the house and talk. The clear woman carefully lowered the youth's legs and covered him with a thin quilt before getting out of bed and putting on her shoes to walk outside the house. Say, there's most likely nothing good about all of you coming together to find me. Mother atoned for her sins. Today the clothes of the place god suddenly disappeared in front of the temple priest and a group of guards. It's not that we're slacking off. It's just that we can't guard against it. One moment the temple blessing was wiping the cumulus fluid for the divine clothes, and the next moment the divine clothes disappeared for no apparent reason. Click, click, click. Horrible sounds came from the clear woman. Its hands clenched and cheeks trembling as if it was trying its best to hold back. A few painted scribes were kneeling on the ground, and a clean-cut woman was staring angrily. Quiet. Incomparably quiet. At this time no one dared to make a single sound for fear that they would be skinned and destroyed by their annoyed mother. It was only after about half an hour that the clear woman waved her hand helplessly. Hey, it's not your and others' fault that heaven's destiny is like this. Go find a car to carry me around the city. If I am lucky enough to find the divine clothes, you and others have the credit. If you can't find it, should always find a remedy. We obey. Although the clear woman said that the painted scribe was not guilty, she also said that a remedy was needed. The painted scribes did not dare to be slow, and ordered their servants to pull in 3 carriages, ready to personally drive the carriages and horses to accompany their mother on her tour of the city. The beautiful woman ignored their attentiveness and returned to enter the room and crouch on the bed. Xing Lang, the concubine is trying to keep you alive, so she is following you in everything. It was originally intended that after taking your fate the concubine would be able to regain her life, and you would be able to wear the garb of the place god and be with me. Naiha's godly clothes are lost. I can't play the ghost of repayment anymore. I'm afraid I'll reveal my true nature and harm your life. You say, if this prime vote into temple destiny of yours is false, and I can't borrow the power of heaven and earth to settle down, then is this technique of transforming puppets with love a loss for me to use? I didn't think that I, a demon, would also believe in the founder's saying of destiny, wanting to greedily take a step to vanish from the secret bondage and seek that method of not losing one's spiritual wisdom. If this heaven and earth can tolerate demons without wisdom and immortality, why can't it tolerate demons with wisdom and immortality? The clean-cut woman stroked the youth's face and reached out to pick him up. It had already lost the clothes of the place god. It couldn't afford to lose Luo Xing, a person with a destiny. If not, she, too, would lose her purpose and become one of those painted skins of greed who wantonly enjoy themselves without questioning tomorrow. Xing Lang, why do you say you are so stupid? You clearly see my reality. Why don't you understand the word patience? Yes, that founder was right. The prime goat into life is strong and resolute and brave. Where does he know how to endure and retreat? The painted skin ghost mother still remembers the painstaking efforts it made to modify its clothes to please its lover after marrying into the Luo mansion. I did not expect its husband Luo Xing, born to see the yin and yang, found that there is a shadowy ghost ambush in the table drawing skin after the knife is going to fight for his life. It is really a brave and courageous man. Since then, the ghost mother has left behind the fascination of her first taste of love. It changed Luo Xing's family and got Taoist and founder to check Luo Xing's abnormality. A square scholar saw some clues. With the 7 government for you, plum blossom numerology interpretation, concluded that Luo Xing has the optimistic goat into the temple fate, belongs to the fire and gold. The Big Dipper floating star, can recognize the yin and yang. Therefore, the painted skin ghost mother came into contact with the doctrine of the founder's fate and the method of easy fate, and thought of increasing her own fate, saving the immortality of demons and fixing the spiritual wisdom of human beings. Mother, the carriage is ready. Please move. Several painted scribes bowed respectfully, and the petite painted ghost mother walked out of the house carrying the tall and thin youth. The clothes of the place god are my teacher, and the one who steals my teacher stays with himself, so he can't get away. Chapter 40, Returning to the Camp for Refuge. The painted skins were not the true masters of Jing'an City after all. Even though they have used the power in their hands to start sealing off the streets and patrolling the city, there are still quite a few loopholes. The moment Zhou Yuan saw the introduction of the skin of the workshop god, he disappeared through the East City Gate and left the Jing'an City where people and ghosts mixed. He didn't even bring a carriage or horse with him, and ran to the military fortress with only his full level of fitness walking skill. On the way, he withdrew the prop, painted skin scoundrel, restored his appearance, and rushed back to the barracks before evening. To his surprise, the barracks had been placed under full martial law, and even battalion military officers like him had been inspected. Please Jing'an do prick the blood to test the body. This knife is thin and sharp, and it doesn't hurt to cut down, so don't make it difficult for the brothers. Zhou Yuan received the exquisitely shaped dagger and took a look at it. It was still a secret realm treasure soldier, evil-breaking short blade, with information compiled on it. He did as he was told and made a cut at each of his small left arm and his large right arm, which oozed reddish blood. Identity check. Please ask Jing'andu to enter the camp. One of the old guards wiped the blood on the dagger with his hand and put it in his mouth to taste it before letting Zhou Yuan enter the camp. This dares to be good, completely blocking the way for the painted skins to mix into the barracks. The Jing'an school captain really knows something. Where is Zhou Yuan of Jing'andu? The Lord Lieutenant has an invitation. Zhou Yuan had just walked into the lieutenant's mansion and was about to return to Lieutenant Jing'an to eliminate his leave when he saw the lieutenant's own soldiers looking around for him. Zhou Yuan is here. The brothers will just lead the way. Under the guidance of a group of personal soldiers, Zhou Yuan once again entered the Jing'an school captain's government hall. That cold-faced lieutenant sat on the upper seat and signaled his personal soldiers to move a chair for Zhou Yuan as well. Zhou Yuan, why did you suddenly return to camp? But you're tired of playing around in the city. As soon as Zhou Yuan took a look at this situation, he knew that the Jing'an army most likely had spies in the city, or else there was no need for a military lieutenant to talk to him about trivial matters in the city. Therefore, he decided to come up with some dry goods to see what Captain Jing'an wanted to hear. Captain, Yuan entered the city 3 days ago and encountered strange events, and did not dare to stay, so he left the city to return to the camp to find the captain to report. What is the strange thing? Tell me. Lieutenant, Yuan entered the city on the first day of wandering around, the second day out of the military Sima residence by the scoundrels looking for trouble, so he led them into the dark alley, intending to teach a lesson to end. I do not want those scoundrels non-human for evil. Yuan with a knife to break its skin, did not see the flesh and blood, kill it to get broken skin for. On the third day, Yuan wanted to immediately return to the camp to report the anomaly. The military secretary Kai Cheng's home again grievous ghosts, had to help. The military secretary helped me to open my eyes with the spirit-revealing liquid, and when I saw the 3 ghosts pulling and harming people, we drove them away with the blood of the fierce fury, and saved MS. Manning of the Zhang mansion. Bang, bang, bang. Captain Jing'an kept tapping the table with his index finger until he finished listening to Zhou Yuan's report, and only then did he squeeze out a smile on his icy face. Every word is true, and it is worthy of a man of loyalty and valor who has not deceived me. Zhou Yuan, don't think that the battalion is spying on you. but rather the state secret agents have been hidden in Jing'an City. They saw the matter of you luring the scoundrel into the dark alley. And they saw the matter of you entering the Zheng mansion to deal with the ghost infestation. This is not to spy on you, a newly promoted military officer, but to observe the military governor's house. The ghosts in the city are good at hiding folk, and Kai Chang of the military secretary's office is very close to me, so the ghosts are bound to watch him, and the spies dig up the ghosts by observing him. The ghost infestation in Jing'an City is not a short-term quick fix, but an expansion over the years. They may be well hidden up front, but as the base grows, something will always show. As a matter of fact, the Jing'an school captain and the state government's superior officials have already set their eyes on them, only that they have not cracked down for the time being, and are still in the stage of locking down and eliminating them. Lord Lieutenant, the ghosts in the city are holding together. I'm afraid their numbers are already quite high. Why don't you deploy your soldiers into the city to line up and cut down any hidden ghosts? Zhou Yuan, the ghosts in the city are extremely good at hiding, so it's really hard to detect them. Using the method of bloodletting to check the body to force is the next best thing. Forcing too hard not to leave a way out. They will instead set off a bigger scourge. Right now they're still in the hiding stage, and as long as they're hiding they'll be cowering and restraining themselves, and the damage they do will be limited. I see. Thank you for clearing up the confusion, Lord School Captain. By the way, Lord School Captain, Military Secretary Kai Chung gifted me the martial art, 3 talents pile, and Yuan was fortunate enough to realize the 3 talents seal recorded therein. The 2 times I cured the ghosts were mostly due to this seal, but after I used it a few times I felt a bit overwhelmed and physically tired. I don't know what's the reason. Since there were really secret agents from the state government in the city, Zhou Yuan no longer hid it and directly put on the table a martial art like the 3 talents seal that relied on enlightenment. Otherwise, it was hard to tell how a martial artist could easily force back a ghostly creature without any visible injuries of his own. Thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to ask for this bottle of beneficial cream to be given away. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's inquiry, Captain Jing'an's stiff fake smile finally faded away with a bit more sincerity. He peeled out a bottle of ointment from under the tabletop and casually threw it to Zhou Yuan, which seemed to have been prepared long ago. If Zhou Yuan did not tell the hidden truth, not only would he not get the ointment, but he would also lose the trust of Captain Jing'an. Zhou Yuan, the genius of your divine arm Shen armor has provided for me in bloody battles, serving as my protective robes and personal brethren. All of you may speak to me frankly about anything, and if you hide it, I will not ask more questions. The moment I granted you your official status, you should have realized that I am not only your superior officer, but also your reliance. Although our Gingan army is not the top and bottom of the same, but above the uncle is also considered honor and disgrace together. You are humiliated and injured. The battalion will not ignore. The battalion has orders and the court has orders, so you and I need not complain. Just kill the enemy with bow and sword. That 3 talents seal will be used sparingly in the future, as it attracts chi and blood from the gods as a strike. It is inevitable that the chi and blood will be deficient after using it too much. When you return, take 1 spoonful of the chi benefiting cream in the morning, noon, and night for 3 days. It's enough to nourish your lost chi and blood. Zhou Yuan clutched the chi benefiting cream that had an informative introduction and could not help but sigh at the bravado of Captain Jing'an. Is this the benefit of having power? Is this the means of uniting the military officials by the Yasukuni captain? It is really when the dead soldiers are raising the 2 hurdles of the 3 talents pile, the invocation of the spirit and the sensing of the chi. I don't know how many tough generals in the army were defeated, but I don't want to be practiced by you. And set up your seal and condense your chi. Let me see how many % of your 3 talents seal is on fire. Zhou Yuan didn't push back when he heard this and gave the hardwood chair a heavy blow with his standing palm seal. Bang! Wooden shavings flew. The sturdy wooden chairs of the army were slapped and shattered in many pieces, and the tremendous force even shook the broken wood to explode and scatter in all directions. Captain Jing'an was more or less unbelievable when he saw Zhou Yuan instantly gathering chi and condensing power and easily slapping the wooden chair apart. How did you practice this seal? How can it be sent out with the heart without the need to brew and condense chi? Aren't the 3 talents seals all like this? And isn't it written in the martial arts atlas that one uses the spirit to draw on the chi? So naturally one should move with the heart and the heart to the chi. I really didn't expect that you still have a talent for practicing chi. Don't be complacent. Practice martial arts well, and on the day the court opens the spirit examination, you may be able to exchange this natural talent for a reward. Yuan, thank you for the school captain's teaching. It was only after Zhou Yuan had left that Captain Jing'an let out a deep sigh. There are so many talented people in the world, and I don't want to see a dragon come out of the countryside. Fortunately, he is my man, and with this affection, he falls to be my fierce warrior and my helper. Chapter 41, Preparing the Army for War. Zhou Yuan returned to the military fortress to take refuge, but the painted skins in Jing'an City were suffering. They are ordered to patrol the streets under martial law for no apparent reason, and they begin to pay careful attention to all suspicious objects around them. But Jing'an City is, after all, where the county office is located, and every day there is simply an endless stream of traders, county office agents, school students, Zhangguhan who sell their skills, and so on. Trying to find a suspicious target among all these people was simply too difficult, not to mention that the painted skins couldn't completely blockade the four gates of the county. But the high pressure from the painted skin ghost mother and the painted skin scribe made it impossible for the painted skins to stay out of it. As a result, the atmosphere in Jing'an City gradually became strange. Scoundrels patrolled the streets, noblewomen paraded the streets, dancers stepped on the green, and even the county office's adjutant changed his normal routine and went into the various neighborhoods to study the people's situation. As the saying goes, when you are in danger, great things will come to pass. With the painted skins in uncharacteristic disarray, the state capital's spies followed a few suspicious targets, locking down a few of the city's forces and parts of the population. To the general, the city's merchants, dancers, landlubbers, and physicians are all abnormal. County Department of the Differential Service, the adjutant. There are also misdemeanors, detailed in the adjutant directory here. The differential service is not counted, and I hope to clear out and re-elect. On July 12 of the 13th year of Hong Yi's reign, Captain Jing'an received a secret message from a secret agent in the state capital. Looking at the long list of adjutants, Captain Jing'an was very satisfied, regardless of whether or not any of them were wrongly accused. Just by the fact that the zoogonists on the list could be manipulated by the painted ghosts, their official careers would be at an end. This list is not only a merit that can be realized at any time for the Jing'an lieutenant, but also an opportunity to bestow favors that the court needs. As long as we arrest this group of county department sergeants and retire those grassroots officers, the extra positions will naturally be able to absorb a new group of aspiring youths. As to whether those who were implicated would be disgruntled, that was never an issue the court would consider. Wei is a country where martial artists are in charge of the military, and the subordinate army supervises the government, so the court officials will only be slightly more moderate on the issue of the military fort garrison, and will not be so nice to ordinary officials. Good. Worthy of being a state secret agent, efficiency is high. As long as these treacherous ghosts are cleared away, Jing'an County may not be able to hold a civil examination to select Zhuo officials and bless the people. Captain Jing'an was lamenting the excellence of the state capital's secret agents when his accompanying bodyguard delivered another secret report. Captain, the ghosts in the city have abnormal activities and even dare to close the streets to patrol the city. We have been investigating carefully for several days, and we have locked the suspects all over the industry, among which the Red House is the most popular, supplemented by the county officials. Between these two, the city's gangs and medicine halls serve as liaison, and the thieves and bandits have become organized in their power. So I asked the school captain to decide. This secret telegraph line was an encrypted instrument, made by the Jing'an Army's own military spies. After reading the Army's secret report, Captain Jing'an was contemplating what to do when he didn't realize that the county office had also sent a secret letter. The situation described on it is completely different from the first two secret letters, written by the county minister, said that the officials themselves, the master is difficult to restrain, fear that the order of the officials are different, please Jing'an School Lieutenant Army into the city martial law. Good. I see that you don't want to hide anymore, thinking that you have the ability to self-govern Jing'an. Pass on my general's order to supervise the martial artists of the counties belonging to the county to enter the camp, and order the soldiers of the 3 battalions of Wuwei, archery, and Primus to organize their armies and prepare for battle. He ordered the soldiers to enter and not to leave, and sent fast riders to the state capital to ask the governor of Huaizhou to send reinforcements, reporting to the court that the ghosts are not thinking of hiding and ambition is growing in the county. I, Jiang Run, the lieutenant of Jing'an, will follow the law of the town and enter the town to show the majesty of the court. A general's order was rapidly spread throughout the 3 camps of the army. The regular soldiers were ready to prepare for battle, and the auxiliary soldiers took the lead in assembling and preparing to transport supplies with the army. The entire military fortress was running fast in front of Zhou Yuan. This war machine was warming up and was not far from being unleashed. The lieutenant will order that the armory be opened, and that chi replenishing spirits be taken to capitalize on the martial artists of the counties. and that secret treasures be taken to equip the army's braves, the lieutenant's personal soldiers who were busy passing out orders, the various military officials who were assembling the entire army, and the mouthfuls of special wooden boxes that kept going in and out of the armory made Zhou Yuan realize the seriousness of the problem. The painted skins were only confused and mistaken, and their excessive behavior made Captain Jingan think they were coming for real. The point is, the Jingan schoolmasters are more ruthless and more powerful than they are, and when he takes it seriously, things heat up in a straight line. Where is God's arm du beau Zhou Yuan? Zhou Yuan is here. May I have a general's order? By order of the Captain General, Zhou Yuan is temporarily in charge of the Divine Arm team, and will receive 3 precious bows from the mysterious realm, 60 evil suppressor arrows, 300 bloodbane arrows, and 20 manifestation liquids, 20 brave men in my humble team, dispensing arrows and holding medicine, and lodging the sound of the shot. Zhou Yuan accepts the order, and will immediately supervise the soldiers to prepare for battle. The Jing'an army was not an independent warlord, but a garrison under the Wei court. The spirits produced by their camps were not rich, but the court did not leave them alone, instead equipping them with enough armaments for a battle. At the moment when Zhou Yuan was receiving orders to supervise the troops, Kai Cheng in Jing'an City was still enjoying the coziness of his home. At this moment, he, the military secretary, suddenly became unimportant, and no one would divulge any information to him in the face of strict general orders. But even so, the painted skins in the city sensed something unusual. This anomaly was not a result of their ability to line up people traveling to and from the counties in the county, or of keeping scouts at the barracks. Rather, it was because the street closures and city patrols went so well that the county superiors acquiesced in their behavior after just a few mentions. After a few days of patrolling the city, the painted scribes had gotten over their initial panic and regained their sanity. Mother, due to the loss of the clothes of the place god, we have deployed too many of our kind to explore the area, and there are advantages and disadvantages among them, so it is inevitable that some problems will be exposed. There should be quite a few secret agents in the city, and they are afraid that they will organize and analyze the situation in the city to report to the superior officer. Mother, our actions are not in keeping with what the city officials have done, and if we go too far, I'm afraid it will be taken as a provocation to declare war. The painted scribes looked at the prosperous and bustling Jing'an city, and felt that the human soldiers' front might have to press on. The prerequisite for them to be able to enjoy all the fun is to resemble and learn human behavior to hide in the city, and once exposed, the court will never allow them to stay in the city. Can we temporarily return to the secret realm to rest, and wait for some time before sneaking into the city to set up? No, may not. 2 opposing voices, one from Luoying, a county bureaucrat, and one from the painted ghost mother. We don't know how many spies are in the city, and we don't know how many have been exposed. If we return to the nest to hide from the disaster, we will most likely be discovered by secret agents who will discover the location of the secret realm, in which case we will have no further chance to enter the world after we are annihilated. Luoying is right. Avoiding today's disaster will surely be a legacy for the future. No matter how powerful that Captain Jing'an is, he can't slaughter the people of the city, so let him kill some exposed ghosts to resume his duties, and once he withdraws, the city will still be ours. Mother is wise. We ask that the street closures and patrols of the city be suspended, so that our kindred may once again be hidden from the people. The painted skin ghost mother shook her head as she caressed the tall and thin youth in her arms and sighed quietly. In 3 days it will be the Mid-Yuan festival, the day the ghost gate opens wide, and the time of my easy life. Let them attract the attention of Captain Jingan. I brought them to Earth to enjoy years of joy, and there should be some repayment. Chapter 42, The Ghost Festival of the Chinese New Year. Half of July, Day of the Dead. Ban, Sunga, burning paper ingots to honor the souls of the dead, and releasing river lanterns to send out thoughts. On July 12th of the 13th year of the Great Wei Hongye, Jiang Ren, the lieutenant of Jing'an, issued an order to prepare for war, and after only 2 days he gathered 13 martial artists from all counties. By July 15th, the day of the Mid-Yuan festival, the captain of Jing'an did not wait for reinforcements from the state capital, and marched his troops of 3,000 into the city of Jing'an. In the army, there are 500 soldiers of the Wu-Wei battalion, 300 soldiers of the Shooting Sound battalion, 300 soldiers of the Primus battalion, 1,800 soldiers of the Zhou battalion, and more than 100 subordinates of the divine arms of the Xuanjia. Zhou Yuan looked at the mysterious realm treasure in his hand and felt that there was going to be a big battle next. Weapon, Tiger Shooting Bow. Introduction, the doorstep list out of the carving insect skills. The seat invited to shoot tigers, lantern riddles also lantern tiger, to solve the riddle for shooting tigers. Effect, the bow opens to 5 stones and 600 pounds, and when it locks onto a target, it comes with a concealment breaking effect, and the person hit by the arrow will suffer a concealment breaking judgment. Note, the less blood and the lower the level of the target, the stronger the concealment breaking effect will be. Weapon, evil arrow. Introduction, wealth is the source of nourishing life. Evil is the source of harming life. Suppressing evil, avoiding evil, eliminating disasters and solving problems. Effect, suppresses evil and drives away demons. Eradicates sprites and devils. Purifies the aura. Can directly attack nether spirit-type creatures, and inflicts additional damage on evil spirit-type creatures. The combination of the tiger shooting bow plus the evil suppressing arrow was very restraining to the painted ghosts. The fact that there were such highly targeted weapons in the Jing'an army's coffers proved that the Jing'an school captain had long been prepared to clean up the ghosts. Before the state capital and military spies, locked suspect object is limited. Jing'an school captain can still tolerate. But this time, the painted ghostly creature's behavior of sealing off the streets and patrolling the city and overriding the superior officer had exceeded the limits of the Jing'an school captain's patience. He feared that if he didn't act, the painted ghost would use the means of decree to replace the people of the city on a large scale. Today is the Mid-Yuan festival, the day when the ghost gate opens wide for the souls of the dead to return home. Regardless of why the ghostly creatures in the city have suddenly turned from dark to light, today is sure to be the day they run rampant. In fact, what Jiangren, the captain of Jing'an, was most worried about was not yet the ghosts in the city, but the combination of the ghosts and the special time of the Mid-Yuan festival. Weidu Town Law Book Records, the middle of the Yuan, the festival of Yin Ghosts, half of July to, Yin Ghosts can get out of the secret world and out. That is to say, on the day of the Mid-Yuan festival, the secret realm will temporarily lose its bondage to the Yin Ghosts, and the secret realm Yin Ghosts will be able to freely enter the earth. In the past, Jing'an City had never been plagued by Yin Ghosts, but this time, the strange movement of the ghosts in the city, coupled with the approach of the Mid-Yuan festival, made it impossible for the Jing'an lieutenant not to take it seriously. Therefore, he not only summoned the martial artists from each of his counties, but also sent a plea for help to the state capital, the governor of Wyoming. It is also on the Huaizhou prefecture reinforcements have not yet arrived. Otherwise Jiangren does not mind the siege of the county, strongly interrupting the connection between the Mid-Yuan festival and the ghosts in the city. Order. Jing'an do Zhou Yuan to hold the military flag and command 100 light cavalry. Control the city gate and welcome the Chinese army into the city. No. Zhou Yuan, as a military officer who could use the seal of 3 talents and had similar abilities as a martial artist, was indeed suitable to serve as the center vanguard. When he received the order, he spurred his horse into the Primus battalion and got the battalion's lieutenant to order more than 100 light cavalry to go straight to Jing'an City. Thump, thump, thump. It was only when the galloping light cavalry reached the vicinity of the Shire that the guards manning the city noticed the anomaly. It is unrealistic to expect a quick response from these guards who maintain law and order and patrol the gates. Panicked crowds rushed to get out of the way of the official road, and panicked guards drove away the people inside and outside the gateway, trying to close the gates. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 heavy arrows pierced the bolts of the gates in the guards' hands, and they threw the hardwood bolts in their hands to the ground with a start. Captain Jing'an has ordered that the south gate of the city be opened to welcome the Chinese army into the city. The remaining 3 gates enter and exit normally, and those who fabricate lies to cause panic and take advantage of the situation are all beheaded. That fool, look at what flag this is. Are you going to lock our Jing'an army out of the city? Although Zhou Yuan fired 2 arrows in a row to stop the city guards from closing the city gates, his mouth was still businesslike. The light cavalry that accompanied them could not, and they opened their mouths to curse and admonish the guards of the city. General, don't be angry. We are all our own brothers. We didn't receive the order from the county office. How can we not be afraid when we see the cavalry galloping? As soon as the city gates all saw that it was one of their own, they were busy righting their leather and iron armor and ran out to explain, hoping that these war soldiers would not look for trouble from them. The city guards, the military order is here. Quickly inform the county guard and the county minister that the Jing'an army has been ordered to enter the city and stand guard. Zhou Yuan threw the black token with red writing in his hand to the city gate due so that he could report to his superior officer to avoid being dealt with by military law for releasing the goods privately. Alright, General, wait a moment. I'll go find our Chu governor. After a farce, the people near the south city gate calmed down. To them, since it was the Jing'an army that had come, there was nothing to fear. For many of the men of the people's families in the city also served in the Jing'an army. Rounding up, the Jing'an army is actually the Jing'an people's own people. Only that one side is armed and training, and the other side is busy and alive. In particular, military officers in the army would all purchase mansions and marry and have children in the city, a move that greatly increased the sense of identity among the people of the city. Therefore, when the center infantry and the Zoomers arrived, some of the people dared to go up and say a few words. The military officials familiar with the process immediately organized the Zhou soldiers to guard the official road, so that the Chinese war soldiers would be given priority to enter the city. Zhou Yuan, is there anything unusual in the city? Captain, there is nothing going on in the city, and the ruffians who were originally patrolling the streets dispersed on their own as soon as they saw the cavalry enter the city. Still knows how to hide, so it looks like the situation isn't completely out of control. Captain Jing'an beat his horse and entered the city. And after first meeting the county governor and the county minister, he sent his soldiers to take over the 4 gates of the city. The soldiers who changed defense still followed the principle of in and out and didn't care that the ghosts in the city would take advantage of the opportunity to escape. What Captain Jing'an wants is for there to be no major chaos on the day of the Mid-Yuan festival. And if the ghosts leave the city, it will be just what he wants. The Jing'an army had been in the city since the morning, and the soldiers of the battalions had only finished replacing their guards in the afternoon. Immediately afterward, Jiang Run, the captain of the Jing'an school, distributed 8 squads, led by martial artists from each county, to carry out the order to capture and kill the ghosts. Zhou Yuan, due to his martial artist-like skills, was also granted 5 divine arm handlers, 20 Xuanjia soldiers, and 50 Zhuobing soldiers to carry out the task of ruling the retreat. The Black Tiger Gang? It seems that the city's secret agents focus more on forces than individuals. Zhou Yuan received a military order to review the Black Tiger Gang. The paperwork does not have detailed names of people, but only records that many of the Black Tiger Gang have abnormalities. When all the arrests stabbed blood test, the entire arrest operation was focused on the small and medium-sized forces in the various towns and cities in the city, and did not affect the skins hidden in the people's homes or the skins of the county officials. Lieutenant, no detailed investigation? Without the cooperation of the officials, it is impossible for the ghosts to conduct a street closure patrol of the city. It's impossible to check in detail, just mash one of the layers. The upper layers are good at avoiding profit and the lower layers are good at hiding for fear of trouble. So hammering only their middle layers can make them throw in the towel and unable to focus their resistance. Zhou Yuan, the county's martial artists have their own laws. You are young and vigorous, don't mess around. The guilty can be handed over to the Zhou soldiers to apprehend. Don't take the opportunity to kill. Otherwise, when blood is shed, we, the soldiers of suppression, will also become murderous ghosts in the eyes of the people. If, in the end, we don't do as well as a bunch of painted skins, we might as well not go into town instead. One has ordered that only those who resist and escape be put to death, and those who surrender on command be apprehended. Chapter 43, Execution of the Ghost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speeding arrows locked onto a single painted ghostly creature, and the combination of the tiger shooting bow and the evil suppressing arrow easily pierced through its skin and nailed the nether spirit. Ding! Kill level 7 painted scoundrel *5. Experience plus 350. Order of the Jing'an army. Thoroughly investigate the Black Tiger Gang. Those who resist and escape will be killed without amnesty, and those who bow down and wait for surrender will be arrested and scrutinized. Zhou Yuan fired 6 arrows, killing 5 painted skin ghosts who tried to resist and shooting through 1 Black Tiger Gang leader who was planning to escape. Since the secret realm treasure bow he used, Shooting Tiger, had the power of 5 stones, not only did he shoot the painted ghost, he also opened a fist-sized bloody hole in the chest of the head of the Black Tiger Gang. Such a tragic scene scared all the Black Tiger Gang members silly, and the remaining 2 painted scoundrels who didn't resist even lost their minds to escape. The city is infested with ghosts, and no one has flesh and blood, only an empty skin. You and others prick your own blood to test your bodies and force out the hidden ghosts. When the frightened Black Tiger Gang members heard that they were to be stabbed in the blood to test their identity, they drew out daggers and knives to slash their arms and pointed to the bleeding wounds in a desperate attempt to prove their innocence. General, I'll bleed. I'm human. General, I will bleed. My brother is still serving in the camp, and my family is absolutely human. General, those 2 dogs don't dare to cut their arms. They are definitely ghosts, and can be captured with the help of our brothers. The Black Tiger Gang members hadn't had many fights. To them, scratching a wound, they could prove their identity. It was simply not too cost-effective. Therefore, after they saw the 2 painted scoundrels who didn't dare to scratch their arms, they first subconsciously panicked and dodged. However, Once they thought of so many people on their side, and the elite armored soldiers also stood up their shields and held their blades. They sprouted the idea of bullying and took the initiative to surround the two painted skin ghosts. Well, Ox 2 and Big Head, let's just say why you guys have a good skin and don't see any wounds. It turns out you're some filthy ghosts. Saying how many people you've victimized in exchange for this skin. Ha ha, Wu Lao Lu. If not for the presence of the official army, I would have flayed your skin right now. It's only natural for Unseen ghosts to harm people. You dogs look human and your methods are even more evil than Unseen ghosts. If you ask me, you're the real evil ghost. The two surrounded painted scoundrels nearly collapsed. One of them stood out to fight back against Wu Lao Lu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, and one of them was so scared that he knelt down to beg for mercy. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 heavy arrows were shot at the two painted scoundrels, and the fox-fake Wu Lao Lu. The evil suppressor arrow pierced through the skin and shattered the Yin ghost, and the ordinary armor breaker arrow hit Wu Lao Lu's head, instantly smashing the small half of his brain, splattering a red and white. This gruesome death made the Black Tiger Gang members unusually fearful, and some of them controlled their trembling bodies, lowered their heads, and did not dare to move. A part of his heart was irritated and wanted to question, but after seeing the icy gaze of a group of soldiers, he once again understood his situation. This group of soldiers to kill talent is here to kill ghosts, but who is a ghost is not yet up to them. Write it down. Jing'andu Zhou Yuan soldiers besieged the Black Tiger Gang, got rid of 7 painted skin ghosts, and killed 5 flesh and blood evil ghosts. I just killed 2 of them. There are 3 spots left, so if that one doesn't listen later, you guys can drag it out to make up the numbers. No, Zhou Yuan, who was holding a precious bow and seemed to be smiling, let the Black Tiger Gang members fall into an ice cave as soon as he opened his mouth. Bad thing, the one who came was a real killing talent, and if he angered him, he was afraid that the quota of blood and flesh evil ghosts could be doubled again. Du Bo, there are too many people. Why don't we kill half of them? Just go back and have an explanation. The blood battle arcane armor of the attacking mysteries was worthy of being truly fierce, and the opening was going to get half of them killed. When this sentence came out, it can really scare the Black Tiger Gang members to death. Where is this killing talent soldiers? Clearly a group of murderous soldiers. Forgive me, General, we are well behaved. We tie ourselves up, and we will go wherever you send a soldier to take us. Don't be rash with your swords, and beg the general to keep us alive. We can work and have the strength to go to the camp and sell our lives. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes and bind your own hands, or wait to be bloody evil spirits. Wicked people must eventually be worn down by wicked people. Under the pressure of the army's bravery, the Black Tiger Gang members became incredibly self-conscious, and could not wait to pay homage in unison to show their obedience. Let's see again. I promised the Lord Lieutenant that I would not kill indiscriminately. If he obeyed his orders, he would take them with him, and if he did not, it would not be too late to kill him again. Come on, whatever Du Bo says is fine. Let's just wait for our chance. Zhou Yuan led the Divine Arm Xian armor soldiers in a full formation to the next target, and 50s with soldiers dressed in leather armor and armed with sharp blades drove away the Black Tiger Gang members who had bound their own hands. The bold man in the marketplace opened the window and spat viciously at the captured scoundrels. Sir, if you've captured them all, don't let them back. These cowards are bad and ruthless, attacking the people all day long. Success. I will report to the superior officer and send them to cover the labor. That's a good thing to dare. Send them off to dig a canal for a few years and they'll come back honest. The Black Tiger Gang members were too unpopular, and Zhou Yuan had encountered a number of people in the marketplace complaining about their grievances along the way. In that case, they really can't be put back, lest they go back and retaliate. Black Tiger Gang members heard the neighborhood accusations, one like a mother's death. The heart wants to put some harsh words, but the mouth does not dare to say. In the end, they could only hang their heads and be escorted away, ending the years of wanton chaos prematurely. The group walked for some distance, out of the workshop into the market. The people on the street saw this group of iron-armored soldiers, rushed to both sides of the street to get out of the way. Soldiers besieged the embroidered Jiaolu to check for hidden ghosts. At Zhou Yuan's command, 40s with soldiers quickly surrounded the front and rear doors and windows of the Xiaozhao building, and the Xian armor soldiers set up their shields to advance inward. Master and General, what's going on here? We at Embroidery Jiaolu are doing serious business and have an official document from the Department of Yamen. By order of the Jing'an army, ghosts are stripped of their skins and mutilated the people, and all suspected targets are to be stabbed in the blood to check their bodies. Since you're the first to welcome us, you'll be the one to start. Zhou Yuan looked at the level 10 painted skin flower lady in front of him. Isn't this a coincidence? Since you bumped into it, how can I let you get away? General, jokingly, we are all delicate girls here, which suffered from the pain of the sword. And besides, a bad skin will affect the market. General, why don't you send your brother in for arrest, and use some wonderful methods to verify your identity? The concubine also has a few skills, so the general can try it himself. Painted skin flower lady inadvertently faded off the body's outer cover, revealing a generous fullness of the big murderous thing, and put together the delicate Snow White is going to be squeezed towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan casually fished out an evil suppressing arrow from his arrow pouch, and with his other hand, he prepared to make the 3 talents seal with his standing palm. It's always a choice between a dagger stabbing blood, or a sword with a sword. But you're different. From the moment I entered this door I felt you were unusual. You're more than likely going to have a sword in your hand. As soon as the painted skin flower lady saw that not only did Zhou Yuan not eat its soft objects, but instead drew out the arrows vigilantly, she knew that she could not avoid it this time. He then became ruthless in his heart, took out the dagger from the waist of his skirt and leaned towards Zhou Yuan. Death to the dog officer. Bang! The riotous 3 talents seal broke the skin of the painted flower maiden, and the evil suppressing arrow followed suit, nailing the Yin spirit hard to the floor. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and received 2 more 3 talent seals before completely emptying the painted skin flower lady's blood bar. Ding! Kill level 10 painted flower lady. Experience plus 100. There's something strange in the embroidery Zhao building. Strictly investigate everyone in the building. Those who are innocent don't panic, and those who are shady ghosts come to fight. Chapter 44. The painted ghostly creatures within the embroidery Zhao are of varying grades. There are categories such as, level 5 painted skin delicate lady, level 6 painted skin green slave, and level 8 painted skin dancer. But they all have one thing in common, a low will to fight. Since acquiring spiritual intelligence and donning painted skins, they have been indulging in hedonistic pleasures, and have no corresponding combat experience or will to fight, except for their mechanical instincts to fight. Therefore, when they saw the armored and armed bruisers, the only thing they had left to think about was to run away, except for making noise and splashing around. Bang! 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 As Zhou Yuan ascended to the 2nd floor and ordered the girls to go downstairs to prick their blood for a body test, one by one, the hidden painted skins pushed open the doors and windows and jumped down from the 2nd floor. The people on the street onlookers still do not know what happened, only to see a group of armored soldiers into the building. Not a moment later there are a number of coolly dressed women jumped off the building and fled. The wobbling of the white, erect, soft thing made the people on the sidelines cry out for excitement. Help! The officials are killing people. Lang, save me. Those armored soldiers are crazy and are going to kill us all. Silence. The Jing'an army has entered the city to control the ghost infestation. Everyone be careful. These escaping fellows must be evil ghosts. Don't be mesmerized and lose your life. The captain's military order is to kill those who run away, and those who disturb the military formation are liable to be executed for felonies. On the one hand, there is a soft and naive delicate lady crying. On the other hand, there is the threat of armed Zhou soldiers. The onlookers cannot tell who is good or bad for a while, but breasts of 4 or 2, white and soft flesh, always seem daintier and more sympathetic than a sword and shield in the hands of a zorbing soldier. A few Hans were about to jump out and say a word of justice, but they were caught in a death grip by the people around them. You're crazy. The captain's orders are out. Do you think the Jing'an army won't dare to behead you? So what if they can behead me? Even if they have military orders, they can't be so reckless. There are those who are pulled and those who are not. A few hot-blooded men, who had just shouted a few times to seek their own justice, were scared to death by something even more wanton, sifting chaff and turning ashen, only to see the general officer on the 2nd floor and the 5 archers open their bows and arrows, and there was a rain of arrows speeding towards the fleeing soft white nymphs. Boom! 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 The painted skins that were hit by Zhou Yuan's tiger shooting bow and evil suppressing arrow instantly exploded. The Yin spirits scattered in all directions, and became a cloud of dust. The painted skin that was shot by the god's arm hand blood fury arrow seemed like a balloon with a hole in it, leaking air as it moved, and without running for a few steps the large, firm and rounded body became a soft, collapsed fold. Ghosts, there really are ghosts, and they're wearing human skin. Are those guys that jumped out at us accomplices? Grab them and check them out. General is a good marksman. Quickly open the bow to exterminate the ghosts. If they escape, who will dare to go out at night? Zhou Yuan had used the manifestation liquid with the 5 divine arm handlers before he boarded the building, and had ample excuse to see the Yin spirit ghosts. Therefore, he did not stop since he opened his bow. and did not lower his open arm until he had shot all the jumping painted dames. Prick the blood of those clamorers to see if they are ghostly or shadowy ghosts painted. No. Gently, gently. I'm afraid of the pain. Master June, I have blood. I'm a human being. I just made a stupid mistake. Don't take it personally. It wasn't until they were pressed to the ground and stabbed in the blood to check their bodies by the Zhou soldiers that the clamorers realized what military justice was. Physical in the sense of being like a mountain. The able-bodied soldiers worked in pairs to keep them firmly subdued, allowing no resistance. Ha ha. That's the way it should be. To open one's mouth and think that you and others are righteous men and we are wanton soldiers. This justice of yours has come too freely. The Xian'ei on the second floor was very relieved to see this scene, and it was just them checking out the ghosts on the second floor, not downstairs. If they had just stood in the street, they wouldn't have been as nice as the Sasori, and even if they hadn't moved their swords, they would have slapped them on with their shields. Alright, the second floor is clear of ghosts. Go to the first floor and check it out. In fact, among the girls on the first floor, there were no painted ghosts, but the process of stabbing the blood to test the body still had to go. Otherwise they themselves could not prove their innocence. After Zhou Yuan had left the inspection to the Xian armor soldier, he walked out of the Xiuzhou building to recover the arrows and pick up the explosives. In this battle, 5 copies of Jaunty liquid were obtained, and 1 copy each of the props painted skin dancer and painted skin delicate lady. Together with the previous contributions from the painted scoundrel and painted flower lady, he already had 12 copies of the accumulated liquid in his hands. The people on the sidelines saw Zhou Yuan, the military official, go downstairs to recover the arrows and immediately realized that these arrows that could shoot the ghosts were good stuff. However, the surrounding Zorbing soldiers were watching intently, so that they did not dare to mess around, and could only lament in their hearts that they had missed out on a good thing. My family's Dailang is also serving in the camp, or the Wuwei battalion war soldiers. I wonder if I can get him to beg for a ghost execution arrow for use in my home to suppress the house. What do you think, Na? The military officer in the camp ran out to personally recover the arrows. That means the military officer himself is not enough. How can he give it to your family Dalong? That's not necessarily true. Arrows break all the time. We don't want a good one. We want a bad one. The people on the sidelines were purely overthinking it. There was simply no way that the bloodshed arrows could be exfiltrated when they arrived in the Divine Arms handbag. The better evil suppressor arrows in Zhou Yuan's hands were also targeted by the subordinate Divine Armsmen. And before entering the city, they promised that when the arrows were damaged, they would be handed over to them for repair and use. Dober, these two look like they won't make it. Give them to us evenly. Here, the arrow is chapped and the arrowhead is fine, but the aura is probably dissipated. Scattered then scattered. This arrow is good, better than the armor-breaking arrow. Go back to repair a bit as usual can be used. After Zhou Yuan handed over the broken arrows to the Divine Arm Hand, he once again climbed up the flower tower to look remotely in the direction of Chun Rongfeng. The painted skins were behaving too abnormally. They clearly had group management abilities, but they let their subordinates go their own way, to the point of being targeted for extraction by the Jing'an army. Even if they couldn't beat the Gingan army with martial support in a frontal battle, they should still concentrate their forces and try their best. But they seem to have given up the struggle and allowed the Yasukuni to clear the mid-level contact units. In this way, the upper level of the painted officials, how to find control hidden into the folk of the painted people, relying on the loyalty of the lower level of self-consciousness. They're spread out too thinly, and this will only delay us for a few moments without causing much real damage. The half of the 7th month and the mid-year festival. These days are too special. Perhaps they are just stalling for time to lower our vigilance by fighting on their own. There are advantages and disadvantages to the operation going too well. Now the martial artists of the counties have belittled the strength of the painted skinners, thinking that they are nothing more than some fragile spirits. This was the result the painted skins wanted, or rather the painted skin ghost mother wanted. At this time, in Chun Rongfeng, a secluded courtyard within the residence of the county minister, Sagara, different kinds of painted skins such as painted skin manning, painted skin scribes, and painted skin samurai would gather together. Mother, my subordinates can't hold out much longer. The armored soldiers are running rampant in the streets, and they are being forced out one by one to be chopped up by the method of stabbing the blood to check their bodies. That wailing sound breaks our hearts to hear it, so I beg Mother to order a counterattack. Even if we die in battle, it's still much better than being pounced upon at will. Wait a little longer. It will be dark soon. The ghostly door opens on the night of the Chinese New Year, and no non-dead or living person enters. Chapter 45, The Battle of the Ghosts and Men. In the evening, the Jing'an army abandoned the squad hunting mode and regrouped. Of course, the focus of the assembly is to belong to the county martial artists and the divine arm Xuanjia, these elite. The other battalion soldiers are just incidental. Really, fight cannot play much of a role. The reason why Captain Jing'an had reactivated the city guard ministry for a change of defense was to prevent the painted ghostly creatures from retaliating against his battalion. As for whether or not the city guard ministries that had changed defense again would be attacked by ghosts, he couldn't care less. The Jing'an army and the city guards were ultimately two systems, and he, the superior officer, would only try his best to preserve his own soldiers, or the city guards ministries that had ghosts hidden in them would not receive his attention. The city guard's Chu dude wasn't a cutie pie either. He had watched how the elite soldiers pounced on ghosts all afternoon. How could he not understand the dangers of the night? The plagued Jing'an army. They simply don't treat us city guards as human beings. They angered the ghosts in the city and instead asked us to be on night duty. Tell the brothers below to just pretend to patrol tonight, and that the soldiers on duty at the 4 gates should not go out of the gate shifts at night. Governor Chu, this is not good. That Captain Jing'an is not one to be messed with. If we take advantage of the opportunity to sneak around, I'm afraid we'll be written off by him. If, at first light, he submits a paper to the county office, how are we to account for it? Account? All accounted to him. Who gives us an account? Whoever is bold enough to live enough. I will never stop him. If you want to seek peace, be honest and lazy for once. He can't cure all of us. As long as we can save the lives of our brothers. The big deal is that I won't be the city guard Chiran governor anymore. If Zhou Yuan was here, he would definitely be able to notice that not only was there a blood bar on the head of the city guard's quadruple governor, but there was also an identity message, level 12 painted skin samurai. However, even if he was a painted skin, what he did was under the banner of defending his subordinates, so that no one could pick any faults. After he had pacified the military officials of the city guards, he quickly returned to Chunrongfang in the eastern part of the city and the residence of County Minister Zhuoji Luo. Jun Luo, as you said, that Captain Jing'an is a lord with selfishness. Now that the 4 gates of the city are back in our hands, the route out of the city is worry-free as well. Good. Tonight we will fight and retreat, luring the Jing'an army out of the city, making them think that the secret realm we came from is hidden outside the city, not inside. As long as we get out of this city, the vast wilderness is there for them to find, so that we are truly safe. As Luo Ying, a county minister and bureaucrat, was exchanging words with the city guard, Chu Dudu, a painted warrior, arrived in a hurry. Luo Jun, the regrouped Jing'an army is coming straight for Chunrongfang, and the surrounding people are being led by their pawns to Minfang in the west of the city. Don't panic. I knew it. They won't just sweep away some gangs and flower houses when they enter the city. The county officials are their real target. Let the clansmen all go in armor. The iron armor of the city guards, though crude, was much stronger than hemp-clothed flesh and skin. Also more large shields and bows and spears. Their ghost-exterminating arrows are powerful, but as long as they can't hit us, they won't have much effect. As you wish. With the painted skin of the city guard's quadruple governor, the city guard's arsenal had long been under the control of the painted skins. They were unable to use the city guards to attack the Jing'an army, but the ability to activate their weaponry was still there. Manning, you are the eldest of our warring forces, so you will play the role of mother tonight. After mother changes her destiny to give birth to blood and flesh, we will be rewarded for all our efforts. Luo Jun, why bother to talk too much? Manning cheated, but the method of stabbing the blood to check the body, since there is no way back. What's the harm in fighting with them? Good. Let them lose some of their lives today, so that they can win and make a success out of their handicaps, and keep us safe and secure. Luo Ying, the county minister and bureaucrat, gave a distant glance at the secluded small courtyard, hoping that his mother would succeed. Otherwise their fight would be meaningless. While the painted skins are armored and ready for battle, the Jing'an army also surrounds Chunrongfang, and a war between humans and ghosts is about to break out. Order the generals of the 3 battalions to attach their lances to the blood-borne arrows and to stand by in formation. Order the military officers in the army to use the spirit-exposing liquid to act as the eyes and ears of the soldiers and to command them to attack. The humble soldiers escort the people of the neighborhood into Yuwu Place in the west of the city, and are stationed there to maintain law and order. No. As a military order was given, the Zhou soldiers withdrew in an orderly manner, leaving behind the 3 battalions of 1,200 regular pawn warriors. Make all the genera of Xuanjia use the spirit-exposing liquid, attach the gun to the evil-quelling arrow, and inspect Chunrongfang. Order Dubo Zhou Yuan to temporarily supervise the divine arm, climb the wall and attach the top, and wait for the opportunity to snipe the Yin spirits and ghosts. No. Zhou Yuan's side had just ascended the 3-story wooden building within the marketplace when he saw an official wearing the Wei standard Xian robe, shouting from the periphery. Without the soldiers of the Wu Wei battalion forcibly stopping him, he would have even rushed into the formation. Captain Jiang, I'm County Minister Wang Hun. My son is still in Chunrongfang. My son is a human being, not an evil spirit. I personally pricked his blood this afternoon to check his body. You must not kill him. At this moment, County Minister Wang Hun was unusually devastated. When their family was evacuating Chunrongfang normally, their son Wang Li suddenly screamed that he had to go to protect Zhang Manning and found a chance to sneak away. He knew that having the Jinggan military district split between painted and regular people was making it difficult for these soldiers. If his son dared to appear on the streets of the marketplace at night, he would most likely be shot as a painted ghost. Therefore, he wanted very much to see the captain of Jing'an, and begged the captain to send the martial artists of his county to save his son's life. But in such a time of war it was impossible for his request to be complied with, and it was impossible for the lieutenant of Jing'an, as commander of the center army, to see him. Eventually the heartbroken county minister was carried away by the Zoomer soldiers, and he didn't even get to meet any of the military attachés. Luckily, the Wu Wei battalion soldier still passed his request to the Jing'an colonel, only that he didn't get any response from the cold-faced colonel. Beat the drums of gathering flames, and drop kerosene arrows toward the southeast, 3/4 of the Luo house. After the military order was given, the soldiers of the sound shooting battalion ignited the arrows attached to the tarpaulin, and towards the direction of the Luo mansion, there was a rain of attached arrows. The soldiers of the Wu Wei battalion also held a variety of fire starters, and in a small unit assault mode, they kept throwing them inside the Luo mansion. Captain Jing'an's move was not only to force out the painted ghost within the Luo mansion, but also had the intention of creating a stable light source. The ability to spread flames was partially weakened and the ability to burn swiftly was partially increased by the sound of a dull drum. After only a quarter of an hour, the wooden buildings within the Luo mansion became a steady source of light, fully combusted so that the smoke it produced was greatly reduced. Kill, break through the official army's formation, and avenge the deaths of our fellow clansmen who died in vain during the day. Teams 1, 2, and 3 shed their skins and come out of their spirits, taking on the bodies of Yin ghosts and robbing and killing the soldiers of the government army. Let Wang Li go on top. As long as the Jing'an army shoots him, the county office and the military fort will be centrifuged, and it will be difficult for them to enter the city again. 5 teams of painted skins and iron armor rushed out from the various mansions, each team around a dozen or 2 dozen people, totaling less than 100. However, their strength should not be underestimated. Multiple teams scattered to attack different targets, and 3 teams of Yin ghosts to cooperate with the action. Just at the first contact on the martial arts guardian to create some damage. On the side of the Jing'an school captain, he hurriedly put 8 subordinate county martial artists into the formation to stabilize the impacted military formation. However, Wang Li, the love Kuei who had rushed to the front, was dead. He was simply weak for a level 2 monster, and was pierced through the chest by a shot from a soldier of the Martial Guard battalion. In such a moment of military formation hedging, not to mention him, even if a lieutenant's crony like Kai Chang stood on the opposite side, the Wu Wei battalion soldiers would stab him to death. Therefore, the emotional leader, Wang Li, is destined to receive no protective treatment, and he can only become a disposable tool to intensify conflicts. Zhou Yuan's side didn't even notice his death, and was staring at the Yin Ghost Squad with full attention as they fired their bows and arrows. God's Arm Team Rapid Fire Shades, clearing out disembodied targets. Chapter 46, Ghost Text Incantation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tiger shooting bow with the hidden breaking special effect vibrated swiftly, and the Daojian evil arrows rained down on the shadowy spirits and ghosts. Zhou Yuan gave up the hit-and-run style of play and opted for the hold-and-control style of play. Regardless of whether the ghostly creature hit by the evil suppressing arrow died or not, as long as it hit with the hidden breaking effect, he would change to a new target. In this way he became a god of killing on the battlefield, and the targets he set his sights on were either dead or wasted. Just a short time into the battle, he alone had fired 20 bows, killing 11 Yin spirit ghosts and 8 broken hidden. A level 12 Yin spirit that hadn't had its concealment broken by an arrow also revealed its form after he made up for it. Luo Jun killed that archer. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to utilize the Yin spirit's advantage. Good. It is not good to condescend. And there is no mercy in assassination with a bow. I remove him. The cry of the level 12 Yin spirit further intensified the battle. Several hidden painted skin warriors suddenly flashed out from various mansions and rushed towards the martial artists in the prefecture who were stabilizing their lines. Luo Ying, the county minister and bureaucrat, locked onto Zhou Yuan as he sped towards him, and a beautiful figure that was out of place in the bloody battlefield also leisurely walked up to Fong Street. She was dressed in silk brocade dress, head wearing turquoise steprock, face like sadness like grudge, perfect physique delicate and soft, in the fire under the backdrop, as if the fire in the elves. Yuan Lang, Manning can't wait for you after all. You should go ahead and wait for me to skin this lieutenant to make a garment for you, or to fulfill our destiny. Arrogant demon. Mr. Jiang is here. Let's try whether my sword is sharp or not. Manning the painted skin attracted the attention of the battlefield soldiers as soon as he appeared on the scene, and made some uninformed remarks about flaying the captain of the Jing'an school. This extreme softness and extreme arrogance were very contradictory and revealed a hint of bizarre killing beauty. The surrounding battlefield seemed to have become a foil, and the only thing that was the centerpiece of the battlefield was the magnificent flower of blood and wailing. But how could this tactic charm Captain Jing'an, who drew out his secret treasure sword and mobilized his own aura, displaying the toughness of a chi-crossed martial artist? That outwardly emitted aura, chi flames self-generated, bright electric light wrapped around the long blade, accompanied by terrifying thunder tremors. The flickering light of the blade seemed to cut through the darkness. Boom! Painted skin Manning's petite body erupted with tremendous power, holding an iron bamboo whip and directing the Jing'an school captain's attack to the ground beside him. However, the tremendous power carried by the long blade still shook the painted skin Manning back many steps, and the violet arcs of chi flames also tore the skin of her palms, revealing the pitch-black flowing cumulus fluid. However, painted skin Manning was in the end a level 15 elite monster, and even after breaking its skin, it didn't leak, but instead remained delicate and full. You lieutenants are so uninformed. Yuan Lang is just about to leave and you let him see me in my ugly state, begging for a beating. Painted skin Manning had underestimated Zhou Yuan, and it was actually quite difficult to get an alien like him who had a large supply of blood pills and blue pills to die. While painted skin Manning was fighting with the Jing'an lieutenant, painted skin Luoing also approached Zhou Yuan under the cover of two shield-wielding painted skins. Jing'andu really isn't immortal. At that time, if we had killed you directly, we probably would have had a lot less trouble. I'm afraid you guys can't do that. I'm actually quite good at hiding this one. Looking at the approaching painted skin Luoing, Zhou Yuan put away his tiger shooting bow and drew out his fine steel battle blade. This is the third floor of a wooden building, with limited space and a lot of clutter, making it difficult to take off the distance to fire a bow at will. Oh, Jing'andu actually has other means. I see that your sword is flashy and mortal. If you want to use it to cut me, I'm afraid that you're overthinking it. Mortal steel may not be incapable of beheading ghosts. Why don't you try? Okay, I'll give it a shot. Painted skin Luoing was holding a sword in his hand, and his body was clad in half-iron armor. But this configuration could not protect his skin, and the actual area of defense was limited. He has the advantage of a whopping 13th level, and a masterful swordsmanship honed over the years, but the human skin restrained his power, preventing him from using the strength that tore through the painted skin, and he could only fight normally like a strong samurai. Clang, clang, clang. The swords kept clashing, and painted skin Luoing, who had high agility, strength and stamina, suppressed Zhou Yuan at the beginning. But Zhou Yuan was even more ruthless than him, relying on the large defensive area of the armor on his body. He did not defend as long as it was not a vital target, exchanging injuries for injuries, incomparably ferocious. After fighting for a while, painted skin Luoing looked at his decapitated skin and Zhou Yuan, who was bleeding from multiple wounds on his body, and sighed helplessly. It's me who underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Since this skin of mine is broken, it's time for the Yin spirit to shed its skin and come out. Let me give you one last ride, and then I'll use your skin to mend this shirt of mine. You ghosts have good combat experience. Why are you obsessed with a human skin? You should have taken off your skin long ago to fight. What do you know? You are born with spirit and flesh. How do you know the preciousness of this skin, without which how can we touch the earth? Zhou Yuan appeared to have suffered some injuries, but it was only superficial. His blood bar had been at over 95% health, until his blood pills were depleted. There was no way his blood bar could be pressed down. The broken skin bag lost its padding, and painted skin Luoing finally showed his shadowy ghost body. The shadow-like and mist-like Yin spirit pounced on Zhou Yuan, attempting to directly kill Zhou Yuan's soul. But what greeted him was a palm wrapped in blood-colored chi flames, and after the bang, the next palm followed, and the subsequent palm prints were continuous. The 3-talent seal that damaged chi and consumed blood became an ordinary attack in Zhou Yuan's hands, and those consumptions were not as fast as he could replenish them. After Zhou Yuan struck the 6th seal, painted skin Luoying was emptied of his blood bar. He didn't even have time to feel the scorching of the soul-devouring blood flame before he collapsed under the continuous riot of the 3-talent seal. Ding! Kill level 13 painted skin Luoying. Experience plus 200. The experience given by painted pie Luoying wasn't much, but it exploded into a green ball of light. Ding! Obtained props painted skin scribe. Ghost language meditation. Ghost language mantra. Skill, ghost language meditation. Introduction, the language of the underworld and the water book of waste text. After using it, you will gain the passive skill of recognizing medieval text, and the higher the level, the faster the speed of recognizing it. Skill, ghost writing spell. Introduction, the spirit of heaven returns to my heart. The souls of people fall from the 9 heavens. The palm of the hand rounds the 3 springs. The souls of people looking for the lost. A special secret language of spiritual power, mainly used to draw souls to find the lost and call out the dead. Effects, use this skill to mark 1 or more targets, delivering information to them and locking their position. Full level marking number 100. The moment Zhou Yuan saw the introduction of the ghost text spell, he understood what the painted skins relied on to command and manage. Although he didn't know how many existences there were like painted skin Luoying, he didn't think there should be many special units like this. I'm killing the painted skins liaison master. Their chain of command isn't going to collapse. Zhou Yuan was right in thinking that there really weren't many special units like Luoying, and each subdivision was different. After Luoying was killed, the fighting painted skins lost their superior who gave the order to retreat and could only helplessly stick to the fight. Where is Luo Jun? Didn't we agree to withdraw while fighting and lure the Jing'an army out of the city? Why haven't you given the order to retreat? I don't know. Perhaps Luo Jun was killed by a martial lock. We need to decide for ourselves. Go, and fight, and draw them out of the city. The middle element ghost gate is about to open, so don't let them find out that the Yin spirit is coming out by the stone canal. Chapter 47, Refreshing the Vice Book. The killing of painted pie Luoying did not disrupt the painted pie's chain of command. Under the command of multiple painted skin scribes, the painted skins fought and retreated, pulling back a certain distance before making a quick escape. The painted skin that was left behind to break the back even faded out, and with the convenience of the Yin spirit, broke away from the pursuit of the Jing'an army. They want to go. Chase them quickly. The most suitable way for the Yin ghost to get out of the battle was actually not to go out of the city, but to hide in the various folk workshops. But they want the Jing'an army to think that they've been scared out of their wits, that they don't dare to stay in the city any longer, and that they're going to flee back to the ghost nest for refuge. As a result, their retreat routes were quite uniform, as if beyond the southern gate of the city was their lair. Bang! Creak! The gate latchpost was dropped roughly and the heavy gate was pushed open by 4 painted warriors. At this time, the city guards on night duty were hiding in the squad room, too frightened to move. Chief, really don't you want to take a look? If the bandits open the door at night to steal the government treasury, that would be a great offense of slackness and dereliction of duty. To see you see, the Jing'an army has fought with the ghostly creatures in the city. The war drums haven't stopped until now. Which stupid thief dares to cause trouble at this time? The chief is right. We are city guards who manage the security of bandits, not martial artists who manage demons and ghosts. They fight their fights. We just don't add to it. The city guards were too timid to stop them, and the pursuing Jing'an army did not make things difficult for them. This was not because Captain Jingon was amiable, but because his purpose was to expel the ghosts from the city, not to besiege them within it. The painted skin ghosts wanted to lure the Jing'an army out of the city, and the Jing'an army wanted to banish them on the day of the Midyuan festival before they took advantage of the opportunity to start a big mess. These two ideas simply coincide and naturally generate scenes that complement each other. But this tacit understanding was broken as soon as they reached the South City Gate. The Primus Battalion soldiers were the first to arrive, followed closely by the Shooting Sound Battalion soldiers. However, they were all guarding under the city gate, and had no intention at all of going out of the city to fight soundly. Only the Jing'an school captain and the subordinate county martial artists chased after them, ready to continue to drive away and lock down the location of the painted skins' lair. Dozens of painted skins left the city and ran for some time before realizing that the martial artists were just keeping their distance to drive them away, while the Jing'an army had completely lost track of them. Manning, what to do now? At this point, painted Manning had lost most of his skin. The only remaining skin was also blackened and chapped by the arc of the gas flame, as if it were a hideous evil ghost bonded with black liquid and withered skin. Cowards, With all the advantage they have, they dare not pursue. If Mother were here, she would have killed them all. Unbeknownst to Painted Skin Manning, in case there is a hidden powerful ghostly presence. In the previous battle, not only was the Jing'an school captain conserving his aura, but there were also 3 subordinate county martial artists hidden in the army, always ready to combine attacks to rescue them. And how about going back and fighting them again? It won't work. If we return to lead the battle again, Captain Jin Gan will surely be able to notice the abnormality. How to be for it when you can't go in and you can't go out. Outside the city, the painted ghostly creatures could not advance or retreat. The martial artists kept their distance to monitor, and both sides were puzzled as to why the other side had stopped. Just then, a sudden burst of bells came from Jing'an City not far away. The retreat bells prepared in response to a special festival like the Mid-Yuan Festival. When the people in the city heard this sound, they knew that the midnight hour had arrived, and all of them were not allowed to go out of their rooms anymore. When they closed the windows and extinguished the candles, and rested with their eyes closed until the dawn. Knock, knock, knock. The mellifluous bell rang 12 times in a row, and the painted skins, who were in a dilemma left and right, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The midnight hour has arrived. The ghost gate is wide open. It's time for the secret nether spirits to parade around the outskirts of the city. We will use the ghost incantation to lure them. Painted Skin Manning was saying something in high spirits when he suddenly turned from solid to nothing, leaving only an iron bamboo whip. The other Painted Skin Man warriors did likewise, suddenly disappearing for no apparent reason, leaving behind a trail of clothes, armor, and dried out skin. At the same time, the hidden painted skins in the city disappeared noiselessly and en masse, leaving behind a sheet of human skin with the terrified screams of their relatives. At this moment, the painted skins seemed to have been exterminated by some special force, causing the Jing'an City, which was inhabited by human and ghosts, to be instantly purified of ghosts. Captain Jiang, why have they suddenly disappeared? I don't know. Maybe they returned to the lair and designated this as a priority area to be strictly checked. The people present did not know that not long after the bell rang, in the cellar of a private residence in the city's Chunrongfang, a man with a pale face sat up violently. He stroked his lean frame and rubbed the ribs in his chest, first with joy and then with worry. Luo Lang, am I succeeding or failing here? If it didn't work out, why do I have bone and blood? If it did work out, why can't I even use the ghost text spell anymore? I can't feel any aura anymore, only the warmth of my heartbeat. I think I succeeded, but I also lost my in spirit and became a normal person. The painted skin ghost mother succeeded, and it completed its identity replacement by taking advantage of the fact that the ghost gate of the middle element was wide open and the secret realm was temporarily no longer restraining ghosts. But it also failed. Luo Xing's body had no aura. He was just a normal person with strong roots and bones. His only worthwhile prime goat into Temple Destiny is similarly incapable of generating its own aura. The painted skin ghost mother used the method of transforming puppets with emotions to obtain Luo Xing's physical body and soul, and under the magical effect of the fate, she obtained the identity of a human being. It is thus out of the range of the secret copy's judgment and becomes a relatively normal person. It introduced incompatible identity prefixes and was ruled lost to death by the secret copy. It was free, but it also lost its connection to the secret copy. As a result, the secret copy determined that the core boss was dead and no players were lingering in the copy, and automatically restarted to refresh the secret copy. The painted ghosts originating from the secret copy were directly refreshed, and the only one who escaped was the painted ghost mother who had shed her skin and gained human identity. No, if I become normal, then where do they go? Ghost mother Luo Xing seemed to have thought of something as it scrambled to peel away the baffles in the cellar, revealing the pitch black hole. It then made an improvised torch out of fabric, grease, and sticks, lit it, and climbed down by the light of the fire. Sure enough, it didn't have to walk for long before it saw a field of shriveled skins and disheveled clothing. It gazed at all this dumbly, and the peculiarly human feeling of loneliness and sourness flooded its heart. Gentlemen go all the way. Ha ha ha, I wanted to get rid of the secret realm, and the secret realm abandoned me. There are no demons whose spirits are eternal and immortal. There are only demons who are not wise and immortal and those who have wise lives. A lean man in the cold, stinking city sewers grieves as it gains the destiny of its dreams and loses everything. It mourned for a moment, held the torch and continued on, turning several holes of varying sizes to see the shadowy spirits wandering blindly. This was the ability of good discernment of yin and yang provided by the prime goat into the temple fate, and those wandering yin spirits did not attack it. This is because when the ghost gate opens wide, the secret netherworld spirit will become a passive monster. and will only roam around the secret netherworld at will without being guided by an attack. Ghost Mother Luoxing knew that there was no way that these shadowy spirits could call it mother anymore, even if they already had a new ghost mother. It followed the foul-smelling filth of the passage and found a dark room of simple furnishings. Inside the dark room, there was an artificially dug dry well from which wandering shadowy spirits were continuously emerging. Gentlemen, it is not clear whether it is fortunate or unfortunate that you have all gone back, but I cannot. It's a good thing you're immortal and unwise, and you can't feel sadness or grief. So the karma between us ends here. Chapter 48, The Cause of the Painted Skin. Early in the morning when it was only dawn, many homes in the city put up white streamers. Dressed in mourning, they flung themselves at the door and cried out, hoping that the gods and goddesses of heaven and earth and the ancestors of the underworld would hear their grief and see their misfortune. From time to time, the patrolling Zorbing soldiers traversed the various neighborhoods, but they could not bring any sense of security. The people who lost their relatives looked at the soldiers of the Jing'an army with very complicated feelings. They were glad that the Jing'an army had entered the city to control the ghost infestation. Otherwise they might have been flayed and clothed by evil spirits at some point. They also resented the fact that the Yasukuni army had disturbed their lives, causing their otherwise happy families to be suddenly torn apart. They were glad that the Jing'an army had come, and they resented them for not coming sooner. Driven by this complex mood, the people in the neighborhood who had lost their relatives were nonchalant about the Jing'an army and paid no attention to its funeral ceremonies. Yes, in yesterday's battle the Jing'an army also damaged quite a few of their soldiers, and even 2 of their subordinate county martial artists were notoriously injured. At dawn, the county governor brought white cloth and linen clothes and sacrificial offerings with his errand boys to honor the soldiers who had died in battle. County Minister Wang Han didn't come. He was enduring the pain of losing his son and counting the county officials who were replaced by ghosts. In any case, this was a great victory that completely cleared the ghosts. But the people who lost their relatives and the Jing'an soldiers were not happy. The only people who were not affected were the people in the neighborhoods and the big families in the city, who spontaneously brought all kinds of gifts into Chunrongfang to treat the soldiers. Lord Lieutenant, this battle is too nasty. Originally I was thinking of deterring those painted people and making them honest. I didn't expect this group of ghosts to be so gutsy and thin that they all ran away once they lost the battle. Do not talk nonsense. This is a victory. A great victory. Only then the death of the brethren will be worth it. Record the merits and demerits of the good life. As soon as possible the pension will be issued in place. Into the battalion from the army although should have the awareness of death in battle. But we must organize the aftermath of the fallen soldiers. Kai Chang. Go and select a team of Zhou soldiers and a military officer to set up a camp hall in the city. In the future, all the families of those killed in action can enter the camp hall to seek help. So don't let outsiders bully the widows and children of our brethren. No. There were so many shortcomings in this battle to cure the ghosts that even Captain Jean Gon himself was not satisfied. If he couldn't find the ghost nest, even if he helped the people of the city to eradicate the ghosts, his merit would be just as limited. In this way, it will be difficult for his pawns to share in more benefits. Zhou Yuan, when we left the city yesterday, we left you to search for the leftover ghosts. Did you find anything unusual? Lieutenant, we originally caught a few hiding in ghosts, but they all disappeared once the bell rang at midnight. Where did they go? They can't really be underground in the south of the city. It seems less necessary to levy levies, deploy auxiliary soldiers, and dig a moat in the south of the city. Unlike Lieutenant Gingan who was confused, Zhou Yuan had more or less guessed something. When he searched for leftover ghosts last night, he found that the ghosts that suddenly disappeared were not bloodstains that were instantly cleared, but rather disappeared in an instant. At that time, he guessed that it might have been the core boss that had been decimated by the martial artists, and that unknown copy of the secret realm had restarted and refreshed. The people in the neighborhood who entered the early morning crying for the funeral also proved his suspicion. But again, Captain Jing'an flatly denied killing the leading ghostly creature. This is strange. It can't be that the painted skin boss committed suicide, or was secretly recognized by some master and killed it on the night of the midwinter. Captain Luo Xing, the orphan son of the Luo family, seeks an audience, he said. The painted ghost had disguised as his wife. The entire Luo house is much as empty. He originally perceived anomaly, but was secretly imprisoned by the painted ghost. As a last resort, he worked as a slave girl and tried his best to curry favor in order to keep his life, and also took the opportunity to grasp some of the hidden secrets of the painted skin ghosts. May I prick the blood and test the body? Tested. Flesh and blood. Perfectly normal. Take him into the hall. Faced with the information that was delivered to his door, There was no reason for Captain Jingan to refuse it. Zhou Yuan was also very curious as he sat alongside. What kind of person could survive in a ghost nest? Is the service skillful enough to satisfy the erotic cravings of the painted skin, or is it the love queer one, intent on spreading some false news? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the armored soldier introduce a person, and the introduction of his identity on the top of that person's head immediately drew his great attention. Level 4, Love Kuei, Kinyen Rashi. Level 15, Painted Skin Ghost Mother. Good lord, not only is the name long enough, it's even a different color. The level 4 Love Kuei King Goat into Life Luoxing section of the name is normal blood color, and the level 15 Painted Skin Ghost Mother section of the name with the skull icon is gray. It was as if the name level 15 Painted Skin Ghost Mother had lapsed, and the only existing identity in effect was that of Love Kuei Luoxing. Gingen Luoxing meets Lord Lieutenant. Xing is sincerely grateful for your assistance. Hara will tell His Excellency everything he knows in return for saving his life. The lean man flung himself down on his knees as soon as he entered the inner hall, with a grateful deference that didn't look like a deliberate performance. Since you have information to offer, you are my guest. Please sit down and discuss. If you can answer the 2 questions of the orientation of the ghost nests and what makes the ghosts flourish, I will ask for credit for you. I don't dare to claim credit, but I only hope that when the general is satisfied, he will guide me into the camp. After this ordeal, Xing no longer dares to live alone, and would like to enter the military fortress to learn the art of killing and fighting, and to nourish his courage. But, please, sir, be frank. Captain Jingen was full of anticipation. Emotional leader Luo Xing's face showed excitement, and Zhou Yuan was the only one who seemed to be smiling. Great. I said how the secret copy was refreshed, so you possessed an adult, and the boss's identity seems to be invalidated. Lord Lieutenant is well informed. When he has heard of the beggar's most vicious tactic, picking life and folding and cutting. My painted wife told me that the cause of all this originated from the beggar's head in the city. That beggar's head usually steals children, poisons and mutes and maims them, and makes money in this city. But there was a time when the county office officials were cracking down so hard that he hid in the city's stone canals, sewers. He then planned to dig a drinking well within the stone canal, and to furnish some provisions to make the shady stone canal his fortress of comfort. Evil people drive evil things, and the nest of evil spirits appears at this very moment. That beggar's head found that after digging a section of the well, it could no longer be dug downward, and the beggars dispatched into it would always disappear for no reason. He therefore treats the dry well as a ghost gate, and from time to time throws down some disobedient beggars and sick children. He was right in thinking that the dry well led to the very nest of the shadowy ghosts, and the beggar he had left behind a few times had opened his mind for the shadowy ghosts in the nest. Then it was the Een ghosts pushing out the door and skinning the beggar's head to serve as his continued feeding of the Een ghosts. As time passed, more and more Een ghosts gained spiritual intelligence, and they began to take control of the various professions in Jingen City, creating accidents and abducting people from the county, eventually becoming a ghostly trend. Bang! Accompanied by a loud ringing sound, the solid table was smashed to pieces by the Jingen school captain, and the surrounding personal soldiers immediately rushed in with arms and sharpness, unbridled. Audacious and heinous. Such a criminal should be cut to pieces by 1,000 cuts. To simply skin him and die is too cheap. The lieutenant rests his anger. This is not the sorrow of Jingen City. Only that beggar's head coincidentally excavated the ghost nest, only to trigger the scourge. Humph. Beggars and stragglers for the poor people's last way of life. A certain unthought that there will be people in this miserable road do such a sin. Well, since there is no defense against it, and there are wicked people causing evil right and left, a certain person will break their roots and stop evil with evil. Pass on my general's order to investigate the city's workshops and arrest all beggars. Those who are able-bodied will be thrown into the camp as auxiliary soldiers, and those who are physically disabled will be thrown into the quartermaster's office as sewing and mending craftsmen. From this day forward, as long as I, Jiang Run, am still the captain of Jingen, there will be no beggars allowed in this city. And I'd like to see if their evils can outweigh the swords and spears of the battalion. No, we will take orders to purge the city hall. Chapter 49, The Cave of Ghosts. It is I who have been capricious, and I beg your pardon. After the sudden outburst of anger of Zhang Run, the captain of Jingen, although he paid lip service to the martial artists of the subordinate counties, he did not have the slightest intention of withdrawing the military order. Because of the beggar head Kaishang folding cut, the matter touched his soft underbelly, make him a moment of fear. Although his wife and son were far away from the capital, his concubine and daughter lived in Jingen City. As he was separated from his wife and children, he placed more paternal love on his daughter. who was born to a concubine. Now and he said that Gingan City has specialized in stealing children. And the handling methods are also so cruel. How can he not be shocked and not angry? Lord School Captain, I admire you for your public spirit and love for the people. The martial artists of the various prefectures were very uptight and opened their mouths to praise them. Like Jiangrun, this kind of town guards a place of the lieutenant, is to have capricious capital. Not to mention that he arrested the beggars into the camp. Even if he shut down all the flower houses and gambling houses in the city, no one can do anything to him. Therefore, the people present would not consider Jiang Run to be overly aggressive, but instead would consider this to be an expression of rigidity that could not tolerate sand. Lord School Captain, the beggar's head is evil and the Yin ghosts are poisonous. Xing is willing to take the school captain into the stone canal to blockade the Yin ghosts' nests and prevent the ghostly plague from recurring. When Zhou Yuan heard the words of the emotional leader Luo Xing, he also had to sigh in admiration that this guy was really a ruthless person. Not to mention the large and small Yin spirits in the ghost nest. The behavior of taking out one's own family for the reward is also determined and ruthless. Good. If we can block the exit of the secret realm, it will be a great achievement. If the secret realm of Yin ghosts is able to produce spiritual objects, you will be rewarded with an imperial title by virtue of your dedication of the path. Any undiscovered secret realm of heaven and earth was a treasure trove waiting to be developed. This merit, if done right, would not require the Jing'an army to be responsible for its own rewards. The Wei court would surely feed the treasure offerer and make it the standard bearer. And with this treasure offering credit, the court will definitely protect Luo Xing's safety, and Zhou Yuan will not be able to kill him and exploit his experience skills. Please come with me, General, and we'll see if Xing's words are true or false once we test them. This time, without the need for Captain Jing'an to say anything, the martial artists of the various counties took the initiative to ask for orders. They had thought that the ghost trouble had suddenly disappeared on its own, and they could not get much imperial reward, but they did not realize that there was a secret realm of heaven and earth existing in the city, which was simply a welcome sight. Under the leadership of the emotional Kuei Luo Xing, the martial artists and the divine armed Xian armored soldiers entered the small courtyard of the workshop and found another hidden passage in the underground cave. Jiang Yong, take a few brothers down to scout. Sir, don't be offended. This passage is narrow and dark, or there may be Yin ghosts hiding, and let the soldiers go down to explore the reality. Jiang Run, the lieutenant of Gingan, is not a reckless person, and once he saw the narrow space of the stone canal, sewer, and the inconvenience of moving around and transferring, he thought of letting his personal guards go down to explore the situation. The personal guard named Jiang Yong didn't say much. First took off the armor on his body, and tied 2 live rabbits with twine and hung them around his neck. Finally, he used the manifestation liquid, and with 2 evil suppressing arrows in his mouth, he slid down the pitch black hole. The soldiers who were in the same team with Jiang Yong also took off their armor and arrows, brought along the army's illuminating torches, and chased them in. Lord Lieutenant, the stone canals are winding, and I fear it will be difficult to find the dry well without someone leading the way, so I will go down and walk with them. Mr. Righteousness, in that case, I am obliged to you. The love Kuei Luo Xing had been hanging out on earth for many years, so how could he not know the meaning of pro-guard? Now that the personal guards of the Jing'an school captain have given up their lives to explore the road, he absolutely can't hide, so he might as well take the initiative and wrestle a good feeling of trust. Zhou Yuan stood aside with his bow, ready to explode the head of Luo Xing in case of any accident, so that his plan to offer the treasure will end without any problem. But sentiment Kuei Luo Xing really put his blood on the line this time, taking the initiative to lead his personal guards to advance and sell his lair cleanly. After about 3/4 of an hour, half an hour or so, Jiang Yong, a fellow guard of the Jing'an school captain, was the first to climb out of the dark hole. Lieutenant, the stone canal is narrow and difficult to navigate, and there are no Yin ghosts roaming around. A certain repeat through the hole has 8. See a simple repair darkroom. Indoor withered well. Throw rabbits into the body inside no bones. Most likely for the entrance to the secret realm where. Good. If you will enter again and lead the way, I will bring someone with you. Captain Jing'an stepped forward and patted Jiang Yong's shoulder, helping him up in the process. The personal guard, Jiang Yong, scratched the evil suppressor arrow on his own arm, revealing the reddish blood before returning to burrow into the cave once again. All martial artists and walk with me. Zhou Yuan, you come too. No. The matter of discovering the secret realm was too important, and Captain Jing'an ultimately chose to bring all of his high-end combat power with him to facilitate the next step of verifying the exploration. When Zhou Yuan and his group followed the cave into the stone canal, they realized why the beggar's head treated this place as a fortress of comfort. This place is low and narrow, coupled with numerous holes, dark and foul-smelling. It is indeed suitable for hiding dirt and avoiding arrest by officials. After passing through several holes and trips through foul-smelling, damp water and moss, I finally came across an area that was fairly clean. The emotional leader, Nourishing, and his personal guards and soldiers holding torches were waiting outside a dark room with green bricks. Please check, General. The bottom of that withered well is where the secret realm is. Let people enter and find out. The Jing'an school captain and the subordinate county martial artists went up to survey the dry well inside the dark chamber, and Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to follow and glance towards the bottom of the well. Copy, Cave of the Painted Skin Ghosts. Suggested challenge level 10. Suggested challenge number 1020. The blood-red writing indicated the difficulty of this copy. What 10 to 20 level 10 players could do, an equal strength and number of martial artists could not. Probable cause player this species, in a sense than the boss blood thicker, as long as the blood medicine is sufficient, and then difficult boss is only a matter of blood change. But martial artists were different. Their tube of blood strips was too golden to fight a war of attrition. Which martial artist is willing to go down to explore into the internal observation of a glance to determine the secret realm for real can be? Not to linger, not to try to be strong. Please rest for a while. Brothers, Leiji Shinyu goes too. The martial arts prefectural lieutenant from Leiji County stepped forward and jumped directly into the well with his sword and shield in hand. Sure enough, under the torchlight, a majestic martial artist fell as if into a bottomless abyss, leaving no trace behind. However, after only a few breaths, the martial artist reappeared, and after kicking his feet against the wall of the well a few times, he ascended out. Ha ha ha, great joy. What a splash of luck. Captain Jiang, brothers, underneath this dry well is indeed the secret realm of Yin ghosts. The space within it is not small and there are many Yin spirits and ghosts. On top of that, a faint layer of damp mist permeates the secret territory, and that mist is cold and chilly, so I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Good. As long as this is true, it is good. So the court will certainly reward greatly. All the brothers have merit to share. After detecting that the secret realm of Yin ghosts was real, Captain Jing'an finally revealed a satisfied smile. This merit was really not small, even more dazzling than his many years of local defense. If the secret realm of Yin ghosts was able to produce enough spirits, he would even be able to rise to the center on the basis of this merit, and be a prominent general officer in that forbidden army. Zhou Yuan, quickly lead the troops to scout the terrain, build an army tent above this place, and dig out a convenient passageway. No. It was only after Zhou Yuan had left and the martial artists had calmed their excitement that the emotional leader Luoxing opened his mouth with expectations. General, you see? Don't worry. I can't forget you. Wait for the court to reward you. Chapter 50. The rascals captured by the Jing'an army had work to do, and without waiting to be reassigned, they were directly put into corvée service. After Zhou Yuan contacted the officials of the county craftsman's office and found out the location of the secret realm of Yin ghosts, all the arrested hoodlums were transferred to hard laborers, forced by the sharp swords and spears of the Zhaobings. This group of people worked very hard, fearing that they would accidentally be brought up to stand on their own feet. But this good wish is destined to be in vain. They are usually used to bullying men and women, which is subjected to this continuous hard work. It's only after the final military baton falls on the body that patience is bred and productivity is increased. Uncle Do. The rascals dug through the hole and can already see their brethren inside the stone canal. Good. Let the smithy office send out managers to build a spacious stairway on the spot. Also build the army tent first, while creating a large room around the perimeter of the tent to ensure that the people in the neighborhood don't accidentally fall down the hole. No. Under Zhou Yuan's orders, the auxiliary soldiers in the battalion who managed the logistics were transferred over to take over the construction of the barrack steps. The ruffians, on the other hand, were driven into the stone ditch by the armed Zojirushi soldiers to build a new perimeter foundation under the ground. The officials of the county department's craftsmanship division drew the construction plans and prepared to make the secret area of the shadowy ghosts into a tower building with one underground floor and two above-ground floors. The ground floor is the battlefield. The ground floor is the preparation area. And the second floor is the alert lookout area. This design was simple and efficient, and was soon finalized by Zhou Yuan. And the officials of the crafts division also started to deploy building materials from the government treasury and began to create the building with all their might. Due to the erection of the army tent, the construction of the perimeter did not delay the internal operations. On this side, the auxiliary soldiers had just set up several rope ladders, and the martial artists couldn't wait to get ready to explore the secret realm of Yin ghosts. Zhou Yuan, as a similar martial artist and a swift archer with a precious bow and arrow, was naturally transferred into the martial exploration team. However, he, an output shooter, did not look favorably on these mage-type martial artists. One is because the lack of a true meat shield in the party makes combat tolerance extremely low. The second reason was that the painted skin ghost mother was a level 15 boss, and in order to kill it in its ghostly lair, in addition to blood exchange tactics, it was to have enough high explosive damage. However, Captain Jingen couldn't even kill an elite monster like level 15 painted Manning easily, and odds were that he didn't have the means to sustain a high explosive output. Lord Colonel, the reinforcements from the state capital should be here in the next few days. Shouldn't they wait for them? Zhou Yuan, whether the reinforcements come or not, exploring the secret realm must be done in this stupid way. We don't need to break through the secret realm. Our goal is to record the available supplies within the secret realm, whether or not there are any spirits spawned, and how strong the secret realm demons are. It is not necessary to fight through the secret realm and obtain the secret treasure chest in order to check for the existence of a spiritual object. Many powerful secret realms contain spirits in themselves, and even if you don't touch the lord of the secret demon realm, you can still gain a good profit. Zhou Yuan understands everything that Zhang Run, captain of Jingen, said. Whenever there's a battle, battlefield intelligence is a crucial part of the equation, and someone has to collect it. The key was that Zhang Run couldn't see the copy information, and his knowledge of the painted ghosts was limited to the ghostly infestation in the city. It seemed to him that the existing power was already enough to explore the secret realm of ghosts. If he worked hard, he might be able to directly kill the lord of the secret demon realm. But the reality is not like that. I am afraid that unintelligent ghosts are more difficult to deal with than intelligent ghosts. After all, one has many minds and is still thinking about escaping and surviving. The other is immortal and fearless if he only needs to strike a combat decision. Go and change your equipment. Don't carry anything heavy except for your precious bow and arrow pouch, in case the advance doesn't go well or you can quickly withdraw. No. In the face of Captain Jing's order, Zhou Yuan could not say anything more. Several mage-type martial artists were going to take the initiative to take on meat shield duties, and he, an output shooter, couldn't retreat from the battlefield, so he headed to the barracks, shedding his armor and replacing it with warm clothing, wearing only a short leather armor for his body armor. Uncle Zhou, change into these shoes, which are special short boots with copper spikes, tightened and secured by hemp ropes, so that they are easy to run around and not easy to fall off. And these buckskin gauntlets you take with you, to prevent the secret realm from freezing and stiffening your palms. It's important to have a good pair of shoes when exploring a cold, dark and secret place to prevent soaking and slipping and freezing your feet on the way, which can affect your walking. Therefore, the short boots sent by the quartermaster were not standard military boots, but short-waisted leather boots with multiple twine-wrapped brass buckles. Zhou Yuan complied and changed into his short boots, cautiously tying the twine. The auxiliary soldiers on the side also half-crouched and crouched down, wrapping him in soft leather leg and wrist guards to prevent the cold wind from entering through the cuffs and trouser legs and affecting his shooting skills. Uncle Zhou, this is your backpack arrow pouch, which does not constrain the mouth of the pouch for ease of access. Be careful when you use it. Don't bend over and spill your arrows. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Normal arrow pouches are waist-tied, but that thing seriously interferes with running and is not suitable for exploring copies. For this reason, the quartermaster had specially changed Zhou Yuan's backpack arrow pouch and also replenished him with evil-suppressing arrows, making up a quantity of 60. In fact, there were still quite a few bloodbath arrows in the battalion, but the quartermaster didn't dare to give any more matches for fear that the weight would be too heavy to affect the archer's performance. Finally, the quartermaster also gave Zhou Yuan a wind mirror, made of copper sheet, with a leather cord as a band, and chiseled and pressed with small holes from the inside to the outside. It works similar to goggles and is used to protect against windy sand and dust. After wearing this outfit, Zhou Yuan was left with only one feeling, and that was heat. Leiji County Lieutenant Xin Yu's probing was not in vain, and after he brought the news that the secret realm was cold and gloomy with a thin mist, the camp officials immediately came up with a plan to deal with it. Regardless of whether or not these things could resist the icy cold within the ghost mysteries, they were at least much more reliable than ordinary military boots and armor. It was only that the outfit was a bit unattractive is all, causing Zhou Yuan to go straight from a valiant officer to a snowy ridge hunter. When Zhou Yuan entered the military tent and slid down the rope ladder into the stone canal, he realized that everyone was similar, and the martial artists were dressed as snowy range hunters. The only difference was that there was only one archer among the martial artists, and the other 10 were all melee-type sword and shield men. When that martial archer saw Zhou Yuan coming down, he even took the initiative to come forward and make small talk. Zhou Yuan, I heard from Captain Jiang that your ancestry is from the village of Qiaoxi in Shangle County, and that it was only in recent times that you gained official status and moved into the Jing'an government office. Coincidentally not. I am Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, and you and I are solidly from the same hometown. Yuan has met the prefectural lieutenant. I don't want to think that the prefectural lieutenant and I are not only from the same hometown, but also from the same path. So I'll trouble the prefectural lieutenant for more support in the future. The prefectural lieutenant is a prefectural lieutenant, which is a much bigger position than Zhou Yuan, and even in the Jing'an army, only the school lieutenant Jiang Run can steadily press his head. The other officers in the battalion were either the same rank or lower rank of the county lieutenant, not to mention that he was also a martial artist, and Zhou Yuan needed to maintain a certain amount of respect for him. Well, although you and I are from the same hometown and are both skilled in archery, I don't know the level of your skill. When we enter the secret realm of ghosts, you and I will do our best, and if you can catch my eye, I will pass on your archery skills. How about it? That's a deal. Jen thanks the prefectural lieutenant for his teaching. Ha! Still a confident young Langolier. Alright, I'll wait for you to show your skills. Don't let me down. Chapter 51, The Cold Mist. Through a narrow shaft, the sky and the earth changed colors in an instant. After Zhou Yuan took a look around, he realized that within the copy, the cave of painted skinning ghosts, was a dilapidated city workshop. The portal in and out of the replica was behind him, revolving on a dilapidated city gate with peeling paint. The location where their group landed was in the middle of the city gate passageway, and further on they would enter the dilapidated workshop. The sky here was overcast, and there was an icy cold mist flowing through the air that was not the usual white, but a light gray. From afar, everything here is under the shroud of gray fog, as if covered with a layer of gray filter, appearing both dilapidated and depressed. This floor tile is unusually damp, with signs of seepage, and the mist in the air shouldn't be an illusion, but a real diffused water vapor. Jiang Run, the captain of Jing'an, took a few steps out of the city gatehole, bent down to caress the floor tiles laid in the city's avenue, and then pried them open with his treasure knife and pinched a handful of the dirt underneath. He felt the cold wetness in his hands and judged that the fog here should be a water vapor phenomenon. No one is entering? It seems that even though the ghost mystic realm is large, it can only hold 20 people. After waiting for a while and seeing that there were only 8 divine arm handlers other than Zhou Yuan entering, the martial arts squad clarified the limit on the number of people in the nether ghost mystic realm. Go out of the gatehouse and observe each for a quarter of an hour. The Jing'an colonel was worried that the fog was strange and did not mean to act immediately. Instead, team members were asked to remain near the exit to observe the environment and acclimatize to the fog. This observation really observed something, and the first one to notice the abnormality was Zhou Yuan. The first thing he felt after he stepped out of the gateway hole and completely entered the light gray mist was a more pronounced icy coldness, as if he had entered a cold winter. Ding! Contact with fogged cumulonimbus. Gain negative status in cold. The accumulated in liquid was something that Zhou Yuan had exploded some of when he killed the painted skin ghost creature. The attribute panel describes it as quickly recovering a small amount of true chi after use, stacking the in cold state, and alleviating unconsciousness and temptation type negative states while sustaining blood loss. This stuff looks okay and seems to be able to be a spirit that replenishes chi, but the side effects should not be underestimated. Zhou Yuan stared at the attribute panel and waited patiently. After about 5 minutes, his blood bar decreased by 1% while his blue bar was activated. If you switch to the normal pace of the game, there is a high probability that the player will complete a prequest to get a restraining prop, or prepare some more blood pills and just go straight through. However, normal martial artists and soldiers couldn't go either way, and could only use what little bloodstains they had to harden themselves against this kind of large-scale environmental damage. Moreover, Zhou Yuan had a whopping 4 points of essence attribute and 2 points of both chi attribute and divine attribute, and he would have to lose blood in 5 minutes, let alone a normal soldier. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour hadn't even arrived yet, and after only about 10 minutes, some of the soldiers were feeling distinctly abnormal and uncomfortable. My Lord Lieutenant, I feel so cold that my body and fingers are stiff from the cold. Lord Lieutenant, I feel like I can't breathe well. My chest feels like it's clogged with a foreign object, and I have a feeling of weakness and vomiting. Zhou Yuan turned around to take a look. The blood bar of the one who said that he was sick from vomiting was originally dissatisfied with only 93%, and now it had even dropped to 89%. Those who are unwell returned to the gateway cave, while the others continue to check. After about 10 more minutes, the god arm handlers who were ordinary soldiers all retreated back to the city gate cave. leaving only 11 martial artists and Zhou Yuan standing at the city gate avenue. It seems to be a problem of qi. Without mobilizing the qi of the body, it is impossible to resist this chilly gray mist. Zhou Yuan, since your 3 talents seal is able to draw in God and sense qi, take the elixir. Don't let your Yuan qi get overwhelmed and damage your battle power. No. In order to save the only 2 remaining shooters, Captain Jing'an issued 2 bottles of Yuzhen San to Zhou Yuan, allowing him to nourish his vital energy to maintain his fighting strength. In this way, Zhou Yuan obtained the secret realm spirit item and had a clear opportunity to replenish his qi. In fact, this phenomenon was not uncommon, and the close subordinates and descendants of martial generals always had the opportunity to come into contact with qi replenishing spirits. The Great Wei Court's spirit opening examination also gave not a single copy of the qi nourishing spirit, but a stable quota of spirit supply. Without that quota, with only a few mouthfuls of spirit food mixed in from the east, even if one was fortunate enough to sense and control qi, one would not be able to become a martial artist, probably because the breath disperses and returns to the mortal world. Without stable spiritual nourishment, that breath will eventually disperse. The Divine Arm team leaves behind 4 arrow sacks, and all of them exit the secret realm of the ghosts. After realizing that ordinary soldiers could not survive in the area, the Jing'an lieutenant ordered them to leave. It's not easy to cultivate a few divine armsmen in the battalion, but they can't be poisoned to death by 8 at once by this chilly gray mist. No. With the departure of the divine arm hand, Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, each got 2 more backup arrow sacks. However, it is not convenient to carry with you, and you can only return halfway to replenish it, which is faster than replenishing it by going in and out of the secret realm. Let's go and try the success of the secret realm in Ghost. Led by Captain Jing'an, the small group of martial artists walked towards the marketplace in front of them. The ghosts there varied in level, with the lowest being only level 5 and the highest being only level 10. From time to time, they enter various dilapidated rooms and walk in a well-organized manner on the streets of the place, as if they were ordinary inhabitants living there. There's no sign of the painted ghost after all, so it seems that the skin wasn't made well. As the martial artist squad continued to advance, it soon triggered the attack range of the outer ghosts. They looked at Zhou Yuan and his party in unison, their turquoise pupils coupled with their fog-like and shadow-like bodies, appearing both illusory and terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Yuan and Shangle County Lieutenant Chang Fei were the first to open their bows, and their swift arrows instantly killed a number of ghosts. The martial artists in the front row also poured their qi through their precious weapons, stimulating various weapon special effects as they lunged straight at the ghosts. There were about 30 or so ghosts that were directly and indirectly pulled into hatred, but they weren't able to break through the defense of the 10 martial artists, and soon fell to the double blows of the shooters and the martial artists. The ding-ding-ding experience alerts kept ringing out, and Zhou Yuan became the biggest beneficiary of killing the ghosts. Instead of checking exactly how much experience he had gained, he was instead keeping an eye on the blood bars of the various martial artists. Good. A wave of luring monsters didn't lose much blood, so it looks like we'll be able to get a few more waves. Although the vaporized accumulated liquid was also continuing to pull down Zhou Yuan's blood volume, the concentration of this stuff was ultimately a bit too low to play much of a role. The martial artists were perhaps more resistant and hadn't sensed any noticeable discomfort until now. Stop. I have a report. Shangle County Lieutenant Chang Fei has good legs and feet and is used to finding high ground to stand on. He has just subconsciously climbed up to the Fangjia residence, but he has made a new discovery. Prefect Shangle has both found out, but please speak up. Lord Lieutenant, this secret realm is like a city workshop, and I don't mean the exterior, but the phenomenon within. I just rolled up on the residence and saw that there were shadowy ghosts prowling around in several of the nearby courtyards. If this is the case for all the residents in the neighborhood, then I'm afraid that the number of ghosts here will be abnormally high. It was hard to say how many people could live in a city square, but looking at the density of the buildings in the nether ghost mystic realm, it would still be no problem to live with 4,000 or 5,000 people. This kind of density, if players come, naturally, they will brush the bosses and pay the bill, and low-level ghosts will only be used by them as a copy of the background. But the martial artists cannot. Such a high density, all the way to push to the demon lords do not know how much aura to lose. The probability is a losing business. I don't want this place to be so dangerous. Slow down the speed of advancement and explore the neighborhoods. Chapter 52 Cold Poison has a spirit. The martial artists squad's exploration plan didn't go well, and from the time they entered the secret realm of ghosts until now, they basically didn't get any good news. And there are basically spirits coiled up in the dwellings within the city square, and you will be attacked by them if you push the door to enter the house. Seeing this, the martial artists all looked serious, as if they had encountered some kind of difficulty. It's hard to do. There are records of such large-scale secret realms in the secret records of heaven and earth distributed by the imperial court. It's easy to get this type of secret realm to revert, as long as you kill the demon leader in it and then exit the secret realm. This type of secret realm will automatically revert. However, this type of secret realm is the same as a normal secret realm. If you kill only the demon leader, the other demons will not die, but will continue to wander in place. Therefore, this type of large secret realm is hardly a stable logistical treasure trove. The martial artists couldn't imagine how much was invested in order to clear the city's workshops of the netherworldly ghosts before allowing the soldiers to move in and out to carry the supplies. If the secret territory was filled with weak demons, the subsequent cleanup task could still be left to the soldiers. However, the demons in the secret realm of ghosts were clearly beyond the range of the soldiers' ability to cope with. It was also impossible for the martial artists to expend their aura to purge the nether ghosts from the homes of the people in the neighborhood. In this way, the ordinary materials of the ghost secret realm could not be utilized, and the only value left was the secret realm treasure chests and hidden treasures. Let's hope that this place has a spirit produced, otherwise it will most likely have to be purged of ghosts, garrisoned with guards, and transformed into a secret realm arsenal. The Great Way martial artists had been attacking secret realms for many years, and as long as a secret realm could be successfully attacked, even if it was barren, it could still be utilized by them in a reasonable manner. But stationing guards and preventing secret restoration is definitely one of the least utilized ways. If there was a choice, they wouldn't let the secret realm, which consistently produced all kinds of supplies, become a warehouse for storing martial arts equipment. Zhou Yuan's side was different from the pessimism of the martial artists. To him, the ghost copy with tons of low-level monsters was great for brushing up on experience and dropping items. It just so happened that the movement speed of the low-level ghosts wasn't too fast, so he could use the kiting tactic, pulling a batch and clearing a batch, coupled with the fact that he had the skin of the place god that could continuously restore blood in blue. It wasn't much of a problem for one person to single-handedly brush the low-level monsters here. Only the arrows may wear out a bit more and require adequate logistical supplies. With this in mind, he decided to open his mouth to hint at the value of the ghost copy, to avoid School Captain Jingen actually designating this place as a low-value secret realm. Lord Lieutenant, for some reason, the mist here, although it makes me uncomfortable, is able to increase my sense of chi. What? There is actually this matter. All of you quickly find perception. This subordinate sense of chi talent is extremely high. Once without the aid of any spiritual objects, will be practiced into the 3 talents seal. His chi is small and his ability to sense chi is strong, and his feelings are mostly undoable. Hearing that School Captain Jingen held Zhou Yuan in such high esteem, the other martial artists could not help but pay attention as well. They gathered the chi that spread throughout their bodies, allowing more of the chilly gray mist to enter their sphere of exhalation. After about a quarter of an hour, Captain Jingen was the first to perceive the abnormality, and he found that although these chilly gray mists were harmful to the body, they magically contained aura. It's just that there isn't much aura in the fog, so if it accumulates into a watery liquid, it might be able to be made into a kind of spirit that hurts the body and benefits the chi. He couldn't sit still when he thought about it. Never mind if it hurt or not. As long as it contained aura, it had a corresponding value. Lieutenants, this mist is indeed different, injurious but beneficial, chilly but awakening. Such a mixed bag of good and bad things is considered to have a spirit. Indeed, as the lieutenant said, this gray mist is not a good thing, but it is a good thing when it is large in quantity and contains spirit. Even if it's difficult to become spirit food, it can still replenish the spirit chi for some of the treasure weapon talisman seals. Good as it is, it's hard to collect. Laying it on cloth might adhere to some gray mist, but wringing and wrestling with a wet cloth alone won't extract much of the liquid of gray mist. The martial prefectural lieutenants were not as sensitive as those of the Jingen school captains, but they did not think that the Jingen school captains would lie to them either. After hearing Captain Jingen certify Zhou Yuan's feelings, they similarly discovered the value of the gloomy cold gray mist. It was only the cold poison that severely restricted this value. Otherwise, even if it was difficult to extract it, only transforming it into a martial arts cultivation place would be a rare heavenly paradise. Great goodness! Since the mists in this place all contain spiritual chi, there will definitely be spiritual treasures within the secret treasure chests obtained after beheading the demon leaders. You and I will join hands to probe up again and see if we can pinpoint the location of the demon leader. With a command from the captain of Gingen, The squad of martial artists quickly broke away from the residences of the marketplace and returned to the top of the main street of the marketplace. There were a large number of Yin ghosts on the streets of the square, and it was not an easy task to clear them out. Thus, after brushing 5 more teams of Yin ghosts, around 160 or so, the martial artist squad clearly felt that this was a wealth-draining avenue. If they kept advancing like this, it was possible that they would run out of the spirits they were carrying before they even hit the demon leader. Not to mention the presence of the Yin cold poison. It was never a good idea for a group of people to spend their aura and poison themselves here. The best way to do this was for someone to take the initiative to clear the Square Street Boulevard, so that the martial artists could maintain their peak condition and finally go down to surround the demon leader. Of course, that person who took the initiative to clean up the Square Street would be better off if he didn't spend much on spirit materials and only consume some ordinary supplies. Among the people present, only Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, were eligible. The two of them relied on the secret realm treasure bow and evil suppressor arrow to kill and injure the Yin ghosts, rather than spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, arrows were able to be recycled twice, far more cost-effective than martial artists using their spiritual energy en masse. Lord Lieutenant, the Yin ghosts here have a limited speed of movement and will not rise up in a group to surround them. Perhaps the shooters can be used to clear them one by one, so that we can avoid excessive aura consumption and also maintain our fighting condition. There was no reason why the Jing'an school captain couldn't think of a strategy that the county lieutenant martial artist could come up with. It's just that he needs to take care of the emotions of his subordinates, and he can't personally open his mouth to speak out about such a proposal that benefits the public and harms individuals. Now that a martial artist had taken the initiative to mention his intentions, he took the opportunity to ask, Chang Fei and Zhou Yuan, do you two feel that this method is feasible? Why not? Brothers, take a moment to rest. We will make our first effort. Yuan also thinks it's okay to give it a try. Otherwise it's too consuming and not conducive to later exploration. Although both archers had expressed their willingness, for safety's sake, Captain Jing'an took the initiative to stay behind as a guard, preventing the archers from encountering danger when they invoked the Yin ghosts. After the martial artists also left one person behind to act as a guard, the others temporarily returned to the city gate cave to recuperate. In this way, the 12-member open team has turned into 2 people opening and 10 people hanging. A proper picture of a big brother with a salted fish. Once Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei had pulled a few small waves of Yin ghosts in groups of 5 or 6, the option for the shooter to clear the monsters was added to the list. Zhou Yuan, why don't you and I alternate our actions, with one person leading the killing and one resting, so that the rotation can ensure that the method of leading the killing will continue without stopping. But, Prefect, rest a little, it is not too difficult for me to lure and kill 5 or 6 at a time. 9 martial artists were repairing at the city gate cave. 2 martial artists were on guard on the residential houses, and only Zhou Yuan was seriously pulling monsters to clear them. 1 Band 11. Am I a team god or a team drudge? Chapter 53, Yin Ghost Wu Kuei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew swiftly, the archer moved quickly, and the attracted Yin ghosts could not even come into contact with the archer and were killed one by one. Although Zhou Yuan had become a monster-clearing drudge on the surface, he had actually been given more room to play. These 2 ever-increasing gains greatly strengthened Zhou Yuan's fighting spirit, causing him to feel less bored with cleaning up the netherworld ghosts, and instead, he was unusually invigorated. Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, was very surprised after seeing Zhou Yuan's quick bow and fast arrows, and that running and shooting back did not affect his accuracy. In his opinion, stopping shooting was the easiest, riding shooting was hard to refine, and moving shooting was hard to be accurate, and he did not expect Zhou Yuan to maintain 100 shots when he was running. He was simply a natural divine shooter. I also said that I would teach him archery. I didn't realize that his archery was so superb. I'm afraid that I'm not even close to it if it's based on normal archery alone. Chang County Lieutenant is joking. My subordinate only knows the art of mortal shooting and not the method of spiritual shooting, which is far worse than the county lieutenant. If the county lieutenant wants to teach him, why don't you pass on a handful of spirit shooting techniques? Or let him look up to his predecessors and not be arrogant. Ha ha ha, since Lord School Captain has asked, there is no harm in me teaching him a handful of spirit shooting techniques. After all, it is a young man from my hometown, and I hope that he will open his spirit and show his honor in the future, and not forget his hometown townspeople. Zhou Yuan, who was selling himself to clear the monsters, did not know that his higher-ups had found him an investment. The reason why Captain Jing'an valued Zhou Yuan was because Zhou Yuan was talented and capable of conquering and fighting, and secondly because Zhou Yuan was his close subordinate. At least in the Yin Ghost mysterious realm, Zhou Yuan was the person he was most close to, and the various subordinate county martial artists were a long way behind. For this reason, Captain Jing'an was willing to help Zhou Yuan improve his strength and indirectly strengthen the entire Jing'an army. While School Captain Jing'an and County Lieutenant Shangle were chatting, Zhou Yuan also encountered the first batch of higher-leveled monsters. 12th level Ghost Warrior, 12th level Ghost Scribe. These professionally labeled Yin ghosts come in the streets and alleys on the left and right sides of the place, which connect spacious mansions, and there are presumably some Yin Ghost Man Warriors inside. Those Yin Ghost Warriors' attacks were judged to be much greater than ordinary Yin ghosts, and after Zhou Yuan merely triggered the nearby Yin ghosts, they took the initiative to join the pursuit. They don't lunge like ordinary Yin ghosts, but have weapons like swords, guns, swords and shields. Luckily, the Yin Ghost Scribe's attack judgment was insensitive. Otherwise Zhou Yuan would probably have attracted too many monsters at once, making it difficult to clear them quickly. But even then, he lured the monster to run and stop shooting 5 times before he killed all 6 of the pursuing normal Nether Ghosts and 5 Nether Ghost Warriors. The Nether Ghost Warriors were worthy of being professionally labeled monsters, and the orbs of light they burst down were not the normal white, but a more conspicuous green orb of light. Zhou Yuan walked forward to pick it up and realized that it had finally exploded items other than that accumulated Yin liquid. Weapon, Shadow Blade, Gun. Introduction, Yin Chi attached to the cast iron. There is a virtual survival of the Real. Can be equipped with Yin ghosts and evil spirits. People can also hold. Note, Yin Chi will leak out when the weapon is broken, and the effect of the Yin cold poison attached to it will be weakened. Items, Blood Dew. Introduction, Yellow spring water is turbid. The river Styx liquid is red, like blood but not blood. Nourishing the soul. Often seen in the underworld, the young world is transformed into blood dew. Effects, reduces a small amount of life and increases the divine soul by a small amount after use. Can be used for blood loss and nourishment, alchemy and poison making, and can also be used for the return of blood to Yin ghosts and evil spirits. The 5 Yin Ghost Warriors provided Zhou Yuan with 2 Yin blades and 1 serving of underworld blood dew. The Yin blade that came with the poison of Yin cold was the first special effect melee weapon he had ever come into contact with. It was hard to say whether this thing was powerful or not, but the black and red body of the gun shrouded in a light gray mist was not a mortal object at a glance. The effect of the underworld blood dew was even more amazing. The attribute panel had ruled that it could be used to make poison, so it was assumed that the toxicity was still fierce. Just can't be used on Yin ghosts and evil spirits. To them this thing is not only non-toxic, but is a precious medicine to replenish blood. Weapons with special effects. Items that could make poison and also be used to nourish the gods. Once these 2 items came out, it completely changed Zhou Yuan's rhythm of attracting monsters. He was no longer satisfied with luring and killing ordinary Yin ghosts, but instead set his sights on the Yin Ghost Warriors in the streets, alleys, and mansions, frequently luring them to join the pursuit team. After 2 more rounds of brushing like this, Jing'an School Captain Jiang Rin and Shangle County Captain Chang Fei also noticed the anomaly. County Lieutenant Chang. Out come the swords and spears Yin ghosts. I'm afraid that the front is either a demon leader or a powerful demon. You go and call the resting martial artists into the formation. We'll clear the dangerous demons first, and then use the shooter-induced killing method. No. As the general's order was given, the 9 martial artists who had been resting at the city gate cave arrived quickly, since they had left the chilly gray fog. The second time they entered the dilapidated workshop, they felt the coldness of the gray fog more intuitively. That icy cold was not the external cold of dripping ice, but the internal cold that drew out the temperature of their bodies, both discomforting their bodies and clearing their minds. Everyone, Zhou Yuan has already attracted the armed Yin ghosts. Let's go and fight for a while to see what is hidden in the armed Yin ghosts gathering place. The martial artists squad joined the battlefield once again, allowing Zhou Yuan, who was leading the monsters, to get the space to stake out his output. This was good news, and Zhou Yuan also wanted to see if there were any elite monsters in the Yin Ghost Warriors mansion that would drop better items. Zhou Yuan, what is the strength of the armed Yin ghost? Lieutenant, 1 arrow kills an ordinary Yin ghost. 2 to 3 arrows are needed for an armed Yin ghost. The gap is actually so big. It seems that we are close to the core area of the demon chief. All of you advance with standing shields, and do not break away from the formation during the attack, so as to avoid the Yin ghosts from breaking the formation and attacking the enemy from the back. No. The military literacy of the martial artists was very good. Even if they usually didn't cooperate in battle, the military formation formed was still tacitly advancing and retreating, not seeing reluctance. With these martial artists joining in, not only did the sighted Yin ghosts become more numerous, they also lost the flexibility of individual kite tactics. However, the squad's speed of clearing monsters was even faster. And after each time 30 to 40 netherworld ghosts were induced, the first step was a speedy retreat of 20 paces, and then it was the collective output. With this orderly in and out cleanup, the martial arts squad quickly emptied the streets and alleys of the netherworld by the mansions. It was not until he approached the Yin Ghost Warrior's mansion that Zhou Yuan realized that the corrupt wooden plaque still had two strange characters written on it. It was a ghostly language medieval script, not a Yang world instrument. And the two medieval scripts, Wukue, were both wild and worn, and represented the identity of the mansion's owner. Sure enough, as soon as the martial artists squad entered the spacious mansion, Zhou Yuan saw a special Yin ghost. The ghost looked not only not majestic, and even some small, but like fog-like shadow body unusually solid, like black water convergence adult. The most noteworthy thing was its weapon, which was a 9-section hard iron whip similar to a mace. During the ghostly plague in Jing'an City, the only ghost that used this weapon was Painted Manning. I think that after that delicate beauty has shed her skin, it is this, level 14 Yin Ghost Wukue. Among the people present, not only did Zhou Yuan have a guess about the identity of this Yin ghost, but Captain Jiang Ren of the Jing'an school also noticed the abnormality. I recognize it, and although it looks very different now than it did before, that iron whip can't be faked. All of you be careful. This Yin ghost is fierce. Don't get hit by that iron whip. We will lay siege and remove the threat as quickly as possible. Chapter 54, The Tide of Literary Leadership. Yin ghosts are unintelligent and sexless, so they can't tell the difference between men and women. Zhou Yuan and Captain Jing'an both guessed that the Yin ghost Wukue was that painted skin Manning by virtue of the weapon's characteristics. As soon as the level 14 Yin ghost Wukue made its move, Captain Jing'an realized that it was and wasn't a painted Manning. I say yes, because the Yin ghost Wukue's combat skills are basically the same as painted Manning's. I say no because Yin Ghost Wukue's fighting style is completely different from Painted Manning's. One of the two ghosts was extremely rigid and uncast, while the other was skillful and flexible with a soft stance. In contrast, the Yin Ghost Wukue was harder to deal with than the Painted Manning. It didn't care about getting hurt. Every move and style was a powerful and desperate strike. Shen Yu, a martial artist from Leiji County, was an expert at using a sword and shield, but after only bracing his shield and taking a whip, his arm was shocked red and swollen and weakened. This thing is messed up. Before the boss can power up, the elite monster's output front row can't carry it. Shooter, attack his right arm and knock out that iron whip. When Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei, the two archers, heard this, they also stopped conserving their physical strength and aura and used their strongest attacks. First, Shanghai County Lieutenant Chang Fei retrieved the evil suppressor arrow and hitched up the less lethal Blood Fury arrow. This was an unreasonable dressing operation. But he didn't expect the Blood Fury arrow to suddenly ignite with a dazzling blood flame, and Chang Fei's blood bar instantly plummeted by 2%. In the next moment, the arrow with the blood flame special effect sped out and steadily nailed itself at the arm of the Yin Ghost Wukue. The tremendous force and attached damage of this arrow not only knocked the Yin Ghost Wukue back a step, but also caused its rapidly swinging arm to stiffen. Right at this moment, Zhou Yuan's 3-star Lianzhu arrived in the blink of an eye. Knock! Boom! Boom! The first evil suppressor arrow hit the Yin Ghost leader's arm, and the other two evil suppressor arrows followed, tearing the shaft of the first evil suppressor arrow to shreds and nailing it down viciously. After 3 crashing sounds, 2 arrowheads with a complete evil suppressor arrow were steadily nailed into the crook of the Yin Ghost Wukue's arm, nearly severing the Yin Ghost Wukue's small arm directly. Good. 2 good marksmen. Let's see our brother's means. The 2 shooters' weak strikes completely changed the situation on the battlefield, and Captain Jing'an seized the opportunity to give Yin Ghost Wukue a slash to his small arm. The precious sword that flashed with electric arc flames followed the chipped wound caused by Zhou Yuan's 3-star streak and chopped off the small arm of the Yin Ghost Wukue that held the iron whip. As the 9-section hard iron whip fell, the Yin Ghost Wukue completely lost its ability to resist. Several martial artists surrounded and attacked them without any hesitation, and Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei also made up an evil suppressing arrow each. Ding! Kill level 14 Yin Ghost Wukue. Experience plus 280. Zhou Yuan, you have a bit of a knack for this 3-star streak. Maybe teach me. After the end of the battle, Shanghai County Lieutenant Chang Fei took the initiative to welcome Zhou Yuan for advice. Since County Lieutenant Chang is looking at it, we can just practice together when we get out of the secret realm. Rather an atmospheric lord, it just so happens that I also have a handful of bloodbath arrow arts that I intend to teach you, so we can teach each other. Don't you look down on the bloodbath archery and think it's the same as the bloodbath arrows in the camp. In fact, it is not. This bloodshed arrow art of mine is a spirit shooting art. The effect is similar to the bloodshed arrow though, but how many kills you can inflict depends on how much bloodbane chi you can condense, as well as how compatible the arrows are to carry. Many thanks to the prefectural lieutenant for his teachings, condensing blood fury and attaching strikes. Such spiritual shooting techniques. Yuan begs for them. Zhou Yuan was telling the truth. The skill of increasing attack power by consuming blood in blue was simply a divine skill for someone like him who did not lack blood medicine. Good. There are quite a few contraindications to the blood fury arrow technique, such as not being able to attach to the evil suppressor arrow, excessive coagulation that is harmful to the body, and other issues. I'll find the time to write up an instrument and pass it on to you as well. While Zhou Yuan was chatting with Cheng Fei, the martial artist squad also recovered the 9-section hard iron whip of the Yin Ghost Wu Kuei and entered each room in groups of 3 to explore. The limited space and obstacles inside the rooms seriously affect the shooter's play. Therefore, Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei were not allowed to participate in the indoor exploration and could only wait vigilantly in the compound. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to pretend to be on alert patrol and recovered the green ball of light that the Yin Ghost martial leader had burst down. Ding! Obtained Wu Kuei's Gel *1. Underworld Blood Do *5. Skill, Wu Kuei's Concentration. Introduction, Kuei. Ghosts, also from the Bucket of Ghosts sound. Bitter Back Cut. Tong Puppet. Strange. Good Hiding Ambush Knot. Wu Kuei is a ghost in the bucket, capable of condensing chi and napping yin, increasing the strength of the body and the explosion of chi. Effect, after using it, you gain the skill Martial Condensation, which increases defense and attack power while continuously draining blue. Note, Lonely Yin does not grow. Solitary Yan does not grow. Ghost fighters have one Wu Hua. Collect all 3 Kuei's techniques, and rise to full level. You can obtain the skill Kuei Fighting Technique. It's a great skill, and if you pair it with a riotous seal of 3 talents, you're bound to hit a higher burst. Therefore, Zhou Yuan directly chose to use it, but he did not realize that the experience value required for the skill was a bit much. 100 for level 1, 200 for level 2, and 1000 for level 10. A total of 500 experience points are required to raise the skilled Martial Kuei's Condensation to full level. Zhou Yuan didn't have enough experience value on him for the time being, so he didn't click to the full level and only added it to the level 8 level. After completing the skill upgrade, he took the initiative to activate the skill to experience the extent of the increase, and found that his body was as if he was wearing a piece of iron armor, which was very sturdy. However, the blue bar was also continuing to fall, and that speed made it difficult for Wu Kuei's gaze to be a passive resident skill. While Zhou Yuan was pulling the tiger shooting bow and testing the attack increase, the martial artist who had entered the main hall of the mansion walked out with 2 half-meter tall long-necked vases. Each of those vases contained a demonic flower. The crimson petals were densely packed and looked exceptionally dazzling in the gloomy and foggy Yin Ghost mystery realm. Lord Lieutenant, the black liquid in saffron in this bottle should not be simple. When brought out of the secret realm to check and test. Good. Put it at the gate hole first, then check the surrounding buildings for any abnormalities. Zhou Yuan could see clearly that the black liquid in the bottle was the accumulated Yin liquid, and the name of the red flower in the bottle was called Evening Fragrance Jade. Since the flower was in the hands of a martial artist, Zhou Yuan was not able to conveniently include it in the item bar, and was unable to check its introduction and explore its efficacy. No. The martial arts squad did not immediately rest after killing the Yin demon Martial Kuei, but instead took the initiative to scout out the surrounding area, preparing to check if there were any demonic leaders present in the surrounding area. This checking did turn up an anomaly. There was also a special Yin ghost in the mansion across the square street from Yin Ghost Wu Kuei. It was tall and majestic, more like a warrior than a Yin Ghost Wu Kuei, and its identity information was level 14 Yin Ghost Wu Kuei. The weapon in its hand was a long sword, and it appeared to be a warrior adept at nimble techniques. However, Zhou Yuan thought that these were just appearances. The Wu Kuei fought with an iron whip, and the Wing Kuei then fought with a long sword, which was more or less inconsistent with the title of one. Could it be a ghost text spell? This guy can't be a monster-attracting elite. Zhou Yuan guessed correctly. The moment the martial arts squad pushed the door in, the level 14 Yin Ghost Wen Kuei unleashed the ghost text spell. The Ghost Scribe spell connects to a nearby 12th level Yin Ghost Scribe, who then releases it a second time to affect the normal Yin ghosts in the vicinity. In the next moment, the Yin ghosts in the dwellings near the square street rioted in unison, forming a tide of Yin ghosts to pounce on the martial arts team. That dense number, at least 200 to 300, made the scalps of the martial artists numb as they watched. Quickly leave. The ghost tide has erupted. Do not fight recklessly. Chapter 55, The Human Advantage. Ghost tides erupt. You must not fight recklessly. Like a tidal wave of ghosts rolling in, the martial arts squad quickly retreated. Jing'an School Captain Jiang Ren chose to break the back himself, as he gathered his aura to release a wide-ranging thunderstrike chop, leaving a slash mark of constantly churning arcs of electricity on the floor of the square street. The slash marks couldn't stop the netherworld from advancing, but the unique paralyzing effect still slowed down the front row of netherworld's movement speed. Under the effect of the drawback skill lightning strike slash, the martial artist squad managed to get away from the pursuit and hurried back to the city gate cave. But the ghosts that were attracted to hatred would not give up their pursuit, and they were quite numerous, squeezing and pushing back and forth as if they were a tide of water surging towards the city gate hole. Go, leave the secret realm and find another way. Faced with a large number of nether spirits pouncing, it was not worth the effort to stay and fight. Under the orders of Captain Jing'an, Zhou Yuan and the martial artists contacted the copy portal in turn and returned to the gloomy and narrow shaft. The moment they left, the raging swarm of ghosts also lost their target of hatred, wandering in place for a moment before scattering one by one in all directions. Compared to the scattered nature of the ghosts, the martial artists squad was much more united. Literally united. 12 men. You squeezing me and me stepping on you, congested in the middle of a damp shaft. The bottommost padded Jing'an schoolmasters, in a big shape, braced themselves against the walls of the well on either side, preventing anyone from being accidentally squeezed back into the secret realm of the nether ghosts. God damn it. Don't step on my head. Hurry up and get up there. There's still a lot of people down there. Why is the smithy office moving so slowly? When I go up there I will have to dig this well into a big pit. The martial artists had probably forgotten that although the county department's craftsmanship division's construction plans were reasonably drawn, they had only just begun to create them, and they couldn't wait to enter the secret realm and explore it. That's a lot of excitement to get in and a lot of mess to get out. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of a few heavy objects hitting the ground, the narrow shaft finally opened up quite a bit. One by one, the martial artists used their strength to jump out of the dry well, while Zhou Yuan was thrown by Cheng Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, and used his strength to climb up to the edge of the well. Seeing the martial artists appear, one of the battalion's military doctors came forward and asked if they needed to be bandaged and stitched up urgently. The farce, in which one side complained and the other shushed, only ended when the dusty-faced Yasuo lieutenant appeared. The group first went to take a hot shower to banish the psychological chilling sensation before one by one they entered the camp hall for a drink and a discussion. Captain Jing'an changed into a white hemp coat, and his wet hair was draped over his shoulders, which gave him a bit of a debauched celebrity style. Prefectural lieutenants, although this exploration of the secret realm did not go well, we have harvested quite a bit of useful information. Come, fill this cup to the brim to congratulate us on our triumphs and to honor us on our full return. Good. The nest is freezing cold, and I was about to borrow the school captain's drink to warm my body. Luo Xing, the ghost mother who accompanied the banquet, looked at the scene in front of her pushing cups and talking and laughing, and suddenly released the uneasiness of gain and loss in her heart. Yes, the devil is immortal without wisdom, and people have a thin life with wisdom. On the surface, it seems that yin and yang complement each other, and have each other's advantages and disadvantages, but people can retreat and rest, and they can drink and talk and be hopeful. No matter how hard or easy the secret world is, when the secret realm is easy to attack and conquer, they can clear the demons to celebrate and applaud. When the secret realm is difficult to attack and conquer, they can quit in the middle of the day to treat themselves and think of other ways. But the secret realm demons, they could never taste this kind of wine that contains celebration, and could only keep wandering in the limited space. Therefore, the ghost mother Luo Xing released her mind, and it preferred to sit among the crowd to accompany the feast, rather than reside in that gloomy and cold lair. Mr. Luo, why don't you drink? But this drink is spicy and hard to get down your throat. Mr. Dao dedication is meritorious, and he is my honored guest, so Zheng has been negligent. Men, change the fruit wine for Mr. Luo. Such a joyous feast. How can you make a gentleman uncomfortable? There is no need to replace it. Xing entered the camp to offer the road in order to be able to sit here and drink with all the great men. For such an event, the stronger the wine, the better naturally. Gentlemen, wait a moment and allow Xing to fill his drink. Ghost mother Luo Xing raised the wine cup in her hand, first taking 2 small sips, then closing her eyes and opening her mouth. She poured down the cup of spirits in one gulp. The pungent, fiery, burning spirits went straight to its head, then into its stomach pouch and rolled around, and finally up into its mouth and nose with its esophagus, striking it with tears in its eyes. Good wine. With the will to be in the army and drink strong wine for the people. Good. I don't want you, a lean scribe, to not only have the will, but also be able to win the drink. Come on, don't get drunk today. Ghost Mother Luoxing was drinking wine and shedding tears at the same time, which made the guards who were serving the food and wine make a secret mockery. A good man. Drink some strong wine. How can you drink yourself to tears? Really sensitive scribes. Hard to be generous. Unbeknownst to them, the ghost mother, Luoxing, was bidding farewell to the past, preparing to enter the camp and join the army. Looking down on its former lair from above, it couldn't go back to the ghost nest, and it didn't want to go back. It wanted to become a martial artist, to conquer other secret realms, to sit and talk and drink. A banquet ended successfully with the laughter of the martial artists, and the tears of the thin scribes. The martial artists were prepared to wait for reinforcements from the state capital to arrive before exploring the Ghost mysterious realm. Ghost Mother Luoxing was waiting for a reward from the court to see what position it could get in exchange for the merit of sacrificing its nest. All the people present had gained something, so they naturally felt free to drink and drive away their physical and mental fatigue. Early the next morning, as soon as Captain Jing'an woke up, he ordered his personal guards to summon Zhou Yuan. He trusted Zhou Yuan's strength and knew that enabling Zhou Yuan would be able to accelerate the speed of the secret realm attack. As such, he intended to temporarily change the rhythm of the battalion's attack, and replenish the arsenal's spirit reserves as soon as possible. After Zhou Yuan was led into the camp hall, Captain Jing'an was not courteous and directly opened his mouth to state his purpose. Zhou Yuan, this time, treating the ghosts and exploring the secret realm has cost a lot. When the martial artists from the counties leave, we will also need to gift them with spiritual treasures to fund their endeavors. The state reinforcements should arrive in the next few days, and in the meantime it is inconvenient for me to return to the camp to supervise the battle. You and Kai Chang will first return to the camp with my general's orders, and do your best to attack the camp's secret realm and replenish the camp's arsenal with spirit materials. No, Zhou Yuan's side just lacked experience, so naturally he didn't mind going back to the camp to brush the low-level copies. He just didn't know how it was on Kai Chang's side. After all, his mother was also a painted skin ghost creature. By the time Zhou Yuan saw Kai Chang again, the military secretary was not disheveled, but instead was as calm as ever. Brother Kai, I've heard all about your family's situation, so I'm sorry for your loss. Zhou Yuan, I'm not sad about that ghost's death. I'm just afraid that my mother is in pain, and I hate even more that I wasn't there when she asked for help. Let's go. You and I brothers go back to the camp for a bloody battle. Only a bloody battle can relieve the grief in my heart. Kai Chang did not expect, in any case, just a vacation back to the city, but encountered so many things. Luckily, his wife and son were fine, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to carry it off. When Kai Chang, who was carrying the feelings of grief and anger, returned to the army fort camp, the secret realm attack battle was opened once again. Only this time, it was an emergency expedition, and all the Xuanjia clerks and divine armsmen had to reduce their resting time and urgently devote themselves to the secret realm bloodbath. It was fortunate that Zhou Yuan, a transcendent archer, was there, or else even if they were elite soldiers, they would have suffered considerable damage. The basilisk standing shield advances, hooks and scythes at the ready. Zhou Yuan, you have the tiger shooting treasure bow. Let's see if you can directly shoot the demon leader. Let's not hide this time. Just get a quick kill. Okay, I'll kill him. Chapter 56 Bloodshed Arrow Technique. Ever since they started attacking the camp's secret realm with all their might, the soldiers of the Xuanjia Divine Arm entered the phase of rotating battles, with such high pressure. Not to mention the soldiers, even Kai Chang didn't last a few days. As a result, the subsequent leader of the secret realm turned out to be Zhou Yuan, and he was the only one who was able to keep leading the bloody battles without seeing any fatigue. Originally, he had attacked the camp's secret realm, ox-headed walled city, and harvested about 780 experience points, 9 golden sword pills, 3 jade truth sanctions, and a number of miscellaneous items at a time. However, after the rhythm of the attack was released, he was able to give it his all, and the harvest from painting the copies turned out to be 1,000 experience points, 12 golden sword pills, 3 jade truth sanctions, and even more miscellaneous items. Thanks to this, on the first day he returned to camp to attack the secret realm. He had leveled up his level 8 skilled Martial Kuei's condensation to full level. When Martial Kuei's gel was raised to full level, not only did the defense and attack power increase quite a bit, but the consumption of blue was also lowered a bit. Rather, it was in line with the meaning of condensation and increased the efficiency of the utilization of aura. Now, As long as he activated the martial Kuei's congealment, Zhou Yuan's flesh would be as strong as the seamless iron sapphire armor, and it would also have an extremely high level of toughness, able to cushion a certain amount of concussive damage. This huge increase in defense transformed him from a normal shooter to a meat shield shooter. Faced with such obvious gains, he had no reason to be lazy at all, and began to wholeheartedly brush his copies, accumulating experience and supplies. It is worth mentioning that 3 days after Zhou Yuan returned to the camp, Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, sent his battalion soldiers to deliver a martial arts atlas and a document. That martial art chart was precisely the bloodshed arrow art that he had promised Zhou Yuan, and the paperwork was the precautions for using the bloodshed arrow art. The battalion soldier who sent the letter also brought, in passing, the instructions of Jiang Run, the lieutenant of Gingan. It relayed that reinforcements from the state capital had arrived in Jing'an City, and although they did not intend to attack the Yin Ghost Mystery Realm for the time being, they would definitely make a move in the near future. The school captain hoped that Zhou Yuan and the brothers in the battalion would suffer more and accumulate more secret realm spirits to make it easier for the martial artist regiment to maintain their combat power. After Zhou Yuan was instructed, he gave the battalion soldier the 3-star consecutive shooting technique that he had taken time out of his night to write, and asked him to bring it to Cheng Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County. Since then, they have been continuously attacking the copies in the camp, waiting for a new round of opportunities to explore the secret realm of the shadowy ghosts. Skill, Bloodbath Archery. Introduction. The Blood Sage is also known as the Blood Sage, which is a yearly flow of xia, luck with injuries, minor flesh and blood, heavy life scourge. Effect, condenses blood and gathers chi. Blood Fury rises, inflicts blood fury damage on the target, attaching bleeding and chaotic chi effects. Note, the more life and aura consumed, the higher the damage of the Bloodbane. Level 1 can consume 1% of life to make a Bloodbane, and level 10 can consume 10% of life to generate a Bloodbane. Shangle County Lieutenant Chang Fei was right. This Bloodbath Archery is much more powerful than the Bloodbath arrows in the camp, as long as one is willing to consume red and blue. This skill can deal explosive damage for a short period of time, and it can also trigger the chaotic air effect. There's a reason why County Lieutenant Chung only used the Bloodbane arrow technique once in the Yin Ghost Mysteries. Not only does this skill hurt, but it is also more suited to killing normal beings rather than shadowy ghosts and evil spirits. It's far less useful than the evil suppressing arrow in the Yin Ghost Mysterious realm, and can only be used as an emergency means of explosion. The nature of the Bloodbath arrow technique was destined to make it difficult to become a regular means for martial artists, or else the martial artist would most likely pump himself to anemia after a battle. However, Zhou Yuan was different. He had the support of blood pills and restorative skills, which made him very suitable to use this kind of self-inflicted ferocious skill. Therefore, he directly used the martial skill atlas and used the accumulated experience value to point it to full level. In the following days he had been doing his best to brush his copies, to the point that his dreams were filled with scenes of brushing copies and picking up explosives. He had thought that the recent action mentioned by the Jing'an colonel would only take 3 or 5 days at most, but he didn't realize that the wait would be half a month. It was not until August 2nd of Hongya's 13th year that the general's orders from the Jing'an schoolmaster arrived late at the military fort. At this point, Zhou Yuan had all accumulated more than 20,000 experience points, 320 copies of the Golden Sword Pill, 116 copies of the Jade Precious Scatter, a large number of rice balls in various types of weapons. By order of the Captain General, order the military secretary Kai Chang to resume the number of attacks on the secret realm, and order the divine arm du Bo Zhou Yuan to unite the Primus Battalion's troops of 200 and escort 3 boxes of spirit objects into Jing'an City. By order, Zhen can depart. Zhou Yuan rejoined the Primus Battalion soldiers and returned to Jing'an City once again. As soon as he entered the city, he realized that the city had not only regained its bustle, but had become even more prosperous than before. Only after asking the accompanying messenger did he realize that the state government had agreed to the county office's application for a civil examination, and had sent government officials to work with the county office to select the missing officials. This move greatly stimulated the humble and large families of the neighboring dependent counties, causing aspirants from all counties to flock to Jing'an City in droves. There will always be fewer accidental deaths when evil spirits are purged and new people are born. For better or for worse, after Zhou Yuan had entered the city's barracks and handed over the escorted spirits, he met the reinforcements from the state capital. A total of 8 martial artists came with 3,000 battalion soldiers. It was said that only 3 martial artists came at the earliest, and after entering the Yin Ghost Mystery realm to check it out, the state government deployed 5 more to assist. When Zhou Yuan entered the camp hall, The martial artists were deliberating, and since he also needed to enter the secret realm to attack, he was left behind to attend to the military affairs. Fellow officers, that chilly black liquid has been sought out and tried by the dead prisoners, and it is indeed injurious and poisonous. Leiji County Lieutenant Shin Yu is generous and fearless, personally drank a drop of the experiment, and found that the cold black liquid is beneficial to the chi and injurious to the body, and that the gray mist of the secret realm should be of the same kind. Jiang Run, captain of Jing'an, was expounding on the pros and cons of the secret realm of ghosts, and the martial artists from the state capital also expressed their own views. Captain Jiang, although armor and provisions are missing from that secret realm of ghosts, there are numerous wooden buildings that are excellent for making charcoal. If another spirit harvest follows, I suggest an all-out attack without the need for a blockade. What Senator Liu said is very true. I have not added a new secret area in Huaizhou for many years. Since I have encountered it, there is no reason to block it. It would be better to send the soldiers of the sound shooting battalion to enter in a line with blood fury arrows, and each team will leave in a quarter of an hour when it enters the secret realm, and take turns to attack and attack in alternation. Even if each team can only kill 2 or 3, the rest of the month will be able to clear out the nether demons, leaving the demon leader alone with a few powerful demons. It was not until this moment that Zhou Yuan understood why the secret realm attack had been delayed for so long. The martial artists from the state capital didn't care about the damage of the sound shooting battalion soldiers, wanting to consume the secret realm ghosts with regular people shooting handheld blood fury arrows to reach the goal of spirit output. Most of the Jing'an school captain's side disagreed, which was why they kept talking about the poisonous nature of the accumulation liquid. Fellow colleagues, don't be in a hurry. The biggest problem with the development or non-development of the secret realm is not the ordinary ghosts, but that ghost leader. If we can kill them successfully, it will not be too late to discuss whether to develop or not. If we are all thwarted and return, what good will it do to send our soldiers to attack? After all, Jiang Run was the immediate military town governor of Jing'an City, and the martial artists of the state capital still had to give him face. Therefore, both sides hurriedly ended the conversation about the development of the secret realm, and each of them went out of the camp hall with armor and weapons, ready to try out the demon lord's success first. Spiritual objects move people's hearts, and poison is also a treasure. Zhou Yuan, you go and prepare as well. We will attack the secret realm one more time and see if what we gain from it is worth the soldiers' lives or not. Chapter 57, The Gathering of the Literary Leaders. The team that explored the ghost mystic realm for the second time was much more luxurious than the first time. The 2 subordinate county martial artists who had been injured during the previous treatment of the ghost infestation in the city had already recovered, and with the 8 martial artists from the state capital, there were a total of 21 martial artists on standby. Given that the ghost mystic realm was more suitable for shooters to play, Zhou Yuan still entered the exploration team. The 2 extra martial artists became the preparatory members, ready to replace the injured and retired martial artists in the middle of the battle. So far, the questing team of 4 shooters and 16 melee fighters had taken initial shape, and had the basis to form a 2-row defensive line. Everyone, that tide-getting demon is difficult to deal with. Don't attack it directly. Let's first expend some energy to empty the surrounding dwellings of the shadowy ghosts, so that there are no ghosts to call upon. Captain Jiang is experienced in attacking and conquering, but please give the order, and we will follow it. With the cooperation of the state capital's martial artists, the advancement turned exceptionally smooth. Even if the level 12 nether ghost scribe triggered a small tide of 50 or 60 nether ghosts from time to time, it could not stop the advancement of the martial artists. Thus, the level 14 ghost Wen Kuei, stationed at the Square Street mansion, was destined to lose its strongest disruption skill. After the ghosts in the vicinity of the mansion were cleared out, the ghost Wen Kuei failed to attract many ghosts even though he had used the ghost text curse. In the end, under the siege of 16 melee martial artists and 4 precision archers, they were killed without making any waves. In this battle, although Zhou Yuan was not able to gain much experience, the green light clusters that were exploded by the ghost Wen Kuei were still picked up by him without any problems. Ding! Get Wen Kuei's Gathering *1. Underworld Blood Do *5. Skill, Bunkai no Gathering. Introduction, Kuei. Ghosts also fight. Through the puppet. Weird. Good hiding ambush not. Wen Kuei for the ghosts in the bucket. Good gathering Sheng Qi. Effects, gain the skill when gathering after use, increasing the blue bar limit by a small amount, with the additional effect of a trace amount of blue recovery. The effect of the gathering of the literary Kuei was more useful to Zhou Yuan than the condensation of the martial Kuei. This is because it not only increases the blue bar cap, but also comes with a trace blue return effect. If the skill when gathering could really automatically restore blue, Zhou Yuan would facilitate local martial artists to be completely different. He will no longer need a blue return pill to weigh up his blue bar, and even after running out of blue in battle, he will be able to rest for a while to get it back up on his own. So he didn't hesitate to use the gathering of Wenkue and used the experience he had accumulated to raise it to full level. Sure enough, with this upgrade, he gained an extra section of blue bar and had the ability to shun chi gathering. The blue bar that just appeared was gray in color, like a waterless container, and then the blue recovery effect of Wenju was stimulated, and the blue bar began to recover slowly and continuously. Although the attribute panel's introduction of Wenju was a trace amount of blue recovery, this trace amount was already enough for Zhou Yuan, because he wasn't in a constant state of combat, and spent more time exercising and resting. And similar to the passive skill's blue regeneration effect, it can continuously replenish his blue bar vacancies, making sure that he is full of blue most of the time. What's the matter? So happy? Zhou Yuan's stretched face and smiling demeanor at the corner of his mouth caught the attention of Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangdal County. Indeed, there are happy events. Just now I suddenly realized some of the tricks of the blood fury arrow technique, as if I found the direction to practice it. Seriously, it seems that your sense chi talent is indeed extraordinary, but it's not all good. The blood fury arrow technique uses chi to draw blood and thus generate fury, so pay attention to yourself. If you condense too much chi and overdose to draw blood, you might whip yourself unconscious if an arrow goes down. Thank you, Prefect Chang, for teaching me. I won't mess around. The two martial archer from the state capital did not want to pay attention to Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei's idle talk. However, after realizing that it was a topic about the bloodshed archery technique, they became interested again and opened their mouths to say how much chi was most appropriate to condense and how much blood to draw without hurting the principal. Only then did Zhou Yuan realize that the bloodbath arrow technique had been circulated quite widely, and that martial arts archers did not resist ferocious martial arts techniques that consume chi and blood. While the four archers were meeting to exchange their experience in drawing blood, the martial artist who had entered the inner hall of the mansion had also finished exploring and brought out a celadone brush washer shaped like a mantle. The pen wash was filled with a red liquid, in which was inserted a white and purple flower that looked like a water lily. Zhou Yuan moved closer to take a look. The red liquid was underworld blood dew. The delicate white flowers showed up as crystal lotus. Lieutenant, this red liquid is estimated to have some sort of special effect just like the Yin cold black liquid. It seems that there are quite a few spirits in this Yin ghost mysterious realm. Zhou Yuan had the underworld blood dew in his hand, and he knew that it was a blood-returning medicine for the shadowy ghosts and a poison for the living. Although it can be used to nourish the divine soul, it is also property panel certified for alchemy and poison making. Don't move it. How can a house of ghosts produce good things? We should find the death row inmates to verify it first, and then determine whether it contains spiritual chi or not. Captain Kong is steady, as indeed he should be. After the martial artists from the state capital delivered the celadone pen wash to the city gate cave, the squad of martial artists once again gathered to advance. Walking past the mansion of the Wenwu Erkue, a three-story dilapidated wooden building appeared in front of them, and a number of 12 Yin ghost flower maidens were hovering downstairs. These Yin ghost flower maidens were completely different from the previous Yin ghost man samurai in that their attacks were weak, yet they could cause a short stun effect. Such a unique holding ability was highly valued by the martial arts squad. The martial artists simply stayed put and waited for the shooters to clear out all of the painted flower maidens before moving again, just as Zhou Yuan was treating these Yin ghost flower maidens as control-type monsters. The 14 Yin ghost flower leader inside the three-story wooden building taught all the martial artists a lesson. It didn't even have a weapon in its hands, and only used a common skill in the game to instantly disintegrate the martial arts squad's formation. Damn it, you attacked me, die and come. The state capital martial artist advancing in the front row, in any case, did not expect the subordinate county martial artist beside him to give him a slash without a second thought. With everyone knotted up against the enemy, he had no defense against his closely dependent comrades. Therefore, when his comrade swung the knife at him, he not only did not come to alert, but also had no space to hide. With a stabbing sound, the sharp battle knives cut through the royal cotton clothes, causing the first case of damage to the squad of martial artists who had not been clad in armor in order to adapt to the environment. The wounds caused by that battle knife went from the state capital martial artist's arm straight to the bend of his arm, and its depth was so deep that it could be seen in the bone. This strike alone not only caused the state capital martial artist to drop the round shield in his hand in pain, but also caused him to swing the sword in his right hand and launch a ferocious counterattack. In this way, the formation, which had been so closely united at the last moment, was broken in an instant. The martial artists from the state capital subconsciously helped their companions, and there was no way that the side of the Jing'an school captain could watch his subordinates being killed. This strife doesn't just linger in the martial arts squads, it affects the back row shooters as well. Zhou Yuan, Cheng Fei and the two state archers turned their bows to lock onto each other almost simultaneously. Fortunately, the shooters were far enough away that they could still keep their wits about them, or else the four shooters might well have shot each other at short range and damaged them all. Stop! What are you doing? Did you bring us into the secret realm just to kill us? Calm down. The infighting is most likely caused by that demon. Don't fall into its way. Control the rioters as soon as possible and exit the secret realm before dividing the right and wrong. As soon as the words were finished on the side of the Jing'an school captain, one of the state capital martial artists launched another attack on the companion beside him. Now the martial artists were completely enraged, rising up in a group and giving the rioters several shield strikes with the shields in their hands. It was not until they were slapped to the ground that they took control of their arms and legs and prepared to retreat. The archer collects his bow and activates his secondary sword. Do not let the demons confuse you and shoot your robes. A group of people ran in front of them, and a shadowy ghost flower girl chased after them. The charm skill, which is common in the game, shows a powerful effect in this moment. Chapter 58 Cold Liquid repels confusion. Confuse and disorganize type of skill. More like a draw technique in the game. Players can understand the plight of their teammates and won't cause too much conflict or set fire to up their teammates. It's only a matter of 2 or 3 slashes or so for the player to replenish the blood. But normal people can't. They took a chopping blow from a martial artist. Is going to bleed and hurt. Serious clicks hit the eyes, ears and fingers, maybe even disabled. Plus, martial artists couldn't defend themselves against their comrades while taking on the secret realm demons. Thus, with just 2 strikes of the confusion skill, the Nether Ghost Flower leader broke the trust between the team, forcing the martial artists to retreat urgently. Luckily, the officials and auxiliary soldiers of the county department's creation division were very helpful, digging the dry well at the entrance of the secret realm into a large stepped pit. Otherwise, the continuous outpouring of a squad of 20 martial artists would be enough to block the narrow shaft from before. Army doctor, come quickly to stitch up the wound. Use the secret realm treasure medicine, and make sure to save my brother's arm. 6 state capital martial artists came out carrying 2 people. One of them was carefully put down, and the blood that kept flowing nearly dyed half of his lapel red. The martial artist from the county who caused this wound stood behind the Jing'an school captain with a swollen face and a sad face, not knowing how to explain. Captain Jin Gan returned and patted him on the shoulder, signaling that with him, he would not let the retaliation happen. The impact caused by the disorienting skill was too great, not only forcing the confident martial arts squad to withdraw, but also risking triggering infighting. If an injured state capital martial artist could not recover his arm as before, it was impossible not to resent the subordinate county martial artist who had injured him. The martial artists of the state capital and the martial artists of Jing'an County were originally 2 groups. At that moment, the bone deep wound seemed to have transformed into a chasm that drew the 2 different groups against each other. Jiang Run, when we saw your request for help paperwork, we disregarded our safety and ran for quick help. Now that such an accident has occurred, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Senator Liu is right. Old Jia has a knife wound to the bone in this arm. I don't know when he will be well. It would be fine if he was injured by a demon, but to be injured by one of his own, how do you expect him not to complain? The injured state capital martial artists were tough, biting cotton cloth in their mouths and allowing the military doctors to stitch them up urgently. Only that face was reddened, his cheek muscles trembled, and sweat continued to ooze from his forehead, indicating that he was not badly hurt at this time. There's no hurry, wait until Captain Jadu finishes stitching up his wounds. Lieutenant Jia is the one who was injured, and it's always important to hear his opinion on exactly how compensation should be made. The Jing'an school captain suppressed the argument for the time being, and the 2 teams of martial artists parted ways for the time being, each heading to a different barracks to deliberate. In fact, there is not much room for both of them to step back. Belonging to the county martial artists honors the order of the Jing'an school captain general, and after triggering a problem, the Jing'an school captain naturally has to defend it. Otherwise, the martial artists of the subordinate counties would not know how comfortable they were living in their own jurisdictions. So how would they come to Jing'an City to feud with the martial artists of the state capital? On the side of the state capital's martial artists, their comrades were injured, and if they didn't help their comrades seek justice, how could they return to the state capital's camp? Thus, the In Ghost Flower Kuei was much more powerful than the In Ghost Wanwu Kuei, hitting the martial arts squad's soft underbelly with a single strike. making it difficult for them to move from side to side. As soon as he entered the barracks, the Jing'an colonel fumed with anger. That demon that is confusing people must be gotten rid of, or this will not be finished. Only by slaying that demon will we be considered to have avenged Captain Jia in the grand scheme of things. Otherwise they'll go away with their grudges and more than likely cause trouble in the future. The issue of compensation is not a big deal. The big deal is to grant them some more spirits. All of you think about it. Can there be a way to get rid of the demons and drive out the chaos? And to re-establish the righteousness of our peers? The martial artists of the various prefectures frowned and pondered. And for a while, they were clueless, unable to think of any method that could resist that mind-confusing technique. Only Zhou Yuan thought of the accumulated yin liquid in the first place. And the attribute panel was very detailed about it. Quickly recovers a small amount of true qi, stacks the yin cold state, and relieves unconsciousness and temptation-type negative states while sustaining blood loss. This one of the mitigating seduction-type negative statuses was just enough to counteract the shady ghost flower leader's confusion skill. I just don't know how long it will resist and how many servings I need to take to get rid of the disorienting effect. However, this was a direction and a way to put together the art of the three kuei, so Zhou Yuan thought that he could give it a try. Lord Lieutenant, do you remember how you described the secret grey mist? I don't know if the awakening and injuring the body but benefiting the qi, yin cold but awakening the spirit can counteract the yin ghosts confusing the mind. That reminds me, this method may be worth a try. Chang County Lieutenant, you go to the camp storehouse to fetch a bottle of yin cold black liquid. I will personally drink it to check its ability to awaken the gods and see how much cooler it is. No, Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, led the order and went away, and it didn't take long to retrieve a half-meter-high long-necked vase. Jiang Run, the captain of Jing'an, first dipped a few drops with his chopsticks and put them in his mouth to savor them, and after a quarter of an hour, he switched to a tablespoon to hold the liquid and took a small sip. Zhou Yuan's side also used a copy of the accumulated yin liquid through the item bar to experience its awakening effect with how many blood bars it damaged. Since the item bar labeled one serving much larger than a tablespoon, Zhou Yuan was unable to determine how the Jing'an school captain felt. Anyway, he felt that his brain suddenly seemed to be soaked in ice water, and all the fine distractions disappeared, leaving only a feeling of ice cold, which quickly spread throughout the body. Another look at the blood bar showed a quick drop of 5%, and then another 1% after a while, before slowly coming out of the nether state. Controlled level of blood depletion, able to be used as an anti-delusion item. Zhou Yuan's side had the attribute panel as a reference and was able to observe the strengths and weaknesses of the cumulus liquid more intuitively. Not so on the side of Captain Jingan, who tasted a tablespoon and then drank another at intervals, as if he were drinking some tonic. Finally, after 3/4 of an hour, about half an hour, he put down his spoon and broke open his closed eyes. It is often heard that where poisonous creatures are found, there are many antidotes accompanying them, and I don't want to think that this kind of unfounded proverb can also confirm the secret demon. Gentlemen, this yin cold black liquid is indeed effective. A certain first drink of the brain like ice, and then drink only cold without feeling, most likely can be used to resist demonic confusion. Since it works, we might as well give it a try. Not holding a sharp weapon, but only a shield. Even if he is bewitched by that demon, he will not harm his robes. Good. If it can be proven that the yin cold black liquid can awaken the spirit and resist confusion, the injuries sustained by the state capital's Captain Jia will not only not be a loss, but will also be a great merit. Accumulated yin liquid is ultimately injurious to the body, and belonging to the county's martial artists, they put it into multiple small porcelain vials for easy portioning. After entering the secret realm of yin ghosts again, the two archers, Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei, maintained a distance of about 100 meters from the shield formation of the Jing'an school captain. In this way, they could provide quick support and avoid being chosen by the yin ghost flower leader as a target of confusion. Approach the 3-story wooden building and drink the chilly black liquid. With the consumption of the cumulus fluid, the disorientation skill of the yin ghost flower leader was indeed affected. It still stood there empty-handed, but it failed to spark a new round of chaos, only causing one of the subordinate county martial artists to develop some vertigo. Slap it down with your shield, and those who know the fist and palm seal technique, wait for an opportunity to attack. The subordinate county martial artist held his breath in his heart and did not have the time to experiment with how long the cumulus liquid would last. They all set up their shields and surrounded them, keeping the yin ghost flower leader firmly under control. Zhou Yuan, I'll use the blood fiend arrow technique and you use the 3-star consecutive pearls to kill it as soon as possible. Okay, I'll draw an arrow against the shield to remind them to let go of the space. Chapter 59, The Art of the Three Kuei. The core ability of the shady ghost flower lord was confusion, and when that skill was temporarily disabled, it was not difficult to deal with. Bang! The speeding arrows struck the shield, and the subordinate county martial artist subconsciously turned around and raised his shield. In the next moment, an arrow with a blood-devouring chi flame attached to it and 3 evil suppressor arrows arrived in an instant, viciously nailing onto the ghost flower leader. After realizing that their side shooters needed room for output, the martial artists let go of their tight shield formation, leaving a gap. Some even reached out and yanked off the evil suppressing arrow on the ghost flower leader and used it as a short dagger. Hence, Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei fired their bows one more time before the ghost flower leader was killed by the front row martial artists. Until this moment, the martial artists were still somewhat incredulous. They had never expected, in any case, that the demon that had triggered the conflict between them would be so easy to deal with after the disorientation ability had failed. Loss. If I had known that the cold black liquid restrained its mesmerizing ability, that Lieutenant Jia from the state capital wouldn't have needed to be injured. What are you talking about? Lieutenant Jia is just unlucky. We've been scouting all the way here, and someone will always get hit. It's only because we were not vigilant enough that this demon got the upper hand. As the subordinate county martial artists exchanged words, Zhou Yuan and Chang Fei also walked forward. While distributing the evil suppressor arrows as an emergency backup weapon, he picked up the green ball of light that the ghost flower leader had burst down in his hand. Ding! Get Flower Girl's Fascination *1. Underworld Blood Do *5. Skill, Flower Girl Enchantment. Introduction, Kuei. Ghosts also fight. The first of 100 flowers is also Kuei. Through the puppet. Weird. Good hiding ambush not. The Flower Girl is a puppet in the puppet. Can mess up the god and confuse the mind. Give for the god's lead. Leaning on the line of the Kuei, it is difficult not to be confused also. Effects. After using it, you gain the skill Flower Enchantment, which allows you to consume aura and cast the art of confusing the mind, with a casting distance of 10 meters at level 1 and 100 meters at level 10. Note, the confusion effect is determined by the difference in divine attributes. The higher the divine attribute is compared to the target, the stronger the confusion effect. When the divine attribute is lower than the target, the confusion effect cannot be produced. The effect of Flower Knight's enchantment was very powerful, and even if it required a divine attribute as a determination, it was still a powerful disruptive skill. With this skill, there will be more room for maneuvering, whether it's a one-on-one or group battle. Of course, there are more insidious uses, where the foundation of trust in a certain group can be easily destroyed by simply casting a confusion spell at the right time. Upon comparison, confusion is much like a hidden serpent, more deadly than a sword or gun laid out in plain sight. Faced with such a useful control-type skill, Zhou Yuan naturally chose to use it and used the accumulated experience value to point it to full level. In this way, he had assembled the martial Kuei's Congealment, the literary Kuei's Gathering, and the flower Kuei's Fascination, which in turn activated the Kuei fighting technique that extended from the full level of the 3 Kuei techniques. Skill, Kuei Do Fa. Introduction, there is a Big Dipper in the sky, a ladle with a dragon's horn, a Kuei pillow with a senator's head, a ghost in the Big Dipper condensing martial arts, a ghost in the Big Dipper gathering chi, and a puppet in the puppet mesmerizing the gods. Effect, activates the Fierce Fury state after use, increasing offense and defense while attaching a mind-confusing effect to all attacks. Note, during the activation of the Kuei fighting method, it continuously consumes blood and blue, and can be turned off on its own, or can wait for the blood and blue to be exhausted, and forcibly get out of the Fierce Kuei state. Kadofa has no level markings and is similar to the explosive transformation skill. The strength of this skill was a bit beyond Zhou Yuan's expectations. Even if it was very dangerous to continuously consume blood and blue after activation, it was still qualified as a method of fighting for one's life. The appearance of the 2 skills, Confusion Technique and Kado Fa, made up for Zhou Yuan's shortcomings. Now that he was able to hit bursts as well as disrupt control targets, he could try to solo copies even without a front row meat shield to protect him. Due to the company of his teammates around him, Zhou Yuan did not recklessly experiment with the effects of the Kadofa. He was worried that this skill would come with some special effects that would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, so he was prepared to find a secluded place to experiment after exiting the secret realm. After he had patrolled and policed the area for a while, the martial artists who had entered the 3-story wooden building to explore the area also got the rewards of their hard-fought battle. They were 2 alabaster clay pots, in which the sandy yellow soil was placed, and 2 flourishing crocuses were planted. Zhou Yuan came closer to see that the yellow soil was forgetful dust and sand, and the red flower was Manjashawa. Lord Lieutenant, There are only these two foreign objects inside the wooden building. The rest are all rotten wood and decay. Shall we retrieve our weapons and continue exploring to find the location of the demon leader, so that it will be easier for the state capital martial artists to assess the danger level? No more advancing. Let's call it a day. A single mesmerized demon has caused us to lose troops, and we don't know how vicious the subsequent demon leaders will be. We are attacking the secret realm to obtain spiritual objects, not to attack for the sake of attacking. Now that we have a reason to appease the martial artists of the state capital, we don't have to force our way forward. Just wait. When the state capital martial artists can't help but demand to advance, and another injury occurs, it's time for them to give us an explanation. Captain Jing'an was not prepared to be the dominant player anymore. He realized that the secret realm of ghosts was exceptionally dangerous, and a single mistake would result in injury and loss of life. In this case, he intended to hand over the dominant power and wait for the state government's order, as well as letting the state government take the responsibility for the martial artists' injuries. Lord School Captain is right. The road ahead is full of crises, and stronger martial artists should be deployed to explore it. We are limited in strength, and we can't advance recklessly due to our accomplishments, and in the end, not to mention injuring ourselves, we also most likely won't be able to get any benefits. After experiencing the effects of the accumulating liquid firsthand, the martial artists of the genus County actually preferred to have the accumulating liquid stored in the 3-story wooden building. Now that they hadn't been able to find the cold black liquid that restrained the bewitching technique, they had lost the desire to continue exploring. Thus, the group came and went in a hurry, quickly leaving the ghost secret realm that could damage martial artists. But as soon as they stepped out of the secret realm, they realized that 8 state capital martial artists were already waiting outside the secret realm. Captain Jiang, what is the meaning of this? But do you think that we are petty and godless, and intend to bring our subordinates to attack the secret realm alone? Senator Liu is joking. After Captain Jia was injured, my brothers and I were heartbroken. During the deliberations in the tent, he suddenly remembered that the chilly black liquid had the ability to awaken the mind, and then he resolved to give it a try. I didn't want the cold black liquid to really be able to restrain the confusing demon, so we took the opportunity to surround and attack. In addition to that confusing demon, to avenge Captain Jia's death. The generosity with which Colonel Jing'an spoke caused the state capital martial artists who originally contained resentment to freeze. Not knowing what to say back, 20 men had gone into the secret realm, all returned in a sorry state, and now they were only 12, with no weapons, only thick shields and 2 archers. Such behavior of advancing in spite of difficulties and danger is really worthy of the righteousness of colleagues and the love of robes. Jia has thanked the lieutenant for his righteousness, and this arm of mine doesn't hurt anymore when I learn that the lieutenant has avenged me. When I am as healthy as ever, I will drink wine with the school captain and fight side by side again. The injured state capital martial artist was the first to break the calm and opened his mouth to accept the favor of the Jing'an school captain. To accept the righteousness of one's colleagues is to be favored, and in this way, what happened before is considered to be in the past. Good. So it is settled. I await to drink with Captain Jia, and to fight side by side with all my fellow officers once more. Good. We are not petty people. Only side by side to fight is estimated to wait. This loss of life business cannot be done. It's better to inform the state camp first, so that the Wyoming governor knows where we are. Chapter 60, The Water Reflects the Moon. The efficiency of the Wyoming state governor's actions was even faster than Zhou Yuan had imagined. Or perhaps the subordinate's injury, the exploration of the secret realm, and the poisonous but able to resist the spirit of the bewitching technique. A number of factors combined to draw the attention of the Wyoming state governor. After the news of Jing'an City was sent to the camp of Huaizhou by express force and urgent report, the task force of the governor of Huaizhou, in only 4 days, arrived at Jing'an City. This time, the leader of the group was the actual military officer of Huaizhou camp, Zhongwu Colonel Pei Ji. He had just arrived at Jing'an City with his 4 state capital martial artists, and he had taken over the command from the Jing'an school captain. With the addition of Zhongwu Colonel Pei Ji, the squad of martial artists in Jing'an City reached as many as 26. Even after taking out the injured Captain Jia Du, there were 25 martial artists who were able to continue fighting. Therefore, the first thing Pei Ji, the lieutenant of Zhongwu, did was to select the fronts. That is, to reselect the explorers. Zhou Yuan, a non-martial shooter, was denied by him in the first place, and did not even obtain a position in the preparation for battle, becoming a logistician. It is no wonder that Zhongwu Colonel Pei Ji is arrogant. It is really because the idea that the martial artist is the strongest is deeply rooted. When the number of martial artists was insufficient, It was fine to enable a talented shooter like Zhou Yuan. Now that there was still a surplus in the number of martial artists, and the secret realm of Yin ghosts was treacherous, every bit of battle power was vital. So naturally, Zhou Yuan fell out of the race. Regarding this situation, Cheng Fei and other martial artists of the subordinate counties were quite vocal, believing that their robed brethren had suffered from unfair treatment. For his part, Jiang Ren, the captain of Jing'an, secretly instructed Zhou Yuan to return to the camp first and guard the military fortress on his behalf. Zhou Yuan, Zhongwu Colonel Pei Ji has traveled a long way, and would not have taken Jing'an's affiliation too far, but he did mean to clear you. And not only did I not argue my case, but I went along with his offer. This is not me pandering to the top and bullying the bottom. It is the fact that the number of martial artists in the state capital is too many for me to suppress. You are not a martial artist, and your position is low. If you are left to fight soundly, you will be overly colorful and disgraceful to the martial artists of the state capital. If you are overly mediocre, you will be reprimanded and dismissed. In that case, it's not a good idea to enter the battle commanded by the state capital's loyal military lieutenant. Ammo in the end, contribute bloodshed and still be disgusted by them, which in turn affects future promotion. We are subordinates of the Huizhou battalion. As long as we are still crawling in the army, we can't set aside the Huizhou governor and the Huizhou generals. There's no need to show our inferiority in front of them. When they have played the mighty, they are not pleased in their hearts. When they have shown the lowly, they despise it in their eyes. Captain Jing'an had already regarded Zhou Yuan as his right-hand man and beloved general, and for this reason, he was rarely sympathetic. The fact that he spoke so transparently was also related to Zhou Yuan's age. In his opinion, Zhou Yuan was a brat, and if he didn't bother to mention it, he would probably become reckless. Yuan, thanks to the Lord School Captain's teachings, I will withdraw to the military fortress and wait for good news. In addition, the secret realm's Yin ghosts are ferocious, and the Yin ghost leader will certainly be even more difficult to deal with. So I hope that the school captain and all the brothers will be careful and vigilant. Zhou Yuan had already obtained the Kuei fighting technique and the 3 Kuei techniques, and had no intention of dying in the Yin ghost mysterious realm. He also didn't think that the martial artist squad would be able to kill the secret realm boss without any damage. After all, the skills of the 3 Yin ghost Kuei could form the Kuei fighting technique, and most of the secret realm bosses would know this skill. Plus, there was a high probability that the secret boss would have a restorative item like the skin of the place god, so it wouldn't be easy to defeat it. Therefore, Zhou Yuan was not dissatisfied with withdrawing from the attacking team. The big deal was that he would just find another opportunity to attack in the future. There was no need to serve under an unfamiliar general. As expected, Zhou Yuan guessed correctly. Not 2 days after he returned to the camp, the Jing'an school captain returned to the military fort along with the subordinate county martial artists. Hearing them say that the secret demon had a human form, it was mostly the source of the painted ghosts. At the beginning, although difficult, but not impossible to deal with, martial arts squad drinking in cold black liquid wake up and drive away confusion, but also able to fight with it back and forth. Just when they thought that they could obtain victory by virtue of their absolute numerical advantage of 20 against 1, the demon leader suddenly went berserk and intensified, injuring several martial artists in a row. Undeterred, Colonel Zhongwu activated his battle-ready members to attack again, but was still repulsed by the berserk demon leader. In this way, the plan to attack the Yin ghost mystic realm was temporarily put on hold. Zhongwu Colonel Pei Ji took over the secret precautionary work, and the Jing'an colonel and the martial artists of the subordinate counties were able to return to the military fortress for rest and recuperation. Humph, the Huizhou camp is so unpleasant that if it had sent a real expert over, which would have caused our brothers to be injured. Don't talk nonsense. The governor of Huizhou is in charge of one side and has many affairs and cannot be moved lightly. How can he personally risk attacking the secret realm? The injured martial artists of the subordinate counties complained incessantly, and the side of the Jing'an school captain could only try to pacify them and report their merits to the state capital, seeking some compensatory rewards. In this unhappy atmosphere, a few more days passed, and it came to the 15th day of the 8th month, and one of the most important festivals for the people of Wei, the Water Moon Festival. Early that morning, Zhou Yuan saw the soldiers in the battalion, holding large and small containers to collectively fetch water. He had never experienced the Water Moon Festival and was very curious as to why people did, thinking that he was born in the remote countryside and did not have the time and energy to celebrate the festival. Kai Chang, the military secretary, patiently explained. Legend has it that the jade rabbit and the golden toad live in the bright moon in the sky, where the jade rabbit is good at medicine and the golden toad is good at wealth. But they are usually so busy that the only time they observe the folk in all their diversity is on the night of the full moon and the half of August. Therefore, on the day of the Water and Moon Festival, the people would hold water in containers and reflect the full moon in the sky. Expect the moon rabbit to leave some medicinal liquid and the golden toad to leave some wealth to be incorporated into the water in which they reflect the moon, to drink and nourish their bodies and apply and nourish their wealth. Kai Chang said very reasonable. Just when Zhou Yuan thought that this was a traditional festival of Wei, he said with a mysterious turn of phrase, all that talk just now is folklore. I'll tell you something more affordable. Wei Book of Heaven and Earth Secret Records. Half of August. Water to reflect the moon. Luck Moon Palace Secret Realm. Since the emergence of its position is uncertain, its time is not known, the edge of Sheng can enter it. There are martial arts people who mistakenly enter it, and those who follow them may not borrow the path, and may not re-enter after returning. Inside it are many medicinal rabbits and golden toads, both of which are accompanied by medicinal liquid and golden wealth, which can be taken by themselves if broken, but not if not broken. This was the second time Zhou Yuan had heard the name Wei Shu Heaven and Earth Mysteries, and he was curious as to how much information about the secret realm was recorded in this book. Brother Kai, you actually have the Wei Book of Heaven and Earth Secret Records, maybe lend it to me. Brother is joking. The Wei Shu Heaven and Earth Secret Record records information about the secret realm. It's simply more important than the defense garrison map. How could I have that kind of thing? This statement of mine is also from the Lord Lieutenant's recounting. And he also doesn't have a copy of the Wei book in book form, but only read some of the compendiums when he was trained in the capital back in the day. No, aren't you curious about the Moon Palace's secret realm? Why are you thinking about the National Codex Wei Shu? It would be a lie to say that I'm not curious at all. However, Zhou Yuan had a player's mindset, and this kind of strange events in heaven and earth were more like festive events to him. Since it's a holiday event, it doesn't have that divine metaphysical feel to it, and naturally, you don't long for it too much. However, in order to respond to Kai Chang's expectations and to fit into the tradition of having fun with his robes, he went along with the reply. Curious indeed. I'll go find some containers to hold the water to reflect the moon as well. If I am fortunate enough to enter the Moon Palace's secret realm, I will be sure to bring back some medicinal fluids and gold wealth to Brother Kai. Chapter 61. The Moon Palace appears itself. The whole thing about the water reflecting the moon is more symbolic than real. The soldiers in the battalion would not be naive enough to think that by reflecting the moon in water, they could attract the jade rabbit's medicinal liquid and the golden toad's source of wealth. The Jing'an school captain and the subordinate county martial artists wouldn't think that they would be fortunate enough to map the Moon Palace secret realm and enter it to bring back some exotic treasures. But this is a festival of celebration and participation, and it is also a festival of relaxation and reunion for the people. Whether there is any return is secondary, and the most important thing is to feel the joy of the festival. Therefore, Captain Jing'an not only invited his close friends in the camp to drink with the martial artists of the subordinate counties, but also received his own family members from the city. His concubine was not well adapted to the atmosphere of the camp, and although she wore a smile and responded to the greetings of the generals from time to time, she did not take the initiative to speak. On the contrary, the youngest daughter of Jiang Run, the lieutenant of Jing'an, is a lively and active child. The boy was less than 5 years old, should have come to the camp a few times, and knowing that his father was the town guard of this place, he was not timid, from time to find familiar with the generals to ask for some happy money gifts, but also do not forget to send a few crisp blessings, but also caused the camp generals happy. Among them, Jiang Yong, who was in charge of the personal guards, and Kai Chang, who was in charge of the Xuanjia soldiers, were most familiar with the boy, and had also prepared a number of gifts with care. Here, take this, it's a gilded copper sparrow. And the Lord Lieutenant's daughter is called Sparrow in her nickname, and has no great name as yet. You will surely make her happy by giving her a gilded bronze sparrow. Kai Chang was still very reliable. Even though Zhou Yuan was busy conquering the secret realm during this period of time, this old brother did not forget to help him purchase some festive gifts. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan, a person who did not remember the festive season, would have to just send some random joy money to mean something. Thanks Brother Kai. I'll return your money later. Why talk about that? About a gold-plated copper sparrow, not worth a few dollars. If you have the heart, back to treat me to wine is. This time no one will say that you're evil and have been punching the Buddha, and we'll both return home and drink. Kai Chang was still unable to let go of the matter of the painted skin after all, so Zhou Yuan could only pat his shoulder and change the topic. That's a deal. We'll drink all night long when we enter the city again. As he was saying this, the child named Bertie walked towards Zhou Yuan, his eyes wide open, not knowing what to appropriately call it. Father, this general is so young. Should I call him brother? Or uncle? Ha ha, he is a rogue brother of our dad. The other day we both fought side by side nah. Naturally, he is your uncle. The lively child crisply called out Uncle Ingwu and begged the gold-plated bronze sparrow from Zhou Yuan's hands. This round of meeting was not to receive gifts, but to let the generals in the camp meet the boy and his wife. And it was also considered to set up a friendship, so that they would have more friendship in the future. Therefore, after a round of children's greetings and toasts, Captain Jingen took out gifts and presented them to the generals, so that everyone could have more than enough for the festival without losing their money. After this, it was the Feast of the Reflecting Moon. The crowd sat around the schoolyard, and on each person's desk there was not only food and wine, but also a moon-reflecting copper basin filled with fresh water. Come all of you, the Water Moon Festival. The medicinal liquid and golden source are all reflected in this cup. We will drink the same Kong Shou Fu Kai. Drink the same Kong Shou Fu Kai. While the generals and officers here were eating wine, the personal guards of Captain Jingen over there began to distribute gifts for the festivities to the soldiers in the battalion. The things issued are also affordable, regardless of the size of the military. Each person a string of 15 copper coins bound by a red rope and 8 fist-sized date paste sweet cake. This move caused a cheer in the camp. And the sound, accompanied by the campfire in the schoolyard, the full moon in the sky, and a cup of wine in the throat, seemed as if the whole world was celebrating. Ha ha, refreshing. It's been a long time since we've celebrated in the camp since the town belonged to the county. I don't want to have the honor of having fun with all of you today. This secret realm attack is worth it even if I suffer some injuries. The dinner at the Water Moon Festival was very peculiar. After drinking wine, all the people put their palms in the copper basin reflecting the moon and soaked them, expecting to have a chance to touch the secret realm of the Moon Palace. The daughter of the captain of the Jingen school wanted to do the same, but she got a lecture from her mother, who said that a child who enters the Moon Palace will get lost and will not be able to find her way back home. In this joyful atmosphere, Zhou Yuan saw the full moon reflected inside several copper basins transform into a constantly rotating copy portal. But the portal was not fixed, as if it were fleeting like a dream bubble. Miraculously, as long as there were ripples in the basin, or an external object interfering with the water reflecting the moon, the portal would not appear. Rather, it should be the sentence recorded in the Wei Shu Heaven and Earth secret records, whose position is uncertain, whose time is unknown, and into which the edge of prosperity can enter. Zhou Yuan took a couple of close looks and was able to see the basic information of the Moon Palace secret realm. Copy, Moon Palace. Suggested challenge level 599. Suggested challenge number 1000. The Moon Palace copy was no less than a festive event, and this was the first time Zhou Yuan had seen a copy that contained such a wide range. However, the number of people the replica holds is still a bit small. A mere 1,000 people is a drop in the bucket when placed in Wei, not to mention that there are other countries as well. No wonder the Water Moon Festival was heavy on participation. With this quantity limit and the randomly appearing portals, it wouldn't take long for the number of people to be estimated to be full. The possibility of multiple attempts simply does not exist, and it becomes unattainable. While Zhou Yuan was analyzing the situation of the Moon Palace replica, the replica portal quietly surfaced in the moon reflecting water basin in front of him. Faced with such an opportunity, how could he miss it? And immediately reached out to the full moon reflected in the basin. In the next moment, he suddenly disappeared, and the celebrating generals around him didn't even notice the abnormality. The only one who saw the sight of Zhou Yuan's instantaneous disappearance was the daughter of Captain Jingen, Little Bird, who was staring at the counting of the generals present in 100 boredom. Father, that young uncle is gone. Tweedledum saw him put his hand into the water basin and then the whole thing disappeared. Did he enter the Moon Palace? Father, would you let him bring back a moon rabbit for Birdie? The ignorant child could not hide anything in her heart, and her clear voice rang out and instantly caught the attention of everyone present. The generals held their breath and quenched their voices as they looked incredulously at Zhou Yuan's seat. At this moment, the entire schoolyard became incomparably quiet, and the previous laughter was replaced with silence. My brother has entered the Moon Palace. I'm not dreaming. When we were joking earlier, he also said that if he was lucky enough to enter the Moon Palace, he would bring me back some medicinal liquid in gold. He won't have forgotten. But he can't. It's the closest I've ever been to the Moon Palace's medicinal liquid gold fortune in my life. Military Secretary Kai Cheng's excited voice broke the tranquility of the schoolyard. The next moment, the schoolyard was filled with good luck, karmic law, extraordinary luck, bring me a golden toad, my children also want the moon rabbit, and other envious noises. Even Captain Jingen was unsettled. pondering in his mind how to open his mouth so that Zhou Yuan could share the proceeds so that everyone could be blessed. Zhou Yuan is usually quite generous, so he shouldn't mind sharing the joy. At worst, I'll transfer a batch of treasures from the camp treasury to offset the price with him, so that he won't lose money. Pops, Moon Rabbit, remember nah, if Zhou Yuan can return with the Moon Rabbit, Dad will definitely ask for it for you. If you don't have it, don't be chagrined, the honor of entering the Moon Palace is a matter of karma, and you can't force it on others. Zhou Yuan didn't know that he had just entered the copy on his side, and the generals in the battalion were already excited and waiting for him to go back and share the Moon Palace wonders. Ha! Is this the good pill Moon Rabbit? This pill pestle is really fierce. Chapter 62 Pounding the Jade Rabbit. The scene inside the Moon Palace copy was very peaceful. This area has a large number of hills of varying heights with pools of stagnant water, and dense growth of various types of flowers and grasses fills the 4 fields of the hills. Some of these flowers and vines are taller than a person, while others barely pass a person's ankles. There was clearly no sun or moon in the sky, only countless stars as fine as dust and sand. But this place was not gray, but instead had a unique sense of coolness and brightness. In the low grassy forest, there are moon-white rabbits carrying tiny rattan baskets for gathering, and at the large rocky outcrops in the back, there are rabbits standing on their hind legs with pestles and mortars in their front paws for pounding medicinal herbs. It was just that the pestle and mortar was about 2 meters long, and the pounding end was a jade ball the size of a human head. This thing is a real blunt weapon, smashing people, mostly similar to gopher, really some fierce. Quack, quack, quack. A fresh breeze rushes through the grass, bringing a chorus of frogs. Not far away, in the pool of stagnant water, there were 3 golden toads of golden color, as big as a millstone, as if they were cast in red gold, taking a leisurely bath. They don't have ugly poison packets on their bodies, but a jeweled jade inlay, and a large square hole money in their mouths, which is really as rich as they can be. At this time, Zhou Yuan realized why folklore worshipped the moon rabbit and the golden toad so much. Their features were so obvious that the people who had mistakenly entered them knew at a glance that the moon rabbit was good at medicine and the golden toad was in charge of wealth. But that didn't mean that the moon rabbit and golden toad weren't dangerous. Otherwise the copy information wouldn't be recommended. Level 599. Level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbit. Level 10 Medicine Pounding Jade Rabbit. Level 10 Golden Toad of Fortune. Level 15 Golden Toad of Treasure. These are still just the moon rabbit golden toad levels in front of them. And further back I don't know how many high-level monsters there are, as well as powerful elite monsters and bosses. Moreover, moon rabbits had attack judgment. Zhou Yuan only took a few steps forward, and several moon rabbits carrying rattan baskets blinked their ruby-like eyes and rushed towards him. Honestly, he had previously dealt with monsters of moderate size or larger, and this was the first time he had encountered a small and flexible monster like the moon rabbit. It was a good thing he wasn't really empty-handed. There were plenty of weapons of all colors in the item bar. He first turned a moon rabbit with his confusion technique to act as a front row meat shield. Then he took out the tiger shooting bow and the cone head arrow produced by the copy of Ox Head Walled City, and gave an arrow to each of the 5 moon rabbits that were in a mess. Due to the fact that the arrows used were not the special arrows like the evil suppressor arrow and the blood fury arrow, one arrow did not kill the moon rabbits and left them with about 20% of their blood. Moreover, the moon rabbit that had been bewitched had also detached itself from the state of confusion as a result of the fatal attack, and once again rejoined its companions to rush towards Zhou Yuan. As a last resort, he once again used the confusion technique to disrupt the rhythm of the moon rabbit's attacks before killing them one by one. Ding! Kill level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbit *5. Experience plus 500. This cone head arrow has too little killing power. It's better to just use the Blood Fury arrow technique. As expected, when Zhou Yuan attached a Blood Fury to the cone head arrow by consuming 1% of his life each time, the level 5 Lunar Pill Rabbit could not resist it, and were all killed by a single arrow. Control-type skills involved the target, and the tiger's shooting bow and Blood Fury archery stacked high damage, allowing Zhou Yuan to gradually draw in monsters and quickly clear them. However, this type of suppressive play could only bully the level 5 Lunar Pill Rabbit. When Zhou Yuan included the level 10 Medicine Pounding Jade Rabbit in his attack range, the confusion technique did not work so well, since his divine attribute was only 2 points. The level 10 Medicine Pounding Jade Rabbit that was hit by the bewitching technique only paused for a moment before swinging his pestle and mortar to attack again as if nothing had happened. The not-so-big rabbit wielding a brutal pestle and mortar like a constantly swinging mallet is both hilarious and dangerous. The level 5 Lunar Pill Rabbit that Zhou Yuan had temporarily turned back with his confusion technique was even more headstrong and recovered after plummeting half a tube of blood. Luckily, The huge pestle constrained the flexibility of the pounding Tamagotchi, preventing it from changing direction quickly. As such, Zhou Yuan used the bewitching technique as an interrupt technique and waited for the level 10 pounding jade rabbit to stun and stiffen before using the fully loaded blood fury arrow technique that had a gathering fury forward swing. This high explosive arrow spell that consumed 10% of life and exchanged blood for blood directly emptied the blood bar of the medicine pounding jade rabbit. Ding! Kill level 10 medicine pounding jade rabbit *1. Experience plus 300. The level 10 pill pounding jade rabbit, in addition to providing experience, also exploded a green orb of light. This burst rate is catching up to the elite monsters of the Een Ghost copy. It's worthy of being a special copy. Ding! Get pounding pot. Pounding pestle *1. Jade rabbit medicine *1. Medicine, jade rabbit potion. Introduction, immortals hang down their feet, and the osmanthus tree is a ball. The moon rabbit pounded the medicine, and asked with whom to eat. Effects, the medicinal rabbit picks flowers and grasses, and the jade rabbit pounds spiritual syrup, quickly restoring a small amount of blood and blue after use. The jade rabbit medicinal liquid was surprisingly able to restore blood and blue at the same time, making it a cost-effective restorative medicine. In contrast, the pounding jar and mortar and pestle are more generic and can only be considered a good set of pounding instruments, but it can also be used as a weapon or sold as a jade ornament. In this way, the medicine pounding jade rabbit was simply rich and became Zhou Yuan's preferred target. In fact, after figuring out the tolerance range of the level 10 pounding jade rabbit, the rabbits on this mound would have a hard time launching an effective attack. However, Zhou Yuan was still very cautious in luring the monsters, avoiding luring too many at once and being chased by the rabbits with a medicinal pestle. When he killed the 5th medicine pounding jade rabbit, it unexpectedly exploded with new items. Skill, jade rabbit medicine pounding. Introduction, the moon rabbit with a jade pestle and mortar, held by a line with a pestle, kneels down to pound medicine and make it into a jade paste. The medicine hopes to soar, and will not grow old. Effects, after using it, you gain the skill, pounding medicine, which allows you to consume reiki to extract jade pulp from medicinal herbs and mix it into medicine. Note, the quality of the medicinal liquid jade pulp is directly related to the medicinal herbs, and it can also be used to extract poisonous herbs and venomous liquids. This place is no less inhabited by a golden toad, and I am more or less tainted with wealth. The jade rabbit pounding method was so much better than the previous jade rabbit medicinal liquid. One was simply a consumable, while the other could consume aura to extract medicinal poisonous syrup. It was simply the perfect auxiliary skill for the dual cultivation of medicine and poison. After obtaining the jade rabbit pounding medicine method, the golden toad that croaked within the pool of stagnant water not far away was even more noteworthy. Zhou Yuan was very curious to know what skills and items the golden toad would explode. Therefore, after he patiently cleared the moon rabbits on the mound, he gradually approached the pool of stagnant water, ready to experiment with the golden toad's attack first. What he didn't expect was for the golden toad to be a long-range shooter. After Zhou Yuan entered their attack range, the 3 golden toads did not have the slightest intention of pursuing them. Instead, they opened their mouths and spat out the square-hole copper coins in their mouths. The copper coin was the size of a faceplate, and it flew and struck sharply, striking a scar on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Yuan, an archer, finally experienced the oppressive feeling of long-range attacks. As he dodged, he activated the skill Wukuei's congealment to add defense to himself before quickly running towards the rock where the jade rabbit was pounding medicine to dodge. Clang, clang, clang. The huge rock was continuously struck by Fong Kong Qian, and layers of debris fell off like pulverized pulp. The attack range of the 3 golden toads was very large, and even when they were crouching in the pool of stagnant water, they kept shooting like a bed crossbow. When the golden toads are really rich, they can get out of poverty and become rich just by collecting the square holes of money they spit down. Chapter 63 Golden Toad Nourishes Chi. Boom, boom, boom. After the hard outer shell of the rock is dislodged, the relatively soft rock layers inside absorb the shock vibrations and change the sound of crumbling gold and stone. Zhou Yuan poked his head out from the side of the rock and estimated the golden toad's orientation before using the tiger shooting bow to parry a cone-head arrow with a blood fury attached to it. The clang, a crisp sound, was very noticeable over the dull pounding. Zhou Yuan probed and found that the cone-head arrow had failed to break through the golden toad's shell. Instead, the arrowhead was broken by the tremendous force. In this way, the blood fury attached to the arrow was considered to be wasted, not playing much of a role, and could only gradually dissipate in the pool of water. Long-range shooter, plus adamantine body. This thing is too hard to fight. Sure enough, the Fatin, Blood Bowl Assassin, and Cloaked Archer were the toughest. and they simply ran out of shortcuts with this configuration, and could only fight each other for damage and continually exchange blood. Luckily, Zhou Yuan still had better blood fury arrows and evil suppressor arrows in his item bar, or else he would have had to quit in the middle. Considering that Shangle County Lieutenant Cheng Fei had said that the evil suppressor arrow could not attach to the Bloodbane, he chose the Bloodbane arrow, which was homologous to the Bloodbane archery technique. This attachment to the bloodbath really had a much more pronounced effect. Previously, when he had attached the Blood Fury to the Conehead arrow, the arrow would only glow red and tangle with blood mist. After switching to the Blood Fury arrow and attaching the 10% life-spawned Blood Fury, the entire arrow became like red-hot iron, glowing with an orange-yellow halo. Its exterior was even coalesced with blood-colored flames, and its appearance resembled a long, golden-red flame. This arrow was thrown out, first flying into the air, and then falling like a meteor, which was really beautiful and shining. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded once again, but the Bloodbane arrow had missed the back of the level 10 fortune-inviting golden toad. The wounds caused by the arrows were gradually expanding due to the scorching of the bloodshed flame and inspired a bleeding effect. Stabbing sounds emanated from the level 10 fortune-inviting golden toad as golden liquid dripped out of the wounds, dripped down the pool of water, and transformed into a rounded golden bean. Zhou Yuan probed sideways and found that the Bloodbane arrow had eliminated 28% of the level 10 fortune-inviting golden toad's blood bar. Estimating it, if he wanted to kill this golden toad, he would need to use 4 full loads of Bloodbane arrow technique, which meant that it would consume 40% of his life. Luckily, Zhou Yuan's blood restoring pill was very abundant, otherwise he really couldn't wear out those 3 golden toads, especially that level 15 Jinbao golden toad. I don't know how hard and blood thick it is. As a flaming arrow cut through the air and threw down, the first level 10 fortune-inviting golden toad finally stopped attacking. Ding! Kill level 10 fortune-making golden toad *1. Experience plus 500. The golden toad gave more experience than the jade rabbit, but it was also much harder to deal with than the pounding jade rabbit. Zhou Yuan shot a few more arrows to clear out the other fortune-inviting golden toad before he began to lock onto that level 15 treasure-advancing golden toad. Unlike the golden toad of fortune, the level 15 golden toad of treasure has a large golden dollar on its back, which greatly increases its defense. For this reason, Zhou Yuan had to test-fire a few conehead arrows to make sure that he was able to hit the orientation of its head and front claws before opening his bow and shooting the Blood Fury arrows with flames attached. Boom! A loud noise caught Zhou Yuan's attention. He probed and was very glad he had chosen to consume it remotely. It was because that level 15 Jinbao golden toad would actually jump and move after being injured. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but it's a pile of red gold the size of a millstone. The density of gold is very high, and its weight is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary steel. Level 15 Jinbao golden toad, simply jumping out of the pool of stagnant water. It smashed a shallow pit in the thick earth. With the weight of this crash-landing blow, Zhou Yuan would believe it when he said that it was a melee burst. Awesome, long range, thick blood, high defense, melee combat everything and anything. It's also just a little less flexible or it's unplayable. That fully loaded Bloodbane arrow only killed 11% of the Jinbao golden toad's life value. For that matter, it was still the damage caused by the combination of a full-ranked Blood Fury archery, tiger shooting bow, and Blood Fury arrow. Faced with such an opponent, Zhou Yuan could only adopt the circling play method, which meant circling around the rocks while looking for an opportunity to output. Subsequently, for every arrow he shot at the level 15 Jinbao golden toad, that golden toad adjusted its orientation and jumped forward once. The jumping sounds of boom, 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 getting closer and closer, and the shallow craters smashed out of the ground caused Zhou Yuan's heartbeat to continue to accelerate. As he approached the 100-meter distance, he also used his confusion technique once, but it didn't cause any effective interference. It wasn't until the Jinbao golden toad was about 60 meters away from him that he was finally killed by the 10th flame Bloodbane arrow. Ding! Kill level 15 golden toad. Experience plus 750. It's finally died down. Let's hope something good pops out. Otherwise it's too much of a loss to fight the golden toad. It's better to go to other mounds and brush the medicine-pounding jade rabbit for real. Zhou Yuan left the cover of the rocks and walked towards the motionless Jinbao golden toad and picked up a yellow ball of light at its paw. When he saw the items that had exploded, he realized that this golden toad fight was too worth it. Skill, golden toad breathing method. Introduction, the golden toad locks the gas, such as the lotus seat, turning the waves and standing, raising the gas with the spirit, strengthening the internal organs and regulating the internal interest. The vase closes the gas 3 passes to lock. internal and external complementary interest to return to the effect after use. Level 3 Chi attribute +1 to gain the passive skill Walking Veins. Level 6 Chi attribute +1 to gain the passive skill Circumference. Level 10 Divine attribute +1. Gain active skill Tune Up. Linear Vein. Chi is scattered like a ball, inert and difficult to control. After the line of veins, the aura runs in an orderly manner, nourishing the veins of the body and generating the spiritual vein of Qi. Zhou Tian, Reiki flows through the entire body from the chakras, internal and external unity, Qi through the body, reducing the blue consumption of the skill. Toning, can consume aura to restore life, while alleviating internal injuries and chaotic spirit-type negative statuses. The effect of the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method was beyond Zhou Yuan's expectations. It's not only helped him expand his blue bar and reduce skill consumption, but also activate his spiritual veins, regulate his blood, and alleviate negative statuses. In addition, the upgrade of the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method also added 2 points of Qi attribute and 1 point of Divine attribute, which was able to raise his basic attribute value again. This shouldn't be considered an ordinary skill anymore. It's more like a core feat type skill. The Great Way martial artists are presumed to have similar feats, which is why they are able to contain aura and Qi through their bodies. After a core class skill like the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method arrived, Zhou Yuan naturally chose to use it without hesitation. However, the experience it required was also very astonishing. 500 at level 1, 5,000 at level 10, and a full 27,500 experience points were needed to rise to full level. Luckily, he had saved more than 20,000 experience points before. Plus he had also gained a lot of experience points from brushing the moon rabbit, or else he really wouldn't have been able to add the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method to full level. When the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method was upgraded to full level, he suddenly felt another heartbeat in his body, a pulsating leap of invigoration. The aura flowed along the veins throughout his body, causing his self-perception to gain a great boost. More critically, the constant flow of aura formed a new body drive that could apply aids and increase strength and agility with the lift of a hand. The spirit vein enhances the toughness of the body, infuses it with a new drive. And while this strengthening is good, there is no going back. If the spirit vein withers up quickly, the body that has gone from extravagant to frugal is likely to collapse. Chapter 64, Returning with a full load. After the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method was raised to full level, Zhou Yuan's basic attributes also saw a change. Originally, his basic attributes were Essence, 4, Qi, 2, God, 2. Now after increasing 2 points of Qi attribute and 1 point of God attribute it becomes Essence, 4, Qi, 4, God, 3. Very good. The 3 attributes of Essence have become more harmonious, and with the addition of 1 point of Divine attribute, my confusion technique should work better as well. The level 15 Golden Toad of Treasure Advancement contributed powerful skills, and the 2 level 10 Golden Toads of Fortune weren't far behind, each bursting out a green ball of light. Zhou Yuan picked it up and found that the items within the 2 green balls of light were the same. Both of them were a pill. Drug, Lingtan pills. Introduction, the Moon Rabbit pounds elixir. The Golden Toad contains elixir pills, sucking the moon cave to replenish the true yin, and picking the moonflower to balance yin and yang. Effects, stimulates the Qi shield state after taking it, increasing defense and alleviating chaotic Qi-type negative states. The Spirit Toad pill was a special drug that increased defense. Although it was not as good as the Golden Toad Qi nurturing method, it was still very practical. The output of the 3 Golden Toads was too rich, and the huge gains spurred Zhou Yuan to continue exploring. He walked quickly down the mound and saw 2 different explorable directions. One is panning forward to the left and right, and one is simply climbing forward. He walked forward a distance first and realized that the monsters on the new mound had not only become denser, they were also a whole lot higher in level. Level 10 Moon White Medicine Rabbit. Level 15 Medicine Pounding Jade Rabbit. Level 20 Golden Moon Rabbit. Looking at the level 20 Golden Light Moon Rabbit, that wore golden armor, carried a brocade banner on its back, held a jade hammer, and also rode a spirited white deer. Zhou Yuan didn't make a fool of himself by going forward and experimenting with its attack range. That guy was obviously an elite monster, or a highly mobile elite monster of the cavalry type, too deadly for shooters without front row meat shields. Therefore, he returned and left for the hills on his right. This time it was much more normal, with only cute, level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbit, and level 10 Medicine Pounding Jade Rabbit, on the flowery hills. This made him realize that the Moon Palace secret realm was likely similar to a full moon structure, with the closer to the outer circle the lower the level of the monsters, and the closer to the inner circle the higher the level of the monsters. The suggested level for the Moon Palace copy is 599. There won't be a level 100 boss at its center. It's so vicious. It's a good thing there's a limit on when and how many people can enter this place. Otherwise, if the rabbits here are allowed to find a chance to gain spirituality, I'm afraid we'll have to have a moon rabbit rising. After Zhou Yuan fired his bow and killed a few level 5 moon white medicine rabbits, he gradually approached the level 10 medicine pounding jade rabbit, intending to explode some more jade rabbit medicinal liquid. Just then, he suddenly noticed a conspicuous depression in the knee-high dense grass ahead of him. He cautiously shot an arrow in that direction to avoid any monsters hiding among them. Only after making sure there was no response from that direction did he slowly approach and probe the situation. Upon approaching the depressed area, he found a man lying there, with humongous red blood constantly flowing from his head, staining the turquoise grass stems. Looking at the shape of that wound, it was most likely smashed out by the medicine-pounding jade rabbit. With brocade clothes, leather boots, and white skin, he should be an unproductive son of a large family. Zhou Yuan took out a single knife from the item bar, and with a flick of his wrist, he picked the waistplate of the deceased. That waistplate is inscribed with the words Dengyu of the Palace of Imperial Learning, and on the back there is an inscription in relief. De Chu Zhong Su, Chang De Bai 1. Apart from a waistband, there were no other items of value on the dead man's body. Zhou Yuan considered it for a while, but still threw the waistplate back to the dead man's side to avoid taking the risk of bringing it out and triggering a diplomatic conflict between Wei and Chu. When he subsequently cleared several nearby mounds, he found different dead people. Some look like farmers, some are dressed like fishermen, and one unidentified woman. Other than that, Zhou Yuan also saw a living person. The man knelt on the ground and kept bowing to the jade rabbit and the golden toad, and although he did not get the benefit of the doubt, he saved his life. Zhou Yuan was about to greet him when he suddenly realized that the stars in the sky, which were as fine as dust and sand, were rapidly disappearing. Guessing that it should be time for the event to come to an end, he quickly returned to the hilly area that had been cleared earlier. First, with 2 pestles and mortars, he pierced a dozen face-sized square holes of money and carried them on his shoulders. Then he got a mason jar and filled it with 3 parts of the moon rabbit potion, clamping it to the elbows of both hands. When he was ready, he waited some time for the sky to darken and ripple like the surface of a fluctuating lake. The next moment, the world shattered like a mirror and he was once again back in the schoolyard where the campfire glowed. It's back. Zhou Yuan is back. He brought some good things. My goodness, those 2 jade balls are too big. Carving them into jade ornaments would definitely fetch a lot of money. That is the jade ball produced by the Moon Palace. How can it be broken down haphazardly? Just this original flavor before and fushi follow. Come brothers, give me a hand. Remove the pestle and mortar from my shoulder. Don't hurt the pot. There's real good stuff in here. The Jing'an school captains and their subordinate county martial artists had approached to help, and up until this point they were still somewhat in disbelief that their robes had really returned from the Moon Palace with a full load. Zhou Yuan, you said that this is a pestle and mortar. A pot of medicine. You wouldn't have ransacked the good medicine jade rabbit. No matter, we cut a deal. I wanted to take anything the jade rabbit did not object. Also brought back some Moon Palace specialties. And what are these large copper coins? Are they a source of wealth sent to you by the golden toad? That's true, but the golden toad gave it away in a somewhat peculiar way, spraying dozens of such coins in succession at the rock where I was hiding. I wanted to bring them all back, but there were just too many to carry around, so I just picked out some good quality ones to carry on my back. Although Zhou Yuan spoke easily, the martial artists could all hear the ferocity of it. If that jade rabbit golden toad was good to get along with, Zhou Yuan wouldn't have needed to hide behind a rock, let alone picking out the quality of the coins. Uncle, is this really the mortar and pestle used by the moon rabbit to pound medicine? The little girl, Birdie, who was being held by Captain Jing'an, didn't think about it that much, but instead stared straight at the jade medicine mortar and pestle that was even taller than her still father. Yeah, why? You want it? Uncle will give it to you. No, I don't want it. The moon rabbit is so cute. Why would he use such a big pestle? The little girl's vision was shattered. She could hardly imagine a strong, giant rabbit pounding medicine with a large pestle and mortar. Ha ha, it's a good thing you didn't bring the moon rabbit back. Otherwise Birdie wouldn't dare to celebrate the Water Moon Festival in the future. After handing his daughter over to his concubine, Captain Jing'an asks Zhou Yuan if he can share the proceeds from the Moon Palace. Zhou Yuan had taken these originally to share, so he naturally and bashfully said that he could distribute them. This move caused the crowd of martial artists to clamor, promising to give Zhou Yuan a gift in return, and that they would not lose out on him. Is this watery liquid as blue as jade? The jade rabbit medicinal liquid? Yes, I've tried it. Not only can it heal injuries and replenish chi, so you can let each of your injured brothers drink some of it and recuperate their bodies. I don't want the jade rabbit good medicine and the golden toad palm wealth to be so real, but it's a pity that we don't have the chance to see them. I don't know if all those who are destined for it will be able to return with a full load. Chapter 65, The Poison of Hooks and Kisses. The matter of entering the Moon Palace was more meaningful than Zhou Yuan had imagined. As soon as the day dawned, Colonel Jing'an arranged for his personal guard Jian Yong to unite the Primus Battalion's troops of 100, escorting the pestle and mortar, the jar of pounding medicine, plus 2 square holes of money as big as a basin. He ran to the camp in Wyoming. Zhou Yuan, the Moon Palace copper money gifted to the robes, although it can deepen the friendship, in exchange for some benefits, but there are many mouths to feed, it is inevitable to leak the news. Therefore, you should still gift some of these proceeds to the governor of Wyoming, so that the top and bottom can enjoy the same joy and happiness. Lord Lieutenant, I have the honor to enter the Moon Palace secret realm is worth it. Some foreign objects to stay what joy. Not as good as to send to fellow robes with the fun. Good. It's enough that you have this heart. Don't worry. You won't lose anything. I had Jiang Yong bring along the paperwork of your achievements in attacking the secret realm during this period of time. Unsurprisingly, you're due for a promotion after the governor of Wyoming Prefecture is pleased with the Moon Palace's wonders. Originally, according to the tradition of the Wei dynasty, non-honorable family members will not be promoted continuously, and each promotion after obtaining an official position will have a smooth period. However, special circumstances can also be treated in a special way, such as sufficient merit, extraordinary talent, and then send some strange things. The superior officer will naturally act impartially. As a token of appreciation, Zhou Yuan gifted the remaining handle of the medicine pestle and mortar to Captain Jing'an. Although Lieutenant Jing'an said that it was inappropriate, after a few excuses, he happily took the 2-meter-tall clean white jade pestle and mortar. He also said that he would place the jade rabbit medicine mortar and pestle and the golden toad bronze coin within the government hall of the lieutenant's palace to nourish the wealth and longevity of the military fortress. By now, Zhou Yuan would only have 1 golden toad copper coin left in his hand as a souvenir. On this arm hand also have borrowed casting molds, said to use the copper juice infused with a few golden toad coins, also placed in the home to attract wealth. It was the same on the side of the Xuanjia warriors, but what they chose to borrow was that golden toad copper coin that Zhou Yuan had gifted to Kai Chang. Due to the large number of Xuanjia soldiers, it caused Kai Chang to have to urge his subordinates to pay back the money after each attack on the secret realm, before lending the golden toad copper to the other soldiers. A few days after the Water Moon Festival, the interior of the military fortress and Jing'an City were peaceful. Zhou Yuan also got free as a result, and continuously brushed the copies in the camp with his team, successfully activating the Jade Rabbit medicine pounding method and tapping it to full level. Since there was no shortage of restorative drugs, he prioritized the extraction of a bottle of venom, intending to enchant the conehead arrows produced by the replica. The source body was chosen from celery leaf hookah, also known as poison hemlock, which was stocked in the camp. After the extraction of the full-level Jade Rabbit pounding method, Zhou Yuan was then able to obtain a bottle of turquoise transparent liquid. Drug, hookah poison juice. Description, slightly sweet, warm, highly toxic, extracted by pounding, violent, non-medicinal, can be used for weapons with poison. Effect, after hitting the target, depending on the size of the measurement, it will superimpose different degrees of poison status, causing the target to continue to reduce blood, and triggering a weakness effect. Since quenching arrows was also a skill, simply soaking the arrows did not attach much venom. Therefore, Zhou Yuan went to the metallurgical office in the camp and found a professional arrow quencher to help with the poisoning. That craftsman's eyes immediately lit up when he heard his request. A picture of finally having an understanding demeanor. Uncle Zhou, not that I'm boasting, but our craftsmanship and shooters are a perfect match. This archer's arrows that are not quenched are like a swordsman's battle sword that is not open. There are no more than 2 methods of hardening commonly used in the battalion, the method of attachment and application, and the method of high-temperature quenching. Your batch of arrows are of uniform size and shaft plume, and cannot be heated at high temperatures and quenched in venom. I recommend you use the attachment method, to attach more venom. Dip the arrowheads in water and place them in a cool place to develop a thin layer of red rust. After that, it will be soaked in venom and dried up, so that it will be hard for the gods to save you with 1 arrow. Then according to what the great smith said, I will leave this batch of arrows at the disposal of the great smith, and I will be rewarded with a heavy thank you when it is cured. Okay, I will return a batch of killing weapons to you. Zhou Yuan gave the arrow quencher 3 pots of arrows, 60 arrows per pot, 180 arrows in total. These arrows popped out of the bull's head walled city were attached with poison and would become a great killing weapon to restrain flesh and blood beings. There is no secret in the matter of mass improvement of weapons by the generals of the battalion. Not long after Zhou Yuan's side requested for the arrows to be attached with poison, Captain Jing'an received the news. After he thought back to Zhou Yuan's precise and swift archery skills, he had to admit that arrow attachment poison was one of the best ways for Zhou Yuan to, in the short term, increase his strength. Therefore, not only did he not ask too many questions, he instead instructed the quartermaster's office to replace the return gifts of Moon Palace pill pestle and copper coin with a batch of bloodshed arrows. By the time Zhou Yuan retrieved the arrows again, the conehead arrow that the copy of the bull's head walled city had exploded had changed to another name. Weapon, rusted poison conehead arrow. Introduction, arrowhead up thin rust, slit dipping hooks and kisses, stacking poison status on the target, a certain chance of triggering infected status. Good lord, this modification makes a difference. And regular conehead arrows can make a big difference. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan extracted another batch of poisonous herbs from the quartermaster's office such as willow leaf peach, celery leaf hookah, and castor, intending to extract a batch of mixed poisons. This move made the camp generals a chill down their backs, lamenting where the hot-blooded teenage boys had gone, and how they had suddenly taken an interest in poisons. Lord Lieutenant, Zhou Yuan has either been killing or on his way to killing since he joined the camp, so his psyche will inevitably be a bit paranoid. Why don't we take advantage of the return of the martial artists from the subordinate counties to the local area, and have him lead some war soldiers to the local area to control the bandits? It is also good. There is a big difference between leading the troops and fighting alone soundly. Let him become a famous and real general officer. Also can change the mentality of fighting alone bravely and fiercely. There are many pirate attacks in Changyu County, so let him go back with Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Changyu County. It just so happens that Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Changyu County, is injured and has difficulty patrolling the waterfront, so he will let Zhou Yuan go and kill the sharpness of those pirates, so that they will know that Wei. Zhou Yuan's side doesn't know that in order to prevent him from going down a crooked path and becoming a battalion poisoner, the Jing'an school captain is ready to match him with troops and make him a general officer in charge of the army. It was still at his own promotion dinner when he learned of the unity proposal. After receiving the gift, the governor of Huaizhou chose to love his subordinates and act impartially, and the governor's military seal was stamped, promoting Zhou Yuan to the position of Ding'anshu governor. In this way, Zhou Yuan was only one level away from being Kai Cheng's military secretary, and the speed of this promotion simply made the local sons of the world a bit ashamed. As the promotion dinner proceeded to the end, the various subordinate county martial artists took the opportunity to return the gift of the Moon Palace copper coins, each giving Zhou Yuan 3 copies of Yujin San. Captain Jing'an not only gave 6 copies, but also gifted a large jug of blood fury arrows, 60 in total. It was also at this time that Captain Jing'an spoke of uniting his troops into Changyu County. Zhou Yuan thought about being able to go to Changyu County to brush up on his new copy, so he didn't push back and directly agreed. Zhou Yuan, Changyu County near the drainage river. The drainage river water is large and into the sea. There are often thieves driving boats to manipulate the boat into the river near the sea place to loot. This time you go to Changyu County. More from the county lieutenant Hu Hua to learn some defense of the place, suppressing the means of the water thief. If you go out to the town side in the future, these tactics will still be useful, or else you will inevitably be made to feel anxious and find it difficult to fulfill your duty as town guard. Thanks to the school captain's mention, Yuan Ding is devoutly seeking instruction and is not arrogant and reckless. Chapter 66, Zhongyu Guanzhao. There is still a big difference between going into a place as a commanding officer and going alone. Zhou Yuan's first time leading an army was not that he couldn't sort out the logistical accounts. It was that he was suddenly in charge of a few hundred people somewhat at a loss as to how to start. Captain Jing'an gave him 100 soldiers of the Wuwei battalion, 50 soldiers of the archery battalion, and 300 soldiers of the Zhua battalion. Logistics and transportation do not need to be in his hands. The officials of the quartermaster's office and the battalion travel with the army and are responsible for logistical deployment. Zhou Yuan needed to pay attention to such messy issues as the physical strength of his soldiers, where to set up camp, water sources, fire starting wood, and private fights in the camp. The good thing is that the management of the barracks is self-contained, and his subordinates not only have 2 dubois, but also a number of team leaders, Shi Chang, Wu Chang, and other grassroots sergeants. With these men in place, his ministry of about 500 men plus the accompanying clerks, military doctors, and smiths could not be disorganized. How about the Zhou governor? Or the commanding general of the army is awesome, right? Don't make fun of me, Prefect Hu. Gathering the crowd is indeed imposing, but it also multiplies the pressure on me. What? Afraid your soldiers will die in battle? How not to be afraid? They left the military fortress. Only my orders. If because of my fault, loss of life in the sand, how can I rest assured? Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Chongyu County, patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder and recalled his first experience of commanding an army. When a soldier who called him general fell on the battlefield and his blood soaked the yellow soil, he even felt that it was a blessing to be a famous general for the rest of his life. It's all coming to this. It's less stressful when you've seen it all. And if you want to hold down a side, you'll always have to personally command the troops and honor the dead. I also know a little about your origin. Like you and other hairy people, if you want to grow your family and bless your descendants, the best way to do so is only to hold down a side. Captain Hu was right, and we shall see. The group walked and stopped towards Chongyu County, which is close to the mouth of the drainage river. During this period, Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Chongyu County, taught Zhou Yuan a lot about military command, so that he had a certain understanding of the military system of the Great Way. The general idea is that rewards and punishments should be clearly defined, and the promises of the generals should be implemented as soon as possible, so that they can be powerful to the extent that they are blessed. After marching like this for about 10 days, Zhou Yuan's battalion of soldiers arrived at Chongyu County. There were also 5 non-battle injuries during this period, 2 of which were broken feet and 3 others who caught cold while sleeping at night and were received by the auxiliary for medical treatment on the spot. When Zhou Yuan entered Chongyu County, he found that the business model of this place was both homogeneous and prosperous. It was prosperous because there were a lot of traders and the government warehouse was supplying goods. The single thing is that the bulk of the trade here is mostly dates and charcoal, rather than all kinds of commodities in one place. Lieutenant Hu, is the Chongyu area well suited for growing jujubes? Ha ha, say yes or no. You'll know when you get to the camp. As soon as Hu Huahua said this, Zhou Yuan guessed that it should be related to the secret realm of this place. As expected, the military fort in Chongyu County was not only constructed in a city within a city structure, but its interior was more like a farm than a barracks. Zhou Yuan saw the busy auxiliary soldiers carrying out baskets of large red dates and dumping them on the schoolyard to dry. Many military men pushed unicycles full of charcoal and continuously transported them out through the small gate of the military fort. Governor Zhou Chu, our Chongyu County is not as wealthy as the Jing'an army, but this sweet cake of date paste will still manage to be enough. And apart from the fact that it tends to hurt the teeth, it will be a good way to replenish the food of the soldiers. At this time, Zhou Yuan realized why Chongyu Army Fort was not separated from the county. Their output, which was obviously more dependent on commercial activities, needed to do their best to reduce transportation costs. The secret realm we have here is called Guanzhue Temple, and the soldiers call it Guanzhou Mountain. It belonged to a temple in the former dynasty, but those monks stood on the wrong side and were exterminated by the generals of this dynasty to recover the secret realm and build a fortress and a city here again. The merchants who come to us don't necessarily have a lot of money, but because of the need to buy goods, each hand holds a lot of surplus money, or exchange goods. So the water thieves and bandits set their sights on the traders coming and going, attacking and looting from time to time. When I first arrived in Chongyu, I tried to eliminate them, but those guys are smart as hell. Often a dozen or so men in a line, multiple lines of attack, tired battalion soldiers running back and forth, difficult to see the effectiveness. For this reason, I sent my soldiers to patrol the waterways and harbors, and I also sent my soldiers to build more watchtowers along the official roads. This has stopped some of the looting, but the soldiers are also scattered by the pirates. In recent years there have always been groups of sea pirates attacking the towns and villages near the sea, causing me to personally lead patrols of the waterfront. The work of the townside is indeed powerful and expensive, but it has to be divided into regions. Similar to Chongyu County, a place like this near the mouth of the Canal River, water bandits and sea pirates are all over the place, and the county lieutenant martial artists will be busy with their affairs. Zhou Kudu, your bow is fast and your arrows are sharp, so you can help me attack the secret realm, and I'll give you a share of all the spiritual goods that I get. What is it that county lieutenant who says? Yuan came to Chongyu, originally to help the county lieutenant. The location of the secret realm of Chongyu's camp was located in the camp's treasury, and as soon as Zhou Yuan looked inward, he saw the conspicuous copy information. Copy, Kanjakoji Temple. Suggested challenge level 5. Suggested challenge number 515. Level 5 copies. Looking at a higher level than the Jing'an army's copies, but the threshold of bad brushing rather constrains resource output. The county lieutenant who had said that the spirit yield of Guanjue Temple was very barren, but the demon leader was again very powerful. If it wasn't for the court's request, he, a martial artist, wouldn't have wasted his aura at all to lead his soldiers in a bloody conquest. After Zhou Yuan entered the secret realm and took a look, he suddenly felt that the court's policy was right, and that the interior of this secret realm was partly a mountain of earth covered with jujube trees. That quantity can revitalize the economic activity of a place as long as it continues to harvest dates and cut wood for charcoal. All of you go out of the secret realm, and wait for Governor Jinganchu to attack the secret realm before entering. Due to the drizzling rain in the Guanjue Temple replica, not only is it impossible to use fire attacks, but it also affects the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. Therefore, Zhou Yuan's first attack on the Guanjue Temple replica was made by choosing local armored soldiers instead of the Wu battalion soldiers who had no experience in attacking. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as he led the local armor soldiers into the refreshed copy of Guanjue Temple, he heard the melodious sound of bells. The monster attack range determination range in this area was a bit large, and he and the armored soldiers didn't have to walk for long before they saw a group of cloth-clad martial arts monks rushing out of the monastery and approaching them quickly. Level 5 Stick Monk. Level 5 Fist and Palm Monk. Level 5 Sword Monk. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and shot an arrow, and found that the blood level of these martial monks was a bit less than the moon rabbits of the same level. He emptied the Level 5 Fist and Palm Martial Monk's blood bar with a single arrow using only a normal conehead arrow. Ding! Kill Level 5 Fist and Palm Martial Monk *1. Experience plus 50. Zhou Chu Dudu is mighty. Maybe a few more arrows to shoot them at a distance. Why not? You and others set up your shields and rise in formation, and watch me open my bow to strike the enemy. How could the armorers of Chongyu County not expect that the secret realm, which used to often cause them injuries, would become so good to attack? As Zhou Yuan continuously fired his bow, the incoming copy monsters fell one by one, bursting out a number of light orbs. Once he had cleared the incoming 20 or so martial monks, he led his pawns to push on and took the opportunity to pick up the explosions. Ding! Get Jixing San *8, Cooked Iron Stick *2, Preceptor Sword *1. Well, the explosive rate of this copy isn't low, and there's a high probability that the boss will also pop out some good stuff. It seems that it's not that this copy is barren in terms of output, but that the rewards within the copy's treasure chest are less. Chapter 67, Fire Breath Attachment. The martial monk inside the replica Guanjue Temple is not difficult to deal with and is very easy to break due to being an armorless unit. When the armored soldiers of Chongyu Prefecture advanced in formation to the gate of the temple, they poked the ground with the end of their spears and stood on top of a large shield. Then they had the shooters parry into the interior of the monastery to attract the martial monks in the courtyard to come forward. With the help of the sturdy walls and the modest temple gate, 2 rows of gun and shield soldiers firmly held the line. Even though the martial monk who was lured in was as high as level 5, he was unable to advance or retreat as the sharp spearhead pierced into his body. Governor Zhou Chu, the leader of the secret realm here, is hidden on the 2nd floor of the Buddhist temple, and as soon as we enter the temple, he will fly down and launch an attack. He is good at running and leaping, fist and palm grappling. In the past, it was the county lieutenant who fought with him, and we took the opportunity to surround him, then put a shield against his body so that he cannot move, and stab his head with a spear so that his ears and eyes are damaged. Through the introduction of the Chongyu armorer, Zhou Yuan understood that the boss here was a high movement, single explosive assassin-type monster. This kind of monster is afraid of entanglement, and even more afraid of being restricted from moving space. No wonder Chongyu County Lieutenant Hu Hua is a melee sword and shield player. I guess when the court transferred the town guard, considered which type of attack is more effective. However, this information was of little reference to Zhou Yuan. He's a shooter who won't rush up and stick and will only preemptively deal high burst damage. After asking where the boss landed when he entered the monastery, he then expended 10% of his life and opened his bow to haul a fully loaded bloodbane arrow. Sure enough, the moment the armorer entered the temple, a cloth-clad monk leapt down from the 2nd floor of the Buddhist temple. Zhou Yuan, who had long been prepared, naturally would not let go of this opportunity, and as soon as his fingers were loosened, the arrows attached to the bloodshed flame shot out. Whoosh! The speeding arrow struck the jumping, level 10 Kenjaku abbot. As it was unable to utilize its strength in the air, the powerful arrow struck even more of a knockback effect, disrupting the balance of Kanju's presiding officer and causing it to lurch and sway 2 steps backward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yuan once again used the fully loaded Blood Fury arrow technique that had a gathering fury foreshake to blow the neck of the Guanjue host in half. Without the skin covering it, bright red blood burst out, instantly coloring the arrow that was stuck at the spine of the neck red. Zhou Yuan's first arrow hit the boss's abdomen and the second arrow hit the neck. Under his high burst of strikes regardless of consumption, the boss's blood bar plummeted by 72% in an instant, with only 28% remaining and continuing to lose blood. Such a ferocious attack on the vitals also triggered the disabling status, causing the mobility of the Guanju host to be affected in a not-so-small way. However, the Guanju presiding officer did not give up his struggle, and with a leap he swept past the front row of armored soldiers like an eagle pouncing on food, wanting to directly attack Zhou Yuan. However, he was hit in the face by another arrow from Zhou Yuan and fell to the ground. At this moment, the boss, who was good at leaping, was actually hit with a control effect against the powerful arrows that were strong and heavy. Even though Zhou Yuan swiftly opened his bow and shot an arrow that did not have a blood fury attached to it, it still took away 10% of the blood of the Guanju presiding officer. Combined with its ever-draining blood bar, he was now down to 16%. Seeing such a good opportunity, how could the Chongyu armor soldiers let him get up? The front row turned and pressed their shields, and the back row held their spears with both hands and stabbed down hard. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to make up another arrow with the blood-bane arrow technique, completely emptying the blood bar of the Guanju host. Ding! Kill level 10 Guanju host. Experience plus 300. The Guanju host gave Zhou Yuan the feeling that it was more resistant to beating than a level 10 moonrabbit and better than a level 10 golden toad. But he was a boss after all, and the things that popped out were still quite a bit better than small monsters of the same level. By quite a bit. Ding! Get Guanlihua Jujubes *3. Tidying technique *1. Ingredients, Guanlihua Jujube. Introduction, 3 cups of agar jelly will penetrate the bones of a man's body. Dates will be added to his face, and fire will enter his body and taint his breath, and he will show his power in 3 hours and 3 minutes. Effect, activates the fire aura state after use. Stacking burning damage for melee skills. Note, the duration of the fire breath state is 6 hours and 45 minutes. Skill, lifting. Introduction, also known as dragonfly water pointing technique and galloping technique. It is practiced under the feet, lifting and exploring the darkness, such as facing the abyss and walking on thin ice, stopping within, and getting fixed by one's own intention. Effects, increase movement speed and strength and jumping ability after use. When consuming aura to activate it actively, it can eliminate part of the sound of footsteps and alleviate the damage of falling. The 2 items, the slamming fire date and the lifting technique, are both valuable. Among them, the temporary fire chi effect of the slamming fire date was simply a melee weapon. It was also the case that the locals were unable to pick up the explosions. Otherwise this copy of the Guanju temple would surely become a treasure trove for melee martial artists. Not to mention the useful effects of lift indulgence, which increases movement speed and reduces fall damage. Zhou Chu Du. This is the secret treasure chest of this place. 2 armored soldiers carried out a copper-encrusted treasure chest from the Buddhist temple. Zhou Yuan opened it and saw that it contained 1 copy of the martial skill atlas, wood burning palm, 10 copies of Jixing San, and 2 copies of Qi benefiting cream. Jezebel is a blood-returning medication, which is quite a bit better than gold sores. Beneficial Qi cream. Zhou Yuan had used it before, when he had used the 3 talents seal to kill the painted skin ghost creature. Captain Jing'an had given him a copy. It was a kind of spirit that slowly replenished Qi. No wonder County Lieutenant Chongyu said that there was a scarcity of spirit objects. With the strength of this copy boss and the fact that there were only 2 copies of the blue pill inside the treasure chest, it was indeed a losing proposition for him. However, the copy of the treasure chest, this kind of thing, the big head is still skills. Other drugs are accompanied. How about this martial arts chart? Have you all practiced? No. The prefectural lieutenant said that this martial skill requires aura to be inspired, but there is no record of a method to induce fire chi. It's a famous but not real chicken rib. When the Chongyu armored soldier said so, Zhou Yuan understood. The Guanli fire date and the wood burning palm were obviously matching things, taking only 1 copy of the martial skill. Without the Guanli fire date that stimulated the fire chi, the wood burning palm naturally wouldn't work well. Governor Zhou Chu, do you still want to patrol the secret realm? If not, we will withdraw and replace the auxiliary soldiers in. They have to melt the statue to get the copper, and they have to pick dates and cut down the trees. All this work will keep them busy for half a month. The Chongyu battalion clearly inherited the Jing'an army's virtue of plucking feathers from geese, even melting the Buddha statues in the temple. It was estimated that they would only talk about attacking again after cleaning up the secret realm. Nothing. The output of the secret realm has its own set number. You guys just report it normally. After leaving the copy of Guanju temple, Zhou Yuan found that Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Chongyu County, was waiting expectantly in the storehouse. Upon seeing him come out, Hu Hua quickly stepped forward and handed him a copy of the Qi benefiting cream along with a copy of the martial skill atlas. Prefect Hu, this martial arts chart is easy to transcribe and not considered precious, so I'll take it. As for this Qi replenishing spirit, the output is really a bit low, yet I'm too embarrassed to take it. What's so embarrassing? We are barren and don't have to pay spirit tax. The spirit produced by the secret realm all belongs to the military camp. I still have the imperial court's spiritual salary to eat on my side, so don't worry about accepting it. Spirit tax? Does the court still have this kind of tax? Of course, all taxes are handled by the local, and then handed over to the court, but this spiritual tax by the central army personally supervised. For the first of all taxes, the country's fundamental, not to mention our place, those worldly families and dignitaries, Taoist temples and Buddhist temples have to pay as well. It's just that some of them pay and have a return gift. For a name, some pay and have no return gift. For peace of mind. Chapter 68, Serial Docking Bandits. The spirit tax that Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Chongyu County, said made Zhou Yuan have a deeper understanding of the Great Way. The central government collects local spirits and the barren land relies on the central government to subsidize it. And this line of spirit redistribution will indeed shake the foundation of the country if something goes wrong. It was no wonder that transcendent martial artists were not simple clan structures. That kind of organization that relied on inheritance from above and below really couldn't accomplish a centralized redistribution of resources. Governor Zhou Chu, I'm going to give you a good feast today. You're doing me a big favor. You don't know how important that Guangzhou mountain is to Chongyu County. 20% of the people in this city are engaged in selling and processing dates, as well as making and transporting charcoal. Together with traders from all over the world spending money locally, purchasing treasury fields, and recruiting fellows, the city was revitalized. So, without our Chongyu battalion replenishing the official storehouse from time to time, this city would have to be half scattered and half impoverished. Chongyu County is a typical resource-based city where sustained output is more important than anything else. Therefore, the county lieutenant Hu Hua, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, was genuinely thankful for Zhou Yuan's help. Otherwise, for the sake of the city's commercial stability, he would have had to call for help from the Linxian martial artists. After the joyous banquet, Zhou Yuan made the acquaintance of several local generals and laid the foundation for cooperation. Once he returned to his packed residence, he used the wood-burning palm and used his reserve experience to point it to full level. Skill, wood-burning palm. Introduction, the 5 elements of the 5 organs. The 5 organs of the fire from the heart, divided into virtual and real 2 phases. The virtual is distracted. Real is burning wood its body. Effect, gathering fire chi injures its surface, inducing false fire to disrupt its heart, stacking disrupted chi and burning status on the target after use. Burning wood palm is not known for its burst damage, but instead focuses on negative effects. This state of chaotic chi was similar to the silence of the mage lineage, and martial artists who used aura as the core of their output would definitely not feel good after being stacked with the chaotic chi state. This was the reason why Zhou Yuan had tapped it to full level. If the enemy thought that he was not good at melee combat and swooped in, he could give him a shot of silence before outputting on him. The Clear Sand River in Xiaoxi village is nothing more than a branch of the drainage river, and it hides a copy of General Clear Sand's Nest, with a suggested level of 15. Chongyu is the mouth of the main vein of the drainage river, so the odds are that it will hide some aquatic copies as well. This is a good opportunity. I might be able to explore new copies and thus gain more powerful skills. For Zhou Yuan, a large number of selectable copies was the way forward. Otherwise he could only flip back and forth between a limited number of copies. One of his purposes for entering Chongyu County was to explore that particular geomorphologic area at the mouth of the drainage river. Accordingly, early the next morning he proposed to Lieutenant Hu Hua that he should lead the patrol to the coast district, and Hu Hua lead the patrol to the river. For this kind of effective defense against water bandits and pirates, the county lieutenant Hu Hua is naturally happy to accept the proposal. So he wrote a letter to Zhou Yuan, promising that Zhou Yuan could draw the soldiers stationed on the coast. In this way, Zhou Yuan gained the power to draw boats and inspect the offshore waters. After handing over his soldiers to his 2 subordinate Dubois to lead, he first took 20 riders and ran towards the sea where pirates frequented. Along the way he saw a number of docking villages and towns, mixed in with some large docking forts that resembled small towns. The Chongyu cavalryman accompanying him told him that those large docking forts were mostly built by local gentry. They go to the sea to do business. The clan has a lot of money. The fort of the same clan young people and dependent family members, but also dare to fight and can fight. This is why it was possible to establish a foothold in this seafront area and build an internally autonomous city fort. In addition to that, Zhou Yuan also found that the closer he got to the coastal area, the more serious the docking station was, as if they were not afraid of pirate attacks. Governor Chu, most of the docks and forts here are rentable depots, where the seafarers pay to stock up, and they provide forceful protection from which they profit by taking a cut. The prefectural secretary then troops offshore ports, always on the lookout for pirates coming ashore to pillage. If Governor Chu wants to patrol the waters, he still needs to find Wusima to draw boats and ration them to sailors. Zhou Yuan's side was learning about the local situation when he suddenly realized that a docking station was under attack. The accompanying cavalry instantly became excited at the sight, and all said that they could approach at a slow trot and softly, so that when the sea pirates were damaged and exhausted, they could kill the thieves and take credit for their actions. Zhou Yuan did not object. He also wanted to see why the sea pirates dared to attack the easily defensible docking fort. As he got closer, he realized that things weren't simple. Some of those seafarers were normal people, and some of them had identity information on their bloodstains. Level 7 Docking Station Bandit. Level 8 Docking Station Archer. Level 10 Docking Station Chieftain. The Level 10 Serial Docking Miner Leader is clearly collecting his efforts and not showing too much strength. A group of bandits under his command kept throwing arrows into the docking fort and threatened to come back every few days if they didn't hand over some of their belongings to fight. In fact, the number of bandits was not large, only about 20, but the people inside the docking fort had obviously suffered losses and did not dare to go out of the fort to expel them. After an exchange of words, a bag of belongings was even thrown from the fort to satisfy the appetite of the bandits. Come on, little ones, this one is a sensible one. Let's go to the next one and ask for a reward. Seeing how easily these bandits earned their belongings, Zhou Yuan was not surprised. Instead, the soldiers accompanying him calmed their excitement and vaguely panicked. Governor Chu, they might not be ordinary sea pirates. They are mostly thieves and bandits from the Lianhuan dock. Those people are some real outlaws, fighting without regard for their lives and very tough. A big tumor in several counties in Linhai. Oh, how can you tell? Those dockmasters are shrewd. If they were ordinary sea pirates, they wouldn't compromise so easily. Only the name of Serial Dock can make them pay willingly. Go meet them. The accompanying knights were a bit panicked, but they chose to follow orders on the strength of having horses that could run fast. As the galloping cavalry approached the bandits, the normal bandits immediately panicked. The Serial Dock bandits were very calm. The leaders, level 10 Chain Dock Little Leader, even took 2 steps forward and yelled loudly, "Where is the great official? We brothers just come to find a friend to borrow some property to spend the day. Maybe a convenience. Let us return." Zhou Yuan ignored his shouts and instead opened his bow and drew an arrow attached to a full-level Blood Fury archery technique and launched a direct attack. That swift arrow exceeded the reaction speed of the level 10 Serial Docking Miner Leader, and he was struck in the chest by an arrow, his blood bar plummeting by 80%. It's a long-distance shooting martial artist. Brothers, give me return fire. We can't let him shoot arrows at ease or we'll all die today. As soon as level 10 Serial Docking Miner Leader finished his words, he suddenly felt a coldness in his back, followed closely by a strong tingling sensation. He looked back incredulously and realized that his subordinate, level 7 Chain Dock Water Bandit, was about to launch a second attack on him. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you first. Chaos. Total chaos. Sudden infighting within the bandits under the effect of the confusion technique. The ordinary bandits scattered in all directions at the first opportunity, and the Serial Dock bandits hesitated for a moment before running in different directions as well. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to use the ghost writing spell that could locate the direction to mark the 3 Serial Dock bandits and called off the cavalry in those 3 directions to pursue them. People and monsters mixing and monsters ruling people. This chain dock seems to have taken off. Chapter 69, The League of Men and Monsters. When level 10 Serial Docking Miner Leader was killed. In addition to a weapon, a special prop was also blown out. Props, Bibbo Pearls. Introduction, there is a tortoise named Shou in the Canal River, the grandson of Zhao Turtle Chancellor, who is good at decorating the water mansion with jewels and jade, and who is paid by the shrimp soldiers and tortoise generals in the form of BB pearls. Effects, containing aura and water vapor, it can restore a small amount of blue after use, and stack the damp status. Lianhuan Dock Bandits, Drainage River Turtle Life. How can you see that these two are not things of the same power? How can Lianhuan Dock Bandits have the salary of the Turtle House? Zhou Yuan weighed the light green moist pearl in his hand and could not help but make a few more guesses in his heart. For one thing, the Chain Dock Bandits receive salaries from the Kamafu and are controlled by the Drainage River Kamehameha. Secondly, The chain dock bandits who gained spiritual intelligence discovered the secret realm of the turtle house and drove people or themselves in to loot it. It's not hard to test this suspicion. Just brush up on a few more serial dock bandits. It is probable that the thing called salary is mostly to be widely distributed, valuable plunder, however, is to be privately appropriated by the chiefs. The curve governor has captured 2 tongues. You see? If you can't get it right in a separate trial, use some tactics. As soon as Zhou Yuan saw that they were 2 ordinary bandits and not ranked serial dock bandits, he lost interest in interrogating them personally. The Chongyu cavalry proved to have some tricks up their sleeves. After only half an hour, the 2 bandits hated it, and told the story of how many years old they were when they wet the bed. Chu Du asked clearly. Their quarters are not fixed, and they migrate according to the amount of water in the canal river. Drainage river more sand, the inner set of floating islands. Water is not visible when the water is abundant. When the water is less exposed to the ground, become the water supply bandits to repair the silt beach. Near the sea, thieves and bandits mostly live on isolated islands and sandbars, and the same is true of the chain of dock bandits, so it is really difficult to locate them and deploy a large army to besiege them. The silt beach where their group lived was flooded some days ago, so they boarded and plundered under their leader to subsidize their supplies. On the way up to the big chiefs, they don't know a thing about them, and they've never seen them. It was true that a serial docking bandit who had gained spiritual intelligence would not allow ordinary bandits to gain any confidential information. The 2 ordinary bandits, even though they had been tricked into recalling a lot of things, couldn't give up any important information. Are they veteran bandits, or are they newly attached? Both of them are old bandits. They say that the chain dock bandits attack and merge the scattered bandits from time to time, and they are called the Lord of the Drainage River Chain. It was during one of the bandit wars against each other that they were recruited into the Lion Owanwu. The confession of the 2 ordinary bandits made Zhou Yuan realize that the path taken by the serial dock bandits was completely different from that of the painted ghost things. Painted skin ghosts are hidden, more close to the folklife. Serial dock bandits for the show, more fight, more close to the military organization. They would recruit and absorb the bandits without annexing all of them, disguising themselves as great water thieves of a region, i.e., wanton and cautious. Their division into multiple units and their movement by land and water made them difficult to eliminate. Luckily, Zhou Yuan had the ghost text curse that could locate and transmit sound, and the 3 escaping serial dock bandits would always leave some traces behind. Well, it stopped, surprisingly, not in the direction of the coastal waterway, but in the direction of the township dockyard. It seems that these serial dock bandits have either become local powerhouses or have entered into a partnership with local powerhouses. The labeled perception of the ghost text spell enabled Zhou Yuan to discover the abnormality of the 3 serial dock bandits. When he was about to check which Wu fort the serial dock bandits had entered, an argument was also taking place within the Wu fort of the Chongyu Zhao family. Third Master Na, why didn't you come back together? We met a tough opponent today. The Third Master planted. What? The Third Master has been planted. What are you guys doing here in my place? If we expose the location of Wu fort, my family will be in trouble. I'm not like you guys. You can die and be enlightened again, but we're really dead when we die. Don't worry. We made a big circle, not only lost those cavalrymen, but also lost our men's water bandits, and made sure that no one was there before dropping our weapons and changing our clothes to come back. Your guts are also too small. Back then, your family's old man dared to enlighten us and seek cooperation from us. How come in your generation? It's so unbearable. The chain dock bandits thought Zhao Gong, the lord of the Zhao family fortress, was timid, but Zhao Gong thought they were cowardly. It seemed to him that these demons didn't have much guts left. Thinking about how fearless the serial dock bandits were back then, every time they encountered the enemy, they fought to the death and did not retreat. Not only did they make a great name for themselves, but they also avoided the problem of exposing their nests. It's only been how many years? And statements like, the next me, not me, to gain spiritual wisdom are starting to appear among them. Isn't it just that the memories can't be inherited? A good undead demon has become timid and shy, but even with this dissatisfaction, Zhao Gong did not dare to reprimand the serial dock bandits, probably because he was strong and weak. In order to obtain the secret realm and fulfill the aspirations of the martial arts family, he had to maintain a good relationship with the serial dock bandits. Since there are far-shooting martial artists patrolling the area, let's tighten up in the meantime. It's just the right time to take advantage of the opportunity to gather subordinates and attack the Turtle Mansion Mystic Realm one more time. As long as I can become a martial artist and seek the position of town guard of a place, we will be able to truly gain a foothold and grow. You don't want to keep drifting on the water, do you? If I succeed in my endeavors, All of you can be big families in the city and enjoy all the glory and wealth. While Zhao Gong was painting the cake to appease as usual, a family man arrived in a hurry. Family master. There were just riders running fast toward Chongyu County. What? They're not coming after the trail, are they? How can this be? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. They went back mostly to report back to the city. If they really came after us, they wouldn't have run their horses non-stop. No matter what, the advancement of the Turtle Mansion mystic realm must be accelerated. We can't keep cowering like this. The people within the Zhao family fort did not know that Zhou Yuan was really seeking the positioning of the ghost writing's curse to return on his horse. The reason why he passed near the Zhao family fort was to target and to apply pressure. Regardless of the fact that a few parts of the Zhao family fort were people and a few parts were monsters, as long as they saw the imperial soldiers and horses, it was impossible that they would not be panicked at all. In that case, it was time for them to keep quiet or brew up a new move to get his attention as soon as possible. As long as they moved, Zhou Yuan would be able to obtain more information, and if they didn't move, Zhou Yuan would also look for opportunities to stimulate them to relocate. Kudu, aren't we going to go on a coastal patrol? Of course I'll go. I suspect these herboards aren't clean either. Let's go and meet the battalion first, then advance with great fanfare and see which Wu fortresses will reveal themselves. It's a good method, but the magistrate has used it before, and it didn't provoke the hidden bandits. That's not the same thing. Lieutenant who talks about rules. I don't. Let's pick a few Wu fortresses and surround them, without hitting or cursing or hurting anyone. The innocent ones will at most be dissatisfied with Quan Hung, and the ones with problems may be scared into making mistakes. When the Chongyu cavalrymen heard this, they suddenly felt that this superior officer's methods were a bit dark. I'm afraid I'm going to have to collect a few cartloads of goodies on this walk. The key is that he still has an excuse. If he has some results, it is not really possible to tell whether he wants to receive gifts, or is a dedicated general who was focused on treating the thieves. Chapter 70, Forcing it to act differently. The Chongyu Zhao family is a very ambitious family. Or rather, the old family head, Zhao Hui, who had passed away, was an ambitious man. During his lifetime, he even taught by example early on, instilling his expectations in the next generation of family heads. He did not agree with the path of surrendering the secret realm in exchange for riches. In his opinion, the Zhao family had already escaped poverty and should seek to be strong for generations, not rich for a generation. Therefore, he hired martial arts masters to teach the young and strong of his clan and lead them to hunt down and kill incoming bandits. After they had nourished their guts from several bloody battles, they would then select the most capable ones and bring them into the secret realm to attack. But the reality was cruel. One battle down the dead and wounded. Even the first batch of demons in the secret territory were not killed. By this time, it would have been time to hand over the secret realm to the court in exchange for riches. However, the youth of the clan accidentally fell into the water while transporting goods, and at the moment of 9 deaths, he glimpsed the secret realm of the Turtle House. The temptation of 2 secret realms and generations of family heirlooms was too great, and Zhao Hui ultimately chose to send someone to Qiji for the serial dock bandits, and the 2 sides allied to jointly attack the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. Since the Zhao family's merchants and the clan's young and strong trafficked goods in many cities, Zhao Hui was not afraid of the serial dock bandits assassinating him. If it was a big deal, he would lay down his life and have a few of his sons in the field, looking for court officials to hand over information about the secret realm. Relying on this ruthlessness, the Zhao family started an alliance and cooperation with the serial dock bandits. The two, one traveling as a merchant and the other into banditry, continuously enlightened the bandits of the secret realm through various means. It was not easy for the serial dock bandits to become a large scale, and there was a group of cannon fodder available under his command, but Zhao Hui passed away in a hurry. The new head of the family, Zhao Gong, had his father's heart but not his father's means. He could only barely maintain an alliance, but it was difficult to mobilize the serial dock bandits to work for him. And in order to prevent Zhao Gong from offering the secret realm in exchange for his own riches, the clan elders and the serial dock bandits were keeping an eye on him. It left him with no other way to go but to become a martial artist, to hold down the place and share the riches. Uncle Clan, as you can see, it's difficult to drive the serial dock bandits. Can't we really offer up the Turtle Mansion's secret realm and beg for a generation of riches? Family Master, this matter is never to be done. The secret realm development can bless all of our fellow clansmen for generations to come, and it is only when we dedicate the secret realm that we get much in return. We're only one step away from the Shi family's home, so we mustn't give up in the middle of the day. The Zhao family was still urging the serial dock bandits to attack the secret realm. but Zhou Yuan's side had already assembled the battalion soldiers and started to surround the fortress. This move caused some of the Wu fort masters to complain bitterly, if not for the fact that Zhou Yuan had just randomly selected them, rounded them up and left. The Wu fort masters would have gone to the county office to complain. Governor Chu, why did you return your valuable possessions and take only some food and wine? We're here to fear bandits, but we can't really become bandits, since the battalion has surrounded the fort. If they don't collect something, the fort owner is bound to panic. So just collect some of the worthless ones and turn around and hang them on the county office's public books and give them a tax credit. Zhou Yuan's side went all the way forward, and in the process of pumping the siege fortress, he did not find anything unusual. But as they approached the Zhao family fort, before they could begin to surround it, the administrators of the fort were in chaos. Family master, it's no good. A battalion of officers and soldiers have come from the west, advancing towards our Wu fort. The ones responsible for the sentry are all Zhao Gong's trusted teenagers of the same clan, who don't know that their own family is doing the big thing of attacking the secret realm, and only know that their own family manipulates the bandits and robbers to make profits. Therefore, they were unusually fearful when they saw the official troops, thinking that the evidence of their own crimes had been leaked and that the official soldiers were coming to surround and annihilate them. What? How could this be? Quickly call the clan elders and a few good men over to deliberate. The deliberations at the Zhao family fort were destined to yield no results, but it also deepened the sense of crisis of the serial dock bandits, making them realize that they could no longer remain unproductive, or sooner or later they would be wiped out by the official army. Don't panic, Zhao family master. Our hands are clean. Those government troops are definitely not here to hunt us down. You stabilize the official army first, and we will attack the Turtle Mansion's secret realm in the next few days, so that you can become a martial artist as soon as possible. Only after Zhao Gong received the assurance from the serial dock bandits did he force down his apprehension and carry the old men of his clan to line up outside of Fort Wu to wait. It's not that he doesn't want to hide and run, it's really that if he does, he will be exposed, and those officials will probably choose to attack Wu Fort first, and then ask for the reason. As the flag-waving military formation got closer and closer, the apprehension in Zhao Gong's heart instead calmed down quite a bit. He could see clearly that there were only 400 or 500 men coming, and they were all infantry, with only a few horsemen. As for the Wu fort behind him, there were nearly 50 serial dock bandits and more than 20 good horses, so if they really fought, the possibility of breaking through the military formation and escaping was extremely high. Zhao Gong was pondering how to deal with the officials and soldiers, as well as the escape route. Suddenly the military formation was seen to change, splitting into 3 groups that surrounded the other 3 directions of Wubao. This scene scared him to death, and the several uncles behind him were so scared that their legs and feet were weak, and if it wasn't for the protection of the younger generation of children and nephews, they might have collapsed on the ground. It is not possible to be the head of the family, close the castle and fight. The book often says that surrounded by 3, in order to birth to drain the gas. These officers and soldiers won't even give vent to life. Most likely they will surround us and execute all of us. Nonsense what? The more this time the more cannot be chaotic. If we dare to mess at this moment, less than half a day Chonyu camp soldiers will come to support one after another. Now it's 400 or 500 men surrounding the fort, and it doesn't look like it's going to be too hard to deal with, but the soldiers will only build up more and more when the chaos starts. At the critical moment, there was still a need for Zhao Gong, the head of the family, to make up his mind. At his command, the serial dock bandits inside the fort were ready to fight, but outside the fort was peaceful, with no signs of desperation to be seen. Da! The steed carrying a valiant general approached the southern gate of Wu Fort, and the soldiers accompanying him quickly set up their military formation. In the eyes of the soldiers, this was an exercise. In the eyes of the Zhao family, this was more like an ironclad siege in which incriminating evidence had been leaked. General, why are you besieging my family's Wu Fort? But the army is marching here and is short of food and clothing. May we be allowed to do our best and offer the food in the fort? The fortress master is joking. How can we march on our own territory without food and clothing? I just heard from the secret agents in the camp that there are Wu fortresses that are in the same league as the bandits, hiding their traces, selling their stolen goods, and supplying them with food and provisions. Looking at Zhou Yuan's serious expression, Zhao Gong immediately sweated like a pig. In my heart, I kept cursing those 3 serial dock bandits who escaped back. Didn't you say that the head and tail are clean? If they are really clean, how would they attract the officials and soldiers to come here? Injustice, General. Linhai Township bandits and robbers are endless. We in order to live, only to form a fort and live. My Zhao family has been innocent for generations and has never done anything illegal. If the general doesn't believe me, he can enter the fort to check in detail. It was impossible to enter the fort. Zhou Yuan did not know how many serial dock bandits were hidden in the fort. It wasn't a good idea to fight those serial dock bandits in a semi-militarized Wormberg with dense buildings. His purpose was to apply pressure and take the opportunity to mark a few more targets with the ghost text spell, then seek the direction of the target's movement to find the hidden entrance to the secret realm. Therefore, after just a few routine interrogations and letting a group of soldiers go in to check things out, he led his troops to the next Wu fort. General, will this really draw out the hidden bandits? Perhaps we can put the word out that all the forts besieged today are targets of suspicion in the camp. Give them a little time to react and someone will always be able to resist moving. Chapter 71, Frog's Nest Turtle General. The siege of the fort by the battalion did have some effect. The waiting riders that were thrown out to scout the horses locked onto the two dissenting Wu fortresses that night. Zhaojia Fort unexpectedly calm. Not only did not send people to take advantage of the night to ventilate. Fort Master Zhao Gong also early in the morning to run to the county office to prove their innocence. Governor Chu, those Wu fortresses are really not clean. Should we continue to surround the fortresses and fear the bandits? No, before they were not psychologically prepared. It was inevitable that they would panic and create chaos. They're probably all reacting at this point, and it's going to be hard to scare them again. Befriending bandits and robbers was not the monopoly of the Chongyu Zhao family. In fact, there were quite a few Wu birds that had ties with bandits. Only some are less involved. Only to do some sales of stolen goods, some are more involved. Not only to provide information, but also to arrange for the fort's young and strong to join the gang. These days, the sea castles of the powerful cannot be clean as water, more or less some gray industry. Therefore, Zhou Yuan's unconventional siege of the fort was indeed effective, but it could only be a surprise and could not be used multiple times. It's a pity. I said why the Chongyu battalion couldn't root out the bandits. It turns out that they're the ones on the ground, and the Chongyu battalion soldiers are outsiders instead. Pass the order to besiege the fortress of dissension. We will first start a scare, so that they will know that all who show their heads will be besieged. The psychological pressure caused by a siege and an annihilation is still different, and not seeing the iron blood cannot establish authority. Zhou Yuan, the outsider, didn't care if there was evidence or not. As long as he found an anomaly, he dared to round up and then interrogate. No. Led by the scouts, the 500 battalion soldiers quickly returned and surrounded a family with an unusual Wu fort. This time, the soldiers in the battalion are all wearing armor and shining their blades, and it looks like they are going to come for real. That Wu fort master was still trying to resist after being a thief, and he was knocked out by Zhou Yuan's arrow that broke his arm in pain. After the sound-shooting battalion threw two more showers of arrows, the panicked houseguests, fearing that they would be implicated, ganged up and opened the gates of Wu fort. The same was true for the second Wu fort. The family members in the fort did not have the courage to fight against the officials and soldiers, and when Zhou Yuan shot through the gate with the blood fury arrow, they gave up resisting. The subsequent interrogation also went very well, with the two families explaining the sale of stolen goods and the resale of grain, as well as which bandits they were connected to. Zhou Yuan then transferred his battalion to patrol the coastal area, pretending that the matter of banditry seizure was over, and no longer continued to apply pressure. During this time, he learned to swim and dive under the tutelage of sailors. Once the ability swimming and diving was skilled, he used his accumulated experience to point it to full level again. Skill, waiting. Introduction. The water of Sanglong can wash my tassel. The water of Sanglong can wash my feet. The water of Eider is like wading in the shallows. Effects. Increase swimming speed and lurking time in water. Activate water breath state after full level. Can consume aura to change breath underwater. Zhao Gong didn't realize that Zhou governor from the county government had already set his sights on him, but he still cautiously chose to travel during the day, escorting his normal merchandise and making a show of peddling. However, as soon as he moved, the mark of the ghost text curse moved, and it caught Zhou Yuan's attention. As Zhou Yuan chose to track alone and without getting close, he relied solely on the directional positioning of the ghost writing's incantation to trace from a distance. Therefore, Zhao Gong normal delivery. Back and forth a few times to try. Did not find the slightest abnormality. It was only when he thought the crisis was over that he swapped his mate for a serial docker on one of his deliveries. This time they were moving in exactly the same direction as the previous times, except that the ship entered the waterway and stopped in one area. Zhou Yuan came to the riverside and first put on the skin of the place god, which was able to restore blood and blue and possessed the divine clothes without leakage trait, turning into a kindly old man. Then along the waterfront again. I found a fishing boat to rent. and after rowing into the channel and adjusting the distance, I began to wait patiently. When night came, he sensed a marked target dropping fast and abandoned the boat and dived into the water. It didn't take him long to see a very conspicuous blue-black swirl under a couple of ropes tightly straightened by the anchor. Copy, Frog Soldier's Nest. Suggested challenge level 10. Suggested challenge number 1020. He dived into the water and grass, gradually getting closer and closer, and realized that only 10 serial dock bandits had come down from the ship. The limited number of people in the Frog Soldier's secret realm is clearly 20, yet they only sent 10 people. Did they think they couldn't use that many people? Or that there were 10 people permanently stationed within the Frog Soldier mystery? Also, the name of this secret realm is not correct. Looking at the name, it should be Frog Soldiers Inside. How could it be related to the drainage river Kamehameha? Although Zhou Yuan was puzzled in his mind, he still tagged all 10 serial dock bandits with the ghost text spell. Those serial dock bandits entered the copy not even a quarter of an hour later, and then quit a few, before new people entered and took turns fighting. After a few waves of this exchange, the serial dock bandits gradually lost their strength and called a halt to the rhythm of their attack. We've stopped the ship long enough today. Let's leave first. We'll change ships and fight again tomorrow. As the merchant ship weighed anchor and left, Zhou Yuan quickly approached the Frog Soldier replica. In the next moment, the world shifted and he went from a river full of running water into a special area of potholes, puddles and silt banks. There are 9 humanoid turtle soldiers in tortoise shells here, and 1 larger snapping turtle armorer. 1 of them was out of bloodstains, and 3 of them had quite a bit of bloodstain damage. Level 15 Shofu Turtle Soldier. Level 20 Shofu Turtle General. On top of that, there were jeweled thrones piled up on the silty beach not far away, but the Shofu Turtle General wasn't sitting on them, instead patrolling back and forth. Where are the Frog Soldiers? Instead of Frog Soldiers, the nest of Frog Soldiers has 10 turtles. Wait, the serial dock bandits come in 10 at a time, and so do the Turtle Soldiers here, which together just about caps the number of Frog Soldier replicas. I seem to have discovered something extraordinary. That drainage river turtle life has not killed the Frog Soldiers and borrowed a shell to fish for people. Zhou Yuan knew that if his guess was correct, then the problem would be serious. That would represent that the monsters in the water develop their own predatory rhythms by taking advantage of their environment. They purposely create encounters, luring those who enter the secret realm to keep exploring with the exotic treasures that are close at hand and the few monster numbers. In this way, the lucky ones with the help of their families are the source of blood food for their enlightened spirits. A solo traveler without the help of a family would probably not be able to walk out of here after 2 visits. Even if the court finds them, they are not afraid. The local garrison is unlikely to dive into the water to round them up. It's not hard to verify this guess. Just empty the turtle soldiers here and see if the Frog Soldiers will be swiped subsequently. Zhou Yuan did not know that while he was observing the turtle soldiers, there were 2, level 15 Shofu Turtle Soldiers, that were also secretly thinking, what's going on? Didn't that group of water bandits know that our patrol route would change? If we leave someone in the secret realm, it won't be long before we're under siege. Could it be a lucky old man who stumbled into this fishing ground of ours? Better kill him. Those water bandits are the real big head. We can't let this old man stir up the pot. Chapter 72. The 2, level 15 Shofu Turtle Soldiers, intended to change their patrol path and take the opportunity to finish off the people who had mistakenly entered the secret realm. However, he saw the man suddenly draw out a precious bow, then hitched a blood-colored arrow and attached a golden red flame to it. Bad thing. I'm afraid this isn't a reckless person who came and dared to challenge us all by himself. His arrows don't look like they're going to be easy to catch. Should I shrink my shell and dodge first? A Shofu Turtle Soldier was still hesitating, but he saw his spiritually intelligent companion beside him, and without hesitation, he shrunk into his turtle shell. For this reason, it could not help but curse and quickly put its limbs into the turtle shell. This kind of scene naturally caught Zhou Yuan's attention. He didn't need to think about it to know that the 2 Shofu Turtle Soldiers that had shrunk their shells had a high probability of having spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, why were all the other Shofu Turtle Soldiers fearless, and just the 2 of them were so special? However, he didn't prioritize attacking the 2 spiritually intelligent Shofu Turtle Soldiers because of this, and instead chose the tie bean-like, probe patrolling, witless Turtle Soldiers. Whoosh! A fully loaded Blood Fury arrow burning with flames hit the head of a Shofu Turtle Soldier with precision. The Blood Fury arrow carried a tremendous amount of force, entering through the Shofu Turtle Soldier's eye hole and drilling out at the back of his head, getting stuck on top of his skull. The Blood Fury attached to the arrow erupted with secondary damage, continuously blowing up the wound while causing the Shofu Turtle Soldier to continuously lose blood. This arrow, hitting the weakness blast, eliminated 46% of the Shofu turtle soldier's blood. Since it was already crippled, it had been beaten down to 72% of its blood level by the serial dock bandits before. As a result, Zhou Yuan's arrow went down and almost killed it, causing its blood bar to quickly plummet to 26%. However, the Shofu turtle soldier was clearly different from the other monsters that Zhou Yuan had encountered. And not only did it not lock on to the enemy's attack after receiving bludgeoning damage, instead, they suddenly threw away the hammer and shield in their hands and shrunk into their turtle shells like two turtle soldiers with spirit. The other 5 Shofu turtle soldiers and 1 Shofu turtle general were immediately attracted to hatred and stepped in solid steps, leaning towards Zhou Yuan. The turtle general was a short-range archer, and the weapon in his hand was a chain hammer with dense spikes on top of the head. However, the Shofu turtle soldier's movement speed was very ordinary, and it simply could not catch up with Zhou Yuan, who had the lifting technique. In particular, the area is dotted with puddles and silt flats, making it very easy for amphibious beings capable of jumping and moving to fight. Therefore, Zhou Yuan pulled away with a few lifts and once again hitched his arrows to condense his brakes and started the kite-flying tactic. 2 spiritually intelligent turtle soldiers, a look at this scene, immediately screamed bad. I'm afraid that today's matter cannot be good. 23. Why don't we go? We can't command these brainless and naive homunculi. No, Zhou Yuan asked the 2 of us to look after our kinsman Kaiji. If we lose our kinsman and run away, how should we explain to Zhou Yuan? Why don't we both rely on our turtle shells to amble forward and slowly lean over and find a chance to hold the man? That's a good point. How can we catch up with that man when we're climbing the beach and wading through the water? Before the 2 spiritually intelligent turtle soldiers could discuss the results, Zhou Yuan discovered a second abnormality. Normal Shofu turtle soldiers will shrink into their turtle shells and slowly bleed back as soon as they are hit below 30% blood. If it wasn't for the bloodbane flame attached to the bloodbane arrows, it would have been possible for them to milk themselves. This is awesome. With armor that can carry and return blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the armor couldn't cover the whole body and the movement speed wasn't fast, this team of Shofu turtle soldiers would really be able to fight a battle of blood exchange and attrition. With Zhou Yuan's incomparably flexible pulling distance and hitting outbursts, the 2 spiritually intelligent turtle soldiers couldn't hold back any longer. 23. You pester him, I'll call for reinforcements. Don't run away, you coward. If you don't run away, you'll show the back of your head, and it's strange if you don't get an arrow. Listen to me. That man is a martial artist. There isn't much chi available. He can't kill us. At most he'll beat a few of his kind into shrinking shells. Fine then. I'll guard the exit and not let him out. The turtle soldier named 23 was right. Human martial artists really couldn't wear them out. But it didn't know that Zhou Yuan was an exception. So it was destined to miscalculate. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Yuan was still alive and kicking, constantly lifting and jumping, looking for opportunities to strike back at the pursuers behind him. 23. He's been wasting aura. Why does he still have it? Soon enough. Let's wait and see. As soon as he's weakened, we'll charge up. 2/4 of an hour later, Zhou Yuan had beaten all 5 of the pursuing Shofu turtle soldiers into shrinking their shells, and only 1 Shofu turtle general was still pursuing. 23. Can Turtle General outlast him? Don't get countered. Impossible. How could the Turtle General not be able to wear out a human martial artist? Don't rush, it's almost there. Zhou Yuan kept pulling away, dodging the short-range and long-range Turtle General's attacks and looking for opportunities to strike back. After another 2/4 of an hour, the Turtle General also shrunk into his shell, and only a field of shrunken turtles remained on the field. He's coming over. He's leaving the secret realm. He must be out of breath. It's now. Let's charge. As he spoke, one of the turtle soldiers picked up his shield and held it over his head to charge, while one charged towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. Seeing this, the moment Zhou Yuan lifted his body sideways and landed on the ground, he struck a 3-star streak at the fleeing turtle soldier. The immense pain caused the fleeing turtle soldier to instantly shrink its shell and fall to the ground. Just as it reacted and tried to force itself to escape, just as it poked its head out, it was struck in the back of the head by another fully loaded bloodbath arrow, causing it to shrink its shell again in pain. 23. Laozi was tricked by you. His chi simply can't be used up. When Laozi returns to Shofu, I will definitely blow your head off. The turtle soldiers chasing Zhou Yuan could no longer hear what their companions were saying. Now that it had its mind set on screwing the human martial artist in front of it, it didn't believe that the other party would always have aura available. It believes that the opponent is at the end of its tether, and with a little more effort, the opponent will fall. However, until it was beaten to less than 30% of its blood and uncontrollably shrunk into its shell to enter the turtle breath state. It was unable to see its opponent's aura dry up. Zhou Yuan. I was wrong. This is designated as an old monster that ran out from some secret realm. Definitely not a human martial artist. Swish, swish, swish. As a fully loaded blood fury arrow was shot out, Zhou Yuan began to clear the field. He started with the turtle soldiers closest to the exit, clearing out the bloodstains whether they were wise or not. Ding! Kill level 15 Shofu turtle soldier *8. Experience plus 1800. Kill level 20 Shofu turtle general *1. Experience plus 500. It wasn't that Zhou Yuan didn't want to communicate with the two spiritually intelligent turtle soldiers. The key was that the turtle soldiers spoke a language that he couldn't understand. Therefore, they can only be killed to recover the copy and see what the frog soldier's nest copy really looks like. The 8 Shofu turtle soldiers exploded with 3 pieces of turtle armor and 10 copies of Bibbo pearls, and the Shofu turtle generals exploded with 1 piece of turtle spiked armor and 1 copy of turtle breath technique. Also above the Silk Beach, the throne made of jewels contained 20 jasper pearls. The others were ordinary pearls with no information marking. After scavenging a bit and wrapping up another pack of ordinary pearls, Zhou Yuan exited the frog soldier's secret realm. When he re-entered, he heard the sound of frogs and saw frog soldiers of all colors armed with many kinds of weapons. Level 10 harpoon frogman. Level 10 sword and shield frogman. Level 10 poison frogman. Sure enough, the frog's nest secret realm has nothing to do with the turtle soldiers. Drainage River Turtle Life is utilizing the secret realm in the water to benefit as a human being would. Chapter 73, The Turtle House. In a froggy nest of frog soldiers, there were hundreds of frog soldiers of various colors. They have excellent jumping ability and are great hunters in limited spaces. However, there are Shofu turtle soldiers with high armor defense and the ability to return blood, just enough to restrain them with their direct fighting style. To them, the Shofu turtle soldiers, the chain dock bandits, and Zhou Yuan were all outsiders. It's really a case of both people and monsters swiping copies, except that the people are begging for secret supplies, and the monsters are begging for people who continue to raid this secret world. One question: how did Drainage River Kamehameha transport the witless turtle soldiers and tortoises to the nest of frog soldiers? While pondering, Zhou Yuan used the turtle breath technique that the Shofu turtle general had exploded through the attribute panel. Skill: turtle breathing. Introduction: although the turtle has a nose, but the rest of the ear. The name of the turtle rest will be a big turtle life. Breathing like a turtle. Do not drink and do not eat to be able to live. Effects: after use, obtain the state of turtle breath. Take breath into the abdomen. Long breath, lasts for 1 hour. Can resist the poisonous fog environment. Note: used in conjunction with tortoise armor equipment, it can inspire a hibernation state, shrinking into the shell to reduce all types of consumption and increase defense while slowly returning blood. The turtle breath technique's blood returning effect was not as efficient as the golden toad chi nurturing technique's toning. However, the turtle breath technique consumes much less, and with the turtle armor class equipment can also temporarily restore blood while fighting. The key was the long breath stretches of the turtle breath state, which was very practical in some special environments similar to poisonous fog and river bottoms. Since Drainage River Turtle Life sent turtle soldiers and turtle generals to brush people to enlighten them, it would not leave the outgoing turtle soldiers and turtle generals unattended. It's not easy to grasp when the battle will be fought or when the water bandits will come, so perhaps they will come to the frog's nest mystery to check it out at a fixed time. Zhou Yuan did not want to be surrounded by the turtle soldiers that might appear outside the secret territory, back and forth with the frog soldiers inside the secret territory. Therefore, he first exited the copy, activated the turtle breath state, and hid in the water and grass to monitor the entrance to the copy. He was right in thinking that after about an hour and a half, at close to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, a very normal-looking turtle appeared in the replica area. Level 12 Shofu Speed Turtle. The turtle probed and swam around for a while before diving headfirst into the frog's nest secret realm. 23, 24. We haven't lost any of our kin today, have we? And the chain-hammered turtle general hasn't gained his spirit yet? Quack, quack, quack. Instead of eliciting the 2 sentient turtle soldiers, the call of the speedy turtle was met with the sound of a swarm of frogs chirping. Those numerous, unintelligent frog soldiers were mechanically frogging, but in the eyes of the speed turtle, they turned into scornful taunts. Croak, croak, just no croak. When I go back and transfer a few turtle generals over, so that you guys can't croak anymore. Woe is me. Not only did the turtle general fail to open his mind, but 2 of the turtle soldiers who did open their minds also folded in the frog's nest. Those water bandits are too ignorant. Safe and sound to die. Steal some jewelry away is not good. Have to do this kind of trouble. When I go back and report to Zhou Yuan, I'll send my generals to pounce on you right in the water. The speed turtle entered the secret realm and soon reappeared. Only this time it left very quickly, breaking through the water like a swordfish, leaving a narrow trail of water. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to put a ghostwriting spell on it to locate the direction, and then continued to wait patiently. He didn't go after it because he couldn't catch the speedy turtle in the water, and because he was worried about the drainage river Kamehameha establishing a patrol guard in the water. Since those turtles had soldiers and generals, and a sense of managing liaison, they could not be treated as ordinary forces. At the very least, treat them as small regional warlords and recognize that they have a sense of patrol defense. Sure enough, drainage river Kamehameha, who has begun fishing for people on borrowed shells, has a proven way of contacting them. Presumably there are ways of coping with the unexpected as well, so wait a little longer and see what they do. While Zhou Yuan was hiding in the water and grass and waiting patiently, both the chain dock bandits and the drainage river turtle life had made considerable movements. For their part, the chain dock bandits reported their battle experience and gave a general account of the fighting prowess of the turtle soldiers and turtle generals. This move made the leader of the level 12 boss chain dock realize that the turtle soldiers and turtle generals weren't that dangerous. As long as he let a few big and small heads down, the secret realm with only 10 turtles would definitely become their bag. At that time, then Zhao Gong, that person with a clean identity, would become a martial artist and deliver all sorts of jeweled spirits, so that he could obtain the position of Chong Yu's town guard. They, the secret water bandits, would be truly free, and even if they damaged a few, they could use their authority to quickly open their minds. This is the way to seek long-term survival. We need to go all out. The serial dock bandits side didn't know that the 10 turtles had already been secretly swiped, and the frog nest secret realm had once again become a gathering place for swarms of frogs. For his part, Drainage Kawasakuan was furious when he received the urgent report from Speed Turtle. Good. I thought they were some uptight ones. How nice to sacrifice some useless bandits from time to time, thanks to which I even send out a bibbo pearl from time to time to settle the bill. It turns out to be some who don't know what's good for them. How dare they behead my ethnicity? They can't be spared. Muscle phase. You lead the enlightened muscle soldiers to transport 10 witless turtle generals into the frog's nest. Snapping turtle commander. You take the Kaiji turtle soldiers and bury them in the mud and sand at the bottom of the river. And when that group of water bandits enters the frog's nest again, make sure to attack them from the front and back, so that none of them will be able to leave. Also, the Zhao family, the lucky one, is no good anymore. Let the bandits we control submit the Zhao family's incriminating evidence to the county office. Zhao Gong, who knew the location of the frog's nest secret realm, had to die, sending 2 Kaiji speed turtles to follow their merchant ship. When he boards the ship, chisel through the bottom of the ship to trigger a panic, and take the opportunity to kill everyone on board to create the illusion of a sinking ship. We honor Zhou Yuan's orders. Drainage River Turtle Life is not afraid of the stranglehold of the Wei Court due to the advantage of the waters. It is also impossible for the Court of Wei to come up with an official document saying that the river is infested with demons and blocking the waterways of the canal river that runs through the land of many states. As a result, it acts with even more impunity, and only chooses to tread a fine line in order to squelch panic and avoid the fear of the river for all who have the wisdom to do so. But this time, the combination of the Chongyu Zhao family and the water bandits had clearly knocked over its fishbowl, and for that reason it intended to clear out and replace it with another batch of lucky ones. The chain dock bandits and the drainage river turtle life had both made their moves, and the lurking Zhou Yuan had quickly discovered the anomaly. Level 20 Shofu Clam Phase. Level 15 Shofu Clam Soldier. Level 20 Shofu Turtle General. Level 15 Shofu Turtle Soldier. 20 turtle soldiers moved with ropes pulling the clam soldiers, who had 2 segments of the turtle general's blood bar above their heads in addition to their own. So they're relying on clam soldiers to transport the witless turtle generals. That's quite a way to go. The fact that our own people don't attack each other does make it possible to transport it to other areas as long as it's contained. After the muscle soldiers sent the 10 turtle generals into the frog's nest secret realm, a wise turtle general led 9 more turtle soldiers into it. After about half an hour, the wise turtle general led the turtle soldiers out of the frog's nest secret realm, then plowed a hole in the ground and hid into the river sediment. Zhou Yuan looked at the arigato turtle soldiers that were hidden in a circle, and then thought about the 10 turtle generals in the interior of the secret area, and the level 20 arigato turtle general. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the chain dock bandits were in danger, and the turtle generals and turtle soldiers had no intention of letting them leave. Monsters fight monsters, men fight turtles, and if all land and water are wise, and there are nations on land, there should be nations in the water. Chapter 74, A Gathering for Life and Death. The waiting time was hard, but fortunately, Zhou Yuan also had a few pairs of turtle armor. After using the turtle armor, it was much more comfortable to enter the hibernation state of the turtle breath technique. This wait was several hours, and it was only around 10 o'clock in the evening that Zhao Gong and the serial dock bandits arrived with their boat again. With two thuds and bangs, the deep anchor sank to the bottom of the river, drawing the attention of Zhou Yuan and the lurking turtle soldiers and generals. At this time, the water bandits on top of the merchant ship were busy opening the dark layer of the merchant ship and taking out all kinds of weapons inside. Grand Master, this time we will be thanking the brothers. When the brothers take the secret realm, Zhao Gong will definitely thank them heavily. Those are all afterthoughts. Zhao Gong, let me tell you, even if you can become a martial artist, it's impossible for you to attack this water mansion mystic realm alone. Remember the relationship between us. Together we win. Apart we lose. Don't think what you shouldn't. Master is joking. Zhao Gong knows how much he weighs. It's impossible to save up a mouthful of aura and become a prima donna. Flop. Flop. A couple of serial dock bandits jumped into the water, and after making a round and not finding anything unusual, they surfaced and hollered to get out of the water. When the second batch of water bandits were holding heavy objects and gradually approaching the bottom of the river, Zhou Yuan realized that the serial dock bandits had really put their blood on the line this time. 11th level serial dock leader, 10th level serial dock minor leader, 12th level serial dock chief, especially that level 12 serial dock leader, who had a blood-colored skull after his identity information. Good lord, the boss has personally come to brush up his copy. Serial dock bandits are so ruthless. If this one has an accident, they mustn't all be refreshed. Zhou Yuan swept a glance at the turtle soldiers and turtle generals that continued to lurk, feeling that the level 12 chain dock chief would more than likely not be able to run away, even if he was a boss. This was ultimately underwater. For the main battlefield of the turtle soldiers and generals, the 10 serial dock bandits had just entered the frog's nest secret realm when they sensed something was wrong. The turtles' appearance had obviously changed. All of them had turned into strong snapping turtles. I've never heard of a secret demon that can change its own appearance. Those witless brethren of ours, they haven't been like that for many years. Could these turtles still grow and wait until a certain time? What could it be? Silly you. Big boss, we are more than likely badly counted. What do you think we should do? Level 12 chain dock chief, without even thinking about it. He knew it wouldn't be energy efficient. The turtle generals within the secret territory had obviously been deliberately adjusted to their stations. And even if they wanted to consume them, the turtle generals would still patrol over. Go out one to probe the situation. And if there is no danger, come in and report. If we cannot return in a quarter of an hour, we shall have to fight for our lives. As soon as the chosen serial dock bandit poked his head out, he was clutched tightly by a turtle soldier and struggled to sink to the bottom of the river in the mud and sand. A turtle soldier surrounded it next and kept pounding with the copper hammer in his hand. After a quarter of an hour, the serial dock bandits within the frog's nest mysteries who had already exchanged blows with the patrolling turtle generals finally determined their situation. Don't fight. Quickly go. Sooner or later we will be consumed by them within this secret realm. Only when we get out of the secret realm and board the ship will we have a way to live. Under the command of the chain dock leader, the chain dock bandits broke away from the battle and quickly ran towards the entrance and exit of the secret realm. They all knew that since they were blocked, they must continuously surge out of the secret realm. Only then can you take advantage of the opportunity to get away when your opponent can't react. But this time they miscalculated. The enemy that ambushed them was not a human, but more than 20 water turtles. They were entangled by a turtle soldier just as they went out, the resistance and buoyancy of the water severely affecting their attack and balance. As a result, the serial dock bandits, who were very vicious on the shore, were hung by their turtle soldiers and generals in the water. The only one who was able to fight back a few times was the leader of the chain dock, who was a boss, but he was also unable to surface as the turtle general found an opportunity to wrap his chain hammer around him. At this time, the people on the merchant ship did not know that the serial dock bandits had been planted. They exclaimed that it was different for the chief and the big and small heads to personally take action, and a quarter of an hour had passed without asking for a replacement. There was even talk and laughter that the secret realm of the water mansion was about to fall into the bag. Family Master Zhao, this matter is mostly a done deal, but don't forget your promise. I can't forget that. When I become the town guard of a place, stray merchants, prison inmates, and corvée auxiliaries, naturally, I'll take them as I please. While the bandits on the boat were still talking about how to keep taking the population of a place, the serial docking bandits in the water couldn't hold out much longer. When the boss serial dock chief's blood bar was pressed below 30%, he suddenly opened his mouth wide as if roaring. Grunt! Grunt! Even though he failed to make a sound in the water and took 2 backward gulps of the sediment-filled river, it worked just as well as it should have. A few of the undead chain dock leaders, along with the chain dock bandits on the merchant ship, suddenly felt an extra surge of strength and a desire to rush into the water against all odds. No good. The chief is gathering in the water. He's in danger. Flop! Flop! Multiple serial dock bandits couldn't suppress the urge in their hearts and jumped into the cold river water. Raise the anchor. Steer the boat. Lower the canoe. And you 3 come with me. Zhao Gong didn't hesitate at all. And as soon as he saw that things weren't right, he immediately asked for the boat to be opened, and carried 3 youths of his own race aboard the canoe in an attempt to escape as quickly as possible. The shofu speed turtle swimming nearby, naturally, will not let him get what he wants. A few ganged up to knock the boat over, biting the clothes of the fallen, then dragged into the water. Zhou Yuan did not make the slightest movement even though he realized that Zhao Gong had been dragged into the water. He wasn't prepared to save Zhao Gong, who likely knew the entrance to the secret realm of the Lianhuan dock, because he would never be the only one who knew the location of the secret realm, or else the serial dock bandits would be able to eliminate the hidden danger of the secret realm being exposed by killing him, not to mention the fact that there was a group of turtle soldiers roaming around in the water, so it would still be hard to snatch someone from them. But it wasn't as if he did nothing. Instead he used a locator transmitting ghostwriting spell on the leader of the chain dock, mixing in an assist. Ding! Kill level 12 chain dock leader. Well, Ghostwritten spell's assist didn't mix in much assist experience, but it still reaped the benefits of the kill ruling. Zhou Yuan then used the ghost text curse on the turtle soldiers and generals that had intelligence to conveniently lock the direction of their location. Let the big ship go. All follow, and wait until we pass this part of the channel before we chisel and sink it. We can't let it sink near the frog's nest mystery. The turtle generals and turtle soldiers left, and a few shofu speed turtles accelerated and swam to the front of the merchant ship to act as reconnaissance. Only after they had gone far away did Zhou Yuan swim out from the watergrass and picked up the light orbs that had burst down before quickly surfacing and ascending to land. Ding! Obtain Gathering of Righteousness *1. Chained Blade Technique *1. Goyuan San *5. Skill, Gathering. Introduction. The heroes are scattered all over the world, gathering together for a great cause, living and dying together in the southeast, northwest and north, and returning to the Hall of Righteousness with one heart. Effect, upon use, causes units of your side to spontaneously gather together, boosts the attack power of your side's units by a small amount, and inspires them to enter the protect state. Note, the higher the level the greater the range of the skill, the higher the divine attribute the stronger the effect of the skill. The full skill range of 500 meters. How the skill kind of forces protection. Use it well, and won't I have a lot more life and death friends who are being true to their nature. Chapter 75, Seizure of Bandits. The skill Gathering of Righteousness that, level 12 chain dock leader, popped out was interesting. In Zhou Yuan's opinion, this was more like a taunting technique, except that the taunting object was the units on his side, causing them to actively protect the skill user, commonly known as Summon Meat Tank. Of course, gathering can also be used for practicing, and with a few more uses, the soldiers will naturally know who they are serving and who they should gather to. On top of that, the return to the source and the chained blade technique that the boss had popped out were both very useful items as well. Guayuan San was a blue returning pill, which was quite a bit better than the Yuzhen San commonly used in the Jingen camp, and the chained blade technique was a skill that used offense instead of defense. Skill, chain blade technique. Introduction, chopping and teasing. Ringing sound, consuming aura can increase the speed of swinging the sword. The full level can be continuous. The sword harnessed into a ring. After Zhou Yuan sorted through his gains, he did not re-enter the copy of the frog's nest that was occupied by 10, level 20 shofu turtle generals. Instead, on land, he chased after the turtle soldiers and generals marked by the ghost writing spell, and determined the approximate location of the shipwreck, with a bearing on the waters to which they had returned. He then removed the skin of the place god to restore his appearance and returned to his barracks. The 2 dubs in the battalion, seeing the return of their immediate superiors, rushed forward to inquire. Governor Chu, you've been exploring for 2 days. Have you found anything? Well, a big fish has been spotted, so tell the brothers to rally as soon as possible. This time we went to sweep the lair of the serial dock bandits and flatten that most arrogant bandit. Alright, as long as we can level the most notorious serial dock bandits, we will be able to return to camp with credit. This Changyu County is good in every way, but it's easy to get tired of eating too many date-paste sweet cakes, and a number of soldiers are clamoring for a toothache. Ha ha, good. Let's pacify the rampaging bandits as soon as possible and return to the Jing'an camp. When the news of the return of the bandits to the camp spread, the soldiers in the battalion were immediately demoralized, and they were ready to do a great job. The soldiers of the Wuwei battalion and the archery battalion, after all, had been spoiled, and it was difficult to be based in the local subordinate counties. Woo, woo, woo. The dull trumpet spread through the camp, and the soldiers, fully prepared, marched once more in the direction of the township dockyard. Along the way, scared a lot of Wu fort masters backbone cold, afraid of their own incident, by the county camp of the armor soldiers to surround the fort. It was only when Zhou Yuan led his troops to surround the Zhao family fort that their hanging hearts were finally put down. At this time, the Zhao family fort had long been in chaos. The reason for this is that their family head is lost, and the serial dock bandits stationed in the fort have suddenly disappeared into thin air. Uncle Clan, how come all those good men have suddenly disappeared? Are they human or ghosts? Woe is me. I'm afraid that the secret realm and the family head will not be able to make it, and all of our Zhao family's years of hard work will be over. It's no good, second uncle. That group of officials and soldiers who surrounded the fort are here again. They're in armor and formation at the moment. Most likely they're going to attack the fort. What? Carry me to the fortress wall. I want to speak to that general myself. A few young strong men heard the words, lifted up the old man and ran, fearing that if they ran slowly, the officials and soldiers outside the fort would directly attack the fort. Good thing, in a hurry, they still made it. By the time they had ascended the fortress wall, the battalion was still in line and standing by, with no sign of launching an attack. Seeing this, the Zhao family elder hurriedly asked the few young strongmen beside him to shout together, "General, why did you go and return?" But the Zhao family did something wrong. Please tell the general a number. There is no need to fight with swords. Zhou Yuan's side received the shout and instructed his soldiers to respond according to what he had explained earlier. He himself strung an arrow and gazed at the break, firing his bow at the center slit of Wu Fort's thick wooden door. Listen, all the people of the Zhao family, the matter of you and others colluding with the serial dock bandits has been found out. Now open the fort only to catch and not kill. If you dare to disobey the order of the crime +1, after breaking the fort to kill without counting. Boom, boom, powerful arrows entwined with red mist. An arrow nailed the bolt of the fortress door, and that loud sound continuously pounded on the hearts of the Zhao family's crowd. This, coupled with the shouts of the soldiers under the fort, made them finally realize that the Zhao family was going to be finished. General may be lenient. We are willing to offer all the wealth and goods in the fortress, only to land for the people, and no more rebellion. The Zhao family elder knew that it was too late to say anything. These armored soldiers from the county are simply not something that can be influenced by contacts in the county, and since they have begun the siege, they must have something to show for it. Therefore, he wished to offer all the treasures in Wu Fortress to satisfy the appetite of these armored soldiers. But the only thing that responded to him was the sound of arrows hitting the gate. By now, the first latch had been shot and burst, and the second was groaning. Tell him that if he doesn't open the door again, I'll use the bloodshed arrow. The bloodbath arrow is a treasure of the camp, and as long as it is used, it is the beginning of a bloody battle. The shouts relayed by the battalion soldiers completely shattered the Zhao family veteran's illusions, and after choking back a few trembling sobs, he finally said to the young strong man beside him, "Shout out. The Zhao family is willing to offer the hidden secret realm to offset their sins, without the joining of the serial dock bandits." The Zhao family fort, which had been in charge of logistics for a long time, simply did not have the courage to retreat from the enemy in a bloody battle. What's more, at this moment, the family head Zhao Gong was also absent, and they couldn't even gather their minds to unite with the outside world. Creaking, the heavy door was pushed open from the inside, and a few clan elders were helped out by the young and strong. The battalions surrounding the fort were both disappointed and excited at the sight. Disappointment was due to not being able to storm the fort and soundly battle the houseguards, who weren't even sous-officiers, and thus accrue merit. Excited because after seizing the information about the secret realm, when the Jing'an school captain applied for rewards from the court, he would certainly not forget about them, the meritorious ones. Sure enough, Zhou Kudu was promoted so quickly, not only because of his extraordinary bravery and martial arts, but his luck was even better. Fighting under such a lucky general, their subsequent path to promotion would surely be very smooth. Under the eager gaze of the soldiers in the battalion, the Zhao family elder slowly approached the several general officers to respectfully salute. "General, If I offer the secret route, I may exchange it for my family's peace. There is a system in the military that those who offer up secret routes can be rich and famous, but it cannot extend to the entire family. There is no such thing as that in the world, or else people of one name would be bound together in the same clan. And what people should be allowed to provide for them? What if I do not want riches and honor, but only the punishment of those who follow thieves and the peace of the innocent? That will be left to the county department to try. And it just so happens that the county department has a new group of young officials who are very energized to review miscellaneous cases. The general is too harsh. Not I am harsh. Is that you offer the timing is not right? If the soldiers besiege Wu Fort before offering, naturally can be rewarded. Now that the sword is at his head, if you want to offer the treasure again for full credit, I promise, and neither do these 500 generals. Zhou Yuan had not lied to the Zhao clan elders, and the secret realm route that he was now offering was at most considered a defection, or an army seizure. Since it was captured by the army, there are too many people to share this credit. After hesitating for a moment, the Zhao family elders still offered the roadmap of the secret realm along with the directory of thieves from his family. The people within Wu Fort didn't know the outcome of the matter, and thought that they could exchange the entire clan's innocence with just a map of the secret territory's route. When the heavily armed armorers drive them out of the fort, they realize that the last of the get-out-of-jail-free cards will not save everyone. Report this letter to the Jing'an camp urgently on fast horseback. This time, County Lieutenant who is probably going to be green in the face. So escort them into the Chongyu barracks and give County Lieutenant Hu a share of the credit. Chapter 76, New Yuan Spiritual Examination. The face of Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Chongyu County, did turn green. After learning that Zhou Yuan had apprehended the collaborators of the serial dock bandits and seized the secret realm route map, he was even a little skeptical of life. To think that he, a martial artist county lieutenant, had spent nearly 6 years in the town of Chongyu County, and had not solved the problem of bandits, and had not realized that there was still a secret realm hidden within his jurisdiction. This represents not only his lack of ability, but also his lack of luck. These two deficiencies stacked on top of each other instantly made Chongyu County Lieutenant Hu Hua break his defense. Governor Zhou Chu, you sent a message to the Jing'an battalion? Pass it on. After all, I am the general of the battalion and lead the battalion's soldiers. When it comes to such a big event, if you don't inform the camp at the first opportunity, there is really a suspicion of misappropriation of merit. Hey, it's good to pass it on, or else this heart of mine will not be able to get even, and I might do something reckless. Although Hu Hua, the lieutenant of Chongyu County, said it is good to pass it on his lips, his heart was still filled with regret. He even secretly complained about why Zhou Yuan did not inform him of the truth in advance, and then the two of them led the troops and swept away the Zhao family fort, equally sharing the great credit of finding the secret realm. What he had in mind was also the reason why Zhou Yuan acted decisively. Zhou Yuan was not worried about County Lieutenant Hu Hua getting the idea of taking sole credit and taking the opportunity to attack him. He was worried that he couldn't help himself and killed the counter-objective Hu Hua County Lieutenant with a few arrows, thus triggering the strict scrutiny of the Wyoming camp. Governor Zhou Chu, perhaps you're the one who's fit to hold down a side. With this luck of yours, you're bound to do great things. Hu Hua County Lieutenant's sentiments is not a compliment. At this time far away from the county capital of Jing'an Lieutenant, also have similar feelings. Captain Jing'an did not expect, in any case, to receive two very different documents in just one day. The first is from the county office, saying that someone reported that the Chongyu Zhao family colluded with the serial dock bandits, rampaging through the countryside, doing nothing wrong. Just as he was about to write a letter ordering Zhou Yuan, who was stationed in Chongyu, to investigate and eliminate the bandits, the paperwork from Zhou Yuan arrived later. This document is even more remarkable. Said Chongyu Zhao family bandits have been detained, and seized a hidden secret route map. Upon seeing this paperwork, the Jing'an colonel froze for a moment. What's going on? The military order for the investigation on my side hadn't even been issued yet, and he'd leveled the bandits on his side, and even seized a secret realm. What is this? It is the incompetence of the county lieutenant Hu Hua and the talent of the curved governor Zhou Yuan. Trouble. Just before that, I sent a gift to the Duke to make Zhou Yuan promoted to Chu Duke. For this to be another promotion, the Wyoming governor will probably think that I'm putting all the credit for the battalion on Zhou Yuan. It was also the first time that Captain Jing'an had encountered such a situation where the merits were flowing like water. For a while, he actually did not know how to report it. He was afraid that if he continued to report it truthfully, his superiors were going to think that he was brainless stroking. However, he ultimately chose to report it truthfully, expecting his subordinates to become prominent and help each other soon. By the time Captain Jing'an arrived at Chengyu County with his team, Zhou Yuan and County Lieutenant Hu Hua had already determined the location of the secret realm and explored the interior. Copy, Chain of Docks Water Fortress. Recommended Challenge Level 8. Recommended Challenge Number 1020. The undeterred County Lieutenant Hu Hua also pulled Zhou Yuan to try to attack, but as a result, he couldn't carry the siege of a number of serial Wu bandits, and gave up his plan to take credit for it. Governor Zhou Chu and Lieutenant Hu, what is the situation within the secret territory? Captain, this secret realm has a large number of demons, about 200 to 300, but their strength is not as strong as the Yin Ghost secret realm, which is suitable for martial artists to attack quickly. Okay, let me go inside and take a look. The entrance to the secret realm of Lian Huanwu was on a silt beach at the bottom of the river, which was very small and completely covered by the river, so it was very secretive. The value of the secret realm of the chain dock was determined after the Yasukuni captain entered and inspected the place for a while. Inside its many soldiers and armor, boats connected to the wooden fortress. There are fish and ducks in the water, and most of them also have grain and grass piled up, which is very suitable for supplying a camp on the water. You guys have really made a great achievement. When I report the details of the secret realm to the court, your rewards will be issued soon. In the following days, the martial artists from the state capital arrived as a priority, and after ascertaining the authenticity of the secret realm, they formed a group to brush a copy of the chain dock. Apart from being messed up by the boss technique gathering of righteousness of the leader of the chain dock, it was a smooth completion of the secret world attack. When they opened the secret treasure chest and obtained 10 copies of Stop Bleeding Bullet, 5 copies of Return to the Origin, and 1 copy of the Lianhuan Blade technique, they finally determined the value of the Lianhuan Dock secret realm. After that, within a few days, the Huaizhou camp sent a reward, promoting Zhou Yuan to the rank of military secretary, and all the generals and officers under him were also promoted. Just when Zhou Yuan thought that the matter had settled down, the court's posthumous gifts came one after another. I heard that Ging'an Zhou Yuan, since the army, has fought countless bloody battles and has extraordinary bravery. Soldiers to overcome the Ox-Head walled city, assisted in suppressing the ghosts of Ging'an, fought soundly in the secret realm of the Yin ghosts, and leveled the bandits in the chain of docking stations, and seized the route map of the secret realm. Merit accumulated to this point. The military position cannot be rewarded to show its power. The official reward cannot be recognized its martial arts. Special addition to the life of Kai Ling, Yao Wu's noble. Official documents have arrived. As soon as possible to depart into the capital to participate in the new Yuan spirit test. A document from the imperial court completely solidified Zhou Yuan's merit. It made him from an ordinary military official to a local nouveau riche. However, a word that Zhou Yuan could not understand appeared on the official document of the court, and that was New Yuan Spirit Test. School captain, isn't the court spirit test held every 4 years? So what is the meaning of this New Yuan Spirit Test? New Year's Day is the first day of the new year after the end of the year. On that day all the court officials will take a break to celebrate, and His Majesty will also take the opportunity to reward some meritorious people. Therefore, the Xin Yuan spiritual examination is different from the public examination of the court, which is for recommendation, and Xin Yuan is for rewarding merits. This is done to take care of those generals who have made special meritorious achievements, who can't wait for the 4-yearly public examination for the opening of the spirit. There's a big difference between the two. The rewarded spirit exam can continue to participate in the open spirit public exam even if you fail. In addition, the reward spirit test has fewer participants and a higher success rate. Zhou Yuan understood it when Zhang Ren, the captain of the Jing'an school, said so. The public examination for opening the spirit is a unified recruitment and national competition, and the spirit examination for rewarding merit is a single recruitment and range competition. Rewarding spiritual tests that narrow the competition and increase the chances of competition are indeed more likely to succeed. How do I get there? First, we will change our official seals, and then we will go into the Huaizhou camp to meet the other participants, and led by the Huaizhou martial generals, we will enter the capital together. Due to the fact that Zhou Yuan had accumulated so many merits, other people needed the opportunity to make a mark more than he did. Therefore, the subsequent finishing work in Chengyu County was taken over by other generals. When he returned to the Jing'an military camp, the robes who received the news ran to congratulate him, and Kai Chang was even more sour. Brother, in the few months you've been in the camp, you've equaled nearly 10 years of my hard work. Now you are also a military commander and I am also a military commander. But you are still young and I am already in my middle age. Besides, You still have the possibility to become a martial artist. I'm mostly hopeless. Brother, I'm really envious and jealous at the same time. Brother Kai, if I'm lucky enough to become a martial artist, won't you have one more thing to lean on? You and I are brothers in arms. We should help each other and share the same blessings. It's the reasoning. I've actually figured it out. How tiring it is to work on one's own. You and the Lord Lieutenant will work harder. I'm waiting for you both to lift me up. Chapter 77, Parting into the State. It's hard to tell how the spiritually intelligent turtle soldiers and generals, and the secret realm of the water mansion hidden at the bottom of the river, were probed. Moreover, the merits Zhou Yuan had accumulated were already big enough, and taking out another secret realm would be too eye-catching. Therefore, he didn't confide in School Captain Jingyan about the frog soldier's lair and the secret realm of the turtle mansion. But even so, the atmosphere within the entire Jingyan army began to change. Ordinary soldiers were lamenting Zhou Yuan's bravery and luck, and motivating themselves to build their careers like Zhou Yuan did. Those military officials from the worldly families, however, had mixed emotions. At one time, they still had an origin advantage over Zhou Yuan, but now that Zhou Yuan had actually taken their coveted spirit examination slot, how could they maintain their normality? However, the official document of the court has been issued, and the dust has settled. They can only endure the unwillingness in their hearts and forcefully comfort themselves. Zhou Chu Dudu is at least our robe, and he is also a member of our network when he becomes a martial artist, so how can he be much better than an outsider? But despite what they said, they were still twisted in their minds after all. It was an awkward state of wanting to please, but not being able to let go, wanting to stay away, but not being willing to do so. After Zhou Yuan discovered the abnormality of his colleagues around him, he began to stay at the school captain's residence to concentrate on practicing martial arts and reduce his external contacts. Only after the new official seal was issued did he take the opportunity to entertain his colleagues, i.e., to say goodbye to them and to show that he would not forget the righteousness of his robe. For the sake of this banquet, Jiang Run, the lieutenant of Jingyan, had specially rushed back from Changyu County. Lord Lieutenant, I heard that your wife and children are in the capital, so do you have any letters and thoughts to send? It just so happens that I will be allowed to bring it along, or have a reason to pay a visit to your house. You have a heart. I'll turn around and organize it and bring it to you first thing in the morning. Zhou Yuan, I don't know whether you will return to your hometown or take up the position of local township guard after this farewell. I'm comfortable with your abilities. Those local pricks can't hold you down. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the capital city, where there are many powerful people, so don't be evil to someone and jeopardize your career. I thank you for your admonition, Lord School Captain. And Yuan keeps it in mind. Martial identity was important to Zhou Yuan. Without that layer of identity, even if he had martial strength, he would not be able to access the secret realm that was exclusively for martial attackers. Of course, the power attached to the martial artist was also important, and only after rising to a certain position could one effectively utilize the resources of the Great Way. A farewell banquet went on until late, during which many of the sons of the world's families drank and couldn't control their choking tears. The teenager who was sitting on the left chief seemed to be trying to help them fulfill their wishes, to prove that the path could be traveled, and it was as if he was going to take their wishes far away from them. This sentiment spread to the entire general officer level, leaving many with empty hearts. Until they parted early the next morning, they hadn't slowed down yet, but they still traveled as a group to see Zhou Yuan off. Zhou Sima, don't look back. Since you've gone, don't look back, or if you come back again, you'll be laughed at and thought to have wasted your opportunity to pass on to the heavens. Indeed, as the general said, to leave at this time is to look forward to longing, and if you come back again is to be defeated in a sorry state. The one who came to pick up Zhou Yuan was Senator Liu from the Huaizhou camp, with whom Zhou Yuan had cooperated during the previous attack on the Yin Ghost mysterious realm. The two sides were not quite familiar with each other, but they were not strangers either, and were able to chat with each other for a few moments. Under the leadership of Senator Liu, Zhou Yuan steered his horse away from the Jingyan army fortress and ran towards the broader and more prosperous state capital. Since both of them had strong bodies and could endure the exhaustion of riding for a change, they arrived at the Huaizhou camp after only 4 days. This large camp was less like a single-function military fortress and more like a city's accompanying city. Inside there are all kinds of stores specialized for the consumption of soldiers and auxiliaries, and there is also a forest of orderly residential market, mostly for the soldiers' families to live. Except for more patrolling soldiers and overly serious order, it was pretty much like a normal county town. Zhou Yuan's look as he looked around caught the attention of Senator Liu, and thinking that this person in front of him might become a martial general, he took the initiative to open his mouth to solve the problem. Sima Zhou, can you have doubts about the Huizhou camp? It is questionable why the alignment of this wall is truncated from the center and another wall is cast. But the North City is more important than the South City to add a second layer of defense. The military fortress of the Huizhou camp was in the shape of a day structure, with a wall being built in the center, but leaving 3 gate holes for the soldiers to walk through. Military towns and cities are not as complicated as that. The North City and South City are both important. Lose one, the other cannot be saved. It was built this way because there are 2 secret places in the camp, and it took expanding the width of the city to accommodate both. I see. It's me who forgot that the first priority in selecting a site for the construction of a military fort is the location of the secret realm. However, since there are 2 secret realms in the camp, it might be a good idea for me to contribute to the Huizhou battalion, or to accumulate some combat experience. Zhou Yuan's words made Senator Liu, who was leading the way, think that there was something wrong with his ears. Under the sky, are there still such people who are so ruthless and courageous that they are clearly out on official business, but they are not afraid of suffering or injuries, and they are ready to join the secret realm attacking team? It was no wonder that this Zhou Sima had been continuously promoted at a young age, and had even been granted a place in the imperial court's gracious examination. It turned out that he was not a normal person, but a martial arts-obsessed war maniac and a natural-born killing star. In principle it could, but the general officers who run for office don't usually do that. Sima Zhou, you have to consider the possibility of injury. If the results of the spirit examination are affected by an injury, won't you regret it for the rest of your life? Nothing. I'm a long-distance shooter, so as long as the military formation is solid I won't get hurt. I just want to see the different secret realms, and the martial artists' means of attack, so that I won't have my hands full during the spirit test. Before Zhou Yuan came to the Huizhou camp, School Captain Jing'an had already told him the rules of the spirit test. Normally it is 3 trials to determine the winner. 1 trial to take an equal amount of spiritual substances to see who extracts more aura, is the sense of the spirit. The second test is to learn a martial art in a limited time to see who exerts a stronger effect, which is called spirit control. The third test randomly selected a few people to form a team to attack the secret realm, to see the advantages and disadvantages of the actual combat ability. The difference between the clinical cooperation is the line of the spirit. That was why he had made the request to see different secret realms. There is some truth in what Sima Zhou said. I will report it to Lord Dudu and ask him to personally consider it. As a spiritual examination participant holding an official document from the imperial court, and also a nominal subordinate of the Huizhou battalion, Zhou Yuan's proposal was taken seriously by the Huizhou governor. After thinking about it, he felt that he could increase his chances of being selected for the spirit examination by stroking it a little, and agreed to Zhou Yuan's proposal. For this reason, Zhou Yuan met the personal guards of the governor of Huizhou after resting in the barracks for the night. The Wyoming contenders who live in the same area got up early to communicate and were treated to this strange scene. Sima Zhou, where is this going? But the Lord Governor has summoned him. There is no imperial decree from the governor yet. It should be the reason that the candidates have not yet arrived. I've applied to the governor for a secret attack, and I plan to go and gain some experience in clinical cooperation. Zhou Yuan was very honest, and the 2 candidates were also foolish at the words. But once they thought of the clan's mandate, they dispelled the impulse in their hearts. Sima Zhou, although we are competitors, we are both from Huizhou. I also hope that you will be careful and not get hurt. Otherwise it will not be cheaper for those people from the outer states. Chapter 78, Fire Burns the Fox Kingdom. It was common in Wei for fellow villagers to defend their fellow villagers. The most numerous factions in Wei are the countryside parties, which range from small townships to large counties and states. Therefore, Zhou Yuan's entry into the capital from Huizhou could not really be considered a white body without any support. Even if he didn't join the Huizhou faction, as soon as he entered the capital, he would carry the label of a Huizhou scholar on his body. It could even be said that as long as he didn't explicitly draw a line with the Huizhou sect, the people of the capital would default to him being a member of the Huizhou sect. After all, he was born in Wyoming, grew up in Wyoming, served in Wyoming, and was too hardcore to be a Wyomingite. Therefore, even though he was equally competitive with the candidates from Wyoming, they still regarded Zhou Yuan as one of their own when it came to their general stance. Thank you for your admonition. I am a long-distance attacking archer, not a melee warrior, and I can't make any mistakes with the protection of the generals in the battalion. Seeing that Zhou Yuan's mind was made up, the 2 spirit exam candidates stopped talking and saluted each other before returning to their respective barracks. After Zhou Yuan left, the 2 gathered together again. Brother Gu, Why don't you take the opportunity to perform martial arts? Acting in what is the use? Has long been purely familiar, but that Zhou Sima more or less some impulsive, temporary sound battle labor and effort. In the end, the loss is not worth it. Indeed, that Zhou Sima is mostly from a cold family, with no inherited secret realm at home, and had to seize the opportunity to experience the secret realm. That's even more remarkable. Cold family origin can get the imperial court to reward the spirit of the test, either extraordinary luck, or brave and heroic. On the contrary, he is a long-distance attacking archer, and I am afraid that he is not a godly archer with a sharp bow and 100 shots. While the two contenders were analyzing Zhou Yuan's situation, Zhou Yuan also arrived at the southern city's secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was in a spacious treasury, within which blue-purple vortexes were constantly rotating. Copy, Two-Tailed Fox Country. Suggested challenge level 10. Suggested challenge number 1020. The South City's secret realm is a bit better to attack, but it also requires a martial artist to lead the team, and the North City's secret realm has a higher rate of injuries, so the Duke only opened the South City's secret realm for you. The leader of the demons within this secret territory is a two-tailed demon fox that needs to be struck twice to kill the enemy, so you have to be careful and pay attention. Although Senator Liu thought that with Zhou Yuan's bow skills, attacking the Fox Country's secret realm would not be much of a problem. However, he still routinely enjoined some information to avoid the new generation of candidate martial artists in Huaizhou from being injured in the secret realm of his own military camp. Zhou Yuan's side was very appreciative, arching his hand and thanking him before rejoining the raider team. The leading lieutenant was a very bearish, bald man with a ring scar on his head indicating his origin. That youngster. Let's make a deal first. I know that it's not easy for you to obtain a place in the spirit examination, but what we're doing is also killing and murdering. Later, if you do not perform well and jeopardize the lives of the generals, you will be ordered to stand down. Otherwise, I don't care if you're a close associate of Jiang Rin or a scion of a prominent family, you will be severely punished by military law. The name of Jiang Rin, the lieutenant of Gingan, is a bit of a bad idea when it comes to the Huaizhou camp. This military monk lieutenant was obviously dissatisfied with the temporary mobilization, but because of the general's order from the governor of Huaizhou, he had to hold his nose and admit it. General, don't worry. Gingan soldiers also know the military law. There is absolutely no childish playfulness. Good. If you can catch up with us after entering the formation, I'll bring you back in the following days. Recognized to work side by side. Unrecognized and naturally still retired. Zhou Yuan didn't say much. He didn't have much of a reputation and could only prove his ability with actual battles. The Huaizhou Huban follow me into battle. At the command of the martial monk lieutenant, the generals, clad in heavy armor and armed with tower shields, were the first to enter the secret realm, followed by the archery squad. The Huaizhou camp was worthy of being a state garrison, and the arrows in the camp for the archery squad were all blood fury arrows. The armor of those armored soldiers looked extraordinary. Not only was the workmanship exquisite, but the defense area was extremely large. Even the face was protected, leaving only 2 holes as observation ports. As soon as Zhou Yuan entered the secret realm of the Fox Country, he knew why the generals of Huaizhou placed so much importance on defense. Because on the short wall in front of them, which was less than 3 meters tall, stood a number of fox archers who were about 1.5 meters tall. Level 10 Fox Nation Thrower. Level 10 Fox Nation Bowman. Level 12 Fox Nation Vanguard. Zhou Yuan roughly estimated and found that there were around hundreds of Fox Country soldiers on the short wall. Moreover, these Fox Country soldiers were mostly long-range attacks, and even though the generals of Huaizhou kept advancing, they remained peacefully still. They didn't start attacking until the Wyoming generals were in their range. Shields up. Shooters counter. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows flying instantly resounded through the battlefield. Each bowman clung to the 2 tower shields and fought a war of attrition in the dumbest way possible. Among them, Zhou Yuan's record was extremely bright and gained the attention of the martial monk captain on several occasions. But even so, the Wyoming generals were still overpowered and had to struggle through the rain of arrows. After about 5 minutes or so of confrontation, the martial monk captain ordered the generals to retreat in an orderly fashion, replacing them with the next group of armored soldiers to enter the formation. Zhou Yuan noticed that the injury and loss rate of the Huaizhou armorers was somewhat high, with a few being injured almost every time they rotated. It took 10 teams of such rotations before the archers emptied the walls of Fox Country archers. Even so, they said it went well today. Usually it takes 12 or 13 team rotations to finish. Without the suppression of the long-range Fox Nation archers, the walls were quickly cleared of Fox Nation casters. Just when Zhou Yuan thought that he was going to break through the door and attack the city next, The martial monk lieutenant suddenly stopped talking about martial arts. Replace the engineers in. And Josima go back. And come back tomorrow. What is this intended to be, Lieutenant? Dig trenches and set fire to them again. Or else the pawns alone will advance and lose too much ground. The houses within the low walls were mostly wooden and very crowded, and were really good for setting fire to. When Zhou Yuan arrived the next day, he found that 2 trenches had been dug out under the low city wall, and the interior had been lined with fire starters. The soldiers in charge of arson wrapped their mouths and noses with wet cloths and threw incendiary materials into the city in turn, and then ignited the fire starters within the trench when the city was on fire. As the fire spread, from time to time, some soldiers of the Fox Kingdom were lured out of the city, falling into the first trench to be slowed down, and then falling into the second trench to be stabbed to death by armored soldiers armed with lances. With such a rogue attack, even long-range Fox Country shooters can't take advantage of it, for the distance of the first trench, stuck just out of their range, caused them to fall into the trench and launch themselves into the fire in droves of parrying shots with no accuracy to speak of. The thumping drums continued to sound, and the used flame-gathering drums used by the Jing'an army increased the intensity of the flames in the 2 trenches. The hairy Fox Country archer who fell into the trench became a new fire starter, and his blood bar continued to fall even further. As the flames gradually rose and more Fox Country soldiers died, the boss in the city finally jumped out of its own accord. Level 15 Two-tailed Fox Head. A boss with a fox's head and body, fluttering its 2 huge tails to make its entrance. The long tails that were ignited by the flames seemed like 2 long fiery whips. Melee martial artists prepare to entangle, and after the demon leader has shed its tail and transformed into a beast, prioritize controlling its limbs, head and tail. Chapter 79, Resurrection of the Dead. The humanoid form of level 15 twin-tailed foxhead isn't hard to deal with. The martial artist who had entered the secret realm had rich experience in sparring, and quickly controlled the 2 long tails of the twin-tailed demon fox, causing it to lose its flexibility drastically. From a distance, the twin-tailed demon fox was entangled in the front by the defending martial artists, and the twin tails in the back were being dragged in both directions by the 4 forceful martial artists. This made the twin-tailed demon fox a kite that couldn't float, and every time it jumped or surged left or right, it would always be affected by the control of the 2 long tails. A boss without a spirit wouldn't chop off his twin tails, and it was even more unlikely that an intelligent martial artist would cut off the line of control in his hands. As a result, the twin-tailed demon fox, who had made a very splendid appearance, was soon in a crisis. The archer squad took advantage of the opportunity to output, and Zhou Yuan also found a good angle to inlay the twin-tailed demon fox's arm with a 3-star continuous arrow, causing it to lose some of its attacking ability. Subsequently, it is focused on taking care of the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, arms and knees and other important parts, constantly suppressing the blood bar of the twin-tailed demon fox and hitting the disabling effect. Attention tail binding group. The demon fox has been heavily damaged and is close to shedding its tail and transforming into a beast. The martial monk captain cannot see the blood bar and can only estimate the status of the demon leader by experience. However, his estimation was fairly accurate, and about 3 minutes after he shouted, the twin-tailed demon fox's blood bar was completely emptied. In the next moment, 1 long tail fell off, 1 long tail grew larger, and the ambling, dead twin-tailed demon fox emitted a large amount of reddish-gray mist. Howl. Sharp beast roars were urgent and loud as a fox the size of a buffalo suddenly rushed out of the demonic mist. Its eyes became pure black, and its silver fur was dotted with black lines, as pink fox fire erupted from its mouth. Clang, clang, melodious bells sounded at the same time, and a light-shadowed bronze bell composed of aura firmly enveloped the beast transformation demon fox. This caused the gushing fox fire to be restricted to a very limited space, scorching the bestialized demon fox for a period of bloodstains first. A violent explosion followed with a bang, taking away another blood bar from the beastified demon fox. This moment highlights the importance of intelligence. What the Huizhou battalion had sent wasn't any normal martial artist at all, but a customized martial artist that could set the beast demon fox on fire. All generals attack quickly. The demon fox will spew out fox fire again after 100 breaths. Must control its mouth and nose before. The boss's skills had a cooldown time and could not be used continuously without interruption, which gave the martial arts squad plenty of time to react. 2 martial artists holding a chain with a caged mouth in the middle quickly ran to the left and right, and with the help of the entangled martial artists, they found a chance to cover the large mouth of the beast demon fox. The next step was that the chains kept winding around, continuing to compress the space for the beast demon fox to struggle. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan knew that the beast demon fox couldn't make any waves, and the control flow fighting method developed by the Huaizhou martial artists was enough to wear it out alive. With a sharp arrow hitting accurately, the constantly struggling beast demon fox was quickly emptied of its blood bar. Ding! Kill level 15 two-tailed fox head. Experience plus 450. After the death of the two-tailed demon fox, the other gargoyles became unseemly, and were lured out in waves to be killed by the spreading fire. During this process, Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to pick up the blue ball of light that the twin-tailed demon fox had exploded. Ding! Obtain skill Desperate Resurrection *1. Spirit Fox Pill *5. Double-fronted foxtail pen *1. Skill, Desperate Resurrection. Introduction: there are 4 noble foxes, Pure Fox, Chaste Fox, Tu Shan, and Arisu. Pure foxes have many tails, and when they strike their tails at night and fire comes out, they will be monsters, and they will worship the Big Dipper with many tails, and if their tails don't fall, their lives will be destroyed and they will come back to life. Effect: gain the passive skills Extinction and Resurrection after use. Resurrection: consume any point of attribute value of essence after death to immediately resurrect and restore one's blood in blue. Desperate Life: after revival, clear one's negative statuses and gain the Desperate Life status, which increases offense and defense by a large amount and lasts for 1 moment and 3 moments. Surprisingly, it's a resurrection skill. I didn't realize that copy bosses could still pop out this type of skill. Resurrection techniques are not uncommon in the game, and it's not uncommon to fall down while painting a copy and be pulled up by a nurse, or to use a resurrection prop to come back to life. But this is the more real world, and a resurrection class skill is enough to change a lot of things. Not to mention, this resurrection technique also comes with a 1 moment and 3 moments of extinction status. An hour is 2 hours, a quarter of an hour is 15 minutes, and a moment is 2 hours and 45 minutes. Nearly 3 hours really wasn't a short period of time, and with a desperation bonus that long, it was more than enough for either a counter kill or an escape. The only drawback was that the skilled Desperate Resurrection consumed not blood and blue, but the most valuable basic attribute values. Zhou Yuan's current attributes were Essence, 4, Qi, 4, and God, 3. He simply could not consume with abandon. I'm kind of making up the shortfall. The 2 most important things a player can have are experience upgrades and the ability to resurrect for trial and error. Now that I also have the ability to resurrect, even if the number of times is limited, as long as I pile up my basic attributes, the limited number of times can keep becoming more and more. Zhou Yuan was in the middle of calming his excited and exhilarated mood when the martial monk lieutenant suddenly walked over to him. Sima Zhou, your shooting skills are good. It's just that bow is a bit unsuitable for attacking demon chieftains. If I'm looking at it correctly, this one of yours should be the master breaking hidden shooting tiger bow. Indeed, this bow was granted to me by the captain of Jing'an when I was governing the ghosts of the county. Although shooting a tiger can be useful, but the scope of application is small. You want to enter the capital to participate in the new Yuan spirit test, not just to bow an arrow. When the governor summons you, you may ask the governor to borrow a precious bow, preferably one that belongs to the wind and the fire element, and may wish you good luck in your participation in the examination. Yuan, thank you for the captain's mention, so I will have to be brazen enough to ask Lord Dudu for a good bow. The martial monk lieutenant's words opened a new thought to Zhou Yuan. It doesn't matter if you can't explode the right equipment. We are also organized and can apply to our superiors to borrow it. No need for false courtesy. I see that you can be made before I speak out to point out. You are a general of Huaizhou, the governor of the Lord Chief Town of Huaizhou. As long as you ask and have a valid reason, Lord Duda won't be stingy with a precious bow. If you can pass the new elemental spirit examination, not to mention lending you a precious bow, Lord Dudu will also gift you a few more precious weapons. Well, Zhou Yuan unconsciously nodded his head. Another trick learned. After passing the spiritual exam, don't be too busy listening to court appointments. Make sure you go back to camp to visit your former superiors. When people were happy, they said that they might not be able to give out a few pieces of treasure weapons, or powerful martial arts charts. In this way, you will gain benefits and solidify your connections, and even get a good reputation for not forgetting your old friends. Lord Lieutenant, listening to you, it seems that the capital spiritual examination does not prohibit the carrying of weapons privately, so would it be somewhat unfair? Why not? This has always been the case since the founding of Wei. It is important to realize that family blessings are also part of strength, and the court recruits people with great talent as well as those with deep backgrounds. Probability is that both can be accomplished, and as long as they are accomplished, it makes no difference to the court. I see. It seems that the Imperial Spirit examination is not friendly to people like me who have no plan to caress. You you forget about it. You have the support of the Wyoming State Battalion, and at least the treatment of a normal son of a worldly family. Those of the white body in the cold sect are the ones who are truly struggling. Chapter 80, Flowing Flame Red Bird. The martial monk lieutenant was right. There were not a lot of resources that Zhou Yuan could utilize. Although it was not as good as the direct descendants of the honored and powerful families, it was still not a problem to catch up with the heirs of normal families. The only difference between him and the heir to the family is the relationship connection. The family relies on bloodline. He relies on position. He came from the Jing'an military camp, and nominally belonged to the subordinate of the governor of Huaizhou. Although there is a Jing'an school captain Zhangren in the middle of the interval, but there is this name in. Huaizhou governor is still willing to promote his subordinates. To the governor of Wyoming, it was always more cost-effective to promote one's subordinates than to help the so-called sons of the world. The probability of lifting up his subordinates not only grows his prestige, but also allows more subordinate generals to see that he loves and cares for his subordinates and is willing to help them, which in turn improves the cohesion of the generals in the battalion. As a result, the application for martial arts preparedness written by Zhou Yuan was smoothly approved by him. Senator Liu, this kid is a bit interesting, lacking something he knows to ask for it. I like such subordinates. What the governor said is true. If you dare to open your mouth, you are treating the camp as your home and the governor as your elder. This is good. I'm afraid of those absurd people who don't open their mouths and complain behind their backs that the battalion doesn't give the allocation of military equipment. That is the genus of the wrong up and down. And also the generation of dark grudges that are not well-bred and much born of chaos. Senator Liu broke the rules of the Huaizhou camp in one word. What you want, as long as it is reasonable and compliant, you have to apply to the governor of Huaizhou. The applicant wants bang for the buck. The Wyoming governor wants the opportunity to bestow favors. In this way, the relationship of beneficence can be clarified, and even if the investment is fruitless, a grateful subordinate can be harvested. If they were given fairly, everyone would be grateful for a short time, and after a while they would think that they had earned what they deserved. In this way, it is inevitable that both sides will lose more than they gain, as the upper level of kindness will not be manifested and the lower level of righteousness will become grievances. Jing'an Zhou Yuan, I remember him. My Moon Palace medicine jar and mortar and pestle are still from him. And so, since he is a knowledgeable member of his own family, let's give him a chance to pick. Senator Liu, take him to the treasury of the bow room and the quartermaster's office and let him choose a good bow of his own choice. Tell him that if he passes the spirit test and becomes a martial artist, I will personally attend his promotion wedding banquet. No. Zhou Yuan's side was still a bit incredulous when he got the news. Borrowing a bow to the end of the day not only didn't get you dismissed at will, but you got a better deal. Senator Liu, can I really choose at random? Of course, since the Dudu has opened his favor he will not dismiss you at will, and when he says that he will let you borrow a precious bow, he will naturally match you with the most suitable one. But you don't mess around, don't pick the best, pick the most applicable, don't end up with a heavy bow that's hard to open, and then fall out of the selection. Don't worry, Senator. I too have been through many bloody battles and understand that the best applies. Zhou Yuan walked into the bow vault and found that there were hundreds of precious bows of various colors displayed here, most of which had spiritual light flickering on them. Only some are full of spiritual light, while others are dark and hidden. So many precious bows instantly made him pick his eyes. If he could not only pick one, he would have wanted to take away one of each. This is the one. This bow is bursting with spirit, just enough to increase my killing power. Flowing fire bow? It's really good. Your arrows are very accurate. You don't need the bow of the wind genus to guide the lock, and you take the bow of the fire line to increase the kill, which is really the best choice. Zhou Yuan was satisfied with his new bow, and Senator Liu was just as satisfied with the successful completion of his mission as the governor of Huaizhou. Before leaving, he also said to Zhou Yuan that he did not need to worry about the treasure armor, since he wrote an application for military equipment. The governor will grant some practical military equipment at his discretion. Borrowing and giving have similar results, but completely different meanings. Zhou Yuan's side borrowed the bow from the governor of Huaizhou, and the governor of Huaizhou's side said that after caressing it, he would still add some gifts. This really made the martial monk captain right. As long as he made the Huaizhou camp his home, the Huaizhou camp would not let him enter the capital with a broken bow and wearing a suit of iron armor. Weapon, Quicksilver. Introduction, the heart host sinks in the west, and the red bird of fire flows in the west in the middle of the 7th month. It is the star of fire, and it is known that it is going to be cold. Effect, stacks the heart host status for the bearer, and red sparrow status for the arrow. Heart soul, also known as Mingtang, belonging to the fire and wood. It can direct its own aura outwardly to ignite and inflict burning damage on the target. Red Sparrow. Red is the color of fire. Sparrow is spirit haste. Can stack fire attribute aura to increase the speed of arrows and inflict explosive damage to the target. The flowing fire bow was a 5-stone bow with a stacked attribute status, and its lethality was far beyond that of broken hidden shooting tiger bow. With this weapon, Zhou Yuan would be able to become a rocket archer, and still be the kind of high-damage archer whose arrows came with fiery blasts. Since the flowing fire bow was taught in the camp, Zhou Yuan was not in a good position to hide it in the item bar. Thus, when he returned to the barracks with his bow, he was unsurprisingly seen by the other 3 spirit exam participants. Sima Zhou, where did you get the precious bow from? The 3 contenders were very surprised. They had thought that Zhou Yuan was a teenager from a cold family. However, he didn't expect that he would be able to bring back a precious bow with a dark crimson aura around it after only going out to attack the secret realm once. This kind of targeted martial arts upgrade treatment. I'm afraid it's not some big family's son. It shouldn't be. We don't have any Zhou's powerful family in Huaizhou. The most famous Ningkan Zhou's family is just a normal scholarly family. Could it be that Zhou Sima has befriended His Excellency the Governor and has been favored by the Governor of Huaizhou? Humph. I didn't expect the Huaizhou camp to be so unfair as to only take care of that one person surnamed Zhou, ignoring the 3 of us spirit exam participants. The atmosphere that was originally talking and laughing was directly chatted to death by a black-faced youth. The 2 sons of the family were a bit speechless. The 3 of them were not general officers of Huaizhou. So what right did the Huaizhou camp have to give them an upgrade of their military equipment? Besides, you have difficulties to mention have to pretend to be cold and wait for the governor of Wyoming state to personally come over to ask for warmth. Seeing that the dark-faced youth was going to say something else, the 2 sons of the world family had to find excuses to leave, not daring to interact with this dark grudge youth anymore. Miraculously, although the 2 of them ran in different directions, they made a roundabout turn midway and then headed to Zhou Yuan's barracks in succession. Zhou Sima is well. It's great that you're unharmed. The 2 of us have come to tell Sima the bad news that before the capital is entered, we have lost a share of our fighting strength. At the 3rd barracks on the left, that descendant of the Yilanchin family has a grudge and is difficult to help, so it's not unlikely that he'll assassinate his fellow townsmen. Zhou Yuan had thought that the 2 worldly sons were setting up enemies and preparing their teams, so he did not make a direct statement. He opened his mouth to ask questions only after they had told what had happened. It can't be. Are the lineages choosing their successors so random anymore? This hasn't even arrived at the capital but he has first wicked the generals of Huaizhou. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to walk out of the Huaizhou camp? Zhou Sima. That person is the 1st and 2nd son of the family. The eldest brother got the family spirit to achieve martial arts. He watched since he was young and accumulated a lot of injustice. 100 kinds of rice raise 100 kinds of people, and we'll see, if it's really a bossy one, it can also probe for us. Chapter 81. All go to the capital. On September 12th of the 13th year of the Great Wei Hongye, Zhou Yuan was summoned by the governor of Huaizhou. 3 of the men who traveled with him were generals from the counties of Wyoming, and 1 was a local general from the Wyoming camp. The 5 of them were taken by Senator Liu to the governor's residence in the camp, and there they met the governor of Wyoming, who was past the middle of his age. As a state governor of Wei, the governor of Huaizhou was undoubtedly a high-ranking position, but he looked even more amiable than Zhang Run, the captain of Jing'an. Perhaps it was his age that enabled him to caress his subordinates as an elder. Therefore, he did not choose to summon Zhou Yuan and his group in the Hall of Government, which had a serious atmosphere. Instead, a table was set up in the small courtyard of the mansion to impart experience to the military spirit test candidates. In addition to feeling flattered, the people at the table were also very formal, fearing that they would say the wrong thing and make the governor of Huaizhou unhappy. Come, don't be formal, we'll share this cup. As soon as I saw you guys, I remembered my experience of the spirit examination back then, which was really good years and hot-blooded. I think your superiors have spoken to you about the 3 trials of the soul seneschal, so I won't repeat them. I only say one thing, and that is, don't be impulsive, and leave a useful body behind. More than anything else, if I can be chosen, I will rejoice with you and others. If not, return quickly to the camp in Huaizhou. Let's not let outsiders laugh at us, nor let the people of our hometown sneer at us. There are many positions in the battalion, and if I am there will certainly be a place for you and others. Once these words came out, the apprehensive hearts of several spirit exam participants instantly settled down. Yes, this trip to the capital to participate in the examination is not a life and death struggle. The big deal is to return to Huaizhou. to prepare for the once every 4 years of the opening of the spirit of the public examination. What the governor of Huaizhou said on his side was also sincere. The generals who can participate in the new Yuan spiritual examination, each of them is a highly decorated and good warrior. Even if he doesn't become a martial artist, he's still a good general officer that the battalion needs. Also, I don't care what's going on with the participants from the outer states, and I don't care what kind of heart those worldly children have. I only ask that the few of you remember the righteousness of your robes and the laws of the military, and if any of you dares to assassinate your own brethren in the capital, I will not be lenient. Don't worry, Governor, the 5 of us will work together and will not fall to Wyoming's Wuwei. Zhou Yuan and his party knew that the governor of Huaizhou was talking about a matter of principle, and they all rose to salute and say they knew. The reason for this is that going to another state is like marching, so if there is a private fight at that time, it will not only bring shame to the governor of Wyoming, but also jeopardize the status of the robes and swordsmen participating in the examination. Good. All of you are my good sons and daughters of Huaizhou. Since this governor wants you to love and protect yourselves, he will not just say that you will not help. I have prepared all types of precious armor for you. Remember to collect it from the mansion's treasury when you leave. We thank the governor for his great kindness, and we will honor the military might of Wyoming State by entering the capital this time. After the governor of Huaizhou finished his speech, he left the banquet on the pretext that he had official business to attend to, leaving space for the 5 participating generals to familiarize themselves with each other. As soon as he left, the atmosphere of the table quickened considerably, changing from seriousness and solemnity to mutual bragging. In the end, the local captain of the Huaizhou camp, Lu Duyi, became the honorary leader of the general's squad by virtue of his ability to talk and see a lot of things. To Zhou Yuan, getting along with these people was much easier than getting along with those sons of the world. At least they came from the same military system, with a real big man above them to maintain the rules, and were far more trustworthy than the sons of families of different origins. When the banquet dispersed, several people also went to the treasury of the governor's office together to receive the precious armor. Given that each person's fighting style was different, the armor given by the treasury officials was also different, and Zhou Yuan was given a pair of light armor that was easy to move around in. Defense, Wind Yul. Introduction, Lian Yun Kai. The grand theory of the Wind Yu line. Heaven and earth move smoothly. Then the thunder out of you, the saint's success. Then the wind line has a section. Effect, stacks wind walk and golden jade status for the user after equipping. Windwalking, a small increase in movement speed and a reduction in self-weight feedback to facilitate obstacle passage. Golden Jade, consumes aura to increase defense and reduce concussion damage. The defense of the Wind Yul armor was already better than ordinary iron armor, and it could also consume aura to increase defense, plus it could increase movement speed, so it was really a good choice for shooters. I have to say, there is an organization is good. The governor of Wyoming State waved his big hand and smashed out 5 pieces of precious armor, which is really rich and luxurious. Since normal people did not have Zhou Yuan's game vision, they could not intuitively understand the effects of the precious armor. Hence, they had put on their armor for practical experience, and Zhou Yuan did not want to show any abnormality, so he also changed into the Wind Yu armor. As soon as he changed into it, he realized that it was as if there was a wind behind him boosting him, making it very easy to run and leap around. Good armor. Fire borrows the wind's power. Wind helps the fire to ignite. Fire bow and wind armor is really a perfect match. When Zhou Yuan and his group returned to the barracks in their precious armor, they were so shocked that the eyes of a few sons of the family dropped to the ground. My father and brother always say that Wei is still martial and the army is rich. I originally did not know the meaning of it, but only thought that the general was strong and rich, and the soldiers obeyed the orders and worked hard. I don't want to think that today Sima Zhou has taught me the truth, so that I can realize the wealth of the state's camps and the righteousness of the town's military officials. No wonder the elders in the family want to throw the side children into the military camp. The original camp strong really can get the opportunity of heaven. The treatment of the family. Several sons of the family had thought that they had some advantages, at least in terms of military preparation. They were better than the military officers in the army. However, the Wyoming State Battalion proved with practical actions who is the real martial arts town guard. A little bit of power from other people's side made up for the shortcomings of the military officers in the army, plus the fact that the military officers had experienced bloody battles and were good at cooperating with each other. In this way, the sons of the lineage not only lost their advantage, but even exposed their disadvantage. Brother Gu, do you think we can adjust the replacement of our weapons and defenses if we approach the Wyoming State Governor for an application? Mostly I can't. It's not that the Wyoming governor is petty, but we don't have a name, so I'm afraid we won't be summoned by the Wyoming governor. After all, he is a feudal official and the lord of a state. How can we just say we can meet him? The several sons of the world's families didn't feel any injustice other than envy. Only the Yang Chen family, that first second son Chen Xin heart suffocated, feel that he was cold. If it was not for the fact that he had to be accompanied by the chief official of the state capital to prove his identity when he entered the capital for the examination, he would have wanted to leave first. He looked at the jubilant military candidates who were delighted to receive the precious armor and swore silently in his heart, "If I am a townsman for a place in the future, I will be impartial and unselfish." Regardless of the mood of the candidates in Wyoming, their final battle is in the capital. For this reason, even if some people were resentful, they did not dare to really storm the camp and challenge the martial might of the Huizhou army. After another 5 days, the participants from all counties finally arrived, and the governor of Huizhou held a farewell banquet to urge the participants to go on their way as soon as possible. High mountains and long distances. This trip to the capital requires 20 fast horses, boats and boats for half a month. The road labor cannot rest again. If all goes well, you will arrive at the capital in late October. At that time, there were still 2 months before the new elemental spiritual examination. Enough time for you to acclimatize to the soil and water and adjust your state. We will obey the order. And this trip to the capital will raise the prestige of my Huizhou. Chapter 82, The 8 Battalions of the Capital. Huizhou test takers arrived, including 5 generals, for sons of the family, but no one cold white body. After all, Wei is the court and the family's way. The ordinary people and the cold family in addition to the army. There is really no good way out. In fact, people like Zhou Yuan, such a rapid takeoff is extremely rare. The normal general officer to go is the accumulation of merit. Only the children of the family will take the road of Fengbao to get the gift. Simply put, general officers are promoted on merit, and the sons of the world pay for their way. As a result, both the white body of the cold family and the children of the branch line of the family became general officers. All of them were very separated from the normal children of the family. They weren't born to be on the same page, and even more so, they couldn't get along. So the team that entered the capital to participate in the examination had just left the camp in Huizhou, and it was vaguely divided into 2 factions. One faction surrounded the camp's representative, the loyal military commander, and one faction followed the state governor to the right and left. However, several sons of the world's families were more crisis conscious, and when they rested on the road, they from time to time looked for good-talking general officers to liaise with. Because the generals of Huizhou entered the capital, but from the local barracks, into the capital camp. Although there is no direct superior officer to caress, but there is still the court military position as a dependency, naturally can be integrated into the capital camp. But the local families are different. They can only rely on their relatives and friends in the capital. That layer of family status to the capital will not be good to use. Zhou Yuan had just finished dealing with the sons and daughters of the Ningkongu family and the Qianli family, when he heard the Huizhou lieutenant asking about the strategy for the spiritual test. School Captain Yang, we only have 9 participants in Huizhou, so I don't think there will be many from other states. So the 13 states of our Great Way combined, there are only 100 or so participants. Does this mean that the new Yuan spirit examination is less difficult? You're right, but you're undercounting some people, and that's the Imperial Lords. They have consistently taken the path of the new elemental spirit examination. And with their extensive connections and numerous treasured weapons, they are indeed strong opponents. Don't think it's unfair. The end of your military service is to become a nobleman who rests with the country. If we general officers are fortunate enough to become the new nobles of the imperial court, we will also resolutely uphold the system of succession of honors. Lieutenant Zhongwu is right. Honored and general officials are not broken. The two are just different merits caused by the difference in status. These words made it clear that the level of competition in the new Yuan spirit examination, although there would be fewer participants than in the open spirit public examination, the opponents would have their own means just the same. So that's how it is. Let's hope those honored children are more golden. Otherwise we really don't have much of an advantage. Don't worry. The participation test is as hard as it is easy. You and others are all good warrior talents of the Huizhou camp, and if you compete in a normal match, you will have a high rate of victory. A line of people walking and chatting. Fast horse gallop dare not delay the time. Rush to arrive at the Canal River crossing, only to loosen the taut nerves. Since they were traveling on a Wyoming Navy ship, the journey was very smooth. Even the sentient demons hidden in the water didn't dare to find trouble with these ships. In this way, The horse and ship turned to each other and traveled for a month before arriving at the capital city. Here the people of Huaizhou will be separated, and the sons of the world's families will go to the capital to wait for the test under the leadership of the chief historian of Huaizhou. The generals of Huaizhou were to run to the Yewu battalion, one of the 8 battalions in the capital, to resume their duties under the leadership of the Zhongwu colonel. The 8 battalions in the capital are divided into 4 martial arts and 4 prestige battalions, namely, the 4 martial arts battalions of Fen, Yao, Practice and Xin, and the 4 prestige battalions of Li, Stretch, Yang and Jin. Their respective sites were built in the far suburbs of the capital, belonging to the Wei court directly under the mobility of the force, able to receive orders at any time to start. Compared to the 4 armies within the capital, the Northern Army, the Southern Army, the Huban, and the Feilin, they were considered the true forbidden armies of the Son of Heaven. Brother Zhou, why don't you go back to the camp to rest and recuperate, and we'll go to the capital to explore the city. When you have resumed your orders and lifted the ban, I shall take all my brothers for a few days of good fun. Gulong from the Ningkongbu clan was very tactful, and along the way had already integrated 3 other Huaizhou family sons. Even that Yilan Chen Xin, who has a grudge in his heart, has been enlisted by him, and he is afraid that he will be utilized as a thorn in his side. Fellow villagers, but please go ahead. We will reunite in the capital sometime later. Wei military system is strict, like Zhou Yuan, such as the state government officials to participate in the test, as cannot cross the capital camp directly into the capital. Therefore, they only had to go to the Yumu camp in the capital for a few days first, to meet the style of the soldiers in the capital camp. When he entered the Yaowu camp, Zhou Yuan realized what an abundance of martial virtues the court of Great Wei had. Level 30 Yuwu Ace, Level 30 Yuwu Shot, Level 35 Yuwu Sharpshooter. When a group of majestic warriors with bright armor and strict military appearance appeared, escorting a middle-aged general officer, Zhou Yuan had deep questions about the upper echelon configuration of the Great Wei. Huaizhou Zhongwu Colonel Yang Fu has met Senator Liu. These 5 people are all my Huaizhou generals. Their identities are correct and their proper bodies have been verified. This is a document in the handwriting of the governor of Wyoming, and I ask the senator to look at it. That, level 35 Yaowu Ruesher, received the paperwork and carefully examined it before signaling the armor soldiers to open the city gates and let the Huaizhou generals enter. It was a good thing that the vast majority of the Yaowu camp were normal soldiers. Otherwise Zhou Yuan would have thought that this camp was an advanced copy. Zhou Yuan was not the only one who was curious about the Yaowu camp. The other 4 Huaizhou generals also looked around once they entered the military city. That Seneschal Liu with the level 35 Yaowu Ruesher marking was already used to this type of behavior, and didn't say anything about the barracks being an important place and not to be looked at. Sons of Wyoming, rest for the night, and tomorrow join the generals of Shuazhou in choosing their spirits. No. Senator Liu introduced the Wyoming generals to a large courtyard and then left on his own, maintaining his majesty and lawfulness throughout. Waiting for him to leave, Huaizhou generals only feel comfortable a lot. Not they are timid. It is really those armored soldiers are full of murderous aura. So they are particularly uncomfortable. Don't they all say that the capital camp is rich? I didn't realize that the soldiers of the capital camp are not only not scattered, but are unusually shrewd. You said they're a capital camp. So if they can't suppress the localities, won't there be a lot of chaos? Captain Yang, what is the spirit selection? But we general officers have to pass the internal test before we can participate in the new Yuan spirit test held by the court. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and also figured out why a humanoid monster had appeared in the capital camp. Since the replica monsters were able to gain spiritual intelligence and still had human form, there was no reason for Wei to refuse their allegiance. Needless to say, those humanoid monsters also contributed to the Great Wei being able to win the world. After all, in times of military chaos and dynastic change, the most important thing that is not lacking is gruesome killing. What are you talking about? You are the real lineage of the court. Even if there is an internal test, should also try those children of the family. How would you delete you for no reason? Spirit selection is a benefit of the camp, and the Yumu camp will take out more than 20 types of chi replenishing spirits for you and others to try on. You should carefully screen and select the most suitable chi replenishing spirit item for yourselves to use to quickly replenish your chi when participating in the test. By the way, Zhou Yuan, you are an archer, unlike a few of them, and the camp will also have 2 pots of arrows for you. Captain Yang's words made the generals of Huaizhou very excited. No wonder the Huaizhou camp didn't say anything about the chi replenishing spirits. It turns out that the capital camp not only gives the allocation, but also lets the most suitable ones be selected. This can be really that the local generals warmed up to the idea. Wei's martial spirit is truly evident everywhere, and I don't want to think that even the capital battalion will deliberately rally the hearts of the generals. Chapter 83, Fengshui Yinshan. At night, the large capital Yuwu camp was very quiet. Except for the footsteps of the patrolling armored soldiers, there was no other sound. Zhou Yuan was lying in his barracks, his mind constantly recalling the problem of the humanoid monsters in the Yawu camp. Perhaps recruiting humanoids is not as dangerous as one might think. They have their own pursuits just as much as they do when they gain spiritual wisdom. They can't be defined as the boss's loyal subordinates, loyal when they're not spiritually intelligent, but still dead-eyed and unchanging when they are. So it's not a waste of wisdom. Also, as long as you don't enlighten their bosses and control the copies they come from, there are ways to drive them. Now it seems that the court didn't use them as tools, but rather gave them status, bestowed benefits, and integrated them into the military system. In such a world of strong demonic forces, mankind has been able to thrive, perhaps through the ability to assimilate by acceptance at the cultural level. I just don't know if, in the end of the absorption, the uppermost ruling structure will be humans, or those humanoids that have survived the dynastic upheaval. It turns out that the essence of the complicated court is still the same. Don't treat them as beasts. They like to enjoy the beauty of pleasure as much as they do when they are enlightened. Since there are desires, there are pursuits, and there will also be sprouted emperors and generals, beautiful wives and concubines, immortality, free and easy, and other goals. With these goals, they become essentially similar to human beings, sort of embracing human culture and integrating into human civilization. Zhou Yuan suddenly thought of it. That county minister's bureaucrat painted skin Luoying. After his death, a number of Confucian students secretly mourned him, saying that he was a learned scribe who might have inherited the mantle of the Jing'an Academy had he not been burdened by his birth. Since he, a painted skin ghost, could rule the Confucian scriptures, it was only natural that other humanoid monsters could also be taught the concept of loyalty to the king and defense of the country. It really doesn't matter if you can't beat them. Suck them in and let them embrace human culture and take it upon themselves to defend the country that this culture has formed. I'm just a small Jing'an army secretary, ultimately too far away from the Great Wei dynasty. It's better to just watch and walk. Early the next morning, Zhou Yuan met the general officer from Shuozhou. There were 4 of them, and they all looked to be about the same age, in their 30s, but General Huaizhou, Tianhong of Shuozhou, is courteous. I don't want the generals of our 2 northeastern towns to be able to assemble at the Yawu camp, so we'll just take the opportunity to familiarize ourselves with it, and we'll be able to take care of each other when we take part in the spiritual examination. Huaizhou Zhengwu Colonel Yang Fu did not reject the gesture of goodwill from the generals of Shuozhou, pulling Zhou Yuan and his party to have breakfast and socialize with them. By the time that Senator Liu, who had the level 35 Yawu Ruishir marking, summoned him, the generals of the 2 states of Huaishua had already exchanged names and were considered to know each other. Have the 5 participants from Huaizhou and the 4 participants from Shuozhou arrived? Senator, all have arrived. Good. Fetch the official documents of the court, and I'll stamp and release you and the others from the ban. Zhou Yuan got a look at the paperwork approved by Senator Liu, on which there were more seals of the Yawu army and the seal of Senator Liu of the preparation service. Shu read camp order book. Outside the town of Ging'an Sima, Zhou Yuan, into the capital to participate in the new Yuan spirit test, has been tested positive, allowed to stay in the capital for 100 days, the last pen to approve the reply. Wei Hongya 13 years October 16th. Good guy. The foreign town general officer to enter the capital even has a time limit. Really, the son of the family also has the advantage of the son of the family. They can at least enter and exit the capital normally. Now begins the selection of the spirit. The camp has allocated 23 chi replenishing spirits for you, all of which are swift and replenishing from the various states. You each receive a set into the quiet room to carefully select, regardless of whether precious or not. The spiritual test during the expenses of the camp will bear. Zhou Yuan and all the generals and officers said their promises and received their belongings, and what was issued to him was an exquisite wooden box with 23 finger-sized fine porcelain vials within it. This looks like a split drug, and the dose per serving should be small. Even so, this is a rare treat. Zhou Yuan didn't know how many chi replenishing spirits those few Huaizhou lineage sons had, but it was definitely not as much as the foreign town generals who had the support of the Yawu battalion. He was not short of blue pills and was still able to keep his composure, but not the other generals, who did not stop smiling after hugging the wooden box containing the pills. Vaguely, several of the generals still marveled. It's too rich. This time I must have the addiction of squandering aura. The full 23 types of blue pills also made Zhou Yuan pick his eyes, and in the end, He chose the purple velvet dew as his chi replenishing spirit. It's not that the purple velvet dew effect is so excellent, but the fact that purple velvet dew removes a wound status when used is more cost effective. After the participating generals had all selected their preferred spirits, Senator Liu waved his hand and allocated 20 copies of the selected spirits for each person. Before the ban was lifted, a word of advice was not forgotten. There are extremely many stores in the capital that accept spirit goods. I don't care how many spirit goods you bring with you, but the goods dispensed in the camp can only be used for the spirit test. If I find out that anyone spends money with the spirits in the camp, I will definitely recover the allocated spirits and will be responsible for my own losses. We obey. After the selection of the spirits, Senator Liu with a group of knights personally escorted the spare spirits and the generals of the two states to the capital. Only then did Zhou Yuan and the others have the opportunity to enter the legendary Fengjing, the capital of the Great Way. Fengjing, formerly known as Fengyan, is a city near Fengshui and Yin Mountain. Yanshan is called Yanshan because it isolates the irascible drainage river like a natural dam, forcing it to divert its course and leaving behind the tributary Fengshui to nourish the Fengyan Basin. If there is no laying down the mountain in, Fengyan Basin should have become a big lake. With that laying down the mountain, Fengyan Basin only become easy to defend and difficult to attack. Self-contained rich area. As Fengjing gets closer and closer, all kinds of villages and towns are getting unreasonably dense. A large number of residential houses guard the prosperous Fengjing like a layer of low walls. The walls of Toyokyo are very high, about 30 meters, and from a distance they look like a continuous hill. When he entered the city, Zhou Yuan realized that the vast majority of the interior of Fengjing were still normal humans, and the occasional few humanoid monsters with identity tags lived like normal humans. In addition, the people of this place were completely different from Jing'an City, and did not fear the military officials on horseback when they saw them, and dared to continue yelling their voices to sell their goods. It was only after walking through the bustling city gates and markets that the clutter of voices slowly subsided. To Zhou Yuan's surprise, there was a peculiar 6-story pavilion on the way to the Beijing Central Guild Hall. Its third-floor area, facing the direction of the street, is completely open, revealing a beautiful mural. Copy, painted wall fantasy, recommended challenge level 20, recommended challenge number 1020. Zhou Yuan's behavior of frequently surveying the painted walls and pavilions with several generals caught the attention of Senator Liu, who opened his mouth with a wry smile. What? You want to go in and get a taste? The painted wall immortal pavilion doesn't accept gold or silver, only all types of chi replenishing spirits and secret treasures. This is too greedy. Doesn't the court care? Of course it's managed, and it's managed very tightly. If you enter without paying for the spirit, the court officials will surely let you taste the weight of the law of the land. It's because this painted wall immortal pavilion is a court property, designed for those who don't lack spirits to have fun. Chapter 84, Peach and Bamboo Scroll. Would anyone really expend a spirit for fun? The generals from the two states of Huaishua could never have imagined that there would be someone playing around with spiritual objects and treasures for fun. It turns out that poverty limits their imagination. The business of the painted wall immortal pavilion was not cold, and from time to time, there were brocade-clothed and gorgeous people, escorted by their attendants, entering it. What exactly can be done in there, and why would anyone want to go with such a high bar? If there is an abundance of spirits, isn't it good to practice more chi on your own? Why waste it on a moment of pleasure? The generals of the two states of Huaishua were very curious, and Zhou Yuan was equally puzzled as he did not know what was going on within the painted wall illusion. Seeing this, Senator Liu of the Yaowu battalion finally revealed a smile and raised his horsewhip to point at Zhou Yuan's several people remotely. It is the truth of this. Remember what you have said today, and do not stay with foreign things. That painted wall immortal pavilion is just one of the many pleasure grounds in the capital. Only it's different from ordinary pleasure grounds. There is no common silk or bamboo beauty within it, but it maps the thoughts and ideas, making one immensely happy and free. When I led you out of the camp, General Yaowu specifically instructed me to lead you across the road from the painted fairy pavilion, so that you and others know that there are many things to play with in the capital, and that you and other generals and officers of foreign towns should not be tempted to play and have fun, but should always bear in mind the period of 100 days. After Senator Liu finished speaking, he turned his horse and walked out towards another street, and the generals of the two states hurriedly drove their horses to follow. Don't worry, Senator, we are in no way playing for fun. That's hard to say. A few excuses at a hometown party will always unintentionally glimpse the fabulous, so keep your eyes peeled. Besides, it doesn't matter if I'm relieved or not. I'm just fulfilling the general's account. Since you and others have been in the Yaowu Jing camp, you must listen to the general's orders. or else you are not part of my camp and are responsible for your own profit and loss. Just saw the prosperity. Now serious. LV Senator words completely dampen the two states of the general's stupid mood. In this way, on the day they entered the capital city's State General's Hall, none of the generals from the two states of Huaishua went out to play, and all of them were meditating and tranquilizing their minds and silently feeling their qi. Unlike these state generals who had superior military officials holding them down, the sons of lineage from the states were already playing mad in the capital. Huaizhou Zhengwu Colonel Yang Fu was right. Even if there is an internal test, but also should test the children of the family, will not be deleted for no reason. State generals. From the moment he entered the capital, the court screening began silently. The state generals were pressed by the unfamiliar military officials of the capital camp, and they could not be unrestrained even if they wanted to be. The sons of the world's families in various states, however, lost the constraints of the elders and their families and gradually integrated into the capital's bustle in the midst of friendships and banquets. During the period is not no state generals want to go out to meet their fellow countrymen privately, but the military officials in the capital camp are either eccentric or short-tempered. It was not only difficult to get visiting vacations from them, but there was also a definite curfew, which lived to force the general officers of the states to become 5 good young men. Zhou Yuan wanted to go to the residence of Captain Jing'an to send a letter with Sealy, but he was also disliked by Senator Liu, who gave him a yin and yang. You're just going to the Jiang mansion? Was that a trip to borrow light, or a trip to ask for help? When the spiritual test is over, one can see the true feelings and the false intentions. So why bother to see the false feelings and false intentions now? Senator, don't say anymore. I'm not going. It was only when he exited Senator Liu's house that Zhou Yuan realized that the sealing and lifting of the ban was an appearance. Since the court let them enter the 8 battalions of the capital first and then the capital, there must be a way to manage them strictly. However, the strict control of the military officials in the capital camp is strict, but it is only strict internally, not externally. If a fellow villager wants to go to the guild hall to see his hometown friends and relatives, he can come as often as he wants, with meals and lodging. Within just a few days, Zhou Yuan had seen many general officers from the capital who had been sent out to other states, entertaining their families in the parlor. That scene is really envious of the state generals, only to hate themselves in the capital without friends and relatives. On top of that, an undercurrent was spawned by the fact that the state generals could only communicate internally because it was inconvenient for them to go out. That is to suppress the sons of the lineage together, so that more of their own people can become martial artists and hold down the place. Zhou Yuan vaguely sensed that this was the result that the imperial court wanted. They were deliberately coalescing a group to suppress the sons of the lineage who had a way out. Indeed, although the great way is the great way of the court and the lineage, there is just as much of a master-slave struggle. The only people who are clean military bruisers are their own people in the eyes of the court, and it's not easy for the sons of the world to borrow the road to perform martial arts. As for why he didn't reject the worldly children in their entirety, Zhou Yuan could also think of that. The reason is that the sons of the family are also people of Wei, and they respect the emperor of Wei and listen to the orders of the court, so they can't really be cut in half. Just when Zhou Yuan thought he was going to be forced to prepare for battle by the military officials of the capital camp, an unexpected guest suddenly came to visit. Brother Gu was able to find this place. I don't think it was to seek me out for a drink. The visitor was none other than Zhou Yuan's fellow countryman, Gu Long of the Ningkonggu clan, and the leading figure of the 4 sons of the family in Huaizhou. Indeed, Gu came here to ask for help from Sima Zhou. Asking for help? That won't be easy. Senator Liu of the Yawu battalion is keeping a close eye on me. If I dare to stir up trouble during the spirit examination, he will dare to send his soldiers and generals to arrest me and bring me back to be punished. Sima Zhou has misunderstood. How dare I be so brazen as to ask Sima to stand up for me? I just want to borrow some qi replenishing spirits from Sima, and when I return to Huaizhou, I will definitely double the amount. Gu Long's words caused Zhou Yuan to be very surprised. It shouldn't be. All the way down the line, he realized that Gu Long was an intelligent person. How could such an intelligent person, who had only been in the capital for a few days, be drained of vital qi replenishing elixirs? Why did you pick me? I'm just a Jingan Sima. How could I be rich in spirits? Zhou Sima is joking. When I came here, the elders of my family instructed me that if I encountered an unexpected situation, I could seek help from my fellow townsmen in the camp. Father had said that you would not be short of spirit goods during the spirit examination, and with being strictly regulated by the lords, you have nowhere to spend them. Since your father has spoken with you quite a bit, I thought you were somewhat prepared. How could you have exhausted your own qi replenishing relics? Did you encounter thieves? Zhou Yuan was not short of blue pills, but his origin made it necessary for him to cherish the chi replenishing spirits, or else he would not be able to mix a few percent of the favors, and he would still be treated as a naive and foolish person. This, Zhou Sima still remember that Lin Chen Xin. He heart contains internal grudge, incurred right and wrong. I didn't want to care about him, but I was involved and had to calm things down by pulling out all my spirits, and in the end I only ended up with this scroll. Without hiding anything, Gulong pulled out an ancient painting scroll and unfolded it for Zhou Yuan to examine. Props, Mama Kikwan. Introduction, Dreaming in the Dream. The pen ends several times the dream of peach origin, within the sky to find the sky. The volume on the painting of the bamboo cave sky. Effect, built-in manner and follower residence. Placing a follower in it slowly restores their life value and reduces loyalty drop. Note, maintaining prop effects requires experience value, and cannot be used without experience value injection. Zhou Sima. That person said that this painting is an antique curiosity. Even though it was stained by Chen Xin, I think it still has some value. I would like to pledge this item and borrow some chi replenishing spirits. Please help me for the sake of my fellow countrymen. Good. You and I are from the same hometown, can't just ignore it. I have 10 bottles of Yuzhen San gifted by Captain Jing'an, so I'll lend them all to you. Zhou Sima is benevolent and righteous. Today's favor, Gulong will never dare to forget. Chapter 85, Pre-Test Training. Gulong of the Ningkongu clan, not knowing what he promised in return, borrowed some chi replenishing spirits from 4 other fellow generals. In this way, it is inconvenient to finally control the frequency of chi replenishment, even though there are different types of spirit beings. However, it was also considered to have gathered the required spirit materials to be able to let go during the new elemental spirit examination. Yilin Chen Xin, who was in a similar situation to him, did not show up and may have found other assistance or may still be in a panic. What Zhou Yuan did not know was that after he had lent the chi replenishing spirit with the general of Huaizhou, that Senator Liu of the Yaowu battalion had secretly given an order to the guards. From today onward no one from Wyoming will be allowed to enter the pavilion if it is not a matter of great importance. Humph. They are all straight-hearted simpletons. Isn't it good to take the opportunity to eliminate a competitor? How can you be soft-hearted just because you are from the same town? After Senator Liu gave the order, the Wyoming generals became the most leisurely group. Not to mention fellow countrymen, even if the old friends in the capital came to visit, they would be secretly sent away. The uninformed general officers of Huaizhou are still very puzzled. What's going on? Fellow townsmen are afraid of disturbing our preparation for war. It is true that we Huaizhou people are still the most reliable. Since then, the generals and officers of Wyoming have led a boring life of meditating and sensing chi and practicing against each other. The only one who found a bit of fun in the midst of the tedium was Zhou Yuan, and that was experimenting with follower types. After he injected 1,000 experience points into the peach and bamboo scroll, he successfully activated this attendant prop. It acts like a pixie ball and is capable of unfolding to capture a follower. However, it should not be considered excellent in its prop category. Zhou Yuan only used it to load 4 small birds and a civet cat, and it filled up the entourage seats. Interestingly, the civet cat will also chase birds brightly when it enters the peach and bamboo scroll. Make the ancient and simple painting scroll become a civet cat pouncing on the bird picture. Is the painting of the few stains? Seriously affect the picture effect. The peach and bamboo scroll has a built-in manner and follower residence, and it appears that the internal space is self-contained and cannot house follower that are mutually restraining. Otherwise they would be within, fighting each other. Zhou Yuan tried the loyalty cultivation again and found that the civet cat needed fish and meat, and the bird needed grains and beans, so as long as he fed them well, he would be able to continuously increase his loyalty. In addition to this, the follower image remains on the scroll when the follower is released. It is when their loyalty falls below 30% that they are disconnected from the follower connection and the image on the scroll disappears at the same time. After such a comparison, it is still cost-effective to catch a few copy monsters, which not only don't need food to sustain themselves, but also have decent combat power. I don't know if one can become a follower, and if they can as well, the scroll can also be a loyalty testing tool. Zhou Yuan's side experimented with the functions of the peach and bamboo scroll every day, and it was an interesting time. The generals from the states, however, are getting annoyed. Some even asked to go back to the Yu camp, preferring to live in the barracks where there were many soldiers, rather than stay in the General Officers Guild where conditions were better. Nay, the military officials of the capital camp disagreed and continued to suppress it, until the atmosphere in the meeting hall gradually became dull and dark grudge. The capital camp military officer only called all the people to serve the sense of spirit. This kind of operation simply puzzled the generals and officers of the states, but in the way of the orders of the superior officer, they could only muddle through. It was only after one group sensitization was over that the general of the capital camp spoke up to explain why this was the case. You are all local talents with high aspirations, but you have no other way out, and the spiritual examination is the opportunity to change your life. At this moment, you and others have no feelings, but when you actually participate in the spirit examination, you will know what it means to be heartbroken and fidgety. The slightest mistake at that time will ignite your hearts and minds and cause you to misplay. For this reason, you need to go through the annoyance of the heart-feeling gas and understand how much energy you have left when you are in bad shape. Now those who have a poor sense of chi come out to be punished, and when their hearts are as quiet as water, and when they have a sense of self-restraint, then they will go back to serving chi and sensing the spirit. Psychological counseling is impossible to have psychological counseling if it is not that the spiritual examination is approaching. The state generals who have a poor sense of chi are going to be beaten by the army stick. The military officials of the capital camp are using a very crude method to make the state generals have the ability to resist pressure on the spot. They've seen too many examples of good general officers falling through the cracks. That constant mind is a rare weapon of victory. But in the face of the opportunity to change the fate of the success of the generals who have experienced bloody battles, the same will be out of order. We thank the superior officer for mentioning this, and we are willing to be punished. One good thing about generals in the military is that once a certain order has been rationalized, the same order can be given repeatedly. In the days that followed, things like midnight assembly of kisenshi, random sampling of kisenshi, physical limit kisenshi, and so on, happened from time to time. With the exception of Zhou Yuan, the state generals once again experienced the pain of being selected for the camp. It is hard to say how much effect this had, but it suppressed the restlessness of the general officers in the states and made them gradually adapt to the high frequency of test preparation training. Next, the military officials of the capital camp also organized a spirit control test, requiring the general officers of each state to learn the wide eyes technique within 3 days and test the effect of the technique on the 4th day. In order to encourage the active participation of the state generals and officers, they also took out 20 chi replenishing elixirs as a reward. In this process, Zhou Yuan did not obtain the original of the wide eyes art, but only the transcribed text. As a result, one had to meditate and try to practice the art day and night. Luckily, the wide eyes technique wasn't difficult. It was just a basic vision increase skill. After he learned wide eyes technique on the morning of the 3rd day, he used his reserve experience to point it up to level 2, and managed to keep his excellent rating. Further on, the matchups were even more vicious, with the capital camp generals randomly selecting a few people to form a team, and having the other generals act as secret demons to strike their formations. In the process, Zhou Yuan learned some command styles and changed the rhythm of his offense, prioritizing protecting his teammates and inflicting kills second. This move restricts the killing power of him as the main attacking shooter. But the final test of the spirit test is the level of clinical cooperation and actual combat, and the protection of teammates is a big plus. After a round of 3 test drills, the state generals officially entered the continuous simulation phase. Just when Zhou Yuan thought that the generals' remedial lessons were just a few of these kinds of things, the military officials of the capital battalion showed a new tactic. The first thing that matters is the location of the battlefield. You and others have been practicing for some time now, so today I will take you to meet the spirit test site. This is also good for you and others to know the order of the positions, so that you will not be bothered by trivial matters and focus on sensing and controlling the spirits. Due to the actual battlefield of the secret realm, which was temporarily endorsed by the Emperor of the Great Way, the military generals of each state only visited the field of sensing and controlling the spirit. It was an official residence palace on the west side of the city, locally famous in the capital, and its palace gate had the words Performing Arts Palace written in the handwriting of the Great Wei dynasty's great ancestor. The military officer of the capital camp took Zhou Yuan and his party, and entered from the northern side door, and introduced them in detail, the A and B static area, and the Z and UG test room. Some embarrassed general officers took the initiative to ask questions. Senator, would this move be somewhat inappropriate? What's wrong with that? The Palace of Performing Arts is open to all participants, with pretest visits and 1 spiritual object per child at a time. You are also required to pay, except that you go on the public accounts of the court and do not need to spend your own money. Chapter 86, The State Following the Martial Arts Exercise. As much as the capital camp military officials train, the regular simulation does not have the atmosphere of participating in the test. On December 26 of the 13th year of the Great Wei Hongye, after 70 days of intensive training, the 58 general officers from all states were finally going to face the Xin Yuan spiritual examination head-on. Zhou Yuan had the attribute panel and could still maintain the bottom line, while the other generals could not. They were usually all valiant, but today most of them were jittery, and there were even a few whose hearts and blood were boiling and whose hands and feet were slightly trembling. Senator Liu from the Yaowu battalion changed into his military officer's regular uniform and personally led the procession for the generals from the two states of Huaishuo. Do not panic or fear. There is something I have been keeping from you, and it is time for me to say it to you now. In fact, according to your level, as long as you play normally and don't backstab your comrades, the possibility of passing the new elemental spirit examination is extremely high. The senator isn't kidding. Are we really okay? Naturally, I would not lie to you. Whether what Senator Liu said was true or not, it didn't matter anymore. Importantly, his words made the generals of the two states realize that there was no problem with their abilities and that they did not need to try their best to break through, but only needed to play normally. Children of Kaishaku, follow me into the palace to perform martial arts. No, there are 3 new Yuan spiritual examinations that last for 6 days, and they are the top event at the end of the year when the new Yuan is being replaced by the new one in the Great Wei. As a result, the main road from the General's Guild Hall to the Western City's Palace of Performing Arts was firmly blocked off by the capital's soldiers early in the morning. As soon as the generals and officials of each state left the meeting hall, they saw that the soldiers were standing on both sides of the road, and a 2-horse chariot was neatly arranged. Chariot, this thing in Wei belongs to the ceremonial weapon. Not many places to use. Because of this just can show the identity of the prestige. Once the state generals were seated in their chariots in turn, the 3 majestic warriors on the lead chariot moved in unison. One throws out his arms and beats the car carrying war drums, one raises his horn and blows a cool, low sound, and another holds up the flag of Wu Wei and flaunts it against the wind. Vast Wu Wei, all the kings have succeeded, and the bloody battles have tired out, and the loyalty and righteousness are unparalleled. The king walks in loyalty and righteousness. Wei too is not forgotten, and he enters the palace to perform martial arts and flourish with his country. To the sound of thumping and whimpering war drums and horns, a chariot drove. The forested capital's soldiers shouted in unison, asking the general to win, defend our Wei land, and prosper in martial arts. The chariot had no cover, and the military generals of each state sat on their knees, listening to the sound of the drums and horns of the martial arts, and each one of them was instantly energized by the war. At this moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly understood why the humanoid monster was able to integrate into the military camp. As long as personal force is tied to national honor, that psychological satisfaction can also ignite a fire. It is also romantic to summarize the call of all the people and the generals. The display of the Wu Wei flag and the armored soldiers wishing for martial arts on the royal road caused many of the people of the capital to stop by. Some of them stood on the sides of the streets, while others looked inside the houses on the side of the road. Both lamented the Wei's martial arts success, but also expected their own heirs to someday be able to enter the palace to perform martial arts. Protect the country and promote the family. The caravan of the sons of the world's families in comparison, even if more luxurious, is not as imposing as the active generals. This stirring atmosphere was not cut off by the palace walls until the generals of the states stepped into the palace of the performing arts, but greater rejoicings were already building up in the shadows. Participants in the examination enter the side hall to change their robes. They may not carry chi replenishing spiritual substances, and they may not violate the fairness of the martial arts performance. Led by a group of chamberlains, the state generals entered the side hall in turn, changing into the imperial embroidered tiger robe, rhinoceros leather boots, and martial arts crown. This kind of dress is not comfortable to wear, not to mention the new Yuan Ling test to take the country's soldiers have the intention of following. There will be the Crown Prince of Wei to come to watch the martial arts. All the generals and officers as the Wei ministers need to be neat and tidy. The chief chamberlain also instructed the state generals while the generals were dressing. Today, the state following the martial arts, the 4 main judges are the Crown Prince of Wei, the Wei Lieutenant of the 9 ministers, and the 2 southeast towns of the 4 towns of generals. In short, it is a sentence. Come either the military bigwigs, or the future king of the country, cannot pass the spiritual test is not to say first, must not be under their noses fraud. In fact, the concern of the chief chamberlain was purely redundant. Just these 58 general officers of the states, amortized with 4 big brothers to personally observe the martial arts. Where would there be a chance of fraud? After the bell for the entrance examination had rung 3 times, The military officials of each state and the sons of the families and the sons of the nobles entered in 3 lines. The total number of people was actually not that many, just about 130, among which there were more than 40 sons of families from various states and more than 20 sons of honored nobles. At this point, Zhou Yuan and the others finally met the crown prince of the Great Wei with the 9 ministers of Wei and the generals of the 2 towns. Of these 4 high-ranking members of the Great Wei, only one had an identity mark. Level 40 Patrol General Zhonghe. There was no scarlet skeleton symbol after its identity information, but there was a name identifier, so it should be a high-level elite monster. Seeing that his armor was bright and covered with azure war robes, he and another red-robed general stood to the left and right of the crown prince, and should be one of the 2 town generals, the most conspicuous when standing in the center of the observation platform of the Great Wei crown prince. Its stature majestic, swallow jaw gnarled beard, looks about 30 years old. God bless Great Wei, the talents of many. The family has a continuation of the state. The state inheritance, martial arts and martial arts luck also have survival successor. Now the 4 sides of the people gathered in Fengjing. For my Great Wei martial arts luck to increase the glory, guard my Great Wei state throne forever. Since you are the state soldiers of my Great Wei, you should follow the aspirations of your predecessors in founding the country, and use martial arts to manifest your authority and gather spirits to protect the country. In today's test, there is no difference between high and low. Between loyalty and righteousness, it is all about the timing of heaven and earth, and the play of the battlefield. Therefore, the winner should not be proud and the loser should not be disillusioned, and only after the 3 trials will there be a final decision. The other gentlemen are all national scholar. National scholar have national rituals. The new Yuan not win, can also enter the public examination. You should encourage forward, not arrogant. We honor the king's orders, and the ambition of our hearts will not fail. After the Great Wei crown prince encouraged his morale, the new Yuan spirit examination officially began. The generals of the Forbidden Army, who had already been on standby, introduced each participant into a different room, and then distributed the chi dispersing drink, spirit gourd liquid, and spirit gathering ruler in turn. Among them, the chi dispersing drink was true to its name. It was a spirit substance that dispersed chi, and after taking it, the aura in the body would be gradually emptied. Spirit gourd liquid was a chi replenishing spirit, labeled on Zhou Yuan's attribute panel as a blue pill that quickly restored a small amount of aura. The spirit gathering ruler is a standardized tool with scales on it, and continuous infusion of spirit chi can trigger different scales. The forbidden soldiers supervising the examination also each carry a copy of the spirit gourd liquid in their hands, which is used for emergency aid when the participant loses his mind and passes out. Officials from the 9 ministers' Taishang temple held pens and ink, and with the generals of the Forbidden Army were ready to record the participants' results at any time. Honestly speaking, serving chi sensing spirit under the watchful eyes of the Forbidden Army generals and the officials of the Taishang temple was a not-so-small test, but to be fair, all participants must pass this test. Clang! As the melodious bell sounded, Zhou Yuan picked up the chi-dispersing drink and finished it in one go. The stuff was a drug that continuously cleared his blue bar, and it took a full quarter of an hour before it cleared his blue bar. However, he has the blue return skill, which can spontaneously return blue even when sitting still. By the time the second bell rang, he was almost a tenth of the way back to his blue bar. Please, General, take the breath and feel the spirit. After the Taishang temple official opened his mouth, Zhou Yuan took the spirit gourd liquid in front of him. When this thing was taken directly, it was true that the effect would be much lower, merely restoring 30% of his blue amount. Just to be on the safe side, he used another copy of Jade Truth Scatter through the attribute panel to pull his blue bar up to 90%. He remembered that Senator Liu had said that last year's Xin Yuan spirit examination's best chi sensors had condensed their spirits for 8 moments, and for that reason he was going to let the spirit gathering ruler light up for about 8 moments and 1 degree. Please, General, gather your spirit and shine your ruler. Do not exhaust your chi and damage your body. Chapter 87. The 2 armors have been established. Although the officials of the Taishang temple warned against exhaustion of chi to the detriment of the body, no participant would accept such advice. Faced with the opportunity to achieve martial arts, they would all do their best to condense their spirits and shine their rulers. After the third bell rang, Zhou Yuan followed the instructions and channeled his aura into the spirit-gathering ruler. Channeling aura is the most basic threshold, and the only difference is that some people channel fast and some slow. Zhou Yuan had the full-ranked Golden Toad Chi nurturing method, which traveled the veins and chi through the circumference, and he belonged to the type of player who was extremely fast in conducting chi. He first channeled 30% of the blue amount generated from drinking the spirit gourd liquid into it, and the spirit gathering ruler instantly lit up 7 moments and 2 degrees. As it turned out, his own talent for taking chi wasn't considered excellent, but it was still okay. Immediately after that, he consumed another 6% of his blue amount and topped the polyglot scale to 2 degrees off of 8 quarters. The officials of the Taishang Temple and the Forbidden Army generals are very honest. Look at the scale is no longer changed. Put a pen to write down. 8 carving atop. Sense of spirit in the armor. Since the participants have the right to know their grades and to monitor each other with the recorder. Therefore, after the officials of the Taishang Temple and the generals of the Forbidden Army had completed their records, they also unfolded the paperwork for Zhou Yuan to take a look at. Middle A? Zhou Sima can look carefully. 8 moments for the middle armor. 9 moments is the upper armor. Our record is correct. The recorder is mistaken. I was just wondering if anyone could really get an armor. Naturally, there are. The top ace of the Xin Yuan spiritual examination is rare, while the top ace of the Imperial Court public examination occurs every time. Sima Zhou does not think that the central armor is insufficient. Last year, the new Yuan spiritual examination was the central armor that won the championship. The words of the Taishang Temple official caused Zhou Yuan to have a new perception of his talent, and without cheating 7 quarters and 2 degrees, he was definitely qualified. However, there is still a considerable gap between those fierce people who can top up to more than 9 moments by pouring a mouthful of medicine. Thanks to the Counselor Lang for his explanation. I'm satisfied to be in the A. I wouldn't dare to ask for full credit on the A. Zhou Yuan's words represented the heartfelt feelings of many participants. As long as they did not fall into the B class, even if they were at the end of the lower A, it was an acceptable result. But the reality is often cruel. A spiritual test down the lower A most, the upper B second, the middle and lower B rare, the middle A rare. Although the court does not keep track of a single point of gain or loss, there is still a large categorization of A and B classifications. In this way, participants who do not make it to the first class are embarrassed. If the subsequent spiritual examinations did not get an A-class pull-up evaluation, the new Yuan spiritual examinations would have no connection with them. Of course, pulling up the ratings is an option for upper B. Lower B is but 4 quarters of a degree brighter, and there's almost no chance of turning it over. Luckily, 7 carats and a few degrees of lower armor were the mainstream of the participation, so the overall condition of the participants was quite good after the Senshi participation. Only after Zhou Yuan's side met with the generals of Huaishua and Shua states did he realize that almost everyone's grades were A, except for the Huaizhou camp's Captain Liu, who got AB top. Come to think of it, if these generals didn't have some talent, it was impossible for them to save up their merits to advance in one bloody battle after another. After the Crown Prince of Wei, the 9 ministers and guards, and the generals of the 2 towns, the 4 court executives reviewed the results. The first participation test was over. Before leaving the palace, the Crown Prince of Wei also specifically encouraged some B-class participants. Those who underachieve should have a cause for trepidation, which is an innate character and is difficult to overcome. But for a martial artist to raise his might, it is necessary to restrain oneself and keep one's will, so you and the others should train and sharpen your hearts more. On the other hand, the court takes a national scholar, not for a fraction of a cent, and there is no essential difference between 7 quarters of 9 degrees and 8 quarters of merit. For this reason, those who are in the first division should be careful and not be arrogant. Martial arts are not literature, but eventually you must enter the battlefield and fight soundly. We share the same encouragement with you all, and wish you all a prosperous martial arts career. The great Wei Crown Prince spoke well, but did not have the intention of laying a banquet. Instead, he instructed the participants to go back to rest as soon as possible, and to carry out the spirit-controlling participation test tomorrow. Continuous testing at such a high stress level is a great test of the mind. Luckily, the military officials in the capital camp provided sleeping aids to save the generals of the states who were bursting with stress and tossing and turning. Thus the next day when the test was taken, the general officers of the states were in a very full state of mind. But that was the end of good form, because the second spirit control participation test would be held for 4 consecutive days. The participants would need to stay in the martial arts palace for 3 nights. Once Zhou Yuan stepped into the palace room again, the general of the Forbidden Army sent him a copy of the handwritten martial art, Qi Swordfinger. This was a martial art of condensing qi in the fingers and manifesting the aura externally, and its difficulty was not the release, but the degree of cohesion. For this reason, Qi Swordfinger was a martial art that was easy to learn but hard to master. The range of the technique and the strength of the attack all depended on the degree of condensation of that mouthful of aura. This was good news for Zhou Yuan, who was most afraid of encountering the kind of martial arts that were difficult to begin with and tested his haste. Please feel free to practice your martial arts skills. General, we will all go outside and wait. In order to provide a better space for the participants to rehearse, the officials of the Taishan Temple and the generals of the Forbidden Army left Zhou Yuan's room. At this point, some of the family boosters will be able to be used with confidence. Anyone who has an increase in the hands of the focus of the precious medicine can also feel free to use. The court will not be pursued by external aids. This is clearly a bonus channel for the sons and daughters of the honored and noble. If they don't have two good things in their hands, how can they compete with the active generals? The disadvantage of the generals of the states was also revealed at this moment. They were so numerous that it was impossible for the barracks to give each of them some valuable spiritual objects. As a result, the descendants of the great families and the sons of the honored ones are going to start to make their mark. This is their only chance to squash the active generals. Otherwise, by the time the third Real battle comes around, the tough and courageous active duty generals will be the dominant group. After all, they are all bloodshed, accumulated merit, level by level to catch up. Real combat is their strong point. Zhou Yuan's side was the same as the generals of the states. There were no overly precious increase elixirs, and he didn't need those either. After spending 2 days skilling up the Qi sword finger, he then used his accumulated experience to point it up to 2 levels. He estimated that as long as he didn't encounter a noble son or daughter who held a special treasure weapon, a normal increase in elixir should not be able to compare to his level 2 skill. Early in the morning of the 4th day, after breakfast, the bell for the trial of arms rang on time. The officials of the Taishan Temple entered the chamber together with the generals of the Forbidden Army, and after measuring the distance with the short standardized staff in their hands, they drew 2 red lines with a vermilion pen. The soldiers of the Forbidden Army then entered and carried a 1-man-high bronze mirror to the red line. Zhou Yuan could see clearly that the copper mirror had a name showing, Copper Mirror of Many Wonders. Please ask the general to stand at one end of the red line and show his arms in a mirror. Zhou Yuan sniffed and walked to the red line, meditated and calmed his mind for a moment, and very solemnly used the skill, Qi sword finger, on the bronze mirror. Clang! After the crisp sound, the copper mirror swung layers of ripples, at first chaotic, then gradually fluctuations in order. A ripple swirled up, slowly presenting a 3-stripe pattern, and after a few moments the ripples dissipated, and the bronze mirror returned to its original state. The first stripe is C, the second stripe is B, the third stripe is A, and then the A is restored to the top. Gingan Zhou Yuan has 3 tattoos into it. It is a grade A spirit controller. Does the general have any objections? None. Exactly. Congratulations, General. Without borrowing external objects tattooed into 3. General spirit control talent is truly rare. At this time, Zhou Yuan did not know that he had underestimated the bravado of the Lord's children. There were a few honored sons and daughters who had scored more than 3 stripes with the 2-way enhancement of the treasure weapons and elixirs, but that Crown Prince of Wei had his eye on his record. The 2 A's have been made. Can we get the 3 A's? Chapter 88, The Tomb of the Traveling Corpse. Being too innocent in his origins prevented Zhou Yuan from displaying too exaggerated achievements, but a clean slate can be a plus at some point. For example, in the eyes of the Crown Prince of Wei, Zhou Yuan, who had reached the age of 2 armors, was young and promising, and had a military background, was an excellent general worthy of cultivation, and we'll see, if he can accomplish 3 awards, I'll lure him into the military walk, enlist his heart and cultivate him. One of the 9 ministers, Wei Weiwei, had a different view from the Crown Prince. In his opinion, Zhou Yuan, who came from a clean background and had extraordinary talent, was born to enter the Forbidden Army to develop, and could guard the king at the top and go out to the border towns at the bottom. However, the face of the Crown Prince still had to be sold, and for this reason, the 9 ministers and Wei lieutenants had temporarily put away their thoughts of pacifying Zhou Yuan. My lord, it is time to bestow the wine. Taishu Chancellor from the Taishan Temple, who was mainly responsible for the ceremonial matters of sacrifices, was transferred here to lay out the rituals for the participants. At his reminder, the Crown Prince of Wei ordered the armorers to beat the drums and gather the generals, giving wine and issuing orders for the generals who were about to enter the secret realm for actual battle. The status of the Crown Prince is still a very strong deterrent, and with him around, no matter whether they are the sons of nobles, or the heirs of powerful families, they are all very obedient. Therefore, after the sound of drums, all the state generals, the sons of honored nobles, and the sons of families moved at the sound of the drums, keeping a good order and neatly lining up. I have often heard that the heroes are spread all over the fields, but I wonder what they look like. whether they are loyal and righteous, whether they are mighty. Now you perform martial arts, so that I can see the natural talent, but also see the tenacity of the strong will. But it is a pity that I have not seen the martial might of you. Would you all be willing to perform martial arts for my great way? As a way of recognizing your majesty and showing the backbone of great way? Dare not to follow orders. We are willing to lay down our lives for the great way, and we are willing to offer our arms for the great king. The spiritual test is a path chosen by the participants themselves, and it may seem like the Dewey Crown Prince shouldn't be asking such questions. However, due to the possibility of casualties in actual battles, Wei's great ancestor set an ancestral motto when he founded the country. Spiritual test martial arts is not a personal battle, but a battle for the country. When the drum is beaten to gather generals, and then lead the generals to battle. It was this nominal change that made the actual battle of the spiritual exam the official battle of the guardians. Not only do the injured and damaged receive compassionate treatment, but the general orders also become a crucial part of the process. Now that the Crown Prince of Wei has ordered to go to war, if any of his generals are lost, whether they are generals, the sons of honored nobles, or the sons of the lineage, they will all be counted as belonging to his Donggong battalion. Good. All of you are brave. Please drink this wine full to nourish your spirit. I established the general's platform in the Palace of Performing Arts and order you all with the general's order, hoping that you all will conquer the demons for me and grant me the new Yuan's triumphant song. We accept the order to go to war at once. After drinking the imperial wine and receiving the general's orders from the crown prince, there are no more noble heirs and sons of the family, and all of them have nominally become generals of the Great Way. Next, even if the Lord's sons and daughters are injured, they can only die for the country, and their parents and relatives may not seek the same team of generals to vent their hatred due to personal feelings. Otherwise, if they all use their family backgrounds to oppress their fellow participants, there would be no need for this spiritual examination. Therefore, the military preparation of the sons of the honored nobles was generally better, far beyond the comparison between the generals of the states and the sons of ordinary families. Zin 5, Ugly Mao 8, In Chen 6, you and 10 others for the Xishan team. No, Zhou Yuan's number plate was In Chen 6, and he was thus organized into a half-baked team. The reason why I say half-baked is because half of the state generals are in the team, and one of them is an acquaintance general from Shuazhou. In this case, the sons of the honored families and the sons of the families could not get the leadership of the squad at all, and the leaders could only be selected by the general officers of the states. Meng Xian from Shuazhou was elected as the leader by the 4 generals because of his good use of guns and shields. In this way, Meng Xian must familiarize himself with the players as soon as possible and match the team formation according to their specialties. After some consolidation, Zhou Yuan found that there were 2 archers, a rare art mage, and 7 melee martial artists in the team. This made the output power of their squad very sufficient, and as long as they didn't encounter a high defense type copy, they would have a chance to finish the attack quickly. The teams will receive their horses and dry rations and will march out as soon as possible. At the urging of the Forbidden Army General, Zhou Yuan and his teammates immediately set off after receiving their supplies. It was the afternoon of the year's end, leaving them with only a day and a half to spare. It was fortunate that there were 2 Forbidden Army generals as companions to the test, or else just looking over the map and searching for the target could have delayed them quite a bit. The participants, 1 person and 2 horses, 1 carrying people and 1 carrying armor, left the city through the western gate of the capital and headed in different directions. 3 pieces of red cloth were then affixed to the outer wall of the Performing Arts Palace, and the officials of the Taishan Temple began to write the results of the first trial of sensing spirit and the second trial of controlling spirit on it. But this honor is destined to have a delay. Fast horse speeding participants, at this moment, not at all mood to look back to the capital. Only think of the last game to play as hard as possible. It's out of the list. Don't crowd me. Let me have a look. Who is Gingin Zhou Yuan that he can reign as a military secretary for 2 awards? I hope that he is from a good family. Then he can add color to the new Yuan. Early tomorrow to see it again. If there are 3 a talent, only then is considered a true Great Way hero. The list of martial arts performances was not yet complete, but the people of the capital had already begun to talk about the people that each of them favored. It wasn't until late afternoon that the crowd gradually dispersed, and Zhou Yuan and his teammates arrived at their destination, the Yangpu County camp. There are 2 secret realms in this area. One is used by the Yangpu soldiers for their daily attacks, and the other is barren and difficult to attack, and is occasionally used as a place to participate in tests. The participants were in no mood to rest, and after arriving at the Yangpu camp, They requested to enter the secret realm to explore the terrain intelligence. The forbidden generals who accompany the test will not limit the participants' battle plans. Hence, Zhou Yuan and his group entered the subcamp of the Yangpu camp overnight and were led by the Yangpu captain to see the entrance of the secret realm. Replica, Tomb of the Traveling Corpse. Suggested challenge level, 10. Suggested challenge number, 1015. The moment he saw the level of the copy, Zhou Yuan understood that it would not be easy to successfully conquer this copy. Probably because he can't play at full strength with impunity. And if something goes wrong with his teammates in the middle of the game, it's likely to affect the progress of the attack. All of you, take a moment and allow me to go inside. Meng Xian from Shuazhou did the leader. Very team-oriented. Exploring this kind of thing simply do not draw teammates, but on their own. However, this secret realm was destined to be less friendly to him, and the probability was that the lance he utilized so well would be constrained due to the environment. Brother Meng, wait a moment. You and I will enter together, so we can take care of each other. Zhou Yuan followed closely behind and entered the swimming corpse mysterious realm together. He had a full level of wide eyesight technique, and was able to see things at night, so he could see farther and clearer than Meng Xian. The moment he entered the replica, what met his eyes was a huge underground catacomb with dim light. Level 10 purple stiff. Level 12 white stiff. Level 13 jumping corpse. There are 8 pathways within the tomb, and the location of the duplicate portal is on the sarcophagus in the center of the pathways. There are 3 kinds of zombie monsters cluttering each road entrance, of which the purple and white stiffs do not look difficult to deal with. However, those jumping and moving jumping corpses can easily escape from the front row of armors tangling inside the entrance of the tomb passage and jump to pounce on the back row output. Another key issue is that of light. Zhou Yuan's teammates could not possibly have a full level of wide eyesight technique like him, much less free up a hand to hold a torch. Luckily, we got in early and we still have time. Now it's time for those 2 honored sons to figure out what to do. With their family lineage, it shouldn't be too hard to find out an illuminating spirit in a short period of time. Chapter 89, The 8 Gates of Life and Death. I'll open the bow to draw the demons and see how they attack. Indeed it should be. Please let go of your hands. Master Zhou. Zhou Yuan pulled open the flowing fire bow and simultaneously triggered the 2 equipment skills of the Heart Host and Red Sparrow, causing the arrows in his hands to immediately ignite with crimson flames. Whoosh! The speeding arrows rubbed the air, the burning flames taking on the shape of a cone head, like a crimson spirit sparrow slamming into a level 10 purple stiff. With a banging explosion, a not-so-small hole was blown out of the level 10 purple stiff's neck, but no blood seeped out. The flames carried on the arrows clung to the holes and burned, emitting a foul odor and smoke. Zhou Yuan could see clearly that the body of the level 10 purple stiff was as difficult to burn as if it was a damp hardwood. Even if the aura-generated Red Sparrow's flame was high temperature and explosive, it could only play an explosive scorching effect and could not ignite it. On top of that, the level 10 purple stiff's body was covered with a thick layer of purple and black mycelium, and when it was scorched by the flames, it would emit a silky black smoke. The arrow shot by Zhou Yuan cleared 52% of its blood and did not show the bludgeoning effect of the weakness attack. This meant that it had excellent defense and fewer weak parts of its body, and was a thick-blooded monster that was toxic and capable of carrying the load. But the level 10 purple stiff has as many flaws as it does advantages. For one thing, it doesn't have a powerful weapon in its hands, so it can only tear and claw. For another, its body is stiff and less flexible in combat. Brother Meng, the target has a single attack method, high probability of carrying toxins, and a rigid body and no normal vitals. Good. Wait for it to come and strike my shield so we can try its strength. The monster attack judgment within the swimming corpse copy was not active, and after Zhou Yuan opened his bow and shot the purple stiff, only 5 zombies were chased out from the tomb passage. The zombies within the other 7 tomb passages were even more unresponsive. This was good news for the participating teams, who were able to safely clear a passage through the catacombs if they took a little more time. It's just that if you don't know which passage the bosses are after, clearing them one by one will be very time critical. Boom boom boom. The level 13 jumping corpse's movement speed was quite a bit faster than the purple stiff and the white stiff. Its jump height is about 2.5 meters, and the length of each leap is about 4 meters. When it jumped close, Meng Xian didn't take the opportunity to stand up his spear and stab it diagonally, poking it down, but instead honestly raised his shield to take the blow. The moment the long black fingernails made contact with the treasure shield, an ear-piercing sound was made, powerful and heavy, not easy to resist, but fortunately it is accustomed to claw strikes. Not much effort. Sima Zhou, the 2 of us should withdraw first, and then come back to attack after we have taken the illumination spirit and anti-poison treasure medicine. Good. The diffusion of corpse chi cannot be ignored. We'd better seek out a few pairs of poison masks for the front row of armorers to defend themselves. As they spoke, Zhou Yuan and Meng Xian exited the swimming corpse mystic realm in turn. The 8 companions waiting outside saw them appear and rushed forward to ask for information. After Zhou Yuan recounted in detail what he had seen and thought, the 2 honored scions immediately said that the matter of the lighting spirit, anti-poison elixir, and poison mask could be left to them. The magician from the noble family sniffed and also opened his own talisman pouch to rummage around, stating that he had 3 corpse suppressor talismans available in his pouch. This statement made the members of the team a burst of joy, and have instructed not to use the body suppressor talisman in case of crisis, and it is better to leave all of them for the demon leader to enjoy. Why don't I make another copy of the corpse suppressor talisman overnight? Forget it, it's energy consuming and unfavorable to attack. Zhou Sima has the evil suppressing arrow. It's enough to deal with ordinary wandering corpses. The speaker has no heart, the listener has the intention. The 2 honored sons and daughters out of the camp to see the trailing home guards not only asked for lighting to cover the poisonous things, but also said that the body talisman and the evil arrow to quell the evil. After the 2 personal guards left with fast horses, Zhou Yuan and his group grabbed some rest and prepared to launch an attack as soon as the required supplies arrived. That spellcaster, who came from a powerful family, even entered the secret realm alone to survey it. Back then drew a Bagua map, sitting there meditating on where is the door of life, where is the door of death, and the demon leader should be in the door of life, or the door of death. Cui Hong, stop thinking nonsense. When the time comes to attack, you will naturally be able to see the difference. Rest quickly, and do not wait to use you with a dull mind. Good. That's a break. Artist Cui Hong also listened to the advice and took out a tranquilizing talisman from his talisman pouch and slapped it on his head, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep. It looked like a zombie that kept quiet after being labeled with a talisman. It was about 7 hours later, at about 5 o'clock in the morning, that the relatives of the 2 honored scions arrived with all kinds of supplies. Lighting spirit is good to get. Anti-poison treasure medicine is also good to talk about. 10 pairs of poison mask but did not get together. But there are other poison avoidance treasures can be replaced. In addition, the corpse suppressing talisman was already cold, and there were even fewer Taoists willing to draw this kind of talisman, so only 8 of them were found in a short period of time. On the contrary, the evil suppressor arrows were better to get, and the 2 families' relatives did not say much, giving Zhou Yuan and the other archer 2 pots of evil suppressor arrows respectively. The arrow talismans are consumables, so I'll give them to you, and the poison avoidance treasure weapon is temporarily lent to you. These 2 poison masks are the property of my son and daughter, and the rest of the leaders will divide the rest among themselves. Before Meng Xian could act on his side, the general of the Forbidden Army took out the public record and gave the 2 noble sons a credit. Because there is no material military formation cannot be the preparation of munitions on the battlefield, but also a kind of practical combatability. Only this kind of practical combatability, most people do not have. Only the local sons of the family and the capital honored to be able to temporarily supply. We are grateful for the funding and will make up for it with goods after the war. The position of leader is not easy to do, at least the distribution of supplies. It makes Meng Xian scratch his head. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and decide as his mind dictated, giving his melee teammates 5 copies of the anti-poison treasure medicine each, and 2 copies each for the far attack output. As for the poison avoidance treasure weapons, they also gave the more effective ones to the melee teammates and the less effective ones to the 3 long-range outputs. According to the descriptions of the Lord's relatives, Zhou Yuan's side obtained a 5 poisons 100 feet pay, with a message describing how to carry it with poison, avoid poison with poison, and protect peace. Just after putting it on, he gained a slightly poisonous attachment status, along with a poison avoidance status. The slightly toxic state has little effect on him, and as long as he doesn't wear it for a long period of time, it won't cause any real poisoning effects. After the members of the squad had each obtained their poison avoidance treasure weapons, they quickly organized their martial arts equipment and entered the secret realm of the swimming corpses in turn. The 2 Forbidden Army generals who accompanied the test also maintained their reticence to follow up on the secret realm, ready to record the merit situation at any time. The crowd side had just entered the secret realm, when the magician Cui Hong pointed to the sarcophagus in the center and explained to the crowd, the Kan trigram is directly north, the Koan trigram is southwest, the Jin trigram is east, the Sun trigram is southeast, the Qin trigram is northwest, the Dui trigram is west, the Burgundy trigram is northeast, and the Li trigram resides in the south. We are now in the middle palace position, So as long as we determine the orientation of one of the passages, we will be able to use the 8 trigrams to solve the 8 gates and determine the 2 paths of life and death. These corpses are dead and able to move, representing a state of superimposed life and death. I think the leader of the secret realm here is mostly within the passageway of the birth gate. Burgundy is born, Cohen dies, Burgundy is the mountain, the young man, and the stop, Cohen is the earth, the multitude, and the obedience. For this reason the one with the largest number of demons is the gate of death, and the passageway that corresponds to it is the gate of life. Chapter 90 Burgundy Palace Guardian. Warlock Shui Hong, a meal of analysis, fierce as a tiger. Right or wrong not to say first, at least bluffed a group of teammates. All of them felt that he had a point, and since they didn't know which of the 8 passages led to the secret chief, let's rely on metaphysics to take a gamble first. It is a pity that Shui Hong is not a traditional Chinese fortune teller, otherwise the scene to a 7 political for you. Plum Blossom number divination. It would appear to be more professional. We don't have a good plan for now, but Shui Hong's method can be tried. I just don't know how to measure the number of demons within the passage. Detailed calculations are not easy. Estimates are not difficult. Wait a moment, gentlemen. I'll fire the bows in turn to draw out the roaming corpses in these passages. If you try this twice, you will be able to estimate which passage is more densely populated with demons based on the number of demons pouring out. Since the types of wandering corpses within the 8 passages were exactly the same, Zhou Yuan could not tell which passage led to the boss and could only estimate and pick a direction. Whoosh! An evil suppressing arrow with crimson flames attached to it cut through the gloomy tomb and hit a level 10 purple stiff. After replacing it with the evil suppressing arrow that restrained the life of the Yin and evil types, the kills caused by Zhou Yuan were even more considerable, and one arrow cleared 83% of the purple stiff's blood bar. However, due to the flowing flame Bao's red bird effect being explosive damage and the Jinxie arrow being sharper, for this reason 2 by 2, after hitting a hole opening, the arrow went straight through the body, failing to stay on the target and causing sustained damage. It's here. A total of 6 were invoked. One more than the channel I tested with Brother Meng earlier. Careful. The purple-haired walker and the white-haired walker are moving normally, and that black-haired one will jump and pounce. Before Meng Xian could finish his words on his side, Zhou Yuan and the other archer fired their bows one after another to seal the level 13 jumping corpse. Unlike Zhou Yuan's wind armor fire bow, which fought high bursts, the other archer general from the state capital focused on rapid fire. His bow was a wind-attributed treasure bow, heavy on guidance and precision, without much damage increase. Therefore, Zhou Yuan was able to take out half of the level 13 jumping zombie's blood volume with a single arrow, and he was only able to kill 18% of the blood volume. Luckily, he had the wind bow speed shooting method, and he could add some damage by firing 2 bows in a row. By the time the less flexible zombie got close to them, the jumper was already lying flat. It was still generous. Not only did it provide Zhou Yuan with 120 experience points, it also exploded a white ball of light. Next, the 5 zombies and the raiders squad formally engaged in battle. Meng Xian's side shed his lance and threw it on the ground, and drew out an iron mace specializing in knocking the brain. The 2 sons of the nobility were even more heroic, both holding shields in one hand and blades attached to lightning in the other, breaking arms and necks with their blades. The only one who acted as a bright and non-existent aid was artist Shui Hong, who was holding an illuminated spiritual object with a bright lantern hanging from it. In addition to illumination, his mission is to save the day, because most of this kid's ability is in seal scripts, and he is a gold warrior who needs to be careful with his actions. His elders were also powerful, putting multiple giant strength talismans and Vidra talismans in his talisman pouch, ensuring that he could assist his teammates along the way and lay down the secret realm attack. As soon as this gold coin warrior entered, he tried to use the giant power charm on the 2 archers, but was rejected by Zhou Yuan and the other archer. Both of them said that it would not be too late to use it when their arms were not strong enough, and that they should not waste the talisman seal in the preliminary test. With this stance of assisting his teammates, he lays his heart on the line and his teammates share in the peace of mind. Sima Zhou. Change to the other channel. Firebow archers had the advantage of drawing light within this gloomy environment, and for this reason the subsequent drawing of monsters was all left in Zhou Yuan's hands. After 7 rounds of luring monsters, the crowd temporarily stopped fighting, resting and comparing the number of monsters lured in each channel. They found that the wandering corpses that had been triggered by the arrows were roughly in the range of 7 to 5, without much of a disparity in numbers. Try that passage again with 7 roaming corpses out, and then pick 2 random passages for comparison. Okay, all of you get ready for battle. I'll fire the bow and arrow. After 3 more battles, The raider squad determined which passage had the more densely active roaming corpses. In this way, the gate of death for the koan of the congregation was settled, and the passage opposite to it was the gate of life on the Burgundy mountain, which they sought. How to cut it down, induce consumption, or make steady progress. First draw the outer layers of swimming corpses to be cut down, and when it is difficult to draw them, then advance inside. The crowd spoke as they surreptitiously surveyed the two forbidden generals who accompanied the test, hoping to analyze some useful information from their expressions. Nay, the two forbidden army generals stood straight like a log, serious, cold and expressionless. The people looked at each other and understood that these two could not be counted on, so they could only analyze the intelligence and choose their own direction. Since the door of life has been chosen, let us clear it as quickly as possible, and if we are wrong, then we will try to make other passages. Understanding the time constraints, the squad members identified their targets and immediately began the repetitive task of cleaning up. During this time the crowd also asked for jumping corpses to be released for melee combat to test if they would suddenly jump to pounce on the rear shooter while tangling with the armorer. After a few tests, the crowd came up with the good news that jumping corpses don't suddenly jump into the array. However, it will also prioritize rear shooters if no one attacks again. For this reason, the participating squad set a new battle method, prioritizing the attack on jumping corpses and defending against stiff-bodied wandering corpses. As the pace of the fight gradually adjusted, the speed of the participating squads in clearing the roaming corpses gradually increased. It was only when the time required to draw out the traveling corpses became too much that they decided to abandon the safer position of the center court and enter the interior of the passageway to fight. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Yuan picked up the items that the zombies and jumping corpses had exploded. Ding! Get corpse teeth *15, corpse poison *6. Both of these drops are materials, of which corpse teeth can be used to forge arrows and corpse poison can be used to enchant weapons. Zhou Yuan simply glanced at it before continuing to attack with his team. They still didn't advance recklessly, but instead set up a defense line in the passageway, with the archers drawing the monsters over to clear them in batches. As the squad members were well equipped and well supplied with spirits, there were also two Honshu Saiyans to stabilize the defense line. As a result, their plan to move forward went very well in the early stages. It wasn't until the tomb passage grew wider and wider, and the appearance of a wandering corpse clad in rotting armor and covered in black iron claws, that their steady advance was suddenly halted. Level 14 Corpse Jumper Burgundy Palace Guard. The cranes stand out from the chickens and have a different shape. They are either powerful demons or demon leaders. To fight or not to fight, Zhou Yuan knew that this jumping corpse was not a copy boss, but an elite monster. But he couldn't explain what the demon leader was supposed to look like. He couldn't say what he felt in his gut. Since we're here, there's no reason not to fight. Can Josima draw out the roaming corpses around it and kill them one by one? I'm afraid not, depending on its location. As long as it triggers the neighboring roaming corpses, the odds are that it will also be triggered. I would suggest striking first, without wasting effort on the body of an ordinary wandering corpse, and shooting it with a few arrows before it attacks us. Good. Let's follow what Secretary Zhou said. Cui Hong use a corpse suppressor talisman. Buy time for the two archers. We need to fully hold back the group of corpses from rushing the formation. Don't worry. If there's a crisis, I'll be the first to enchant the Vajra talisman for you. Gold coin warrior Cui Hong finally unlocked his money bag and drew out a corpse suppressor talisman and 5 Vajra talismans from his talisman pouch. Sima Zhou, my bow is sharp and my arrows are fast. Your arrows are heavy and explosive. You open your bow first. Chapter 91 General Wandering Corpse. The level 14 jumping corpse Burgundy Palace Guard was an elite monster no doubt, but it also depended on how many percent of Zhou Yuan's strength he put out to deal with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 evil suppressor arrows with the red sparrow's flame attached to them sped out one after another. The first hit the Burgundy Palace Guardian in the eye, set into the skull in the brain, and the red flame boiled and exploded. The second one followed immediately after hitting the same spot, again triggering an intracranial explosion and shattering the back of Burgundy Miyamori's skull. These 2 arrows directly took away 42% of the Burgundy Palace Guard's blood, and the instantaneous third arrow even dealt bludgeoning damage. The third red flame arrow, while completely shattering the Burgundy Palace Guard's skull, once again exploded intracranially, lifting off a small half of the Burgundy Palace Guard's skull. This continuous blow to the head tissue triggered a bludgeoning effect that directly took away 35% of Burgundy Palace Guard's blood bar. Zhou Yuan's 3-star streak eliminated 77% of the Burgundy Palace Guard's blood bar and blew up its skull, leaving it with only one eye and one cheek. This terrifying outburst, extraordinary precision, and swift bow speed shocked his teammates. At this moment, they all felt a vague pain in their heads. This was no heavy arrow shooter. It was clearly a professional violent assassin. With his precision and swiftness, as long as he was allowed to gain a head start, everyone would have to offer their heads when a 3-star streak came down. Why don't you reserve some physical strength first, and wait until you meet the demon leader before using the high explosive martial technique? The archer general officer from Ningzhou, seeing this scene, only felt that he was hanging by a thread in this spiritual test. With such a divine archer with high explosive accuracy and instantaneous kills in his presence, his wind bow rush shot was mediocre. The key is then the speed of fire. His rapid fire is not on the other's 3-star continuous speed, the biggest advantage of the same miserable crushed. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Zhou Yuan, how did you maintain your accuracy when you opened your bow so swiftly and used the explosive fire bow? Also, are you really a shooter? With that instant burst you can't hit a melee armorer. The sentiments of the ninja shooter were also the sentiments of his front row teammates. Facing a powerful demon, they were all ready to fight for their lives, but as a result, their own teammates backhandedly lifted the other party's skull, which instantly made them a bit at a loss. Warlock Chui Hong was even more instantly energized, not ready to be conservative and auxiliary anymore. Otherwise the talismanic seal in his hand, he was afraid that he would have to put it away to eat dust. It's not a problem. The 3-star streak doesn't consume me much. Zhou Yuan's callback made his teammates both relieved and distraught. Relieved because your side has a strong output, and the later attacks should be smoother. Gripped because their teammates were too strong, and if they played at full strength, they would probably lose the chance to fight a powerful demon. They were justifiably worried, and the intimidating-looking cloaked corpse really didn't make it to them. After it was hit by 2 arrows by the Ningzhou archer, it was then targeted by Zhou Yuan in the other eye, and once again the arrow entered the skull and detonated the head. This time, the level 14 jumping corpse Burgundy Palace Guardian couldn't stand any longer, dragging its tattered head to the ground heavily and bursting out a green ball of light. Ding! Kill level 14 jumping corpse Burgundy Palace Guard. Experience plus 280. The enemy general has been killed. All of you clear the remnants of the enemy as soon as possible. The leader, Meng Xian, is still very reliable and knows what to say to cheer up his teammates. Busy dealing with the onslaught of corpses, they did not notice that the 2 forbidden army generals who accompanied the test took out the public record to take credit for Zhou Yuan. Once the normal wandering corpses had been cleared, they had time to reflect on the battle's gains and losses, and to check if the rear was still passable. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to pick up the green orb of light that the Burgundy Palace Guard had exploded and obtained a relatively rare accessory with a pair of cold iron poison claws. Accessory, Burgundy Mountain Jade. Introduction, Sangshan, Burgundy, the gentleman to think out of his place. The auspiciousness of Dungun is to end up with a thick end. The Shangmen resides in the Burgundy Palace of Fuyin. Everything revives. Yang Qi turns around. The earth gives birth to all things. Great luck and wealth. Effect, gain the Burgundy life status after equipping. Continuously and slowly restoring life value and alleviating negative statuses of the Yin and evil types. The effect of Burgundy Palace Mountain Jade is very useful, as it continuously restores blood and alleviates Yin evil type bad statuses just by wearing it. The key was that it was very small, only the size of a normal jade pendant, very easy to carry around. 8 tomb passages. If each one is guarded by an elite monster, and if you can put together 8 door accessories, the output of that traveling corpse copy is actually quite plentiful. Zhou Yuan pondered when he would find an opportunity to brush another copy of the traveling corpse while carefully checking the tomb passage for hidden mechanisms. As it turns out, he and his teammates thought too much. There was only one level 14 jumping corpse Burgundy Palace Guardian on this side of the Shangmen, and no real bosses existed. Everyone, there is no demonic leader present here. Where should we go next? As soon as leader Meng Xian finished speaking on his side, Warlock Chui Hong jumped out impatiently. Not being able to figure out the right direction stresses him out, and he wants to struggle a bit more to get the credit for leading the way. Gentlemen, trust me once more. Burgundy and Cohen mirror each other. Life and death oppose each other. The leader of the demons must be within the gate of death. Do you think that since it is a tomb, it is not reasonable for the dead to appear at the door of death? In addition, the gate of death represents ferocity and 9 deaths, which just corresponds to the powerful strength of the demon leader. Warlock Choi Hong is not nearly as effective as he was before, despite his assurances. After all, he had rhetorically stated a number of analyses when he chose the birthright before, but now he was trying to disprove his previous theories and start all over again. If it doesn't work out again, the odds are that there are no demon leaders in the other passages either. Mostly, it will take clearing all the passages for the demon leader to appear in the center palace. Stop talking. You mustn't make that true, or it's too much of a waste of time. The participants had no better choice and decided to listen to Cui Hong's advice one more time and went straight to the death door. The higher density of wandering corpses inside the death gate slowed their advance a bit. Luckily, their efforts were not in vain. Not only was there a level 14 jumping corpse, Koangonggue, inside the dead gate Koangong, there was also a large sarcophagus chiseled out of mountain stone. As the crowd approached the location of the Koan Palace, before the ordinary wandering corpses could make a move, a dull hissing sound came from within the sarcophagus. Bang! The lid of the sarcophagus was suddenly knocked away by a huge force, and a black corpse in general armor leapt out from it. Level 15 General of the Traveling Corpses. Not only did it surpass the level of the neighboring small monsters, but it also had a blood-red skeleton icon after its identity information. Cui Hong, the giant power charm. In the face of the unexpected situation, all the participants were on standby and no longer skimped on all kinds of precious pills and talisman seals. Zhou Yuan instantly shot 3 arrows in a row at the traveling corpse general after asking for the giant strength talisman to be boosted. Bang! 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 The powerful force of the 3-star streak and the explosive effect of the red flame arrows struck a knockback effect. This move caused the wandering corpse general, who had leapt up, to fall straight to the ground. Warlock Cui Hong's side activated 2 corpse suppressor talismans at the same time, temporarily controlling the wandering corpse general and the Kuangong guards. Zhou Sima attacked quickly. If we let 2 powerful demons get close at the same time, our formation most likely won't be able to carry them both. Meng Xian led his teammates to form a defense line, preparing to engage the swarm of roaming corpses and expecting Zhou Yuan to kill one as soon as possible to reduce the risk. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that the traveling corpse general was under control and replaced his arrows to activate his full-level bloodshed archery. In the next moment, the flowing flame red sparrow and the blood fiend flame fire converged to form a vermilion spirit sparrow, dragging a long tail flame to cut through the gloom. Chapter 92 Uncorrupted Bone Method. Nico, the red sparrow effect of the flowing flame bow, coupled with the blood flames triggered by the full-grade blood fury arrow, resembled a solid vermilion sparrow that emitted a sharp cry. Boom! A huge explosion sound came out from the traveling corpse general. That blood fury red sparrow arrow nailed its brain hard, and the violet explosion shook it, even lifting off its helmet. This arrow directly cleared 24% of the swimming corpse general's blood, and together with Zhou Yuan's 3-star streak of evil suppressing arrows that he had sent out first, it had also taken away 12% of its blood. At this point, the general of the traveling corpses, who had just appeared on the scene, had only 64% of his blood remaining. Roar! Accompanied by a dull roar, the traveling corpse general swung the long-handled blade in his hand and charged sharply. When he was close to the front row of armored soldiers, he even leapt up and smashed Zhou Yuan in midair with the momentum of a forceful split. Cui Hong, the warlock who had prepared for this, raised his hand and struck a corpse suppressor to control the enraged corpses. One of the Lord Scions simultaneously threw out a flying claw, and with the general beside him, he exerted a violent force that threw the wandering corpse general out of the battle formation. Cui Hong, add adamantine talismans to them, and any extra giant power talismans as well. Good. At this moment, the entire squad's minds were highly unified. That was to stall the traveling corpse general and give their high explosive teammates time to gain output. After Zhou Yuan instructed Warlock Cui Hong, he took advantage of the boost from the giant power technique and once again opened his bow with 3 stars in a row. This time, he didn't stare at the wandering corpse general's head and shoot, instead choosing the elbow position of the gap in the armor. The best thing for him to do since he couldn't be killed in seconds was to deal crippling damage, weakening the target's attack and taking the pressure off his teammates' defense. Bang! Due to the close proximity, the explosions triggered by the 3-star streak converged into one short sound. The 3 evil suppressor arrows managed to set into the traveling corpse general's elbow, preventing one of his arms from firing effectively. Just then, that level 14 jumping corpse, Koangong also approached the front row of armorers and began to attack in conjunction with the normal wandering corpses. All of you robes defend the corpse. I'll point out the jumping corpse first. Only after crippling the active attacker type swimming corpse general did Zhou Yuan change his target to clear the elite monster Koangong. Without him having to say much, the moment he side-bowed, Cui Hong activated a corpse suppressor talisman, temporarily controlling the Koangong. Immediately after that, the 3-star streak enters inside by the eye-hole of the kunai guard, blowing up his head and emptying 78% of his blood bar. Zhou Yuan then fired another arrow to send it away completely, took out a bloodbane arrow in his backhand, and once again condensed the full-level Bloodbane arrow art. At this time, the traveling corpse general had already started to show his power, and under its continuous swinging and chopping, the front row of armored soldiers were forced to slowly retreat. Even in every emergency, Warlock Shui Hong would fling out the corpse suppressor talisman to hit the stasis effect and strongly control the wandering corpse general. However, its powerful force still made the arms of the front row of armored soldiers holding up their shields eat pain and soreness. What was more troublesome was that the constant onslaught of ordinary swimming corpses made it impossible for the front row of armors to fully defend against the swimming corpse's general. It was only when Zhou Yuan attacked again that the situation was effectively alleviated. When the Blood Fury Red Sparrow arrow hit the traveling corpse general's head, it not only took away 24% of its blood, but also caused it to change its hate target. This causes it to stop attacking the front row of armor and instead jump again to attack the back row output. The same scene, the same operation. Jinjin Talisman strong control, flying claws dragged and dumped out of the military formation. By the time it stood up again, Zhou Yuan's 3-star streak of pearls entered its brain from its eyes, rupturing its skull and breaking its balance. Seeing this opportunity, Warlock Shui Hong followed suit and connected with the corpse suppressor talisman for strong control. Zhou Yuan's 3-star Lianju entered its brain again, completely shattering the other eye and skull, making it a crippled corpse general. After 3 rounds of consecutive strikes, the traveling corpse general's blood bar was already in jeopardy, with only about 10% left. However, it also struck its berserk state, causing a ring of rippling aerosol to rise from its body as it rose and swung its blade to strike the ground. Zhou Yuan's attribute panel gave feedback at the first time, and a negative status named Black Zombie Chi appeared. Not only does this poison continue to drop blood, it also triggers a stalemate state and is a ranged control skill. But that was it. The only blood it had left wasn't enough for it to utilize its Black Zombie breath to turn the tide. Warlock Shui Hong once again suppressed the corpse talisman for strong control, and Zhou Yuan's side did not wait for the full-level Bloodbane arrow art to coalesce before shooting out a Bloodbane red bird arrow. As it happened, the traveling corpse general, after unleashing his ranged technique, swung his sword across the room, knocking back 2 shield defense armors. In the next moment, with a nicking sound, the vermilion flame spirit sparrow cut through the hazy corpse chi and nailed it on top of its stumpy head. Ding! Kill level 15 general of the traveling corpse. Experience plus 600. Without the powerful demons charging the formation, the remaining ordinary wandering corpses were much better to deal with. When the people combined their efforts to clean up the wandering corpses in the Kuan Palace, they found 2 forbidden army generals accompanying the trial, who were flipping through the public record to intensify their records. One also took a chronograph dial out of his pocket to register the time. Seeing this, the crowd understood that their examination was over. The next step was to wait for the generals of the Forbidden Army to publicize their results and then collectively return to the capital to resume their duties. While waiting, Zhou Yuan pretended to make his rounds and picked up the explosive fall of the Kuan Palace. In addition to the normal corpse teeth and corpse poison, he had also harvested a Mother Jade of Kuan Gong and a copy of the immortalized bone method. Like the Burgundy Mother Jade, the Burgundy Mountain Jade is a trinket that serves to minimally reduce the damage taken. The no bone transformation method is a bit more powerful, a special skill that enhances the torso. Skill, bone method of immortalization. Introduction, Z by Yun. The corpse clothes grudges death obscure 3 gas, pan 8 categories, purple, white and green hair fly. Ambulance tour does not turn bone. When the gods imbue his position, his bones will not decay. When the 3 chi gather the gods, the bones of the corpse will not be transformed. When the corpse has been in ambush for 1,000 years, it can swim in the yin and yang. When it flies and transforms into a drought demon, it will travel 1,000 miles on the red earth. Effect, can collect all the grievances. Death and obscurity of the 3 chi transfer zombie, can also be from the essence of the 3 chi instead of the spirit, into the golden muscle and jade bone. Note, substituting essence for the 3 chi. Level 5 essence attribute plus 1. Level 10 essence attribute plus 2. The attributes increased by the transmuting zombie are determined by the quantity and quality of the grievous dead obscure 3 airs. Golden muscle and jade bone, as strong as gold, as pure as jade, increases defense and reduces blue consumption of skills. I found the treasure chest. Come see what's inside. While Zhou Yuan's side was counting the harvest, his teammates overturned the sarcophagus of the traveling corpse general and found quite a number of funerary items underneath the coffin along with a gold-plated copper box. Due to the court's regulations, the proceeds of the spiritual examination tackle can be distributed by the participants themselves. As such, Zhou Yuan's teammates opened the treasure chest with gusto, wanting to get some harvest from it. What's all this? It's either corpse teeth or bottles of black liquid. Luckily there's a copy of the Dispersed Qi into Ring martial art. Cui Hongyu suffered to transcribe a few more copies. Originally leave it to Zhou Yuan. He used the Blood Fury arrow many times. The damage is a bit great. While the crowd was discussing the auspiciousness or inauspiciousness of the burial jewels, the two forbidden generals also made a record and called the crowd to come forward to watch them in turn. When it was Zhou Yuan's turn, the forbidden general nodded slightly before opening the public record document. Gingyun Zhou Yuan, open the 3 stars in a row, destroying the demon head. Then open the arrow of red fire and blood fury, killing the corpse general. Since entering the battlefield, he has cooperated in a measured manner and loved his robes, so he should be the top armor of the Xingling. Chapter 93, New Year's Dinner. The Xingling Shangai's evaluation was already the highest evaluation that a forbidden general could give. In this way Zhou Yuan had assembled the 3 A's of merit and became the top of the bunch of participants. But some are happy and some are sad that not all of his teammates got the results they wanted. All you can do is force a smile, reassure yourself, and hope for a 3-test summary rating. All of you. The battle has been pacified, so you should return to the capital to resume your duties. No. Only after the participants exited the secret realm of traveling corpses were they informed of the definite time. 6:15 hour. Approximately 9:15 a.m. We attacked so quickly that it took us 2 hours. There won't be any other squad faster than us. I don't think so. We hardly made any mistakes except for some delays in choosing the wrong passage. No other squad is perfect or flawless, no matter how good they are. The squad members were still worrying about the length of their attack, but they had overlooked a very important point. That is, not all squads were able to successfully complete the secret realm attack, and there were fewer true contenders than they had imagined. Don't get carried away. Set sail as soon as you can. The galloping horse carries each participant to the homeward journey. At this moment their mood not only did not become relaxed, but like a bumpy saddle-like apprehension. On the way, Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to check the martial skill, Dispersed Qi into Ring, that the secret realm treasure chest had produced. He found that it was a very peculiar martial skill, the core of which was dispersing and ordering, instantly transforming his own aura into a ring of Qi to cast. Its casting range was large, and it was a ranged damage skill, but the true effect, which relied on the attributes of the aura, was not the ring of aura. Thus, the traveling corpse general was able to release the black zombie Qi, and Zhou Yuan was also able to release the ring of fire Qi with the overlay of the flowing flame Bao's heart host state. However, a special martial skill such as scattering Qi into a ring was obviously more suitable for releasing auras such as poison, ice, and thunder to inspire poisoning, slowing down, and paralyzing effects. Overall, it's a good skill, perfect for martial artists to temporarily transform their combat environment. Zhou Yuan, you should have gotten the upper armor. Warlock Cui Hong's state is very good. Like him, this kind of talent that can make talismans, even if the spiritual test failed. There are a lot of backroads. Why? Because a person who has been supporting the entire game, got the lower armor, and it would be too harsh if you, the main attacking shooter, only got the middle armor. Zhou Yuan just smiled without answering positively, and Cui Hong understood the intention, mostly because he did not want to stimulate his teammates' anxious mind, so he digressed and talked about Giju, where he came from. Through talking to him, Zhou Yuan realized that Cui Hong was actually the eldest grandson of the direct line of the Huaixing Cui clan. This identity, even if placed in an ordinary family, should not have come to risk participating in the spirit examination, let alone the famous and powerful Huaixing Cui clan. In this regard, Cui Hong did not hide, bluntly said that he participated in the examination due to selfishness. My youngest brother is obsessed with martial arts, but his family's quota is depleted, so he has no chance of being initiated. I thought that it was better to perform the spiritual exercises sooner rather than later, so why don't I move to buy him a few years? That's why I asked the family head for a place in the spirit test, to see if I could get rid of the family's offerings and let my brother go for that spirit food. Brother Cui is kind and righteous, and will be able to do as he wishes. Regarding Cui Hong's deliberate friendship, Zhou Yuan accepted it as it was. His achievements are either to stay in Beijing for training, or to serve as a place to make more friends with some of his state's best and brightest, but also to facilitate the future, on the basis of working side by side and showing each other goodwill. Zhou Yuan and Cui Hong gradually became quite familiar with each other. By the time they entered the western gate of Fongjing, both of them had made an appointment to meet somewhere to drink together in a few days. Due to the distance from Yangfu County to the capital, it would take a fast horse to run for an hour and a half. So when Zhou Yuan and his group returned to the martial arts palace, it happened to be 5 minutes past noon, around 12:15. led by the generals of the Forbidden Army. The group of people went into the palace general's camp to resume their orders to the Crown Prince of Wei, and received the Crown Prince's praise and condolences. You have come at the right time. The palace chamberlain has just brought food and advised me to soothe my belly, but all of you are out fighting because of my order. How can I dine in peace, seeing that all of you are safe and sound? This heart of mine is much more relaxed. Come, all sit on my right and left, and we will eat together at the same table. The Dewey Crown Prince got up and first pulled the two Forbidden Army generals to take their seats, then reached out his hand and guided them in vain, signaling for Zhou Yuan to sit with them and share the food. This scene is really a little exciting, so that the crowd do not know what to do. One is if the black zombie gas into the body is mute and stiff. What are you waiting for? I am the commander-in-chief and you are the vanguard brave generals. Why should you be concerned? But I'm worried that Taizhu Chancellor will ask for offense with his rituals. Don't worry. The officials in charge of rituals have all been sent by me to set up the dinner party. With the words out of their mouths, what else could the crowd say as they settled into their seats and dined discreetly? During that time, the Dewey Crown Prince also chatted with Zhou Yuan and Cui Hong. Words Zhou Yuan young and talented. Heroic, asked Cui Hong Qizhou military and political how? Whether the people live in peace and prosperity. It was only at this point that Zhou Yuan realized that the Dewey Crown Prince's royal title was Qi King, and that the nominal fiefdom was none other than Qi Zhou. This move made Cui Hong fidgety. Said he often home system, less travel, unknown state counties, dare not talk nonsense. The Great Wei Crown Prince just smiled and didn't continue to chat about sensitive topics, but instead asked about the situation of the secret realm attack. When he heard about Zhou Yuan's 3-star streak and catalyzing the demon head, he even clapped his hands and said yes. It was only after the meal was over that the second team of participants arrived late, and they were not treated the same way as Zhou Yuan and his party, being introduced by the Crown Prince's personal guards into the side hall for the meal. It was only until about 8 o'clock in the afternoon that 7 squads returned to the martial arts palace, and the remaining 6 squads were destined to have no chance at the New Year's dinner. Before the dinner began, the Crown Prince of Wei first gave the sacrificial meat. This meat is the meat of the 3 sacrifices, and it is the food offered at today's New Era State Festival. As you are still fighting for your country on the day of the New Yuan, you should be national soldiers and enjoy national rights, so please share the food for the national festival. The state's major events and the rituals in Rome. Wei Crown Prince to give the state sacrificial blessing for food. This gift cannot be said to be not heavy, but the blessing of this thing, to put it bluntly, is to boil meat in plain water. All kinds of seasonings, salt and sugar are not put. In addition to the fact that Wei uses fat as a precious commodity, the sacrificial meat given to the participants of the New Yuan is all white meat pieces that are half fat and half lean. The taste, a mouthful of not only greasy paste mouth. There is a mutton from the stink. However, at a time like this, not to mention flavorless sacrificial meat, even if the Dewey Crown Prince had bestowed the national sacrifice of the 5 grains, the crowd would have been able to chew and swallow the raw grains. Only when the crowd had finished eating the sacrificial meat did the king of Great Wei raise his wine cup. All of you have fought hard to offer me a new Yuan kaiju. I am grateful, and I ask you to drink victoriously. Thank you, great king, for the food and the wine. After 3 rounds of shared drinks, the Crown Prince of Wei added with a worried face, "It is a blessing to be able to meet with you all, but there is no perfect work in the world, nor is there a situation that will not break up. After today, the court went to draw up the list of achievements. You may not all win, but also have the heart of the sad return home. This is the common determination of heaven and manpower. You must not be decadent. If there are those who have difficulty in their minds and do not wish to return home, they may go to the 8 battalions of the capital to seek a position and then fight in the public examination of the court. Is it possible to meet? When the public examination of the court is held, the king will wait in this palace of martial arts for the returning gentleman to come back." Chapter 94, Successful Leader of the List. When the Crown Prince meets, there is no such thing as can or can't. So naturally, it is all possible. The great king is relieved. If we are not selected to return home, we will diligently hammer our martial arts to fulfill the great king's appointment. The Crown Prince of Wei heard this, and only then his worries were all gone, and he called out to all of you to drink victoriously. Appeasing the losers is more important to him than praising the winners. Who will have all the glory after today? Those who lost the election will no longer have the opportunity to wait for the condolences of the court's senior management, and can only return home in disgrace. In addition, praising the winners at this time will also stimulate resentment. Far less cost-effective than appeasing the losers and demonstrating the benevolence of the court. However, The prince's appeasement is a degree, and then more is mercy, but also against the Wei's consistent style of martial arts. As a result, the ensuing banquet was filled with singing and dancing, and there was not a trace of apprehension. Interestingly, the participants who returned to the palace after the banquet opened would also be introduced to the banquet in the first place. They were unchanged in their clothing and armor, armed, and even stained with blood. In this way, for the whole dinner added a lot of irony and bravery, but also converged into a picture of a general drinking freely. It wasn't until 4 minutes past midnight, at 0 hour, when the bronze bell rang, that the dinner party ended, and at the same time, it also meant that the new Yuan spirit examination was completely over. Those participants who didn't make it to the last-minute entrance not only missed out on a dinner party, but also missed out on the chance to make it to the top of the merit list. This is certainly not fair to some of the capable and unlucky participants, but what the court wants are generals who work together in an orderly manner and are able to fight, not subordinates who are at each other's throats and are unable to overcome unexpected situations. Therefore, they could only return to the palace late at night and rest hastily. However, some people slept later than they did on this night, and that was the Crown Prince of Wei and the 9 ministers and generals of the 2 towns who were the final judges. Your Highness, this is the public record paperwork for each participating squad. We have drawn up the rankings and you can see if any adjustments are needed. The Dewey Crown Prince first read through the public record documents before picking up the summarized list drawn up by the 9 ministers and guards. Zhou Yuan's name was on it, but it was not the top spot, but the second on the list. Zhou Yuan's ancestral home is in Xiaoxi Village, Shangdong County, Huaizhou. A good people's family, gifted in brave and bloody battles, and the court needs him to be the top of the list. Your Highness is right. Its talent is well deserved, only missing a family caress. But to be able to power through the descendants of honored and powerful families with such a shallow background is truly an outstanding talent. I originally wanted to press him a little, so that his sharpness has a degree. Do not lose the peace of mind. However, since the court needs him to be at the top of the list and show the national appearance of the country's bones, let this good boy resonate throughout the capital. After receiving the affirmation from the 9 ministers and Wei lieutenants, the Dewey Crown Prince wrote an annotation after Zhou Yuan's name. The talent is extraordinary. The family is clean. A good family background can increase the national style, and a young man of valor can be cultivated. My son's public heart enters into the matter, and I ask my father to decide. After writing the annotations, the Dauphin also changed the top of the list from the Lord's son to the second place by hand, and handed the directory of official documents to his own host of relatives. Send it to the palace overnight. Father is most likely still waiting for this directory. No, the Crown Prince of Wei guessed correctly that the Emperor of Wei, who was over 50 years old, had not yet rested when the official list of documents was sent to the palace. After holding the directory and looking at it carefully for a moment, he circled Zhou Yuan's name with a vermilion pen and then drew a red line under the 18th place. And then the annotations. Wei Hongya 14 years of New Yuan to take 18. The top of the list Gingin Zhou Yuan. 132 men ran for the election, and 1 out of 10 was taken, and the reward of grace was sufficient. With a wave of this vermilion pen, the New Yuan spiritual examination was finalized. The next day, the day just dawned. Outside the Palace of Performing Arts will come a team of forbidden armored soldiers. In the palace wall of the 3 tests on the red list posted a yellow silk. 18 names with information about their place of origin are displayed in order. The attendants and servants, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded the front and crowded each other to check anxiously. My young master is not on the list. This time the master is probably going to be furious. A rare thing has happened to you all. The top of the list is actually a good son with an official position. Where is this fierce warrior from? And is he not a great man born with a different appearance and reflecting the stars? The people of the capital who get up early to go to work also love to join in the fun, and have gone up to take a few glances and note down the names of the first or third on the list, and then leave satisfied. In this way, the servants spread the word to their masters, the fellows spread the word to the shopkeepers, and the residents spread the word to their neighbors, and it did not take long for Zhou Yuan's great name to become a hot topic in the capital. Without his knowledge, a number of Wyoming traders even made up some metaphysical stories for him in a decent manner. What stars and lodges down to earth? Let's play fierce tiger, chivalry and righteousness, joining beams and other sayings, rumors of that have a nose and eyes. No wonder the people of the capital are gossiping. It's not easy to come up with a good family top of the list with a similar origin to theirs these days. This sense of closeness prompted them to imagine a lot of good things about the name Zhou Yuan. When Zhou Yuan woke up from his sleep and washed up, he realized that he was famous. Or the kind of big name that the whole city could talk about. The Wookiee is awake. Come and see if I'm a star in the sky. Zhou Sima. I heard that there was once an immortal who taught you in your dreams. Quickly tell me what the immortal looks like. Zhou Yuan. I've heard that when you were born the wind and rain came to greet you, with hidden dragons and tigers. So I advise you to turn yourself in to the courtiers department at an early date. Looking at one of his fellow colleagues who were snickering, Zhou Yuan hurriedly spoke out to stop them. He was afraid that he would not even be a human being if the word spread further. All the brothers quickly stop. Where did you all hear these sayings? How could I not know that I still have this kind of ability? Of course I heard it from the people of the capital. You don't know. They are on the verge of describing you as a god. For what reason? Naturally because you have won the top of the Senate examination list. His Majesty's vermilion approval has been hung outside the palace walls. You are still not quick enough to go and admire the name of the list leader Zhou Yuan. It is impossible to admire. He was afraid that just after he went out, his robes would shout that the one wearing the embroidered tiger robe was Zhou Yuan, and then he would be rubbed into a bun by the crowded people. So that's how it is. The new elemental spirit examination is held every year, and some of the rumors and gossip will dissipate in a couple days. That's not necessarily true. You are different from the previous top of the list. Their origins are far from the people, but you come from a good family of the people. The people of the capital tout you as a champion and as a fearful one, and as long as they're not afraid, they'll be talking about you for a long time. The colleagues are right. The people of the capital are not afraid of Zhou Yuan. It was as if his initial identity coupled with his current accomplishments had been transformed into a ray of candlelight, illuminating strange emotions that could not be described. Driven by this sentiment, this year's New Year's Eve celebration is destined to last a few more days in the folklore, and his name would gradually spread to all the states and counties as the caravans from all over the world returned home. This is the result that the Emperor and the Crown Prince of Great Wei want to see, and it is also a favorable basis for them to show the neighboring countries that Great Wei has a strong character. As for why they didn't do it before, the reason is not complicated. Probably because of the lack of strength of the good family, cannot afford to be the top of the list of names, if imposed on them, will certainly make the many participants in the test disobedience, but also will be bad for the system of national law. But Zhou Yuan was different. He was tough, brave and good at fighting, and was able to defend his reputation with absolute strength. Zhou Yuan does not yet know that his appearance will become a symbol of Wei's display of civil and military power. At this time, he is being forced by a group of colleagues to write invitations. Brothers, with the relationship between us, we should just go directly to the celebration. So why bother? Zhou Sima is wrong. We also want to save face. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. If we attend your celebration banquet on our own, will we not admit that you are better than us? That's not going to happen. You'll have to write us an invitation before we go. Chapter 95, Entering the Palace and Being Ordained. Sima Zhou, I beg you for one thing. You suffer to write an invitation to my child as well. Ah, your son's noble rank. That is, he is the son of a robe. It is enough to accompany him. Why do you need an invitation? There are already 12. Isn't this for the sake of making a name for yourself? Having you, the new Yuan list leader, personally inviting the banquet will also prove that my child can be nurtured. The honored son who said this was Zhou Yuan's previous teammate who fought side by side. The second son of General and Yuan and Marquis Yanling. His face Zhou Yuan still wanna give. But this give also cannot break the car. The final capital local participants are all for their sons and nephews begged for a Wukuei post. So far, Zhou Yuan, the leader of the Xin Yuan list, has gained the reputation of being a wise man, and has also become a name for the children to show off. But playfulness aside, the private celebration won't take place for a few more days. Because the court had summoned the 18 selected candidates, they would enter the palace together and have an audience with the Emperor of Great Wei, the 3 princes and 9 ministers, as well as many other important court officials. With this trip, not only would they formally join the Wei dynasty, they would also receive their respective due rewards. Among the more highly ranked inductees, emotions were relatively stable. According to the past tradition of the Great Wei, they would be transferred to the Zhenhua Academy, enrolled for 100 days or half a year, before leaving the capital to subdue a county. The treatment of those who were selected at the bottom of the list would be worse, and most of them would have to serve in the capital camps or border towns. As for Zhou Yuan, his treatment was more random. If we go by the past, he will be transferred to the Forbidden Army to train up, and then he will serve in the local area, or stay as a general of the Forbidden Army. However, His origin became a label for the Great Wei dynasty to export the country's appearance and style to the outside world, and he was bound to upgrade his treatment to show the benevolence of the court. I really don't know where we will go out of town. Hopefully to a richer place. This is not a good idea. We should go out to the town to relieve the country's worries. How can we covet riches and wealth? You're noble. When you're transferred to a poor township to hold down the fort for a decade or so, you'll know the nobility of affluence. Zhou Yuan looked at his fellow colleagues who were fighting with each other, smiled faintly and did not interrupt. They were in the mood to fight because they were one of the 18 inductees, and what appeared to be an argument was actually a vision of the future. However, one of their words was right. The time of young martial artists was precious. If they really didn't promote their bodies for 10 years, most likely there would be no follow-up. There were plenty of such martial artists in Wei, such as County Lieutenant Hu Hua of Changyu County in Huai Prefecture, who had already been in the local township for 6 long years without seeing the slightest hope of promotion. Instead, martial artists who entered the border towns were more likely to be promoted, but that was also a chance to fight for their lives. Generals, let me explain some basic etiquette to you. When you and others enter the palace, remember not to look directly at His Majesty and the 9 ministers for long periods of time. If there is any dissatisfaction, you should not state it outright, but after the court meeting, you can report it to the 9 ministers of justice. Don't worry, Tai Zhu Chang. We will be careful with our words. Under the teaching of the officials of the Taishan Temple, the people quickly familiarized themselves with the basic etiquette. Any more than that is not necessary. They are just going through the motions anyway and will not stay in the palace for long. When they changed into the imperial embroidered tiger robes, rhinoceros leather boots, and martial arts crowns and prepared to go to the palace, a group of unsuccessful candidates sent their blessings with mixed feelings. At such a special moment, Zhou Yuan, the leader of the list, was pushed out to return the greetings and toasts to the unsuccessful ones on behalf of the inductees. The brothers rest a little. We go first. The road ahead is long, or there may be the risk of bloody battles. I hope that the brothers early support, and we fight side by side. You will go first, and we will catch up with you head on, so that you will not fight alone on the sands. In that case it is settled. And allow us to enter the formation first, and raise the martial might of my great way. We wish you, General, the best of martial luck. Stepping out of the Palace of Performing Arts, the soldiers of the Forbidden Army are armed and on guard. 18 two-horse chariots hanging the flag of Wu Wei, waiting for the general to drive. Ta-da-da-da. Neat hoofbeats rang out. Only this time there were no drums and horns and martial arts wishes, only a group of disillusioned people looking out. Of the 58 chariots that had sailed from the general's hall that day, only 18 remained, many of them with changed riders. This scene is very much like the fate of Wei's martial artists, who go out in full vigor, singing in triumph with fewer voices, and who are incomplete in martial arts, alternating between the old and the new. Xinwen Kung Fu. Enter the palace for an audience. Since the serious phase of the spiritual examination had gone, there were no more soldiers to close the roads and restrict the traffic. The forbidden soldiers who opened the road held bronze gongs and struck them at every intersection, reminding the nearby residents to give way and also letting them see the elegance of the Xin Yuan martial artists. This move attracted a lot of people from the capital to follow, and some bold people even dared to throw scented pouches and brocade handkerchiefs to the caravan. Is that Gingin Zhou Yuan? He is so young, and a good son is so. It's great that Gingin Zhou Yuan can become the leader of the list. Our Wei dynasty's wudong is smooth, and even a humble citizen can reach the top. The people's family can also be a great man. This way in the end is the noble family week, or the martial arts national strength sword, resulting in the folk people can also share the noble of the spirit of the martial arts. Among the people of the capital who had gathered to watch, there were quite a few secret agents from neighboring countries. They look at the problem from a different perspective than the people. The people see that there is a male in the army, and the secret agents see that the national power of Great Wei is rising. Let's take another look. Wei is internally stable and martial to the core, and has always been eager for war. If its national power is still rising, it should be avoided for the time being, and diplomatic relations should be established with tenderness. The news of the people's good family's success in becoming the leader of the list must not be transmitted back to Maichu, or else the people of the local magnates, when they breed delusion. Zhou Yuan's side did not yet know that the seemingly joyous road to the palace also had secret exchanges between various countries. Only when they arrived at the Jinjiang Gate, the royal road directly south of the palace, were the people trailing them stopped by the forbidden soldiers on duty. The secret agents from various countries did not leave, but mingled among the people of the capital, ready to collect the first news of the palace's reward. No horses may be longed in the palace, so please dismount from your vehicles and have an audience on foot. At the request of the general of the Forbidden Army, Zhou Yuan and his group jumped off the two-horse chariot and entered the palace by the side gate in order in a proper formation. Entering the Jinjiang Gate, there is a spacious jade carriage road, and on both sides of the road stand two more towers. Instead of the traditional dragon and tiger totems, there are two long-sounding phoenix birds on it, which is why it is also known as the Double Phoenix K. After traveling about 2/4 and half an hour into the Pavilion Road, so another 2/4 or so, past the Baiman to the Myong Sindai, the Mingshan Terrace was a gathering place for ministers before the court meetings, and it was surmounted by a high-rise palace called the Hall of Five Virtues, which was also one of the palaces where the emperor of the Great Wei dynasty summoned his ministers on a daily basis. All of you take a moment here and wait until you are summoned by the temple before entering. Since the palace had not yet summoned them, Zhou Yuan and his party could only wait patiently. In the process, Zhou Yuan looked around for a few moments at the forbidden soldiers on duty and realized that there were also humanoid monsters with name information inside the palace. 40th level Wei military pawns, 45th level Wei generals. In addition, the humanoid monsters within the Wei Imperial Palace had a very pure composition, with the exception of a large number of normal forbidden troops, all of which were soldiers and generals with the prefix Wei. It's no wonder that the Wei court was able to suppress the other humanoid monsters. This palace forbidden army is strong enough to suppress the domestic armies. Chapter 96, Teaching in the Feathered Forest. Declare the new Yuan martial artists to enter the hall. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the temple chamberlain came out of the temple and stood on top of the high platform to announce the meeting. Zhou Yuan and his entourage herd, into 3 rows and 6 columns of formation, from the Mingshan Terrace boarding the left Imperial Road into the Hall of Five Virtues. As soon as they entered the hall, they received attention from the crowd. The military generals stood on the left side of the temple, the scribes on the right side, and in the middle of the temple there was a golden staircase with a royal platform, on which was the seat of the Emperor of the Five Virtues. The Emperor of Great Wei and the court officials had obviously finished their court meeting, and each of them surveyed the new scholar entering the hall with interest. Look, gentlemen, this is our national successor, a man of extraordinary valor and youthfulness. We congratulate the Great Wei and His Majesty for the prolongation of the national dynasty and the strength of the nation's military. All the ministers are happy that our dynasty's military luck is in order, and the people can also produce brave and fierce soldiers. This is a testament to the success of the ministers in governing the country, and a testament to the peace and prosperity of my Great Wei. The Great Wei Emperor first encouraged the courtiers before handing over an official document to the palace chamberlain, asking him to read it out in a loud voice. God bless the Great Wei. In the 132 years since the founding of the country, the people have been abundant and the country rich, and the military fortunes have flourished. Now we have the 18 national soldiers as the color of the new yuan, and we take them to fill our dynasty's military equipment, to defend the town as a shield, and to conquer the war as a sword. You should know that the spirit in front of the martial arts, is the martial arts this? The court spirit by the battalion of generals, folk valor and blood. Spiritual objects are precious and difficult to accumulate, and as you enjoy the offerings of the 10,000 people of the national dynasty, you should defend the country with a public heart and protect my people. We will receive the decree, and we will repay the state's favor. After the new Yuan martial artists received the order to accept the national grace, it was time for the more intuitive rewards. Among them, the 10th to the 18th, almost all of them were transferred to the 8 battalions of the capital and the Western Army of Xinbian. The only exception was the 17th ranked warlock, Cui Hong, who was transferred to the Shangfang Academy under the 9 ministers Xiaofu as a Shangfang waiting to be ruled, and was the master of making talismanic seal artifacts. The 3rd through 9th places were transferred to the Palace of Town Law to study government and order, and left the town place at a date to be chosen. Zhou Yuan and Du Yi, the 2nd-ranked scion of the Lord, were given the treatment of walking in the army and being authorized by the Feilin, and both were granted the position of captain of the Forbidden Army. Since then, all 18 of them have had spiritual salaries to eat and the power to petition the court. It was only when he was thanking the emperor for retiring that Zhou Yuan raised his head and swept a glance at the heavyweights of the court. There are a number of humanoid monsters with name information, but the vast majority of the courtiers are still normal people. The emperor of the Great Wei is still majestic despite his old age and has no identifying information. Again, he is a normal person. These few brats dared to stare at Lone before they left. They are a bit rude. We must punish them with a few more cups of wine when the Shangyuan festival is celebrated. Ha ha, don't worry, Your Majesty, we will definitely make them drunk when the time comes. In the end, They are my people of the Great Way, born to bathe in the king's favor and to hear the name of the Great Way. How could they not be curious about His Majesty's appearance? Perhaps it is the reason for the martial arts. The Wei Dynasty Hall is not as serious as imagined. Zhou Yuan and his group had just left the Hall of Five Virtues and became the topic of conversation to liven up the atmosphere between the emperor and his important ministers. Of course, this was limited to the emperor's jokes with the 3 dignitaries and the 9 important ministers, and the other ministers could only laugh with them and could not participate. Generals, and follow me. Zhou Yuan and the others had just walked down the imperial road, and the officials of the Taishan Temple, who had already waited for a long time at the Mingshan Terrace, greeted them. They are here to explain what the various positions mean, where they should go on duty, and who is the new chief officer. Through their explanations, Zhou Yuan realized that he had 2 more principal officers. One is the Taizhong Daifu, and the other is the Hanyuan Jisho lieutenant. Taizhong Dafu for the 9 ministers Guanglusun's subordinates. Zhou Yuan was given the military opportunity to walk, is to follow the Taizhong Dafu left and right. Listen to some of the big way military discussion. However, he has no power of admonition, and he does not need to serve tea and water, but mainly to grow in insight and make up for the lack of innate vision. The Feilin accumulated archery lieutenant was the Bao general of the Feilin army, one of the 4 forbidden armies in the capital. Zhou Yuan received the treatment of the Feilin teaching, that is, to go to the Feilin army to practice martial arts, and incidentally plated a layer of the aura of the Prince of Heaven's own army, increasing the origin, and facilitating the subsequent promotion. It could be said that as soon as he joined the Featherwood camp, the shortness of his origin was gone. When others mentioned him again, their first impression would also be that he was the Prince of Heaven's own army, not a countryside boy. This change of status enables him to do many things that he could not do before, and to be embraced with more goodwill. Captain Zhou, please put away the Featherwood seal and the standing minister's document. With these 2 credentials, you will be able to enter and exit the Featherwood camp and the Guanglu Pavilion, thanks to the guidance of the Tai Chong Pun. Otherwise I would not have known where to serve. Lieutenant Zhou is polite. These positions are all compensatory, without real positions. I also hope that the captain will perform well during the period of the senator's instruction, and not fail His Majesty's grace. Only after bidding farewell to the officials of the Taishan Temple did Zhou Yuan leave the palace with his colleagues. There was no rush in any of their positions, and there was a period of vacation to rest and recuperate, and they would not officially assume their duties until after the Shang Yuan festival on the 15th day of the first month of the Lunar New Year. Since the governors of the states would also pay homage to the capital during the Shang Yuan festival, Zhou Yuan scheduled the private celebration banquet for the 13th day of the first month. Then he sent letters to the governor of Huaizhou, the lieutenant of Ging'an, the military commander Kai Chang, and the lieutenant of Shangle County, Chang Fei, respectively. The general content is similar. All of them are describing the experience since entering the capital and spreading good news. The only letter to Chang Fei, the lieutenant of Shangle County, mentions Zhao Erdog of Qiaoxi and asks for his help in fostering some care. He then purchased some gifts and went forward to visit the Jiang mansion at Chongyifang in the East City, which was the home of Jiangren, captain of Ding'an, in the capital. When he arrived at the Jiang mansion to drop off his obeisance, Zhou Yuan realized that school captain Jing'an had passed on the letter to his home early on. For this reason, the people of the Jiang mansion had already made sufficient preparations, just waiting for him to pay a visit. Naiha Capital Camp General's strict control. He has not been able to go. When the news of him becoming the spiritual exam ranking leader spread throughout the capital, the Jiang family members were busy replacing the scale of their hospitality. Junior Langjun, quickly take your seat. If you don't come again, I don't know how to explain to my Delang. If he knew I hadn't entertained you, he would complain that I didn't help him take care of his brothers in arms. Uncle has misunderstood. It's really because the Senate is too busy to be distracted that I've delayed my trip. As soon as I was free from the palace today, I prepared some obeisances and hurried here. You're too much of a stranger. You're a good friend of Delang. Just treat this place as your own home. No need to bring any gifts. Wait, I'll go find some goodies to give you, and I'll make sure you're loaded. Kong Ren's father was also a military general, but was injured and left with only one left arm, so he stayed at home. Only after he had left did Kong Ren's main wife ask the boy beside her to salute and pay her respects. Uncle's Wukuwei poster is really famous. I wonder if I can write one for my child as well. Naturally. May I ask your son's name? He even forgot to tell uncle the child's name, but it is rude. My son's name is Jinjin. I also hope to borrow uncle's name to increase his martial arts luck. Jiang Ren's main wife seems a bit cold, but that love and care for her children is very direct. Perhaps she waited for Father Jiang to leave before she begged for the Wukuwei post because she was afraid of getting one for each of the children in her family and diluting her son's specialness. But all of this is nothing. In reason, Zhou Yuan should caress the son of Jiangren, the captain of Jing'an. Therefore, he not only wrote an invitation to Jiangzhen, but also personally invited Jiangzhen to his celebration banquet. In the face of Zhou Yuan's invitation, the 11-year-old Xiao Jiangzhen was very mature and steady, and when he received the invitation, he even saluted solemnly. "Thanks for the invitation, Uncle Zhou. I won't let you down."